Chapter 111. After revealing the explosive news, Her Royal Highness the Princess stood up and left as if nothing had happened, as if she was sure that the newly recruited servants would follow her. To be honest, Soren really didn't want to be involved with these noble people. You said he was a worker, a social animal, a tool, and a footman. It would be strange if he could pee in the same pot with the young people of Versailles, because their values were completely different. Unfortunately, we have to admit that the fantasy world is a magical world that pays special attention to bloodline. Most of the epics, quests, fates, and plots probably revolve around the grievances of the families on the throne. After all, how many generations can an ordinary family last? If there is a famine, the family will be wiped out. If you are not a noble with a family history of hundreds or thousands of years, you are not qualified to participate in the game at all. So there is no way. Soren still can't control his curiosity, so he can only control his self-esteem first, pinch his nose and follow that Fran woman, taking advantage of the opportunity that the other party seems to have a misunderstanding, and go together to see the holy embryo of forging the Vanguard Dragon Lance. I made up my mind to kill and rob if I had the chance. Princess Lux. As soon as Soren opened his mouth, the pink-haired girl turned her head and glared at him sternly. Lux. As soon as the name was changed, the psychopath suddenly felt refreshed and nodded with a smile. What's the matter, Paladin? Are you training a dog? And what the hell is Paladin? It's really hard to say this, but after all, it's about the casting of a divine weapon like Dragon Spear, so Soren had to patiently ask, Lux, have you met Killian? Lux turned her head, stopped, and looked at Soren in surprise. How can you call the Prime Minister who appointed you by name? Aren't you a martial guard trained by him? Are you really the Paladin he sent to guard me? Fuck, I was just trying to fool him, but I was exposed in the first sentence. Why is this guy's IQ sometimes low and sometimes high? No, he should be too sensitive to etiquette and other things. Sauron quickly put on a fake smile. I haven't learned etiquette, but I learned some martial arts from Killian. He asked me to follow you, so I followed you. What does the Prime Minister mean? What does Wu mean? What does Paladin mean? Lakis nodded with a satisfied expression. Indeed, you don't need to know etiquette, since you are a servant. Just know how to kneel and address the Lord as His Highness. Sauron, But you are a vassal now. At least you should know that addressing your benefactor as Moya du Palaces Killian means the Prime Minister of the Empire Killian. Killian also has titles such as Champion Knight Commander, Leader of the Guards, and Prime Minister of Stairs, but Prime Minister of the Empire is his highest title. Now the blood position of the true God of the world, the King of the Nations, is still vacant. The Kings of Franny and Stairs are competing and accusing each other of being thieves, but Killian is the only Orthodox Prime Minister of the Empire, and our Franny Kingdom recognizes him. Oh, here we just call him Prime Minister, right? How disrespectful. In Franny, you will be punished by 30 lashes. Sauron curled his lips. 30 lashes as a punishment? Do you think he has never seen Franny's whip in his memory? 3 lashes will only leave half of his life. Okay, no wonder the original body is so resentful of you, the Princess of Franny. When Lux walked down the stairs of the Great Library, guards appeared on the roadside to greet her. But the number and specifications were obviously lower than before. The large carriage was replaced by a medium-sized carriage pulled by 4 psychic horses. The Blood Knight Brigade of 100 riders also disappeared, and there were only a dozen legions of skeleton cavalry. The driver of the carriage was changed from the vampire earl to a zombie butler. The level of this guard team has dropped a lot compared to when she first came 2 months ago. Soren scratched his head. Well, now he understands why the princess misunderstood him, and thought he was a guard sent by Killian. Wu-Wei, Royal Guard, Great Knight, Paladin, I can't tell them apart. To me, they all mean the same thing, just the sword in the hands of the king. Ah, you should also come up. Don't run after the carriage. Lakis stepped into the carriage and smiled at Soren. Killian gave you the title just to let you guard me closely, right? It also knows that the nobles of Franny cannot ride with servants. It's really considerate. Actually, I personally don't mind it much. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and I understand that it's an extraordinary time now. Oh, by the way, this is just the mercy of the king. Don't have any undue thoughts about my sinful beauty because of it. Soren couldn't help but shudder. This group of people is too sick. Are all the nobles of the Empire murderous, and all the nobles of Franny narcissistic lunatics? What? Are you still not coming up? Okay, I pardon you. Lux took the initiative to move to the side, patted the seat beside her, and still maintained a condescending and kind smile. Damn, are all the nobles of Franny in this tone? Compared with this, the character of that silly road deer really seems gentle and cute, Soren really wanted to abandon this branch and turn around and run away. If he stayed with this crazy woman any longer, he would really pull out his dragon spear and stab her. Then someone did what Soren wanted to do for him. A bright light flashed in the corner of his eyes, and a sharp wind blew across Soren's cheek. An iron spear was past his eyes. In the eagle's vision, he could clearly see that the tip of the spear instantly penetrated the carriage, tearing the zombie deacon, the psychic horse, and the row of cavalry guards following the carriage. If Lux hadn't moved aside to make room for Soren, the assassin who attacked secretly would have strung the Lord of Franny, the Princess of Versailles with a lot of names, on the spear and turned her into a pile of dead meat. It's the dragon spear. It's the vanguard. It's Franny's vanguard. It's to forge the holy embryo of the dragon spear. The dragon spear that penetrated the carriage was quickly retracted, and a gust of wind was rolled up, tearing the carriage that was completely destroyed by the demon breaker into pieces, and Soren also completed all his thinking at this moment and made a judgment. He leaped forward, picked up Princess Lux, who was still smiling like a superior, and didn't realize that she had just escaped. He passed through the carriage and rushed out through the door on the other side. With the help of leopard swiftness and shadow step, Soren carried the princess and rushed through the open space in front of the library square, and rushed straight to the streets of the imperial capital where there were a lot of buildings and obstacles blocking the view, but it was absolutely impossible to escape like this. Based on the speed and frequency of his dragon spear, Soren used Guan Haifa to jump back. Behind him at the moment of linear acceleration and landing, as expected, the second shot came. The second shot of the Vanguard Dragon Spear accurately passed through the path that Soren had originally rushed, blocking the way and piercing a large block, breaking through the realm and killing all the unlucky people in a line. Of course, if he hadn't used Guan Haifa's displacement and escaped in a zigzag route, this second shot would have killed him. Sauron was not surprised at all. It was better to say that after seeing the basic level of those young warriors in the Crucible, it was the least that the leader holding the dragon spear could do. Look at my escape route. Sauron laughed wildly with nervousness, his muscles bulging, and he directly turned on the state of dominance to resist the huge acceleration, and used magic and ghost skills to repeatedly move at high speed to escape from the open space of the library square. Princess Franny, who was carried on his shoulders, was actually knocked unconscious when Soren hugged her waist and rushed out of the carriage. She was still breathing for the time being. But before Soren could take advantage of the opponent's second shot to escape into the hidden area, the third shot came again, and it was from the front. There were actually two dragon spears coming to attack. The cold light coming from the front tore through the sound barrier and stabbed straight at Soren's face. Even though Soren had the magic eye of eagle perception, his attention was completely focused on the assassin of the Vanguard army hidden behind him. There was no way to avoid the third shot coming at his face, and he was hit right on the forehead. There was a crisp sound, and a silver light exploded, and the lucky dice was knocked out of Soren's body. A scream was heard from the front, and the spear that pierced Soren's forehead was knocked to the ground by the silver light. The dice and the dragon spear were smashed together. Well, this also solved the urge that Soren had been stabbing himself with the dragon spear for a long time. There was no time to think about it. Soren immediately bent his knees and stretched out his hand, making a gesture to pick up the spear, but at the same time he turned around and jumped sideways, using Guan Haifa's teleportation to avoid it. Sure enough, he was right, the fourth spear stabbed. It was aimed at the time when Soren squatted down to grab the dragon spear. This time, it was definitely Franny's vanguard. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard behind Soren stabbed 3 times in a row, but that was the end. Sauron appeared from Guan Haifa's jump, pulled out the short gun at his waist, and without even looking at it, he threw it back with a backhand, taste my piercing. The feeling of the hand was definitely pierced. There was a scream behind him, and the sound of the dragon spear falling to the ground, and a cry of surprise came from the front. After all, the opponent was too arrogant. It was hard for Soren to judge the first 2 shots, but the third shot was still stabbed from the same position. Obviously, he did not expect that an ordinary young warrior in the Empire would know how to deal with a divine weapon like the Vanguard Dragon Spear. Moreover, after a few moves, it sounds like there are only 2 attackers, right? So stable, because this shot is not over yet. I have a 2-headed dragon spear. Sauron did not even look at it, holding the spear with one hand, and swung it forward again, and another scream came. Sure enough, the vanguard who attacked later did not dodge in time, but wanted to pick up the dragon spear that fell to the ground, which decided the winner. Without paying any attention to the 2 guns that fell to the ground, Soren carried Princess Franny and took advantage of Guan Haifa's leap to jump over his head and leap into the clouds in the sky. Holding the long and thin double-headed dragon spear like a high jump pole, he pierced a vanguard soldier with the front and back spear tips, and lifted them up in the air like a carrying pole. Soren quickly checked back and forth, and the spear tip at the back pierced a middle-aged warrior with a flat head and a beard, who was the vanguard soldier who had been stabbed 3 times in a row. The body was like a brown bear, with a bloody hole in the belly. The spear tip in front of him pierced a thin man, with a small beard and a pointed face, and his shoulder blade was pierced, probably injuring the artery in his neck, and half of his face was stained red by the gushing blood. Both of them were dressed like ordinary travelers, without heavy armor, only cloaks and hoods to cover their faces. They should have sneaked into the imperial capital recently. Judging from their muscle lines and calluses on their hands, they are similar to the vanguards of the furnace. They are considered vanguard warriors with normal strength, probably at the level of the blacksmith shop owner. Hey, Franny's vanguard, are you considered a gun-wielding leader? No way. You can't even withstand one blow from me. Surrender, I let you live as fellow vanguard warriors. Sauron challenged arrogantly, summoning a fist of magic power to hold the heads of the 2 men, ready to counterattack at any time. The thin man was choked by the blood in his throat, and was spitting blood. He could only breathe out but not in, and he was dying. The flat-headed strongman also looked extremely exhausted. He was only stabbed in the abdomen, and there was no fatality. It shouldn't have been this tragic. But Soren guessed that the other party was not pretending. After all, they all wore rings on their hands, and the dragon spears were not something that ordinary people could use to stab randomly. Tyron from the blacksmith shop could not bear to wear the rings for a while. The 2 men also stabbed Soren 4 times from the front and back, knocking all his dice away, which was not bad. Stars' lackeys, the Grand Commander will kill you all. The flat-headed strongman took a deep breath, glared at Soren, slapped his head, broke half of his head, and died. The thin man on the other side also grinned, bit off his tongue and spit it out, and fell silent after a while. Soren frowned and looked at the warrior, who committed suicide decisively. Are Franny's vanguards full of extreme killers and lunatics? And this Grand Master, I'm afraid he doesn't refer to Killian? So Franny now not only has the Iron Order, but also has a Grand Master who even the Dragon Lance users, the Captain level, obey? But it's strange, are these 2 really the Captain level Dragon Lance users? As a warrior, he is qualified, but as a top-level fighter, the difference in strength is still too big, right? Even if he is not compared with Killian. He should at least be at the level of Princess Lakis's former guard bearer, who fought with the white robes, right? Otherwise, who gave them the confidence to assassinate a princess who was guarded by a real captain-level vanguard? Could it be that the old man who had just met him once before was already Franny's strongest fighter? That is possible. After all, he directly keeps the king's flag and the holy embryo, which sound like artifacts. But thinking about it this way, isn't it inconsistent with Killian's statement, because Franny, in theory, is much more difficult than the frontal battlefield of the Sand Country, and Soren and his men are not qualified to participate in it, right? Or are these vanguards not the strongest base in the hands of Franny's royal family? Soren fell back to the ground, full of questions, and now he lacks too much information. But fortunately, he has a ready-made source of information. What? No, it's not this princess. Anyway, if she wakes up, she will say a bunch of weird words that you can't understand, right? Just call the vanguard over to ask about the vanguard. Ugh, you little bastard, don't you know how to write the word death? Killian turned around, and was called to the door of the library again. He was almost crazy. Although he didn't know how many things he had done to make him regret in the past 1,000 years, giving the War Alliance's summoning contract to Soren was definitely at the top of the list. Don't be angry. What's the matter with touching your belly, Killian? Soren shrugged and threw Princess Franny on his shoulder to the Prime Minister. Look, I saved the princess' life. Shouldn't the Parliament give me some reward or something? What Soren didn't expect was that Killian didn't reach out to catch her, but just watched Princess Lux being thrown to the ground coldly. Ouch! She woke up with a cry. Oops, is the old guy angry because of being fooled? Reward? Okay, I reward you by letting your head stay on your neck for a while longer. Killian glanced at the whole audience, hooked his finger, and the 2 dragon spears on the ground circled and flew into his palm, shrinking into a short cone. The grip of the spear was red like a branding iron. But it didn't catch Soren's dragon spear until it was burned and smoked. Soren spoke cautiously. Is this really a dragon spear? Are these 2 really Franny's captains? You can advance only if you can kill gods and demons. They are probably the alternate captains, who want to kill the king, and take a shortcut with the king's blood. The chief captain of the vanguard army looked at the 2 spears in his hand, the spine of the king of rebellion, The spear is newly cast. Newly cast, dragon spear. Soren was shocked. Is it made of that holy embryo? What on earth is the holy embryo? The holy embryo is the holy embryo. What else can it be? Killian snorted coldly. Forget it. Since you are the leader of the Vanguard Legion, you have the right to know. You know how the Vanguard dragon spear came from. It was forged from the spine of the Titan. And this was made with the spine of the blood of the true gods, the kings. The pure royal blood has always had a powerful magic that is not inferior to that of gods and demons, which has allowed the elves and gods to figure out the casting method, using magic similar to the Vanguard dragon spear, but the key raw materials are different, so in theory, it is more appropriate to call it the king's spear. Holy embryos, huh, are the spear embryos of holy spears, the corpses of the heirs of the royal blood, who are qualified to be forged into dragon spears. It's nothing new. The Franny royal family has always had the custom of killing relatives. Using the spine of the loser to forge the king's spear, which is a second-level dragon spear, is also a traditional skill. It's not as powerful as the 7 pioneer dragon spears, but it's also a good weapon. It's enough to kill a god or a demon. As it said this, it put the 2 dragon spears, no, the king's spears, into its sleeves. Soren squinted his eyes and stared at it. Killian also snorted coldly. Why? Who told you to call me here? As the Prime Minister of the Empire, it is reasonable for me to confiscate such dangerous things in order to maintain law and order. Wow, what you said makes sense. Then Killian ignored Soren and glanced at the princess, who was rubbing her butt and groaning as she climbed up. Lord Franny, Luminios, Your Highness, I am sorry to inform you that I just received news that your father and uncle may have been assassinated. Yes, isn't it the news I just received? I just put it in my sleeve, and it's not even warm yet. Killian, the Prime Minister of the Empire, is here to see you. Lakis got up and bowed, then smiled. Isn't this a good thing? Now you are finally willing to support me in seizing the throne of Lord Franny, right? As I promised long ago, I can also promise what the Lords of Starless promised you, such as granting you the position of Prime Minister of Franny. Sauron frowned, looking at the princess, who was truly happy at the news of her blood relative's death. Humph, you asked me last time why I wanted to sever the royal bloodline. Look at what these are. Killian rolled his eyes at Soren, and then said to the princess, who obviously didn't hear the spiritual communication between them, and was still excited, I'm not interested in becoming the Prime Minister. But now you 2 sisters are the only kings of Franny, right? Well, the spiritual empire will send troops soon to support you in your fight for the throne. Then the Prime Minister of the Empire glared at Soren. You have nothing to do, right? Then keep an eye on her. Don't let anyone kill her again before I prepare the army to go out, or let a dragon appear and kidnap her. We need a qualification to invade Franny. Do you understand? So that's it, Soren suddenly realized. So, are we going to start the trial mission to capture Franny now? Killian sneered. Just you? Hee hee, wait until one day you can kill gods with your bare hands. You ask me to tear your head off for such a trivial matter again. Then it disappeared with a sound of bayou. Chapter 112. Killian, this old man, has a lot of titles, but he doesn't put on airs. His values are quite positive. It seems that he doesn't look down on those noble royal bloods. Maybe he is really a lowly lower-level warrior. It's inspiring to think that he can make it to the Empire. Sauron touched his chin and looked at the princess, who was born in a noble family, and was smiling happily because of the death of her blood relatives. And this guy is the qualification to invade Franny. Speaking of it, when the Sand Kingdom was attacked before, the reinforcements of the elven gods never appeared. Could it be because they did not obtain the qualification to enter the country given by alchemy? How can I say this? Is this world still like a paradox game, where you have to declare first? Tisk, magic is really as convenient as the rules of the game. Great, great, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Princess Lux laughed heartily, holding her stomach, laughing so hard that tears came out, and others looked a little crazy. Sauron frowned and looked at her with the corner of his eye. What's wrong with you? You are so happy to hear the news of your relative's death. Do you want to be king so much? Ha ha ha, oh my, sorry, I got carried away. Lux wiped her eyes. So you are really the paladin sent by Prime Minister Killian, and you are also a holy lance knight. That's great, that's great. I've returned to heaven from the edge of hell, so I lost my composure. Oh, you asked me if I was happy. Of course I was happy. But if you asked me if I wanted to be king. The smile on Lux's face disappeared, as if she had suddenly changed a mask. Not at all, but it's better than being locked up in the Forbidden Palace and being a tool for producing holy embryos. Soren couldn't help but lean back to stay away from her. This girl, is she schizophrenic? Besides, a tool for the Holy Grail. Franny's royal blood is also twisted. The princess walked to the bodies of the two vanguards, squatted down and looked at their faces for a while. I don't know them. Sauron rolled his eyes speechlessly. You are a princess who is superior to others. It's impossible for you to know a low-level warrior. Then Lux nodded. It can't be wrong. It's my sister, the competitor of King Franny, the assassin sent by Princess Regina. You are so sure when you don't even know them? Lakis nodded. There are many vanguards in Franny, but only the king can command the great knights holding dragon spears. I have seen every one of the guards holding holy spears under the king's father and the regent. And since they are all dead, then these two paladins I have never seen must have been sent by the illegitimate daughter Rhaena. Sauron was curious. The illegitimate daughter Rhaena is Princess Regina, your sister? The one who competed with you for the Queen of Franny? TSK, the names of princes and nobles are really troublesome. Lakis glanced at Soren. If you don't want to use honorifics, don't force it, just call her Rhaena or Rhaena, but she can't be considered my blood sister. Rhaena is the illegitimate daughter of the previous prince, who failed to seize the throne with the king's father, and was killed. Originally, she was not in the blood race of the king. In fact, the king's father may not know that she is still alive, otherwise he probably wouldn't leave such a hidden danger. It was also in the past 1 or 2 years that rumors suddenly appeared in various places in Franny that the prince's illegitimate daughter Rhaena is still alive, and this illegitimate daughter is also protected by many wild warrior supporters. The king's father and the regent initially thought that she was an impostor who was nominated by the servants, who rebelled because of famine and led the rebellion. Originally, they wanted to send the guards to capture her directly, but who knew that there was a warrior under Rhaena who was particularly powerful, and even Grandpa Beer and the other 3 great knights could not take him down together. Moreover, the temple suddenly came forward to recognize the royal blood of this illegitimate daughter, announcing that she was the orthodox royal blood heir and one of the kings of Franny, Princess Regina. So her power suddenly emerged. Originally, I was relatively safe in Franny. No matter who won between my father and the regent, I was either the backup heir to the crown prince or the backup candidate for the queen. But now that the illegitimate daughter Rhaena, who was favored by the temple, appeared, the situation was uncertain. That's why Grandpa Beer escorted me to the Empire for refuge. But you can see that it seems that the illegitimate daughter has completely defeated Franny, and almost killed all the blood descendants of our orthodox royal family. Sauron frowned. Speaking of which, Killian mentioned that it lost the dice bet with Franny, and 3 liches died at once. But what's going on? How come Princess Lux suddenly changed her personality and started talking about the background setting? My father is old after all. Prime Minister Killian has always been optimistic about my uncle, Regent King Rhett. But my uncle is ambitious. He is making iron orders and recruiting vanguards. He also wants to balance the Empire and the Alliance. I think he has already been addicted to the power of the royal blood. Lux continued to chatter, and even kicked off her high heels and tore open her long skirt for easier movement. Now it's good. If I had surrendered to the side of the palace minister earlier, I wouldn't have been killed by the puppets controlled by the gods. It's really a good thing for me. Sauron frowned. What's wrong with you? The tone and accent of your speech are different from before. Where is the immortal character of Versailles just now? And the expression and tone are a bit like Shi Cheong. Lux looked at Soren. So the palace minister really sent a person who knows nothing to be my guard. Very good, really good. I think I should be able to choose to trust you, right? Well, there is no other choice. The pink-haired princess suddenly reached out her hand and took out a dagger from under her torn skirt and the inside of her pink thigh. She cut off the heavy bun on her head with a knife, and casually threw a lot of silky pink hair into the wind, leaving only the short hair hanging down to her ears. The princess took a deep breath in the wind, and shouted to the sky of the imperial capital as if to vent, "Go to hell, Carolingians descendants, ha ha ha." Then she sat down on the ground, lying on her back in the square in front of the library. Her legs were propped up in an unsightly M shape, and the torn long skirt slid down to the base of her thighs, exposing her slender white thighs completely to the young warrior beside her. Soren's jaw almost dislocated. What the hell? What the hell? Pink? No, what's going on? What's wrong with this Shibuya-style girl? Where's the fairy from Versailles? What are you crazy about? It's etiquette. Using honorifics is etiquette. Titles and full names are all necessary etiquette. As long as etiquette is followed, servants and vassals cannot disobey the king. As long as etiquette is followed, no matter whether it is poison or curse, it cannot harm the blood of the true god. Etiquette must be maintained at all times to obtain the protection of the royal blood. Otherwise, If there is any slackness, it may be killed by the holy spear set by other kings. This is the experience passed down from generation to generation by the descendants of Carolingian. Lakis lay on the square and turned his head to look at Soren. But you are so strange. You actually ignored the suppression of the king's blood. So, similar to qualification, this is also a great magic that contains the power of protection. It seems that the feudal class in the magic world is really strong. It directly uses the power of magic to maintain the class solidification. If it weren't for the sudden natural disaster that wiped out the descendants, who knows what the human class division would be like now? Of course, it's not much better now. Soren gradually reacted, and his eyes could not help but drift up and down the pair of white legs in front of him. I guess that you don't like the polite, gentle and amiable ladies. This is good, I don't have to pretend. Lakis lay on the ground, covering her forehead with her arms, blocking her eyes. You know, Franny has hundreds of famous warriors, but among the 4 kings, I am the only one who has never received the oath of allegiance from the great knight. Knights who fight for honor will serve the king, and warriors who fight for ambition will gather around the regent. Even the illegitimate daughter Reyna is surrounded by brave men who fight for justice. Only me, not a single loyal knight. The old fellow Bayer is just my guard, just like he guards the royal flag, guarding me, the living holy embryo. Yes, my value in their eyes is just like this. I will continue to reproduce heirs for the Carolingian royal family while I am alive, and contribute a dragon spear when I die, just like my mother. Sauron acquiesced in silence. Then she sat up again, with a crazy smile on her face again, but it's different with the support of the Prime Minister of the Empire. In this way, I will be a valuable person, and my father and uncle are dead, then I will be free. Free? Sauron couldn't help but ask, you should know that you are also a puppet in the Empire, right? Isn't that better? I have value to continue living. I can become the first generation of the St. Caroline family of the Empire, just like the descendants of Stairs and the St. Assel family, and enjoy life with offerings that match those of Lord Franny. At least I don't have to choose a husband between my father and uncle, and then watch my children continue to kill each other and become holy embryos, right? Anyway, I'm not interested in governing the country, so I give Franny to the Empire. You know those people in the Assel family are also killing each other, right? And aren't you the king? Why, according to etiquette, the king has no responsibility for the lives of his servants. Sauron continued to dismantle her. What can I do then? Can I choose? Lakis screamed, it's not that I want to come to the Empire, I really want to go back. I also want to save Franny's servants. But you kidnapped me again, that damn Dragon King too. I've already said that I'm the king of Franny. I repay it if you take me back, but it still said that it has to consider its pregnant wife first, and it's already injured and doesn't want to provoke more pursuit from the Lich. It just left me like that, left behind. They don't like me at all. No one likes me. If I don't use the power of the royal blood, no one will listen to me. Even Franny's servants prefer the illegitimate daughter Reyna, because at least they can understand what the illegitimate daughter is saying. Do you think I want to learn these honorifics and etiquette? If I don't learn them, I'd be whipped. She panted loudly, just like asthma. Just when Soren was worried that she was going to suffocate, the princess suddenly wiped her face again and put on a gentle girl's expression. I'm so rude. I just vented a little. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Soren, eh? Lakis smiled at him. Don't mind me. I've been under a lot of pressure these days. Grandpa Beer hasn't come back. Maybe he's dead. Prince Killian refused to see me, and the St. Assel family didn't want to join forces. I thought the Empire would also support Reyna and send my head back as a gift. It's been so scary for so many days. I'm so young and beautiful, I really don't want to die like this. Can you understand? In your situation. Soren was silent for a while, then pointed at his head. Is the alternation of madness and madness hereditary? All the heirs of the royal blood are like this? I have heard that pure blood nobles marry within their families, and that in order to purify their bloodline, a bunch of crazy and mentally retarded people will be born. Speaking of which, Zygen sometimes has this kind of crazy tendency. Could it be that all the heirs of the royal blood have some genetic diseases? Lux smiled and nodded. Sometimes I can't control my emotions. It will be a bit hysterical, and all the kings of Franny are like this. Maybe it's because he has been playing the role of the king in the ritual for too long, and it's hard to adjust for a while. The royal blood contains a huge amount of magic power, and the soul of Emperor Merovingian resides in it. Every time we use the ritual to activate the pressure of the royal blood, it actually allows the Emperor's soul to revive in the body little by little. I have also heard such rumors. What the hell is Merovingian? Sauron is really a headache for these technical terms. Lux covered her mouth with a look of shock. You don't even know the Emperor, and you are disrespectful to him. Are you really a loyal knight? Isn't he the greatest emperor of the ancient human empire, the first ancestor of the human king that you, the Wu-Wei, swore to guard? Sauron suddenly realized, the one who made the dice, ahem, so you are the descendants of the emperor. Luck shook her head. The direct royal line of the emperor was cut off during the great disaster that year. The two remaining royal bloodlines, the Lord of Stars, and the Saint Asil family of the Starless Knight, are collateral branches of the emperor. And my family, the King of Franny, the Saint Caroline family of Jailing Iris, was originally a descendant of Caroline, the Prime Minister of the Empire. Because they were a famous family in the Empire in the past, they married the Astil family 1,000 years ago, and became one of the royal bloodline successors. The title of the Prime Minister of the Empire, which has been passed down from generation to generation, was also given to the leader of the champion knight, Killian. Only when the human king, Prime Minister and military guards are gathered together can the Empire be rebuilt. Could it be? Soren's mind flashed. Could it be that the title of the Prime Minister of the Empire was exchanged for that Lily Yuan? This is too. But it seems like something the vanguards might do. Lakis continued, but for so many years, the Carolingian family has used etiquette to control Franny, and I have never heard of anyone being able to revive the Emperor. And there doesn't seem to be a similar situation in the Astil family. So I think it's probably just the intermarriage within the Franny royal family that caused the blood curse? No similar situation? No, maybe the situations of the two families are not very similar. Because if I remember correctly, Achuka stripped away the blood of its descendants and forbade them to learn magic. Paladin, I'm hungry. Lakis suddenly spoke up and put her legs together, and it's a bit chilly now. I want to change into a dress. So why did you tear it open in the first place? Is it for the sake of showing your legs? Sauron had a headache. He really couldn't stand the nobles and so on, but in theory, this princess was a psychopath, right? It's really troublesome. If you want others to like you and be loyal to you, at least call them by their names. I'm Soren. Who else should I call Paladin? Paladin. Lakis was puzzled. But Paladin is a respectful title for knights. Aren't you a servant? You shouldn't have a surname, right? Should I call you by your name? Wouldn't that be too offensive? Oh, cultural conflict. Another person without common sense. Just call me Soren. Soren couldn't do anything with this young lady. Forget it. After all, it was a key mission prop to start Franny's script. He entrusted this burden to someone to take care of it. Okay, where do you live? I take you back to change clothes and get the royal flag and the holy embryo. Later, I take you to the Icynlian Manor. You should have heard of the Icynlian Chamber of Commerce, right? It should be related to your Franny. Lakis nodded, then shook her head. What does this mean? I know about the Chamber of Commerce, but I don't know where I live. I always take a carriage when I go out. Lakis thought for a while. It seems to be a hotel? What a princess. She doesn't care about anything but a hotel. To be honest, Soren is not very familiar with the imperial capital. There must be a name, right? The imperial capital can't just be a hotel. Is there any particularly conspicuous landmark building? Sauron scratched his head. Iconic. Oh, there is. There is the emblem of the empire in the main entrance hall, the symbol of the great emperor, very conspicuous. The symbol of the empire? Oh, it's that spider. Sauron was too lazy to delay any longer, took out the purse from the ghost's mouth, threw a gold coin into the air. I hit. No, Sharon. Go to the spiders. Sharon, the ferryman of the dead, caught the gold coin and looked down at them. 2 people, 2 coins. Okay, go to the hotel with spiders at the door. Come on, princess. Sauron threw another one and stepped onto the gondola. Occasionally, I can be cool and unrestrained. Lakis hesitated. Well, won't you hold me? No, do you have to hold me for these 2 steps? But this is the ferry of the dead, right? It's not very dirty. Sauron, Sharon, No wonder the nobles of Franny have to maintain etiquette at all times. Can they stop being so foul-mouthed? They can offend even the dead. Okay, I hold you. The princess should be held like a princess. It would be a waste if he didn't touch her big white legs. Soren took Lux in his arms. Not to mention, she felt pretty good, soft and smooth. Sharon was watching them from the side. I don't know if he snorted coldly, but he pushed the boat. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, Soren hadn't touched her enough, and he sent them to the ground. Soren frowned and got off the boat to look at the hotel in front of him. Did Killian really arrange for you to stay here? The pink magic light flickered, and judging from the dim shadows around, it should be the underground city of the imperial capital, but I don't know which floor it is. The decoration of the building itself is indeed some kind of high-end club. It's just that there are humanoid and half-humanoid creatures around, Most of them are female. And the waiters and maids in the hotel seemed to be wearing too little. When he turned around, the boatman had already slipped away, and Soren had to look at the half-spider girl with 8 legs wearing various stockings at the door of the hotel in confusion. He always felt that Sharon seemed to have misunderstood something. Lux blushed and hugged Soren's neck without saying a word. At this time, a carriage stopped by the roadside, and the nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes and covered with magic accessories got off the carriage and entered the hotel with the maids chatting and chatting. "Oh, so it is indeed a noble hotel? Excuse me." Sauron stopped a maid who looked like a human and asked, "Does the princess live here?" The maid blinked, looked them up and down, and then smiled as if she suddenly realized something. "The princess is sweet, right? Please come this way." "It really is. Well, hotels are like that." So Sauron shrugged and followed Princess Franny in. Chapter 113. Under the guidance of the attendant, he arrived at the suite. To be cautious and avoid ambushes by other assassins, Soren still fulfilled his duty as a security guard. He first put the princess down at the door, then kicked the door and rushed in. He did a forward roll and a push-up and turned 3.5 times in the air. Clear. Lux, What a princess! She brought so many clothes when she fled. Soren looked around the luxurious suite with pink tones and heart-shaped magic lights and shadows everywhere. Beside the wine-red velvet satin bed, a large number of clothes were hung on the tree branch hangers that imitated the elf style. However, why did they all look so cool? Soren stroked his chin and appreciated the dresses that were only covered with silk cloth at key parts and strung together with gold and silver chains and ribbons that looked like they would break if torn. Wow! Some skirts were slid directly to the armpits. So you usually like to wear this kind of skirt, but most of them are pajamas. Soren scratched his head. In his memory, weren't Franny's nobles wrapped up quite tightly? The customs there shouldn't be as open as those in the Empire, right? Or is it the princess's personal style? Oh yes, Franny was probably influenced by the elves' customs and wore that kind of magic skirt, so she was actually wrapped up quite tightly, but she couldn't hide it from Soren's sharp eyes. Humph, I'm really smart. I saw through it right away. Soren glanced behind him, and saw Lux, whose face was rosy due to the magic light in the room. What's wrong? Still standing stupidly at the door? I take a shower first. She rushed into the bathroom in a panic. TSK, princess syndrome is really troublesome, taking a shower all the time. Sauron shrugged and walked around the big room. This suite is pretty good, but there is definitely no view underground. But it's okay, at least you won't be sniped by assassins from outside. How can I say the paintings and decorative statues on the wall? They all have some age restrictions, but art is just like that, just men and women. But you know what, if you look at these statues and paintings with your magic eyes instead of your naked eyes, you can actually find hidden magic circuits everywhere. So are there a lot of warning magic installed in the room? Hey, Killian is really a psychopath with broad thinking. If Soren was a vanguard assassin, he would never have thought that the Prime Minister of the Empire would hide the eldest princess of Franny in a love hotel. Paladin Soren? Lux's voice came from the bathroom. What's the matter? Is there no paper in the toilet? What should I wear? Why do you ask me what to wear? Oh, are you going to visit Isenglin's house? It doesn't matter, just wear whatever you like. Why do you need me to help you dress? No, I'm not mentally ready yet. Let me calm down first. Sauron shrugged, picked up a pink crystal ball on the bedside and studied it, touched it casually, and it actually released a holographic image. Hey, it's still a magic movie. Look at the background, isn't it this sweet? It turns out to be a video crystal. Oh, good stuff, good stuff. There was a sound of a door opening behind him. Soren quickly put the crystal ball in his arms, and turned his head, to see that Lux had changed into a loose low-cut long skirt and a scarf to cover her severed hair. It was quite convenient to move. The style was a bit similar to the nun's uniform of the church, but it was white silk and translucent. She seemed to have taken a bath just now. The silk was completely attached to her body. Even without the magic eye, Soren could see the skin and body curves under the skirt. But it was okay. It was much better than those bikini chain mails. Okay, stop dawdling, get ready and go. By the way, where did you put the royal flag and the holy embryo? Before Soren finished speaking, he saw the princess lie on the bed, close her eyes nervously, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Why are you still lying on the bed? Enough. I can't do it. Next you, do it yourself. Lux's voice was shaking. I do it? What do I want to do? Oh. Soren saw her spread her legs in front of him again, and finally reacted, "Isn't this your room? Is it true that the taxi driver sent us to a couple hotel? Why didn't you say anything at the door?" Lakis covered her eyes with her arms. "What does it matter? You are my guardian knight anyway, right? Wasn't it sooner or later? I am just a vase princess. I can't give you honor, can't realize your ambition, and I am not a banner of justice. So I can only give you this, right? Love. Love, yes, just for love, come and protect me, paladin." Listening to her slightly crying voice, Soren scratched his face. "This is not love, right? And it's just a misunderstanding." Lux covered her face with her hands and screamed, "If this is not love, then what is love? Tell me, what kind of love can the daughter of the royal family give to her knight? We are lucky to be alive. How can we have the luxury of freedom to indulge in emotions? Who else can I play in so many generations of blood? Who has ever been in love? Isn't there only one Lily Yuan? Do you want me to give up all my titles to prove my love like her? I can't do it. I can't do it. How can I survive if I give up my titles? Do you know how many people want to kill me? Do you know how terrible the warrior under the illegitimate daughter is? I have never seen Bayur injured like that. He actually took me away. He is Franny's champion knight commander, a god of war. He actually died quietly like this. I gave up my titles. Can you save me? And didn't Lily Yuan find happiness in the end? Didn't she die alone in the Iris Palace in the end? What's the use of love? It's totally unreliable. But if I don't rely on love, what else can I rely on? So it's a misunderstanding. He, Soren, is not a frivolous boy. Can we maintain a professional task relationship? Don't ask for sex all the time. Is he short of sex? And to be honest, he really has no interest in the suffix of princess. Strictly speaking, maid is more cough cough cough. Sauron shook his head helplessly, and let the princess scream, and then on the bed. He sighed, opened the door and walked out, leaning against the railing at the door of the suite to guard it, giving the girl, who was going crazy from time to time, some private space to calm down first. Is this the blood of the king? Power and curse. Crazy people will enjoy it, but ordinary people will only be driven crazy. This Lux, she still has a conscience, so she will have the same delusions as ordinary people, and she will long for recognition, love, and feel despair and fear. If she completely forgets herself, gives up herself, and concentrates on playing the role of Princess Franny, maybe she won't feel pain. It's hard to say whose fate is happier, Sejin, Maria, or Lux. Those who have been deprived of the royal blood, although they have lost their magic power, can at least do what they want. Those who hide their identities and escape may have to hide under masks for the rest of their lives, living in the shadows at the edge of the world under a pseudonym. And there is no telling how long they can hide. Just like Lily Yuan in the past, they will be caught sooner or later. And those who have inherited the family name, bloodline and title must always pretend to continue the bloody game of power. If you don't completely erase your own personality, you will definitely not be able to support it. Perhaps it would be better if the cursed bloodline of Emperor Merovingian was completely cut off in that cold winter countless years ago. However, Soren touched the dragon spear on his waist. If an old vanguard like Killian were to answer, he would definitely say that all this was a necessary sacrifice to deal with the elven gods. After all, this little pain is nothing. How many people died in order to survive and open the way? How many people have died in these years to get rid of the control of the elven gods? Who didn't sacrifice? Who didn't offer sacrifice? Even Killian himself. Didn't he also sacrifice his lover's love for him? But then again, to deal with the gods, does Sauron have to do the same as him and offer a princess love sacrifice? Just like those ancient leaders who deceived the mother and grandmother of the Silver Dragon General? Or is this also some kind of magic passed down by the ancient vanguards? Magic to sacrifice a lover to enhance one's combat power? Is it an invincible magic like the dice in Hero's Roll? Sauron frowned and speculated, looking at the couples in the hall outside, in the private room separated by gauze curtains, enjoying themselves and dancing. After despair, pain, fear and regret, is there love? It is really an idealistic magic world. The more intense and crazy the emotions are, the stronger the magic power is. But using this method to strengthen oneself is too mean. Isn't this the opposite of what Sauron wants to do when he comes back? Or what does it mean to make friends first, then give up other lovers, to gain powerful power to protect the only true love, his? This is too bad. Will the future Sauron really be like the vanguards, willing to be so bad for power? While he was confused, Sauron suddenly heard footsteps coming from the top of the stairs on the other side of the corner. Is this medicine really effective? That sword seems to have strong magic power. Huh? Don't worry, I spent a lot of money to get it, at least level 12, you can see it. Just 1 or 2 drops. Even the girl wearing silver flowers will be confused and at the mercy of others. How can an apprentice, who has not even passed the midterm exam, resist? Hee. Don't look at her like this now. She will be active when she twists herself later, and it can't be considered that we forced her with magic. Goo, this is this, but that is the disciple in white robes. Hey, Soldier King, it doesn't matter if so many disciples died, let alone a silly country girl from Franny, and it's just for everyone to have fun together and try something new. It's the same in the academy. What's the big deal? If she really gets pregnant, she might even inherit the Earl's family business. You are so bold. After all, she is the first noble to complete the trial in so many years. Aren't you afraid of failure? I heard that her fiancé is a death knight. What if he rides a horse to you? Ha, what knight? I checked at the Heraldry Academy. He is just a servant of the Obby's family. I heard that the King of Soldiers brought him back from Franny. He is probably a country noble, and his parents arranged a marriage for him. Humph, this guy is so lucky that he can be canonized by luck and pick up a vassal out of thin air. He is so lucky. But now that the old guys of the Blood Riders are dead, there is nothing to worry about. But they did destroy the Kingdom of Sand. Just lucky, the tough battles were all fought by Anubis in white robes. If you ask me, that genius magic girl, who knows how she flattered to hook up with the bastard of the Caesarian family, and relied on the help of those 3 freaks to get the title of trial. Hey, aren't all the nobles of Franny sanctimonious? Maybe she would have crawled here on her own without even using this medicine. Forget it, if you really don't dare to come up, you can help us keep watch. Who dares not? Fuck, it's actually the Earl. Fuck, she's just a country bumpkin bitch. Why should she be given such a big fiefdom? I kill her. Hee, just wait and see. When we get that busted girl drunk at the banquet tonight, we see what color Franny's iris is. Ha. Who are you? Woo. Soren walked out from the corner of the corridor and walked towards the 3 nobles, 2 men and 1 woman, who were walking up the corridor. On the left was a yellow-haired man. No matter what he looked like, he was the one with a particularly bad mouth. Soren stretched out his hand and crushed his chin and cheeks. His tongue and facial muscles were squeezed into a bloody meat paste, spurting out a mouthful of blood and 2 sockets, and his eyes rolled up, and he fainted. On the right was a bald man. Just as Soren stretched out his hand to grab his neck, Guan Haifa had already reached out from the shadows with a claw and pulled out the other's intestines. Soren had to use some force on his hands to prevent the other party from screaming and alarming too many people. Of course, he also controlled the power of the tyrant body and directly crushed the neck bone, squeezing both of the other party's eyeballs out of the eye sockets, and died on the spot. TSK, the bloodline is so low, the attack is too heavy. Guan Haifa, don't kill him in one breath next time. Soren didn't bother to care about the female companion, who was originally in the middle of the 2 and fell unconscious in the corridor. He directly carried the 2 nobles back to the princess's suite. Paladin Soren. Hearing the sound of the door, Lux jumped up from the bed quickly and walked over to him with a soft voice, almost rushing over to hug his feet. It's my fault. I ruined the fun. Please give me another chance. Give me another chance. I will be very gentle. I am ready. I will not be petty again. Please don't leave me. I will be very good and obedient. Ah. Unfortunately, she finally adjusted her mentality and put on a gentle mask, but she was still scared to drop it when she returned to the room and saw the 2 bloody human figures in Soren's hands. Ah, don't. Please don't kill me. The princess fell to the ground with a pale face, holding her head in her hands, and looked like she was about to die. Sauron also had no time to pay attention to her. He walked past the princess and threw the 2 people in his hands into the bathroom. He took a bottle of first aid potion from Guan Haifa's mouth and poured it on the yellow-haired face, smiling and patting his face. Then the young warrior, in front of the yellow-haired man's eyes that gradually regained focus and quickly became terrified, spread his hands in a pretentious manner, just like the eldest princess of Franny, leaned forward slightly, and made a gesture to introduce himself. I am the Knight Candidate of Stairs, the chairperson of the Imperial Grand Council, the Holy Spear Guard of Her Royal Highness Princess Luminios, the Lord of Franny, the Grand Knight Commander under the Imperial Palace, Prime Minister Killian, the fiancé of Countess Saras's Sword of Stairs, and Soren Enter Hero Nair. What? Lux's whole body shook violently, and a trace of blood returned to her lips. She turned her head and looked at Soren's back in a daze. The yellow-haired man also trembled all over. Soren could see that as he finished speaking, the blood that the other party had been vomiting suddenly flashed, and then a subtle light shone from Soren's body, reflecting on the yellow-haired man's eyes. Then the yellow-haired man's pupils, which had just condensed, spread out again, lowered his eyelids, knelt on the ground and bowed to Soren. Etiquette is really useful. Soren squatted in front of him, grabbed the yellow-haired man's scalp and lifted him up, took out the 12th level secret medicine he bought with a lot of money and put it in his pocket, and poured a bottle of healing medicine on the yellow-haired man's face, watching the chin that he had just scratched recover again. First, if you dare not go up, then you can help us keep watch. Who else do we have besides you two? The yellow-haired man opened and closed his mouth, leaking air and spitting blood foam to answer, vaguely, but Soren could understand it with the psychic translator, the disciple of the white-robed Grimjow, Blue Yaja, the disciple of the white-robed Yami, Anglo-Lyak, and the disciple of the Lich Mitsahudi, Kalmo. Wow, there are 5 of us in total. They really know how to have fun. Second, where is the party tonight? Who is hosting it? The yellow-haired man looked confused. It's at the Imperial Hotel. It's a social party held by the Imperial Noble Academy for the newly appointed Countess Sorg, to introduce her to other noble family heads in the academy, as well as other peers, middle-level wizards, and apprentices of noble origin. Soren nodded with satisfaction. Okay, third, don't shout later. Then he stood up and closed the bathroom door in front of Princess Franny. After a while, Soren wiped the blood off his hands with a hotel towel and walked out. Lux was still sitting on the ground, looking at him, her pupils no longer covered by fear. You just called yourself the Holy Spear Guard of Her Royal Highness Princess Laminios. Huh? Oh, a longer title sounds cooler, right? Soren picked up the broken flesh from his nails. Lux looked at him, but you didn't have to add that. If you follow etiquette, you can't disobey your lord. The consequences will be serious. Do I care about the consequences? Sauron put his hands on his hips and looked at Lux. Don't think that I can do whatever I want and act like a princess just because I call myself a vassal noble and promise to protect you, your highness. I won't go to Franny to kill people just because of your order. To be honest, your etiquette really has no constraints on me. After all, when he killed the Supreme Human King, he was still a servant. And if the titles were bound by corresponding magical rules, he would have been a chief officer, and it would be too late to regret. But you still promise to be my gun? Lux actually stood up. There is no contract in the world that only enjoys its benefits without paying its price. Well, maybe. Soren shrugged. But he was not good at torture, so he had to give priority to the safety of the silly roe deer, right? Even if we take a step back, they are also comrades in arms. But why do you care about me? My life and death, my fate, had nothing to do with you, right? I have been lying in front of you twice, and you are not interested in looking at me. Lux looked at Soren in confusion. Are you pitying me? But when we first met, weren't your eyes full of murderous intent? Oh, so you saw it at the time. No wonder you were always nervous in front of him. So what are those 100 crystals? Money to buy your life. Sauron did not deny it. Yes, in your words, I was once a servant of Franny. I just don't like you as a princess. So why? Franny's eldest princess was puzzled. If you were a servant of Franny, a servant who experienced a great famine, wouldn't you want to eat the blood and flesh of the princes and nobles more? Well, at least you haven't asked why you don't drink meat porridge, which is a suicidal question. Sauron spread his hands. Okay, it's really endless. It's simple. If you are alive, Franny will continue to send people over, right? If they want to assassinate you, they should first find a way to eliminate me the way, right? Lux was stunned, and fear and terror appeared in her eyes again, like a startled rabbit. What do you want? Nothing, I just want to contact them. Sauron opened the door. Okay, no time to talk nonsense. But there is still a noble lady Franny waiting for me to rescue. Well, find a pair of pants to put on before you go out. Chapter 114. Aw, that's it. There's an Imperial emblem in the lobby. As soon as she got off Karen's ship, Lux pointed out the black spider emblem on the white marble wall behind the Imperial Hotel service desk, opposite the hotel's main entrance. Is this the hotel you're staying in? Are you together again? Causality? Sauron looked around to confirm the surrounding terrain. This time it wasn't the pink horse stall in the underground pit. The large building complex and garden, as magnificent as the Sand Kingdom's palace and temple, was probably also a reconstruction of the palace villa of an ancient noble prince. The magnificent halls and palaces were filled with dazzling crystal chandeliers and jewelry decorations. The style was extremely luxurious, so much so that at a glance, Soren could not tell whether it was the brilliance of the magic net or the reflection of gold and silver jewelry that blinded his dog eyes. Even the servants and maids who came and went were all beautiful, tall, and handsome beauties. Most of them were vampires, and there were also half-human maids with animal ears. While Soren was still wondering, it was a rare trip to the fantasy world, Why were there goblin lizards everywhere, and no animaler girls? It turned out that they all gathered in the rich area to work. It was really cute. From time to time, the magic carriages of the nobles fell into the courtyard from midair, followed by personal guards in front and behind, and at least they were high-end carriages pulled by 4 psychic horses. The doors of the cars were all covered with the family crests of the nobility. Occasionally, there were super large carriages pulled by 8 horses. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, they had to walk on a red carpet. A butler-like figure chanted a long list of names, and then the nobles in the cars came out. It was like a parade. Well, it was probably some kind of etiquette magic. Anyway, up to now, Soren hadn't seen the second one who came here like them. Well, this is what a 5-star hotel looks like for entertaining state guests. It seems that Killian is not crazy enough to use a small hotel to accommodate the princess and king of a country. It seems that this is indeed a coincidence. It is reasonable for the nobles to hold a ball at the Imperial Hotel to welcome the newly appointed dignitaries. Anyway, from what Soren saw, the style, pomp and security of this hotel are more in line with the requirements of the imperial nobles and the orthodox social venues. Not to mention the layers of protective magic and barriers. Just the fact that each family brought so many personal soldiers and guards to stand at the door together is like an army. How can it not be safe? Sorry, we need to wear formal attire to enter the store. As a result, before Soren entered through the main gate, a Blood Clan butler led 2 metal puppets to block his way. TSK, the concierge. As a result, before Soren could speak, Lux beside him looked up at the butler. Probably because he was slapped by magic like etiquette, the butler's pupils suddenly shrank, his whole body shuddered, and he bowed with a smile on his face to make way, his waist bent at 90 degrees. The little devil still needs the big devil to rule. Princess Franny looked at Soren again with her side face, and sure enough, he still had no reaction to the pressure from the royal blood. You are really a weirdo, Lord Soren. It's just SOSO. Sauron shrugged, and walked to the front desk with Lux. Well, since we're here, do you want to stay in the suite, or? Because there was a queue at the front desk at this moment. A bunch of butlers and deacons gathered together, smiling and announcing their titles to each other, competing for family background and bloodline, and the aristocracy and heraldry that they had learned all their lives finally came in handy today, just to fight for a carriage seat and a hotel suite. The explosive fighting atmosphere was simply passionate. Sauron didn't know the professional terminology of the deacon's etiquette lyrics. It was okay to fool the yellow-haired guy, but if he really asked him to call out the names, it would probably sound like, I'm Sauron, this is Lux, what are you looking at? What if you don't accept it? This kind of thing. Go get the royal flag and the holy fetus directly, I go with you. Lakis didn't hesitate at all, and went to the front desk to cut in line. Sauron didn't care, and looked around the hall. It wasn't dark yet, but the banquet venue had been set up. Nobles in fancy dress entered the hotel from time to time. There were already quite a few people in the hall and garden. It was probably the minor nobles and collateral branches who arrived early, and they made a big show. It seems that Countess Sorg, the disciple of Olrides and the governor of the Palace of Sand, is quite popular among the nobles of the empire. She was so popular that some people wanted to join her in group activities. Your Highness, please come this way. Although the front desk was overcrowded, and they had to register all the nobles according to their etiquette, they were simply too busy, but if they were to arrange according to etiquette, there were few who could compare with the Queen Franny, so the hotel still specially sent a werewolf maid to lead the princess back to the suite. That's right, a werewolf maid, a girl with animal ears, a furry tail and ears, and the rest of the maid was a human maid. Damn, it's great. Sauron's eyes widened, and he immediately followed her silently. Lakis was beside her, squinting at her guardian knight. The werewolf maid didn't notice it either, and was still apologizing to His Highness behind her in a rather restrained manner. It's really rude to neglect His Highness, because the dragon attacked the city, and the assassination of the human king a few days ago, and the people in the imperial capital were in a panic. Our hotel was also attacked for a time, and our business was affected. It just so happened that the Academy was going to welcome the newly appointed Countess today, which was a rare big gathering since the reopening. So Madame Jiming also planned to take this opportunity to hold a grand banquet to sweep away the bad luck of the past 2 months. The upper middle class nobles and wizard families of the empire have all received invitations. It is said that the royal family of the Starless Knight will also send people to attend the banquet. I am here. I am sorry for the delay. I wonder if you have any other needs. Please feel free to tell me. Hey, what are you doing, little brat? The werewolf maid let out a cute scream when Soren suddenly grabbed her tail and stroked her. Then she showed her fangs and punched Soren on the forehead. Lux looked at him sideways. It is not okay to harass Lord Soren. Soren Khan, sorry, this is the first time I see a werewolf. I just touched it. I couldn't help it. By the way, you are a werewolf, right? Or a fox? A dog? Can I touch your ear again? I give you a crystal. The werewolf maid had a cross on her forehead. I'm here to help in the restaurant. I don't do room service. I'm so sorry. Guest, if there's nothing else, please forgive me for failing first. She left angrily. No, I don't mean anything else, miss. I just want to touch it, miss, don't leave. Lux suddenly realized, I see, you are more interested in this, right? The taste is very unique, Lord Soren. No, ahem, leave me alone, go and pack your things first. Sauron was embarrassed. No matter what, touching the beast-eared girl in the other world is one of the top 10 things that time travelers must do, right? Don't you want to touch her after you travel through time? So what's wrong with him? He obviously did nothing wrong, right? The tail is really soft, furry and warm. It should not be a plug for cosplay. Okay, that's enough. Don't expand it anymore. Heh, man. The suite of this Imperial Hotel is not much better than that of the couple's hotel. It just doesn't have those adult-oriented murals and statues. The decoration style is more formal, with only a circle of pure magic enchantment surrounding the whole room. In addition, there is a black-robed and masked Xiaxuanya Lich standing in the middle of the living room. Sauron looked at Xia Xianwei, then at Lux. But the princess had no reaction to the uninvited guest in the living room, as if she was looking at air. She walked past Xia Xianwei and pointed to a side room. Grand Knight Beer put the royal flag and the holy embryo in his room. Go find them. You can recognize them at a glance. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. Take a shower and change clothes again. But Soren didn't have time to complain about her. He walked directly to Xia Xianwei and looked at the Lich. Are you sent by Killian to protect the princess? Xia Xianwei nodded. Why didn't you follow her to the library? Sauron was surprised. Xia Xianwei looked at Soren and slowly sent a message back through the spirit channel. Killian said to stay here to protect her. Fuck, you really stayed here to protect her. Although I know that Xia Xianwei is equivalent to the disabled veterans of the urban management team after the Third World War, this guy is really stupid enough. Well, no wonder Killian ignored her after seeing her once. The Prime Minister probably meant that Xia Xianwei was specially sent to her. As long as the princess stayed in the hotel suite until Franny was recovered, it would be enough to guarantee her absolute safety. But it probably died too long ago and ignored the feelings of the living. If you want people to stay at home, you should at least give them a computer, right? Forget it. Let's not talk about this scumbag. Soren walked into the room of Franny's knight Captain Beer. It was very clean, with only a suitcase. The suitcase was surrounded by a protective magic, but when Soren stretched out his hand, the ring on his thumb flashed, and the protective spell was lifted. So Soren opened the suitcase directly. In addition to some gold bars and crystals, there is a flag and a battle robe. They are all the spider emblem of the Empire, and the battle robe and star are similar to the one that Killian is wearing. Perhaps Beer is also one of the 8 martial gods inherited by the Empire. The flag must be the royal flag of Merovingian. It is indeed authentic at a glance, because the fabric of this flag is not silk or linen, it is a white robe. The entire flag woven by magic, the magical fabric, attracted absolute attention. If you stare at it for a long time, even your retina will be dyed white. If the battle flag of the ancient empire can survive thousands of years of fighting and be passed down to this day, then it is obvious that it must be a divine weapon that can resist damage from almost all magic forbidden spells like the white robe. No, it's the other way around. It should be obvious that the white robes of the liches are the same as the royal flag. The same is true for the war god's robe. It doesn't look too worn. It should be a replica of the royal flag like the lich's white robe. However, technically speaking, the robe still has traces of artificial weaving, so the white robes of the liches of the later empire are more successfully imitated. In addition to these things, the last item left in the suitcase is a stick-shaped object wrapped in some kind of leather. Soren touched it roughly, and knew it was the holy embryo used to forge the spear, the remains of a royal blood heir, the spine wrapped in human skin. It's my mother's holy embryo. My uncle was originally the only heir to Franny. He was assassinated after I was born, probably to avoid civil war, but my mother took a bullet for me. Lakis's voice came from behind. You keep these things. I said at the beginning that I would give them to the palace prime minister, but he said he didn't need them. Killian didn't want it, that's right, that old guy didn't even want the dragon lance. The white robe had been developed a long time ago, and he always wanted to cut off the royal blood, So naturally he didn't want these so-called artifacts. As for this holy embryo. So even in the crazy blood of the Franny royal family that killed relatives, occasionally, there would still be 1 or 2 such mothers. Sauron shook his head, closed the suitcase, and let Guan Haifa swallow it. Turned to look at Lux. Are you ready? Fortunately, she didn't do anything else. She changed into a knight's training suit from head to toe, a tight suit and boots for easy movement, and a layer of mithril breastplate, dressed like she was going to the battlefield. Soren was a little surprised. You are going to kill people here tonight, right? Lakis understood very well. After all, she was listening through a door outside the bathroom just now. But I will be in the way. So you want to send me somewhere else first, right? Soren was surprised. Why do I look like a cruel and murderous person? I am very reasonable, kind and just. Lakis moved the corner of her mouth and looked at him with a strange smile. You have claimed to be my gun, and you are still saying polite words, Lord Soren, although by your never taught me, I grew up surrounded by the holy spear guards of the Iris Palace. And the murderous aura you have suppressed until now, is it fake? You want to attack the banquet and kill those noble descendants who are plotting against your fiancé to vent your anger, right? Sauron also admitted, yes, if they provoke me, then I will kill them. Isn't this the popular way in the Empire? Lakis nodded and asked, but I heard that the nobles of Starless are corrupt. I'm afraid their families and teachers don't think that seeking pleasure is a crime worth losing their heads. Reproduction is what they advocate themselves, isn't it? Are you ready to offend this group of people? Maybe it's not just these few people who have plots against Miss Sorg, they are just unlucky to be encountered by you. But there are only a few single female countesses in the whole stairs. Do you think you can kill all the bees and butterflies that are destined to revolve around them? And I have specifically inquired that the academic nobles are supported by the white-robed Mr. Hua behind the scenes, right? Sir Soren, are you going to make enemies with this entire group of forces and go to the opposite side because of a conflict? Soren was puzzled. What do you want to say? Then the eldest princess of Franny showed her true colors. Why not assassinate me? What? Are you addicted or something? Come and assassinate me, Franny's Lord Luminios, the last blood competitor. Lakis smiled gently. The guard sent by the illegitimate daughter Rhaena assassinated the eldest princess, who fled to the Empire, wanting to cut off the possibility of the Empire interfering with Franny. In the process, a large number of casualties were caused, which was really helpless. After all, killing one's relatives is a tradition in our family. But unfortunately, the nobles of Starless and the descendants of the magic family were also present and suffered an unexpected disaster. I believe that in this way, the Imperial Council will also appreciate the painstaking efforts of the Prime Minister and be willing to actively assist it in defeating the Mad Franny, right? In this way, the problems of the 3 parties can be solved at the same time. Isn't it great? Sauron raised his eyebrows. I originally just wanted to hide in the dark and come out to save the beauty when Cerasus was in danger. At most, I would only kill 3 people, and if there were liches at the banquet. Lux kept a gentle smile. How could there be liches at the banquet? They don't need to eat. Tonight's banquet is just a social event for Countess Sorg, and the attendees are mainly the descendants of academic nobles. It is a communication meeting for peers, and at most there will be some parasites, who hope to cling to the powerful. How could there be liches and even white robes appear and steal the show? Otherwise, those noble children would not dare to be presumptuous in such an occasion, right? Then, how can we make everyone understand that it was the assassin sent by Franny who made the attack? Sauron thought for a while and asked. Lakis smiled even more. Hasn't your pet in the shadow eaten 2 genuine Franny assassins? Just spit them out. If you are still worried, please shout like in the theater script, be punished. Blood of the rebel king. Just stab me. Sir Soren, if you are really my holy spear guard, this shot will definitely not kill me. Soren stared at her. Do you trust me so much? Lakis shook her head. On the contrary, not at all, but I believe in etiquette. If even the Prime Minister of the Empire, which may be one of the strongest in human history, has to follow etiquette, I believe that etiquette is the only thing in the world that I can hold and entrust my life to. Sauron was silent for a while. What about after that? Lakis looked at him, seemingly not understanding what Soren meant. Soren repeated, what happens after you become the only king of Franny? If Killian helps you restore your country, and you are the only king of Franny, and no one comes to hunt you, and no one covets your holy embryo, what do you want to do? Lakis was in a trance. I don't know, I have never thought about it. When I just fantasize about that, I will become very fragile and can't hold on. She was silent for a while, and finally said, if there really is such a day, well, maybe find someone who is not annoying and have a child. Maybe then I can understand why she wants to help me take a bullet. Chapter 115. The Vampire Manager, dressed like an old zombie on the stage, served as the master of ceremonies for the banquet, running back and forth to greet the nobles who entered one after another. Well, this statement is really strange. Soren is not sure whether it is appropriate to use zombies to describe vampires. However, only these living dead can figure out so many noble titles and etiquette. The interesting point is that although most nobles choose to transform into vampires to gain eternal youth, in fact, vampires cannot retain their past family titles, and the transformed vampires are not qualified to serve as chairman in the imperial parliament. In fact, only Zhu Yu, the ancestor of the vampires in the white robe, and 4 vampire princes have seats. If human nobles choose to transform into vampires to escape death, they must give up their past noble status. This seems to be part of some kind of agreement reached between the blood ancestor princes and Achukas or Killian when they join the empire. Because the transformed vampires will give priority to loyalty to the ancestors and princes of the vampires, and then they will be controlled by others because of the magic blood of the vampires in their bodies. It may also be similar to the etiquette of the nobles, or even the power of some kind of magic contract that can override the etiquette. Although in order to jointly fight against the elven gods, the ancestors and princes of the blood race can be regarded as allies who join the common front of the empire. But whether it is the vanguard army or the liches, especially this guy Jillian, who spent so much time and effort, it was not to help the blood race to conquer the country. Of course, they would not watch those nobles who had no talent and were afraid of death kneel down at the feet of the blood ancestor and lick Zhu Yu's feet. The human empire was built by giving it away and sacrificing a lot of things. If you still don't understand the relationship between them, using Soren's past experience to explain, the transformation of nobles into blood races can be understood as a kind of retreat, or becoming a monk. Give up worldly power and title, use property to buy a vampire's first embrace, the qualification of eternal life, and then abandon the family name and name in life, and be regarded as naturalized into the family of the vampire prince. Therefore, the class division of the vampires in the empire is actually quite serious. Because the power of the vampires is not obtained by learning or practicing, but is completely given by the vampire parents, who have just embraced. After transformation, there is almost no channel to enhance magic power. So to put it more bluntly, what kind of power you can have in the eternal life after transformation depends entirely on who you bought the first embrace from, and how much money you spent. If you are a wealthy noble, and still have a strong influence on the descendants of your family, and can even become a direct relative of the prince through the exchange of interests, and continue to be a channel of communication between the original family, and the princes, and nobles of the blood clan, then regardless of whether you are naturalized or not, you still have political influence and continue to be a noble who is extremely extravagant. Or if you are born beautiful, you may even get a free first embrace opportunity and become a captive blood slave. Therefore, there are really many handsome men and beautiful women in the blood clan. After all, the human population base is there, and there are always beautiful ones. It's a pity that blood slaves in this service industry don't have to expect the elders of the blood clan to give them any power during the first embrace. Of course, there is another situation, that is, a human warrior who has martial arts talent but no magic talent becomes a lich or death knight, and becomes a vampire knight after being embraced. Blood knights have always been a powerful fighting force raised by princes and nobles. Moreover, warriors can accumulate experience through fighting, and the fighting skills of some princes' blood knights can even be compared with those of elven sword masters. However, it is not an easy task for a vampire prince to become a blood knight after being embraced. It will weaken the power of his own bloodline and take time to recover, so it is also considered an elite soldier. Of course, in most actual situations, the blood clan is still composed of some middle and lower class nobles. In order to escape the terrible death, they lost everything and even owed a lot of money, and only got the lowest level of speed and strength. They were once the heads of noble families, but now they have to start from hotel waiters, wiping dishes and moving tables because they have spent all their wealth. Even if they become lobby managers, they can only nod and bow to a group of noble children with flattering smiles and serve champagne and snacks. Now, time has smoothed out his edges. As the person in charge of the banquet, he didn't need to use coercion or bribery. He was bribed by Soren with only 100 crystals. So, is all this really worth it? Well, it's probably worth it. After all, it has gained eternal life, right? Sir, no matter why you spend money to pretend to be a servant, at least help carry the dishes. The vampire manager walked to the corner of the auditorium, leaning against the long table, next to Soren, who was dressed as a servant and was still stealing side dishes. He kept smiling and said from his teeth, "If Madame Jiming finds out, I will fire you." Well, oh, what is this beef, so tender? Sauron took a sip of the champagne. Grilled beef tongue. The vampire manager glanced at him. Fresh minotaur just slaughtered. The manager wiped the saliva off his face with a handkerchief without changing his smile, and took out a list and handed it to Sauron, the list of nobles and the table seats you asked for. Sauron didn't have time to complain, and drank champagne to rinse his mouth. Guan Haifa spit out a bag of crystals to exchange the list back. The vampire manager who sold his entire family to get the money naturally didn't care what Sauron wanted to do. Anyway, he had seen a lot of dirty things of human nobles, and asked, "Do you have any other needs?" "Oh, only noble children of wizard origin were invited to this banquet, right? Are there any death knights?" Sauron took a quick glance. Huh? Why didn't even Count Sorga's fiancée be invited? Sauron thought that the invitation was sent by bats, so he couldn't be notified, but he didn't expect that he was not invited. That's too much. He's a knight candidate who hasn't even been canonized yet. He's just engaged. How can he be qualified to attend? Seeing that Sauron was so generous with the money, the manager explained readily. The organizer of this banquet is the student union of the Noble Academy. To be eligible for the invitation, you must have a family background of at least Viscount or above, and a magic family for 3 generations. They are all direct heirs of a great noble family, with the possibility of becoming a lich, and are trained and protected by the head of the family. In the future, they will be the elite group that will lead the Imperial Parliament. The Death Knights of the Empire are either peasants from the military or slaves of these people. How can they be qualified to sit at the same table with their masters? I heard that even the chief of the midterm wizards was excluded because of his family background of knights. Sauron frowned and stared at the long list. Where do so many elite nobles come from in the Empire? Aren't the Prime Minister and the Wang family the ones who make the decisions? The manager smiled and said, "Everyone in the Wang family is crazy, cruel and murderous. What can they do? The Prime Minister and the group of white robes don't care about anything at all. The Parliament is not the one who has the final say in the Empire. Moreover, the human king was killed recently, and the internal strife of the Wang family was severely weakened. The group of families that are united in the Academy are bound to rise. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, the people who will be in charge of the Empire will be the group of people who gathered tonight." Sauron also smiled. "They don't have 10 or 20 years to go, but..." Sauron turned his head and looked at the vampire manager. "These people are so noble, you really dare to take my money and let me, a person of unknown origin, sneak in. Aren't you afraid that I cause trouble and implicate you?" The manager shrugged. "You're joking, sir? You can walk in and out of the main hall without triggering the surrounding spell alarms. Obviously, you don't have any magical weapons, and you also have the blood of a noble family recognized by the Parliament. You are not a person of unknown origin. I guess you don't have a high family background and didn't get an invitation, and you want to take advantage of tonight's social opportunity to get to know some nobles in the imperial capital, right? In fact, I have seen many visitors like you, but they are not as generous as you. They are mainly daughters of small noble families, or knights, who want to become rich and powerful. However, most of them are just taken upstairs to play. However, there are occasionally 1 or 2 who are lucky enough to be taken as concubines by the great nobles. I guess you are new to the capital, and are not familiar with it. Madame Jiming specially prepared this dinner to ease the recent tense atmosphere. When it comes to the dance after the dinner, we will turn a blind eye and let the nobles outside come in to dance and have fun. If you are lucky, you should be able to pick up 2 and bring them upstairs." Sauron, Manager, "Oh, the guest of honor has arrived. Sorry to leave." The manager left Sauron and jogged towards Sarasis, who walked into the restaurant hall and looked around in confusion. "Mr. Count Sorg, welcome to the Imperial Hotel. It is a great honor for us to have you here. Please allow me to take you to your seat." "Aw, no, I live in the apprentice's suite upstairs." Sarasis was wearing a red robe of a mid-stage wizard. Because the wizard robe was not big enough for her chest, she just wore it as a coat and left it open. She was wearing a V-neck long skirt underneath, not a dress at all. A banshee sword was inserted diagonally on her belt. She looked like she was just lying in the bedroom, browsing her phone, and she put on a coat to get takeout. "Because the room dinner we ordered has not arrived yet, I want to ask where the cafeteria is and whether it can be packed." "Really?" The manager's smile froze for a moment. Do you want to eat first? Please take a seat, and I prepare some snacks for you." Sarasis was still confused. "Hey, it's not nice to just go in and eat for free. Will it disturb your party? Is there a wedding today? Or is it some kind of imperial celebration?" Sauron covered his face. The manager was sweating, Hey, Lord Earl, this is the welcome party specially prepared for your canonization. Ah? Sarasis, didn't Allride say that you can go to dinner with other magicians of the same age tonight and get to know them? The Silver Dragon General emerged from Sarasis' sword. Huh? Oh, it did say that. Saras finally reacted, and then looked at the people dressed up around him, panicking like a fool. But this occasion is too formal. I thought it meant that you should not stay at home all the time, and go out more often. Soren hid in the crowd and laughed secretly. The Blood Clan manager sweated like a pig. Uncle, Your Highness, today is your celebration banquet. Most of the heirs of the families in the Imperial Parliament and the midterm magicians of the Academy will come to visit and congratulate you on completing the trial and being crowned the Earl of the Empire. It's getting late now. If you don't dress up now, it may be too late. Please forgive my impoliteness. Can you allow me to arrange some maids to dress you up a little bit? What? The celebration party for the trial. Why is it today? I have never heard of it. Are Soren Zygen and the others here? No, wait, don't call them. Then please arrange some maids to help me take care of it. Please. Sarasis was in a panic, and was about to follow the maids hired by the manager to change clothes in the side hall. But at this moment, the decoration of the main hall door suddenly flickered, and the gargoyles and statues on the glass dome of the hall woke up one after another, looking at Sarasis, who broke into the main hall with shining eyes. It was probably the warning magic mentioned before. So the manager hurriedly stopped her again. I am really sorry, today's formal occasion, considering the safety and etiquette, you cannot carry magic weapons. Please give me your sword. Ah, look, a banquet of that level where even weapons are not allowed. Shouldn't noble etiquette be used? I haven't even done my hair yet. Why didn't Allrides remind me at all? General Silver Dragon, I'm sorry. Please go back to your room first. The manager held the banshee sword that Sarasis had taken off, and watched the Countess of the Empire being driven into the side hall by the maids with cold sweat on his forehead. What's going on? Is this Countess an idiot? Sauron smiled and slid to its side. Hey, there are guests over there again. I help you send the sword to the front desk. Okay, sorry for the trouble. Ah, Your Excellency, please come to the Imperial Hotel. We are honored to have you here. The manager was so busy that he didn't notice who the attendant beside him was, and was taken away. After Soren confirmed that he had left the main hall, the protective spells on the golems and murals returned to normal. So he took the banshee sword and hid in the corridor of the side hall. Hey, General Silver Dragon. The elf sword spirit flashed out. Sauron? Why are you dressed like this? Is there really a banquet? Are you teasing Saras on purpose? Hey, she's so silly. Do I really need to tease her on purpose? I'm here to save her. Sauron took out a bottle of medicine from his arms. I heard that the nobles of the Empire are planning to drug her at the dinner tonight. General Silver Dragon frowned. Drug? What good can come from assassinating her? Oh, I see. It's really mean. Sauron was curious. Huh? Do you believe me right away? It's so rare. Why don't you say something about the Vanguard army? The Banshee shook her head. I've been trapped in the Empire for 1,000 years, and I still don't know what kind of character those noble mages are. Besides, the Vanguard army doesn't need such disgusting means. To be honest, those heroes are indeed rare heroes. Their ordinary heroism alone is enough to charm a group of girls. If you don't consider their cold-bloodedness, they are indeed respectable heroes. Why are you so proud? I'm not talking about you. Soren didn't care, shaking his head. What a pity. Since ancient times, true love can't be retained. Only routines can win people's hearts. General Silver Dragon rolled his eyes at him. What are you talking about? Are you dressed like this to deal with those who want to attack Sarasis? They are just some scum who rely on their family background to do evil. Can't you just catch them and teach them a lesson? You are not afraid of their family background, are you? Sauron smiled but said nothing. General Silver Dragon frowned. You don't want to kill people, do you? Well, we need to catch them in the act, otherwise it will make matters worse, but it will be unfair to Sarasis. How about this? Tell me who it is, and I will kill him. Whether it is a lich or a noble, they can't do anything to me. Sauron still smiled but said nothing. General Silver Dragon was surprised. What do you mean? You called me out and laughed at me? Did your face cramp? General Silver Dragon, the Vanguard army has been unable to do anything to you for so long. You should have a trump card to directly resist the attack of the Vanguard Dragon Spear, right? Is it magic? Or the protection of the elves? The sword spirit immediately became alert. Don't waste your energy, I won't tell you this. Sauron didn't care. You should be able to deceive the warning and protection spells in the main hall, right? What I want to know is, if Sarasis is in danger, such as being attacked by a dragon spear, can you protect her? The Silver Dragon General stared at him, of course, but why did you attack her? Why are all of you vanguards really staring at the fiancé? Soren Falls sweated, who was watching her. Don't get me wrong, okay, it's like this, I have a friend who asked me to stab her. I'm not sure if someone will die. I arranged for her to take you into the venue later. If you can protect Sarasis and save her life at the same time, I feel relieved if you have double insurance. General Silver Dragon stared at him. I don't have any problem with this, but is your friend's brain really okay? And what do you want to do? Soren smiled, just doing what I think is right. After receiving a positive answer, Soren stopped talking to the sword spirit and went back to the hall to wait for a while. He saw Lux in a dress walking towards the hall. He brought a plate and a glass of champagne and walked up to her. Before she entered the restaurant, he greeted her, Your Majesty, Lord Franny, Princess Leminios. Looking at Soren's outfit, Lux nodded to him secretly. She reached out to take the champagne, but felt something invisible touching her palm. Lux was stunned for a moment, and when she looked closely, she could vaguely see a crystal-like transparent sword. She could barely distinguish the shape of the sword through the refracted light and shadow, and the hilt was handed to her by Soren. Lux was much smarter than that stupid roe deer. She blinked, took the transparent sword and held it in her hand, then retracted her hand. Thank you, I'm not thirsty. Soren bowed, picked up the plate and hid back in the crowd. Seeing the eldest princess holding the transparent banshee sword and entering the restaurant, she did not trigger the realm, and naturally was not stopped by the servants. Obviously, with the strength of General Silver Dragon, if he had prepared in advance, these Blood Clan guards would not have been able to find out. It was Salasis who was so stupid that he handed over the treasure after being bluffed. Alas, no wonder Olride said that her fate had not been reversed. God knows how long this idiot can live in a place like the Empire. But it is also a blessing for a fool. With Soren secretly communicating with General Silver Dragon, and now letting Leica stay with Silas with the Banshee sword, it should be foolproof. So Soren carried the plate and mixed in with the servants and maids in the main hall. According to the list and seating arrangement given by the manager, he walked around the hall slowly, confirming the faces of the future elites of the Empire who would die in his hands tonight. Chapter 116. Blue Yaja, the disciple of Grimjow in white robes, Anglo-Lyak, the disciple of Yami in white robes, Kalomo, the disciple of Mitsuhudi, the Lich. Sauron silently recited the names that Huangmao had said at that time, and confirmed the targets one by one according to the table seat nameplates he got from the hotel manager. These three people were quite easy to find, sitting at the same table, and they came together. Blue Yaja seemed to be the leader of the three. At first glance, he was dressed like a typical Imperial magic noble. His short wavy blue hair looked like kelp on his head. But to be fair, his appearance was not bad, and his body shape was moderate. He was a handsome young man, with fair skin and a pretty clean face. However, his eye bags were slightly blue, and I don't know if it was caused by studying magic all night or some other body art behavior. He didn't wear the red robe of a midterm wizard, but only a well-cut and expensive dress with a mithril floral badge on his chest. Soren didn't know what kind it was, and almost none of the children of the wizard families who came to the banquet wore the red robes that symbolized midterm wizards. Most of them were dressed in aristocratic formal attire, wearing mithril ornaments with various floral items. There were many badges and brooches, as well as many magic ornaments such as headdresses, rings, bracelets, and necklaces. They might be the unique marks of aristocratic wizards or college students. Judging from the dual attribute magic of wind and water in his blood, he may not be a mere decoration. Although he certainly cannot be compared with a freak, he is at least at the level of an ordinary red robe elite. He probably did not become a white robe disciple purely by relying on his family background. Moreover, most liches obviously do not include personal morality and character in the selection of disciples. On the contrary, they advocate that the young men and women of the Empire love each other more. As long as they don't make things too embarrassing, I'm afraid it's just that he is still a child, so I will say a few words to him to make him pay attention. In short, this sanctimonious, human-like appearance shows that he is a man who has no shortage of female companions. At a dance, he is probably the kind of rich man that the enthusiastic ladies outside are eager to catch, and there are a lot of young men who are eager to be fucked by him. The person walking side by side on his left should be Anglo-Lyak, who is also a white-robed disciple. His clothes and appearance are also rich, with soul crystal accessories all over his body, and a belt buckle decorated with mithril flowers on his belt. He is tall and strong, with a wide body and a big belly. He is a big guy like a sumo wrestler. At first glance, I thought he was someone else's gargoyle bodyguard. But the way he looked up and snorted, coupled with his greasy body, made him look like a noble who ate meat. The imperial nobles were mostly handsome men and beautiful women. This Anglo also had regular features, and it was obvious that he had a good foundation. He probably ate too well since he was a child, and the excess nutrition overflowed, and he had a tendency to grow deeper. Putting him together with Blue, he looked like a duo of Guilt and Pollux. But if we compare them like this, the Freak Chief combination is really much more handsome than them, and the magic power in their bodies is obviously several levels lower, and they are just similar in size. If you really want to ask him what virtue and ability he has to be accepted as a disciple by a white robe. Soren looked him up and down. To be honest, he couldn't see it. Could it be that the magic of the three elements of water, fire and earth is relatively rare, but his strength is really average, slightly weaker than Blue next to him, which is about the level of the orc shamans of the Sand Country Slave Corps. Anyway, compared with Sarathers, it is negligible, and compared with Zygen, the qualifications are amazing, so it is difficult for him to quantify it. But it is probably true that these people have good family backgrounds, and maybe the two are the great-grandchildren of the White Robe for dozens of generations. As for the remaining one, called Calmo, he is not a White Robe disciple. But his family background must be not bad to be in this circle. There are mages who can get invitations, and can count 3 generations. He is just a little ugly, with dark skin and sparse hair. His forehead looks particularly big due to his high hairline. At first glance, he looks like a monkey. And his eyes are particularly obscene, always looking down at people, and they are suitable for both men and women, young and old, which is really disgusting. Although he looks wretched, this Colomo is really a bit like a wizard apprentice. His magic power is much higher than the 2 white-robed disciples around him. At least he is also at the elf level, which is quite rare at this age. And he is also one of the few young masters, and young ladies, who wears a silver oak leaf brooch in addition to flower mithril jewelry. Well, it is really a minority. Soren counted, and there are only 2 of them, including him? Wow, is it so difficult to get the 1800 points for the silver brooch? There are only 2 children in the magic family, but last time when I went to pick up Shiqiong, I seemed to see that everyone in their class had one. Is there a distinction between the key mages? Or maybe the nobles paid to go to school, so they had no motivation to take the written test. You know what? These 2 were obviously the teammates that Blue favored. Oh, this doesn't mean that they were about the same strength. They also confirmed each other's strength, experienced the trials together, and their fates were tied together. And it was simply in the literal sense that they were specially selected because they were favored. It might not be easy to distinguish that Blue Yaja from the nobles in a normal situation, but when compared with the 2 people beside him, a proud fat man and a wretched thin man, wow, this guy looks particularly handsome. I guess with the yellow-haired and bald man, this is also a small team. This kind of thing of drugging for fun must have happened more than once or twice. Even if this is the trend of the imperial nobles, and there are white robes backing them up. But in the end, they are going to attack the female countess of the imperial parliament, who is also a disciple of the white robe. If they didn't share the same interests, how could they plan such a thing together? Think about it. The relationship between the 3 best buddies of men is that they have carried guns together, studied together, and done that together. They are all children of noble families in the aristocratic academy, and the magicians of the empire also have the opportunity to practice on the battlefield. If they play together at ordinary times, then they have done all 3 things. Don't be too close. So when Soren saw that these 3 people were not good people at first sight, he made up his mind to kill them. There is no need to worry about killing innocent people just based on Huang Mao's testimony. Well, Soren is really trying to find a reason to kill people. It's a bit hypocritical to say this, but the fact is that the only people who have direct personal grudges against Soren are the 3 accomplices Huang Mao gave out. He really only wants to kill 3 people, whether for the safety of Sarasis, other girls, who were played with, or for his own reputation or indignation. At first, Soren's plan was to find these 3 people and kill them, that's all. Well, that was the original plan until Lux gave her proposal. The assassin disguised as Franny assassinated the eldest princess, and several noble children were implicated in the assassination. It was helpless, isn't it? It's a common coincidence in this world, isn't it? Anyway, the growth of apprentices is full of disasters, everyone can understand it, right? Finally, it was pushed to the vanguard army, anyway, it wouldn't be a burden to bear the blame for 10,000 years, right? In short, this way was used to stimulate the Prime Minister and the Imperial nobles to assist in sending troops to Franny, and to use it as a cover to hide himself, and avoid offending the target's Master Lich and the power of the noble family. It was a really smart idea. It was so smart that Soren suddenly found a better opportunity. Why kill only 3? He could have wiped out all the elite heirs of the imperial nobles here today. So now, Soren was just waiting for everyone to arrive, and the banquet to start. Well, it was an exaggeration to say that they would wipe out all the heirs at once. Who doesn't have a few alternative heirs? But for quite a while, the imperial nobles would be in internal chaos because of the issue of heirs, and would have no time to take care of other more important things. Other examples include the growth and development of Soren and his new vanguard. Or, for example, taking advantage of the recent decline of the Wang family to completely control the parliament and the psychic empire. Yes, the right thing for him to do is to take advantage of today's opportunity to kill all the heirs of the noble families, young masters and young ladies, and cut off, or at least delay the time for the Lich Flower to completely control the psychic empire. Well, it sounds a bit jumpy to say this suddenly, as if Soren is making a specious argument for himself, but since the noble masters have not arrived yet, and Sarasis has not changed his clothes, let me roughly explain his inference. First of all, we must admit that Sauron can see the current chess game, not because he is a genius, but mainly because he has been thinking about how to deal with it, or in other words, thinking about usurping the real power of the empire, not just for 1 or 2 days, but every day. The strength of any force is not superficial, but relies on its core organizational system. For the Elf Alliance, it is the temple that brings together the gods and countries. For the Psychic Empire, it is the Great Council that unites the anti-elf liches, vampires and nobles. Before, the boss of the Chamber of Commerce, Maelaz, borrowed 6 newspapers from him to explain the main factions of the Grand Council. The Great Empire, Killian's radical Prime Minister faction. This old man is actually the Palace Minister of the Empire. It is reasonable to publish a newspaper called the Great Empire to try to restore its former glory, although it seems that not many people pay attention to it. The True Self newspaper, the church faction represented by the Church of the Dead Apostles. No, from the theme of the whole people's death, it is better to call it the Necromancer faction. Maybe the vampires are also loyal followers of this faction. The people, the royalist faction of Achukas. It is more appropriate to call them people of the king than people of the king. They still advocate the theory of bloodline. Well, now it seems that this may also be part of etiquette. Empire and Guild, the aristocratic faction that supports flowers. They support the establishment of a centralized state centered on the parliament, because they want to strengthen the power of the parliament, so they naturally get the support of the parliamentary officials. Peace, run by the Chamber of Commerce of Maelaz, can also be regarded as the hidden truce faction of the empire. There is also the council, most of the liches and wizards in the empire, and the neutral wizard faction, who are not very enthusiastic about anything other than magic. Before Achukas was eliminated, the church faction was actually exiled, the truce faction was shut up, the wizards were neutral, the royal party, and the nobles checked each other, and the blood clan jumped between Achukas and other nobles, but still obeyed the instructions of the royal family. So the carriage of the Imperial Council was pulled and kicked by Killian, and it rushed forward, colliding with the Elf Alliance and not turning its head until death. But now, the situation has changed. Soren didn't dare to believe that he would say this one day, but the direct cause of many troubles today was because Achukas suddenly died. After Achukas died, the Saint Assel family fought for the right of inheritance, and they were hit when Achukas just died, and their strength was not as good as before. The royal party can no longer play a role in actually restraining the nobles. And it is possible that with the death of Achukas, they have also lost the ability to restrain the blood clan through contracts. Then the Church of the Dead Apostles also came back. Those nuns were driven out by Killian and the vanguard army. Naturally, they don't like the Prime Minister. They must fight Killian to death openly and secretly. In addition, from what I heard from the previous chat with the vampire manager, this way of inheritance of the nobles paying for the vampire's first embrace also makes the connection between the vampires and the nobles much closer than it seems. And the neutral faction is still neutral to a large extent. No, in fact, with the recent war, it is increasingly difficult to obtain matching resources to support research, and even the neutral liches have gradually lost the motivation to join the war against the Elf Alliance. In this way, the aristocratic faction of the Academy led by Hua behind the scenes will inevitably become stronger. It is only a matter of time before the aristocratic faction becomes stronger. Killian is not good at solving problems with his brain. Unless he kills people and drives out his political enemies again, and fights a civil war on his own as the elves expect, he will not be able to integrate the parliament dominated by the aristocratic faction. And Killian has spent so much effort to integrate the empire, he probably won't use the method he is best at, violence, to solve internal problems. There are a bunch of bastards inside that can't be killed at will, So it's so tiring and annoying to be the prime minister. But Hua can do it. And it may be quite good at political games. Hua was awarded the white robe and became a lich after the Third War for his achievements in developing a system of enhanced potions. This alone has already won the recognition of key wizards. There is no other white robe lich willing to take on the responsibility of prime minister, right? And Hua developed the Death Knight, established the academy, and protected a group of people from the perverse actions of the human king. Because just like Anubis said, Hua was not the first group of people who gathered together to build the human empire. Every one of the elites gathered today is a disciple under the protection of the academy, and each of them can be considered Hua's apprentice. Each of them will become a chair officer in the future, and may become a lich. Even a vampire lobby manager in a hotel can see that the group of people who appeared in the restaurant today will sooner or later dominate the parliament and rule the empire, let alone Hua. What about Killian? And it's not just the nobles who control the resources of the empire. Melas also said that Hua and the undead faction of the Church Blood clan have at least one thing in common, that is, they all hate the vanguard. That is to gain the recognition and support of the nobles, knights, mages, and even the undead at the same time. The entire empire will support Hua more than Killian, a crazy vanguard commander. It is precisely because it is not the same kind of people as Killian. The empire can be passed to anyone, but not to Hua. Otherwise, the epic mission of destroying the elven gods would be in vain. So after Soren suddenly shot and killed the Chukas, overturning the good plan of Killian, it was inevitable that he would step down from the position of prime minister of the empire. Otherwise, he would only fall into a parliament where everyone is a political enemy, and fall into endless quarrels and infighting. Nothing can be done. It is probably for this reason that the prime minister called Anubis, who is more adept at playing tricks on people's hearts, back from the south to play against Hua. Moreover, Killian's arrangement of changing the prime minister himself may not be so easy to achieve. Anubis is indeed very powerful. It easily plays with the entire Sand Country. With just a little provocation, it teased the best witch of the same period, Sijin, to the point of mental explosion. But the credit for destroying the country was shared by Sarasis. Moreover, it has been operating in the Sand Country for hundreds of years, and even killed all the apprentices who were handy to it. Otherwise, he would not have run to Sauron and others, and asked them one by one if they were willing to be my disciples. So even if Anubis returns to the empire to take over as prime minister, what he can do is probably limited. He even admitted in front of Soren that he probably has to serve as a flag bearer and go out to fight to earn some credit. Maybe it will be Franny this time. In short, in the short term, I am afraid that he can't be expected to do anything. And the Lich Flower is not in a hurry. Maybe the flower is not as cunning as Anubis, but it has taken the initiative, completed the arrangement, and attracted most of the forces of the empire to its side. This advantage will allow it to start the parliamentary centralization, and as the students of the academy gradually grow up, they will get the title of chief officer one by one and join the parliament, which will only make the gap bigger and bigger. Judging from the means of quietly integrating the empire around them, and forcing Killian away, Hua and Anubis are probably equal opponents. Just take today's dinner as an example to get a glimpse of its means. Wasn't it held by Hua's academy to win over Count Sorg? But why would the disciples of its own academy choose this time to attack the person who is being wooed? As the organizer, Hua can't be free from responsibility if something goes wrong, right? These questions are also one of the important reasons why Soren has been waiting and thinking, and has not killed people immediately. He even suspected that the 5 yellow-haired people were used by other forces to instigate and discredit the aristocratic faction of the academy. Or they are pure cerebral palsy faction. But in a place like the Empire, you can't pin your chance of survival on the enemy being cerebral palsy. Just like what Zygen said. Look carefully, think carefully, and doubt everyone. That's what Soren is doing now. If we consider it from the perspective of conspiracy theory, there is no pure coincidence, only inevitability. Then the Lich Flower that arranged everything, assuming that it is the biggest mastermind behind this drama, what is the benefit of setting up such a trap to trick the idiot Sarasis, and what purpose does it want to achieve? No, I jumped too fast. The more direct question should be, where did Huamao get the medicine from? Can money really buy a 12th level potion that can't even be seen in white robes, and can make powerful witches of the Empire get it just by smelling it? If Soren remembered correctly, even Zygen only agreed to prepare a 10th level enhancement system for him, because anything above that was a secret formula of each family, something only liches had. How could it be so easy to buy it at a high price? But this potion department is also what Hua is good at, isn't it? Then, assuming that, 9 out of 10 times, this medicine was passed to Huamao by Hua specifically to plot against Sarasis through some means. Why the yellow-haired one? Why not the white-robed disciple, the leader of the five-man group, Blue, or the one wearing the silver oak leaf brooch, who looks the smartest and strongest, Clomo, would be fine. Why the yellow-haired one who is so talkative that he would say such things casually? Are level 12 potions cheap? And the whole plan is too ridiculous. Do these 5 brainless people really want to rely on the miraculous effect of this potion to succeed? Just find a chance to knock their asses unconscious and that's it? Then what? Have fun together? And is it really as Huang Mao said? Would a dignified white-robed disciple be so generous to share with them? 5 people play together and deepen the friendship between brothers? Isn't this nonsense? In fact, from Soren's point of view, this is the limit. He really couldn't understand Hua's motives and etiquette for taking such actions. Luckily, he talked with Lux before making plans. And Princess Franny, who grew up in the Deep Palace and watched the chess players play games, did provide a perspective as the king. If Soren didn't know, didn't interfere, and didn't take action, I'm afraid it's hard to say what will happen at night. And to a large extent, it depends on the attitude of Sorasis himself at this dinner and his attitude towards the nobles. If Sorasis is a fool, she will indeed be attracted by the beautiful noble son and the white-robed apprentice, Blue Yaja. There is no need for any coercive means. It is easy to establish a good relationship and win over another noble magic girl. If she hesitated a little, she could fight for it, and she could also sell the yellow-haired man with the medicine, creating an opportunity for the orthodox disciples of the white robe to save the beauty, at least to establish a good relationship, and meet each other in the future, right? If she refused to be persuaded, then the yellow-haired man would really succeed. No matter if it was a disgusting method or not, he could threaten and control a count and a direct disciple of the white robe. At that time, it would not be possible to sign a magic contract. At worst, if the incident happened, it would be investigated, which would be to punish a few apprentices with criminal records and who were not doing well. It may not even damage the comradeship between the white robes. What is important is not what you can get from an action, but whether you can really judge whether a chess piece can become your own chess piece, and if you can get it, what price is required, and if it cannot be used for your own purposes, what kind of handle should be used to control it. For chess players at Hua's level, the fate of Countess Zerasa's sword, which can be decided by this dinner, and a bottle of medicine, is not worth wasting more time. Drugged? Disgusting? Disgusting. Despicable? Despicable. Is it effective? Effective. That's enough. I arrange it that way too, Lux said at last. That's enough. Soren walked to the side hall with a plate, hid in the closet, covered his face with a scarf, and drew the dragon spear from his waist. All the people attending the dinner had arrived, and he could clearly hear the vampire manager who served as the master of ceremonies in the main hall singing the name of Countess Starless and welcoming her into the hall. Perhaps Lux's last words were to provoke him to take action. To some extent, she did understand Soren's temper. As a qualified king, he controlled the dragon spear. But Soren didn't care, because in an inexplicable moment, he suddenly thought of the main reason why he assassinated Yachukas. Was it for Zygen? No, when he made the decision, he didn't know about Zygen's royal blood and prophecy at all. It was because he was simply unhappy. Hearing that there was a bastard playing with the fate of the weak and innocent, Soren was very unhappy, so he decided that this bastard couldn't continue to exist. No matter how involved you are, no matter how great your ambition is, no matter how great the cause and effect is, no matter how important your mission is, you did something damn wrong, so you deserve to die. This is fucking fairness. Sauron took a deep breath, picked up the Vanguard Dragon Spear, broke open the closet door, and rushed out. Then he found himself standing in Killian's office. The Prime Minister sat behind his desk, with his hands crossed under his chin, staring at Soren, who had a hairy face, exposed fangs, and was in full dominance like a baboon, and slowly shook his head. No, not now. Chapter 117. No, not now. The Prime Minister of the Empire rested his hands on the platform, looked at the murderous and domineering Soren for a while, and actually grinned. Hey, you are crazy to be summoned suddenly, right? Now you know not to use this covenant if it's not important. Sauron stared at it, his thoughts jumping back and forth between unprecedented calmness and rage, and slowly said, you can also use the covenant to summon me. This time is just to find an opportunity for revenge. Of course, if you can only use it to annoy me, how can it be considered a fair covenant? Killian leaned on the bench and put his feet on the table. But it's also to save your life. Do you know how many people are watching the party now? If our relationship is exposed in public, hee, I don't care, but you probably won't have a chance to grow up. No need to thank me. Thank you? Sauron hissed through his teeth, you can use the covenant to monitor me? No, This is an equal contract. Summoning is a two-way thing, if it can be monitored. You have so many secrets, it will never be fair to that extent. But you know where I am, you know what I want to do, and you also know that others are watching the banquet, so you also know that they have been plotting against Sarasis? You know everything? Killian looked at Soren calmly. Until now, the young man has not put away the dragon spear. Hackett, Soren's eyes were fierce, and his shrinking pupils were aimed at Killian's eyebrows. So General Silver Dragon is right. As long as you want to achieve your goals, you old vanguards can do anything, right? You want a fair covenant, right? You want me to sacrifice a fiancé to this cause, so it will be fair. You will give up, right? Then, there is no difference between you and that flower. In your eyes, we are just chess pieces that can be used, abandoned, and sacrificed at will. Yes. Just like you sacrificed your Lily Ewan, right? Killian stood up. The smile on his face completely disappeared. Take that back. Soren glared at him and laughed, his whole body bursting with flames, like a fire demon rushing out of the fire of hell, staring at the strongest Lich leader in 1,000 years and sneering. Why? Fuck. What kind of weird strengthening potion did they use? The Imperial Prime Minister took a deep breath, tore off the leather hood on his face, and threw it on the table, revealing his true appearance of a skeleton. Okay. Okay. I only say this once. I didn't. Never. And I will never. Abandon Lily Ewan. Sauron laughed loudly, spewing out a large cloud of smoke and sparks from his mouth. Do you think I don't know? She gave up her title and the protection of etiquette for you, which means she gave her life to you, but you didn't save her. Isn't this abandonment? Who the hell said I didn't go? I went to save her. I went. Killian roared in anger, but they lied to me. The vanguards lied to me, and I rescued Achukas. And what do you think the oath of love is? She gave up everything for me, didn't I? I gave up the vanguards. I abandoned my trials and mission. My ring was destroyed, wasn't it? It's still on your finger. How did you get it? Is this how the ring was destroyed? Sauron was stunned for a long time with his mouth open. Oh. But General Silver Dragon. Fuck General Silver Dragon. Fuck. If it weren't for that little thing in their family, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Fuck. Get lost. Killian grabbed the desk and threw it against the wall, smashing it to pieces. Xian heard the sound and jumped in to take a look, and was immediately scolded by him. Sauron stared at the furious Prime Minister in confusion. Are you serious? How can the vanguard of the reforged ring? Why don't you tell me what tricks they used to fool me and establish the Empire? Killian sat back in his chair. Why bother with these? These are all shitty things that happened 1,000 years ago, and few people know about them. Actually, it's similar to what happened in the theater. I tried to take her away once, ignoring all the grudges and responsibilities. Just 2 people left everything and ran away, but failed. The royal guards, the palace minister's guards, the champion knights, the elven gods, the temple apostles, the elven generals, the sword masters, the dragon knights, the magic assassins, the vanguards, the adventurers, the mercenaries. Everyone is trying to catch us. I'm not trying to excuse myself, but it's really everyone, you know. It's fucked up. Even if I can win countless times, as long as I lose once. She will be captured, fuck, huh? That's it, there's nothing much to say. Later, there was really no other way. I couldn't defeat everyone by myself, so I had to cooperate with my master and the Vanguard army again. I just wanted to save Lily Ewan, and they agreed, but they fooled me again, fucking fooled me again. I fought my way through, but the person I saved was Yachukas. I wanted to turn against them at that time, but they said that if we didn't kill General Silver Dragon, no matter where Lily and I hid, she would find us. So you probably know what happened later, those messy prophecies. But I say it again, I didn't abandon Lily and I didn't know what would happen at the banquet before, but as long as I was watching, no one would dare to use such tricks in front of me. Do you understand? Sauron was silent for a while. Logically, the opponent could have killed him in one move, but he chose to explain. Okay, I take back what I said. Killian nodded. I accept it. Sauron still stared at it. Then how did you know to stop me at this time? The Prime Minister also stared at Soren. Ah yes, I was thinking of asking you. You killed Arok, the disciple of the Lich Goodman, and Burka, the disciple of the Lich Kurok, right? Why? Sauron frowned. Who? Killian waved his hand impatiently. Why are you still pretending? Do you know how many voyeurism spells are cast in those couple hotels? It's all recorded. Thanks to me for handling it in time. You're welcome. So answer me, why did you do this? Oh, that yellow-haired and bald guy. Sauron reacted, but so what? So what if it was recorded? You're still asking me why? They were planning to drug Sarasis, and as his fiancé, I have the most legitimate reason to kill him. And you care about this too? Don't you believe in the law of the jungle? Don't you compete with fists? Don't you want your disciples to kill each other as a test? The loser eats dust, it's a simple truth. And can't you really see that whether I pretend to be a vanguard, or use the excuse of my fiancé to bloodbath the dinner, it is beneficial to strike at the imperial nobles, to achieve the goal of the covenant, and to concentrate our strength to strike at the elven gods? You still ask me why? Killian sighed. I'm not asking why you killed them, nor why you attacked the banquet. I'm asking just kill them. The Prime Minister stood up, and the skull head kept moving in front of Soren, speaking every word through his teeth. Why did you stuff their heads into their buttocks? Soren sweated. Well, I was just curious. I wanted to try if I could really do it. Killian patted Soren's shoulders with both hands. You are sick, aren't you? Really sick, aren't you? Who the hell would do such a thing? Can't you just pretend to be the male companion of the witch they kidnapped? Or a righteous man who saw injustice and drew his sword to help, and just kill them and hide them in the closet? Who would notice that the two noble disciples didn't go to the academy for 3 or 2 months, if you do it more properly? Even if you really demolish the hotel tonight, no one will link the attack on the noble heir to me because of the death of the two rubbish. Okay. Soren, Killian roared. That's great. Just because of your curiosity. Now their masters have come to ask me why I killed their disciples. Now a bunch of old guys are on alert. I don't know how many people are watching the dinner. They are afraid that I will kill their own disciples and heirs. Damn it. Now I think tonight is really a good opportunity to strike the nobles. You wasted it all. Sauron glanced at it sideways. But why do they link it to you? It doesn't matter. Killian waved his hand. If a family is passed down for 1,000 years, it is inevitable that some scum will be born, and the blood relationship is so weak that it is almost gone. So the liches are more concerned about the inheritance itself. Whether it is the evil deeds of the scum's descendants, or the bad retribution of the scum's descendants, as long as it does not happen in front of them, they will not pay much attention. But now that they have to turn their attention to the dinner because of your nonsense, there is no chance to kill the family heir in front of them. Anyway, the situation is irreversible now. Thanks to you, a great opportunity has been missed. No matter what methods some people have planned before, they will definitely not implement them in front of everyone, giving you a legitimate excuse to take action. If we forcefully attack again, we will definitely be captured. Not only will we not be able to kill a few people, but we may also expose our alliance. If we don't handle it well, it will become that I am behind the scenes, and it will be a civil war. I have already suffered the loss of fighting everyone at the same time, so I can only stop here, according to the original plan. Oh, so you have an original plan. Soren squinted his eyes. Let's not ask how I can contact you by putting my head in my ass. I'm afraid you didn't intend to tell me your original plan. Nonsense. Didn't you inform me of your plan? The Prime Minister said, as a matter of course, but when he saw Soren looking at the emblem on his hand again, he sighed helplessly. Alas, I'm really afraid of you. If I don't tell you, I'm afraid there will be no peace. I will hold a midterm wizard exam in the near future, in 2 or 3 weeks. Calculating the time, the expedition to Franny will be ready by then. In addition to the main army of the Empire, the top 3 students and their division leaders will also be qualified to serve as the flag bearers of the Empire and independently send troops to plunder Franny. Because of my relationship with Lily Ewan, the only kingdom near the Empire is the Franny Kingdom, which is a piece of fat meat worth biting in the eyes of the liches. Now I support Princess Laminios and allow them to send troops. Will it attract a lot of people? And there are some other reasons. Probably this time many apprentices will be sent by the master to take the exam. I will arrange for guilt to take action during the exam and eliminate the heirs of the noble faction. This is the correct way for the liches to be certified. Do you understand? If you have any personal grudges, just wait until the exam is over if the enemy is still alive. Midterm wizard exam? Sauron frowned. Can I participate? Why are you participating? You are not a wizard apprentice. Although the opponent was a skeleton, Soren still felt that he was being looked at. What should I do? Just watch them perform from the sidelines. The Prime Minister snapped his fingers and repaired the broken desk. How do I know what you are going to do? Do you think I signed an alliance with you just to be your babysitter? You should also have a secret plan to deal with the Elf Alliance, right? Then do your own thing. Anyway, I have already told you my plan. Just be thankful that you don't ruin my business. As for the rest, don't drag me in casually. This is not something to be played with casually. Don't put other people's heads in your ass casually. Don't attract attention and cause me a lot of trouble. Others are fine. Besides, the dinner is over, your fiancé and your princess are safe. if you have nothing else to do, just get out and go find a woman to play with. Just let Xiaoxian would take you out when you go out. Sauron was silent for a while. What, if you have anything else to ask it now. Killian sat behind his desk again and posed with his hands. Why don't you go find her? Sauron asked. Didn't you win a game? Established an empire. Oh, do you think everything happened in the same time period? Killian sneered. At that time, there was no convenient magic that could flash back and forth with a snap of fingers. If it weren't for an accidental accident, there wouldn't even be liches. When I saw Lily Yuan again, I was already like this, and she was also an old woman with many children and grandchildren, and even the family dog had been passed down for 3 or 4 generations. What else can I say? Renew our past relationship? But she is a human being after all, and her talent and mental strength cannot complete the transformation of a lich. Why should I suffer that kind of soul torture again? Some things, once missed, are missed. At least I know that she lived a pretty good life later. After all, no matter how bad the Wang family is, it is more stable than following me in the sea of blood, right? She occasionally tells her grandchildren about the crazy times when she was young. Those past feelings are all beautiful and precious experiences in life. Compared with most people in this world, Lily Yuan undoubtedly has a happy life. She was indeed just like our vows. Even though she was abandoned by me, she still missed me until death separated us. So my story with her ends here, the curtain falls, the play ends, understand? If you want to hear this kind of story, every white robe, every lich, every undead has a lot of them. The important thing is to live in the present, and think carefully about what to do in the future, instead of staring at other people's past, understand? Killian waved him away impatiently. But Soren still stared at it. What about you? What do you think about the other side of this story? Is it so easy to turn a new page and look forward to the future? Have you ever suddenly wanted to go back to the past? To change everything you missed? Killian was silent for a while. I think about it every day. But this is the only thing that even magic can't do. Sauron nodded and left the Prime Minister's office. The waning moon lich guarding the door teleported Soren to a large square. Similar squares can be seen everywhere, and Soren didn't recognize any of the statues and decorations. I don't know where this is. Soren was not in a hurry to summon Sharon to the hotel. With the Silver Dragon General guarding, and a bunch of big guys watching nearby, Lux and Saras should be safe tonight. It was already late at night, and Soren didn't know the way. The liches in the Imperial capital must be abusing space magic. He looked around and saw Gothic spires stacked up everywhere. The densely packed buildings looked like a forest in the dark. The old forest, and he was the lone wolf who strayed into it. Today, he accidentally met the bones of the predecessors who were left in the dust of history, lost in the songs of the past, and whose names were gradually forgotten. They experienced a life and death battle, but were defeated in the end. He crossed the square alone, walked along the carriage road, and entered the deep and dark streets of the Imperial capital, walked through the shadows, and thought quietly in the dark night. Since Killian did not hesitate to use something that was not a joke to help him, and patiently answered all his questions to comfort him. It seems that the time is not right. At least today is not the time to eradicate the Imperial nobles. Although it is not certain whether it was because of the purely funny reason of stuffing his head into his ass that caused his actions to be exposed and failed, the most critical information has been understood. Through Killian's attitude, it is clear what it and the flower, even Achukas and the upcoming Anubis, are fighting for. The support of the mages. Especially the transformed liches and their descendants from generation to generation. It must be admitted that most mages are of noble origin, and the likes of Saijan are really rare, and there may not be one SSR in dozens of generations. So try to win over the liches and mages, and win over their families to stand on your side, and become the help and fighting force to assist in fighting against the gods. This is Killian's goal. But this is also its weakness, because the lich cares about magic, the nobles care about inheritance, but Killian wants the lives of the gods. 1,000 years ago, their goals may have been the same. After all, at that time the gods banned human magic and occupied most of the human homeland. But now the Empire has reached a certain balance with the Alliance, and the two sides have not fought directly since the Third War. Now the nobles, who have never experienced war, have long lost their resentment towards the elves. Instead, the elven goods and artwork snatched back from the Sand Country are selling very well. The flower of the white robe is a representative of them. It is not a fake disguised intelligence officer who sings peace on the surface, but a representative of the real anti-war faction. The magic nobles want to restore the Empire to a normal country, rather than a tool for purely unifying the war against the elves. Because war is no longer in the interests of these imperial rulers. This conflicts with Killian's purpose. As the strongest in the empire, it may be able to defeat the White Robe and the gods, but it is indeed old, 1,000 years ago, a person of the old times. Even in Lily Yuan's story, its name was inexplicably not mentioned, and the titles of Imperial Palace Prime Minister, Grand Knight Commander, and Leader of the Guards, if not for someone of the level of King Franny, they would have never heard of it. Most of the liches and noble children, who grew up in the hundreds of years after the 3 wars, have never heard of its abilities. Even Soren, if he hadn't taken the opportunity today to grab it and stare at it and ask, probably wouldn't have realized that Killian was so strong. Before it transformed into a lich, when it was still the weakest human, it was able to tie up the princess, fight from the south to the north despite everyone's pursuit, and finally won by one move. Later, it snatched the human king, plotted against General Silver Dragon, and established the empire. Is it so ridiculously strong? The prime minister of the empire that he didn't want to be a long time ago? Would you believe it if I told you? What's the use of Soren's belief? Can other nobles believe it? Then can Killian take action? Just crush them, and kill them like they did with the enemies in the past? No, it can't attack its own people in public, and no one is stupid enough to oppose it in public. That's the problem. Killian is really not good at playing dirty. What's more, the problem itself that has become a problem now is the descendants of the comrades, who fought side by side with Killian in the past. They are the people of the empire it created. Although Killian may not want these people at all, it has no choice. It can't do it alone to defeat the gods. It needs the support of the entire empire, including the ancestors of the nobles. It cannot deal with this kind of problem in the way it is good at. Moreover, sooner or later, the empire will fall into the hands of this group of people. Soren killed a group tonight, and Killian killed another group in a few weeks under the pretext of magic exams. They are only temporary solutions, and will not solve the fundamental problem. As long as the academy exists, as long as magic exists, as long as the nobility exists, as long as etiquette exists, as long as the empire exists, the little masters born from the empire system will inevitably be the magic elites, who are high above, and look down on the servants. There will always be new yellow-haired people born, and it is useless to kill only 1 or 2. Revive the human empire? No, it is never humanity that is revived, but only the empire. Whether it is the gods or the magic nobles, it is just a change of soup but not the medicine. Nothing has changed. Soren stopped, stood in the darkness, and finally made up his mind. If the nobles succeed, such an empire will not have to continue to exist. It is unpleasant. Chapter 118. Sauron originally wanted to take another taxi to the hotel, but just after walking out of the square, he was illuminated by the dazzling magic light in the night sky, which made half of his face red and attracted his attention. He stared at the meteors and fireworks rising in the night sky, and thought for a moment that it was an elf attacking him. It was not until the magic flame exploded into a gorgeous pink cherry tree in the starry night, which was the 3-petal cherry of the Sork family, that Soren reacted. Ah, the dinner is over, and the dance begins. The Imperial Hotel really spent a lot of money to hold a big banquet. Most of the Imperial capital can see the gorgeous magic light and shadow in the starry sky tonight. After all, it is a magical world. It would be too petty to just set off fireworks. Under the magic cherry tree in the night sky, there are beautiful singers singing, and the garden surrounding the cherry tree directly uses magic 3-dimensional imaging to project and reflect the scene of the song and dance party. All kinds of dazzling fireworks, ice crystals, flowers and light and shadow effects decorate the place. The crowds in their best clothes dance, sing, laugh, hug and kiss in the gardens and courtyards. Enjoy the good life and sing about the wonderful life. Such a grand celebration is probably rare since the founding of the empire. No, it is unique. Why? Because those white-robed liches who joined the empire since its founding, survived the Third War, and returned from the front line all know that magic is not something to play with. They know clearly how horrible those magical energy particle streams that look beautiful and cool to the naked eye are when they hit human flesh. How cruel and desperate the war with the elves is. The skeletons around them. So many human skeletons around them. They remember clearly when and by whom they were killed. So what is there to celebrate? So what the hell is there to celebrate? So in the era ruled by Killian, there was repression, pain, despair, survival. This is the tone of the imperial capital, no, the entire old empire. But their descendants no longer think so. Look at the prosperous scene projected on the sky. Look at the young and happy new generation. Why so painful? Why so struggling? Why endless killing and trials? Why care about the suffering of most of the same kind on this land? Isn't it good to enjoy your own life? It's enough to be happy. All the rotten old things can be kicked into the garbage heap. This is the declaration of the nobles to establish a new empire. In fact, it is not their fault that they do not understand their ancestors. It is really incomprehensible. The young people, including the current noble family heads, have not experienced the Third World War, let alone the Fourth and Fifth foreign expansion and plundering expeditions. When they grew up, the empire was gradually recovering from the Third World War, and was in a long-term peaceful confrontation with the Elf Alliance. Their family also gained rich dividends from the Fourth and Fifth Wars, and lived a rich and comfortable life, with servants, people, slaves, and skeletons from the conquered land serving them. They could squander the gifts from their ancestors. But it was not enough, they wanted more. They wanted to control the entire parliament and the entire empire, and become the true, well-deserved, king and ruler of this country. They wanted to become the new generation of human gods. Sauron took advantage of Ginhovar's leap and landed on the roof of the hotel. He squatted in the shadows with the gargoyles, staring coldly at the crowd singing and dancing in the dance floor illuminated by the colorful lights. It was indeed a bit troublesome to stab them one by one with the dragon spear. The birds on the tree flew away after one shot, and the nobles were not stupid enough to line up for you to stab. Even if you use the death charge, you can't kill them all without repeated back and forth charges. Moreover, the long-term rhythm of the pre-swinging is enough for the hidden liches to react and stop. But Soren does have a skill that can clear the battlefield in one go, which is Medusa's breath, which he learned in the forbidden book section of the library. It can petrify all creatures within the battlefield and extract their souls to kill them instantly. It was originally prepared for the battlefield of the Sand Country, but he never had the chance to use it. Now, to be honest, Soren was itching to try it when he saw so many people below, but he hesitated for a long time and still held back. After all, he just had a bad move not long ago, and as a result, he missed the opportunity to clear the battlefield tonight, so he could only wait for the next opportunity. Well, although Soren did promise Killian not to make a big deal tonight to expose the secret alliance between the two and then expose the Prime Minister's own arrangements. But it does not mean that he will stop. There should be more opportunities, like today in the future, and there will be many. The nobles have been suppressed for a long time. This time, they can make such a big deal by borrowing the title of Earl. In the future, there will always be opportunities for him to kill them when they gather together for birthdays, weddings, and celebrations. We can't pretend to be the vanguard to assassinate the Wong family tonight, but we can always do something small. Okay, I found it. Soren squinted his eyes and searched for a long time in the crowd. He didn't see Saras and Lux. They were probably still in the main hall. But he confirmed the whereabouts of the trio of Blue Wakame, Whiteface Fatty, and Monkey Face in the garden outside. Blue Wakame was socializing with a group of ladies, Whiteface Fatty was bragging to a few male nobles, who nodded and bowed, and Monkey Face was turning around at the gate, as if looking for someone. Haha, are you still waiting for medicine? Don't look for it anymore. I send you downstairs to meet each other. Soren jumped down from the eaves and landed in the courtyard, approaching Monkey Face with a sinister look. The white-robed disciple is awesome, right? It's easy to attract attention, right? Okay, let's start by not attracting attention. At this moment, he was still wearing the uniform of the hotel waiter, but the collar was burnt because his head was on fire just now, so it looked a little dirty. The dragon spear was pinned behind him, and Guan Haifa also turned into a shadow guardian pattern under his clothes. Anyway, he didn't need the Vanguard dragon spear, and he didn't want to pick his head to stuff his butt. Even if other liches noticed it, they couldn't directly connect him with Killian. Why did they have to take action again after being stopped once? Indeed, the Vanguard's plan to assassinate the princess failed, but the fiancé's action to save the countess still had to continue. In short, since the competition was for the support of the nobles and the liches, and since everyone was watching the banquet, I guess it's not just Killian who doesn't want to make a big deal, but the white-robed Mr. Hua would not want to make a big deal about his plotting against a countess, a disciple of the white robe, right? If the relationship is really torn apart, isn't it the biggest villain behind the scenes? This way, Hua's character will be ruined. Of course, Soren will offend some people, even the two white robes, by killing 3 nobles. But the whole thing will end with the revenge of the countess's fiancé. Hua will definitely cut off the tail behind the scenes, and decisively sacrifice these 5 people to end everything. It's better to say that the character of these 5 scumbags was chosen by it, and prepared to be abandoned. Soren has to do what Hua has to do. How can he feel at ease when only 2 of the 5 people died? On the contrary, if Soren really endured it as Killian ordered, and didn't jump out and put an end to the whole thing, it would be bad. Because the yellow-haired and bald-headed heads were already stuffed into their butts, and it was useless to pull them out now. If, as Killian said, the deaths of these 2 people alarmed so many people, it must have aroused Hua's vigilance. As long as the other party is not a fool, he will sooner or later track down the yellow-haired and find Soren. And it will also doubt why Soren could hold back after learning about the drugging incident, and whether he was planning some other revenge actions. In the end, it will always cause Hua to be suspicious of Killian, and even destroy the magic exam plan arranged by the Prime Minister. So no one in the whole banquet can be moved, but only these 3 people can be killed by Soren without any worries, and they must be killed tonight. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. It can be seen from this point that Killian is not very good at conspiracies. But it doesn't matter. That's why we need the help of allies. Soren smiled and squeezed through the crowd to walk towards Monkey Face. Along the way, he grabbed 3 or 4 glasses of champagne to rinse his mouth, and then poured alcohol on his clothes as a disguise. Just a dozen steps away from the opponent, Soren stopped. The werewolf maid who led the way during the day passed by the monkey-faced Kalmo with a plate of food, blocking Soren. Snacks, snacks, do you need some snacks? Hiss. How could it be such a coincidence? Don't let her be recognized. Let's wait until she passes by. Wow, why are you here again? Guest, please let go. The werewolf maid's tail was grabbed again, and she forced herself to endure so as not to put the whole plate of snacks in her hand on the opponent's head. Unfortunately, the other party was not as easy to talk to as Soren this time. You are a werewolf, right? Are werewolves allowed to work as maids in the hotel? Mrs. Jiming really spent a lot of money, and not only did Kalmo not let go, he also pulled a tuft of tail hair and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, this taste, you are Lucian's direct descendant, right? I didn't expect it to have a cub alive. The werewolf maid was stunned. Her pupils shrank subconsciously, and her fangs were exposed. But the moment she was about to move, her whole body suddenly froze. Because in front of her, the wizard who looked like a monkey had earthworm-like red spells all over his body, and black chains stretched out from the ground, binding the maid's calves under her skirt. And a thin silver needle shining with cold light was held in Kalmo's mouth like a toothpick, pointing directly at the werewolf girl's eyebrows. TSK. Kalmo held the silver needle in his mouth, grabbed the maid's tail, raised his finger and shook it. Don't get excited, girl. Do you know how many blood guards are around? If they smell the blood of the wolf leader, it would be strange if they don't tear you apart. I'm different. I'm a gentleman. I only need a little bit of your blood for the experiment. As long as you behave, and let me take some blood. Hey, don't be rude, guest. Kaloma was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at his arm, which was broken. His palm was still holding the wolf's tail, but his arm had been twisted off by the hotel waiter, who suddenly jumped out and was drunk. What's going on? Hasn't the barrier been opened? Why can he? She is a helper in the restaurant, not doing room service. Soren pulled up Kalmo and punched him, knocking his monkey head off his neck. Blood splattered all over the place, splashing all over the faces of the men and women dancing happily. Then the head fell on the table next to it like a ball, rolling all over the place and knocking over a pile of plates. The werewolf maid was stunned, and the people around who witnessed the murder were also silent. No one had recovered from the fact that the noble molested the maid and was killed by a passing servant. The singing and dancing in the distance had not stopped yet, and only the people nearby were confused and looked at the servant, who had suddenly made a loud noise just now. Kolomo, damn you, how dare you! Anglo-Lyak was also one of the first people to be alarmed by the commotion. This big fat guy was just pretending to chat, but he was actually observing the situation on Kolomo's side, so he was the first to react. But before he could finish his words, Soren jumped up and pointed at him. What are you looking at? I'm looking at you. What's wrong with you? Alpaca, die! Sauron showed his fangs, rushed out in one step, leaving a shadow in the air, and punched Anglo in the face. This noble son is worthy of being the heir of the family, with a lot of magical brilliance and life-saving spells flashing all over his body. If he was really hit in the face by an ordinary straight punch from a drunk servant, his cheek might not be swollen, but being hit directly by a full-strength blow that was enough to break the body of a 1,000-man orc general was a different story. Anglo was completely blown to pieces, from his head to his torso, and the parts caught in the fist wind were all flattened, crushed, and blown away, and blood splashed like bursting watermelon juice, covering half of the dance floor. Ah! It was only then that the ladies around reacted and screamed. And Soren's voice was louder than theirs. What are you looking at? Hey! Witnessing the tragic death of his companion, staring at Soren, who crushed the floor with one foot, flew straight towards him, and punched him. Blue Wakame, the last member of the 5-member Iron Buddy team, was almost scared to faint on the spot. However, the punch did not hit him. He failed to send him down to see his brothers in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, when the third punch of Tyrant Fist was about to land on Blue Yaj's nose, Allrides flashed behind Soren, grabbed Soren's neck with his right hand, pulled him back from midair like a cat and hit him behind him, then stretched out his left index finger to block the huge fist like a rock that came out from the void, and almost smashed the boy who rushed towards Blue into pieces. Allrides! A furious roar came from the void. Yami, why are you so angry? The children are just playing. The white robe actually had no expression on his face, but his voice was full of joy. Perhaps it had been waiting for this line for a long time. Are you kidding? A man in a white robe and short blue hair, who looked a bit like the blue Wakame, but more arrogant and handsome, appeared behind Allrides with his hands on his waist, tilting his head to look at the domineering and furry young man. Baboon? He was aiming at my descendants with that punch just now, right? It wasn't intentional. Rivendell also walked out of the void and stood in front of the blue-haired lich. He was just drunk and dizzy, and was acting crazy. Soren stared coldly at the blue-haired lich. His head began to catch fire again. Rivendell moved his body to block their sight. The blue-haired lich frowned. This kid was old enough to look at him, and he was so murderous. He compared his offspring on the other side, with a squinting eye. Although he was saved after all. Is he incontinent? Damn, he even defecated. Tisk, it's better to blow him up just now. Asshole, what the hell are you doing? The voice of the white-robed Yami in the void roared furiously. He killed my disciple in front of me. Allrides still used his fingers to push the opponent's giant fist. Heh, what's the phrase you often used when you stopped me before? Yes, he is still young and doesn't know anything. Rivendell also shrugged, and strictly speaking, it's not in front of you. Yami was furious. You two bastards. Ahem, enough, everyone. The conflict between the white robes will be decided by the Prime Minister. A gentle and kind woman's voice came from the void. The spiritual pressure in your world is too strong. Staying too long will have a negative impact on the growth of the children's circuits. The blue-haired lich shrugged, waved his hand to teleport the fainted and incontinent Blue Yaja away, and he also stepped into the void and disappeared. Yami retracted his giant fist. Damn it. I remember you. Rivendell and Allrides looked at each other, and flashed with Soren. So he came back again, back to Killian's desk. The Prime Minister was still in the same pose as when he left, leaning on the table, with his hands glued to his face. Killian, alas, I say, can't you all just be quiet for a while? Give the old man some private space, and reminisce about the past running under the sunset. Killian! This white-robed Yami was a giant, so much so that Killian's office had to automatically expand by more than 10 times to accommodate him. I don't know if he was a hybrid with natural mutations, or some kind of modified and enhanced humanoid, or a magic puppet assembled from various monsters. In short, with his size like a small mountain, he didn't look like a human. My disciple, my descendant, Anglo was murdered by this monkey. Sauron, Killian, this is not a monkey, it's tyrant body, a kind of martial arts skill. Allrides also took a look at the Sauron in his hand. It's really surprising that tyrant body has a legacy. I thought the core martial arts of the Northern Legion were extinct. Rivendell also spoke. Even if there is a legacy, I am more curious about how he could practice it. Isn't it said that you can't get started with tyrant body without being beaten half to death thousands of times? Is the Sand Country that strong? Yami roared. Am I discussing the issue of hegemony with you now? My descendants were killed by him in front of me. And why did you two come here together? He is not your descendant or disciple at all. Allrides glanced at it. What are you talking about, you idiot? Have you forgotten what you have been telling me? Isn't the Empire's consistent proposition to not intervene in the competition between apprentices and disciples and maintain the most basic fairness? If you really want to help, you've found the wrong person. Go find his lich protector. Yami was angry. He's not even a mage apprentice. Where does he get a master and a protector? What do you mean? Allrides, you really have to stand up for this monkey. Sauron, hey, you're going too far. Allrides sneered. Why should I stand up for him? Of course it's Killian. Killian, who had been sticking his hands to his face and pretending not to know Soren, was stunned. Huh? Rivendell also nodded. Yes, yes, his name is on the recommendation for the council trial. We three jointly recommended him. The mission will not be completed until the Grand Council officially conferred the title. During this period, we all have the obligation to protect him. Killian was the first to sign. Killian, yes, ahem. I mean, this monkey, this kid, did complete the council trial mission, destroy the Kingdom of Sand, and obtain the qualifications of the chief officer and knight candidate. I recommended Soren to take the trial. So before he officially attends the next great council and begins to perform his duties as a chair officer, he is under the protection of our contract magic. Yami, do you want to play? Hee. I haven't exercised for a long time, so let's play. Sauron glanced at the old man opposite, who suddenly became arrogant again. Yami immediately wilted, but still struggled unwillingly. Grimjow, why don't you say a word? The blue-haired lich scratched his head. But my descendants are not dead. Tisk, it's better to kill them on the spot. Seeing that no one supported him, Yami said no more, and gave a deafening roar, and disappeared with a bayou. Grimjow in white robes turned his head again and looked at Soren, who was always protected by Ulrids. Hey kid, are you interested in being my disciple? Kill my current descendants, and then marry a woman from my family, or make her pregnant? Yami, I will help you block it. The other three white robes did not speak. Soren looked at the blue-haired man. I will kill him, but I am a death knight. Grimjow spread his hands. That's fine. Just do me a favor and kill him. Damn, he was scared to the point of peeing in public. It really brought shame to my family. Well, excuse me first. It nodded to Killian, and disappeared with a bio. The remaining three white robes in the office breathed a sigh of relief. Killian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Soren, thanks to Grimjow's descendants for peeing. Otherwise, I would not be able to save you without killing two people. Soren, Chapter 119. Are these too strong? You are 3 against 2. Why are you so nervous? Sauron asked suspiciously. Nonsense. Why do they need to fight 3 against 2? They can just beat you to death in a mixed doubles match. My girl almost cried again. Rivendell was relieved. It's really dangerous. Yami is a simple and honest person. Grimjow is usually unreasonable. Fortunately, its descendants peed. I think people will laugh at it for hundreds of years. Grimjow, whose descendants were scared to pee, tut. This is really more infuriating than having his whole family slaughtered. You are really lucky. Well, that's true. I was saved by a pee. Damn. But seeing how nervous these 3 old ghosts are, Sauron doesn't believe that they really care about me. It can only be that violating the trial contract does have serious consequences. Now that Sauron has completed his part, his 3 guarantors must also fulfill their respective promises. So I can be protected until the next meeting of the Grand Council. Hey, don't mess around. Rivendell was the most perceptive of the 3. As soon as he saw Soren's eyes rolling around, he knew what he was planning. I already have 3 girls to raise at home. Don't cause trouble. I don't have time to take care of you. Killian frowned, but Ulrides interrupted him and spoke. Yes, I also have 2 disciples who need special training, and they are about to take the midterm exam. Killian, you know. Anyway, you don't have any disciples, so I leave this monkey to you. Killian stared at them. Hey, do you have any conscience? I'm the Prime Minister. Do you know how busy I am? Ulrids loosened his grip and threw Soren to the ground. Who knows what you are doing? You are always in this position every time you come here. Are you stuck to the table? Sauron raised his hand before Killian got angry. Wait, you saved me just now because of the trial guarantor? Isn't it because of Sarasis? And what does it mean that the 2 disciples need special training? How come there's one more? Ulrids tilted his head. Of course it's because of the trial guarantee. What does it have to do with Sarasis? If you die, she can just find someone else to marry. I'm very open-minded. As long as it's a man, and not a descendant of Grimjow who would be scared to death, I don't care. And what does it have to do with you that I accept a new disciple? You're not my disciple. Why should I notify you? Sauron frowned and turned to look at Killian. It doesn't know? Killian was helpless, actually. Rivendell raised his hand before Killian could speak. Wait. I suddenly got an idea. A bunch of annoying shit is going to happen again. It's none of my business. I'm leaving first. See you later. It disappeared with a bang before it finished speaking. Ulride shuddered all over and turned around to follow him, but Killian jumped up and grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the void, still struggling frantically. Don't. It's none of my business. How can it be none of your business? It's a big deal. Okay, you're the one who brought this troublemaker back to the Empire. Don't even think about running away. Killian grabbed the white robe and pressed it on the chair next to him, and returned to his desk. Forget about Rivendell. The girl there is more important. Ulride slumped in the chair like a salted fish. So annoying. Sauron just watched the 2 old guys making a fuss. Ulride's new apprentice is the new Broken Bee of the Wind Army Master family. Killian pointed at the white robe opposite him. She is still young, but she has mastered the skills of an assassin, especially good at killing mages. She will assist Guilt, and complete the cleansing of the noble heirs in the exam. Wind Army? Didn't the head of the family be killed, and the heir was lost? Sauron remembered that Maelaus had mentioned this. The first one to be lost was the younger sister, and the one I saved was the older sister, who was second in line. Now she is the heir of the family business for the time being, and I will protect her. Ulrides looked at Soren and Killian in surprise. Why do you tell this kid everything? Do you really want to train him as the next Grand Commander of the Vanguard? I thought you were going to cut off the inheritance from your generation. Rivendell, and the more important girl in his family should be the party of Prime Minister Killian, which is easy to understand. After all, the Prophet himself is also a dragon spear user. And Ulrides even specially accepted an assassin as his apprentice, joined Killian's plan to massacre the children of the nobles as a backup support, and should be regarded as Killian's trusted ally in the White Robes. Soren also understood that he was doing the trial mission of the Parliament, and it was really clearly labeled as the Prime Minister's faction. No wonder Hua would directly provoke him. I didn't want to pass it on, but this guy rushed to get it. It's fate. What can I do? Killian spread his hands, but did not say anything about the Covenant. Instead, he looked at Ulrides and changed the subject. The few people that Soren killed today should have been arranged by Hua to drug your disciples. Soren handed the potion to Ulrides. The White Robe did not take it, and was silent for a long time. No evidence. Killian nodded, no evidence. Sauron frowned. Is it enough to have suspicion? Only the flower is not on the same side as you, right? It is now manipulating behind the nobles and usurping the empire. Once it becomes the prime minister, and the truce and negotiations with the allies are normalized, then it will return to the past path of being the human friends of the elves. Then what are you going to do with the elf gods? The sacrifices of the past 1,000 years will be in vain, just like a child's play. Can't you two deal with it alone? What evidence do you need? What handle do you need? Conspiracy is a trick played by the weak. You are all skeletons. Why are you still racking your brains to figure out something? Anyway, you are not good at these things. Just fight with your fists. What's the point of letting such a pest mix in the team? Eliminate it in time. It will be too fatal if it rebels in a fight with the gods. Ulride shook his head. That's why we need solid evidence. You don't understand. But Hua is the main reason why we didn't lose the Third War. At that time, the top forces were tied up by the gods and couldn't get away. If it hadn't brought out the Death Knight, we would have no chance to turn defeat into victory. In recent years, it is indeed Hua who has taken out the magic potion strengthening system, which has made the inheritance of magic families and magic knights possible. Let more humans no longer be a burden, but can participate in the war between us and the Elf Alliance and lend us a hand. Today, this empire can be established, and there are even so many wizards and liches, and there are human magic families that have been passed down from generation to generation. Hua's research and its coordination and running it among the White Robes have contributed greatly. Just because it was born later, and was not the first batch of White Robes to join the Empire, Hua was excluded, and even used this as a reason to doubt its motives, because Hua may lead the Empire to other paths. Do you think it is feasible to choose to make peace and coexist with the Alliance and then eliminate it? Will others accept it? What if they really don't accept it? Fight? Split? Self-destruction? The gods will just laugh like crazy, okay. Killian also nodded, and in terms of the threat to the elven gods, Hua may be comparable to me, or even more difficult. After all, the elves already know how to deal with me. If they can't beat me, at least they can kill people and contain me. But Hua only wore a white robe after the war. The gods have never fought with it, and there is no record or research on its magic. It is a very precious fighting force. Moreover, it is impossible that Hua has not succeeded in other researches in all these years. If it suddenly finds something, it will pose a greater threat to the Elven Alliance. With such a powerful helper, unless there is solid evidence that it is not on the same side as us, there is no reason for me to be its enemy. If we judge its loyalty to our cause by the number of elves killed, it is much more loyal than most of the liches in this empire. What evidence do you have to convince the White Robes that Hua wants to abandon our cause and surrender to the elven gods? Soren was about to speak, but Ulrides interrupted him and said, so far, we can only confirm 2 points. First, most of the nobles of the empire do want to make peace with the elves, and second, the flower is very likely to stand behind the nobles. But now there are 2 points we are not clear about. First, is it also the flower's intention to make peace with the elves? Second, why? Why does it stand behind the nobles and support them in doing so? Only when we can confirm these 2 points can we decide what measures to take against the flower. Soren frowned. Why are you still asking? Why do you care? If you want to surrender, you are just a coward. Even if the evidence is conclusive, it won't admit it if you go to it and ask it directly. Ulrids looked at the potion in Soren's hand again. If you have evidence that this is indeed the medicine prepared by Hua, then even if only the first point is confirmed, it is enough for me to kill it. Sauron nodded, and put the potion back in his arms. Ahem, but... Killian attracted the attention of the two, but, before there is conclusive evidence, limit your attention to the nobles of the Truce faction. I really don't want to have a bunch of white robes killed in the battle before the final battle. Do you understand? If the flower is really pure just because of greed for vanity and power, and wants the title of Palace Prime Minister, so what if I give it this office? I would be happy to do it. Ulrich shook his head. It's unlikely. It's really unlikely. It has been dead for so many years. It's impossible for it to suddenly start to fight for power at this time. And it's the same flower. It clearly experienced the Third War in person, and clearly saw the gods exterminating humans. Why would it still have illusions about peaceful coexistence? There must be some other reason behind it. I think so too. Killian nodded, then looked at Soren. So before you figure out the reason, you can't give it the position of Prime Minister for safety reasons, but you can't really ignore it either. You should figure out the reason. Me? Sauron was stunned. Anyway, you're just sitting around doing nothing, and you've already done a lot of things when I haven't taken care of you. There's still so much time before the midterm apprentice exam. Can I say that I'm afraid of you? Flower's mode of this difficult task that concerns the survival of the Empire is handed over to you. Killian waved his hand. Okay, go and have fun by yourself, Ulrides. We still have to discuss sending the main Empire army to attack Franny. Without waiting for Soren to agree, the Prime Minister waved his hand again and drove him out of the office. The waiting moon at the door of the Prime Minister's office looked at Soren, who was going in and out. Soren sighed helplessly. Why don't you just teach me the spell of bye-bye-bye? In the end, he was still teleported to the square. Soren stood in the center of the square and took a deep breath. The burned skin on his face hurt when he pulled it. Prometheus's burning, as the price of mental resistance to the white robe, was really not bad. But thinking of those white robes who have developed in the 5 aspects of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor, Soren is really troubled. To be honest, after finally getting rid of Yachukas, another flower has appeared. Even Soren is a little doubtful about whether what he is doing is useful. The shadow of the gods has not yet appeared, and the internal reactionary forces have to jump out one by one. Is it really inevitable that the anti-Japanese war and civil war package is inevitable? Forget it, the headache and face are too painful to think about it. Just take it one step at a time. Just now in the hotel garden, 2 people were beaten to death in public. No matter how stubborn Soren is, he can't go there again. Although the 2 white robes were temporarily appeased, the other 3 dead, the monkey-faced yellow-haired man and the bald Lich Master, as well as the family forces behind these 5 people and their allies, will definitely not let go of Soren, who slaughtered their heirs. After all, they probably can't see that their descendants and heirs are nothing. In the eyes of those lords and nobles, this matter is probably just a characterization of how can someone kill such cute children. What's more, the owner of the hotel, Mrs. Jiming, spent a lot of money to prepare today's dinner, and the carefully planned celebration was disrupted by Soren. I guess she wants to cut Soren into pieces, right? It was getting late. Thinking about the fact that there had been a lot of trouble today, Soren was too lazy to continue causing trouble. He went directly to the dock and stayed on the ship. Tomorrow, when it gets light, he will take the princess to Melah's manor for protection. Yawning, Soren rowed Ginhuvar to the port and was surprised to find that there was still light in the cabin of the Eastern Star. No one was in the unloading area. All the goods had been transported away by the Chamber of Commerce. And there was nothing wrong with the magic barrier. It should not be a thief, that is. Xiong? Zijin was squatting on a high stool, reading a book by the oil lamp, with a boiling pot next to him. There was a smell of medicine in the workshop. Huh? Why are you dressed like this? Did you go to that party? Did you drink? There's blood on your sleeves. Did you fight? For a woman? Burned like this? Did you offend the Lich again? Zijin only glanced up and down at Soren, and roughly knew what happened. You are really troublesome. Sit down. I help you treat the burn on your face first, and then drink the healing medicine to recover better. Oh! So Soren sat down at the table obediently, watching Zijin take out a small medicine box from the drawer of the workbench, and clean the wound on his face with a cotton swab dipped in medicine. The golden bangs fell on her ears, and a strand of them hung on the corner of her mouth. A pleasant smell of tea came from the girl's body, which should have been warmed up and refreshed by the tea she had just drunk. For some reason, as long as he was with Zijin, Soren could settle down and be a fool without thinking, and he could be so willful that he didn't think, doubt, or worry, and no longer worry about the gods, the vanguard, the lich, and the noble's mess, even if he was still bleeding on the street the last moment, even if he had just escaped from 2 white-robed men who almost took his life. As long as he sat with this girl, watched her walk around him, felt her breath, felt her body temperature, and felt her real existence in this world, Soren could get a moment of peace. For a moment, he wanted to hug the girl in front of him, and smell the herbal scent on her hair, but his fingers froze after shaking for a moment. After all, he had just fought for his fiancée, the princess, and the hotel maid, and she had seen through it. Now that the game of hero-saving beauty is over, he comes back to hug Shi-cheong to warm himself up. TSK, a bit of a scumbag. But when the cotton ball with the liquid medicine wiped across his face, the burning pain on his face was relieved all of a sudden. Sauron was not satisfied, thinking that he would be tricked by this witch. Shi-cheong? Yeah. You? Don't you mind? I fight for other women. Shi-cheong rolled his eyes at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Why should I mind? You will rush out for weak women. Aren't you just that kind of person? It's better to say that I am the direct beneficiary of your character, right? Well, that's true. But he had other intentions. Shi-cheong continued to treat his wounds gently, and I think even if I persuade you, you won't stop this life-threatening behavior, right? Because I'm also watching what you're doing, guessing what you want to do, and I know you're really that kind of person. You're really the kind of person who rushes out when you see something unjust. Although I don't like stubborn fools, I don't hate stubborn idiots like you. There may be many men who are better, stronger, and smarter than you. But for decades, hundreds of years, 1,000 years, haven't they just stood aside, watching coldly and indifferently just because of their own intelligence, saying this or that excuse to protect themselves? For so many years, so many generations, you are the only fool who will rush out for us. Sooner or later, you will get your head broken and bloody, right? But I can wait in the workshop until you come back with bruises all over your body, which at least means that you won again tonight, right? That's enough. So if you want to rush out, then rush out. I won't stop you. But Sauron, even if you want to kill people, you have to kill a bloody way for me and kill back to us. Do you understand? Oh. Chapter 120. So I'm so good? Because of Shi-cheong's words, Soren was a little dazed for a moment. He missed the opportunity to kiss, hug and lift him up, and deepen the bilateral relationship in a simple and easy way. As a result, Shi-cheong had already wrapped Soren's head with gauze, making it look like a zongzi. Soren had no choice. If he was a step slower, he would be lonely and cold. He had to change the subject. Come to think of it, aren't you going back to reunite with your family? Shi-cheong used a paper cutter to cut off the excess gauze. Yes, I have seen them, and left new medicine, but my body has been changed, and the magic radiation is stronger than before. I can't stand it if I stay with them, so I came back to the workshop. Sauron was stunned for a moment. People with strong magic can't stay with ordinary people? Shi-cheong shook his head. No, it's just that this fairy body is a man-made magic prop after all, and it can't be compared with the human body nurtured by nature. At that time, my technology was not perfect, and I couldn't control the leakage of magic. My parents were not in good health. Even if they used crystal-protected jewelry, the radiation would always exist more or less. For the time being, I couldn't stay with them for too long. Anyway, I spend more time in the workshop, so I just moved here. Sauron thought, so you can use the shadow of time to change your body. It will now change to a better one. Xiong rolled his eyes at him, and tied a big bow on Soren's head with a bandage. Can you stop thinking about magic so simply? I need materials to prepare a new puppet prosthesis, and I also need rituals, and time to complete the spell of shaping the shadow. 2 prostheses have already exhausted my inventory, and I have to be more cautious with the third one, and I have to consider the midterm exam. Soren nodded. That's right. You will have the exam in 2 weeks. It's so dangerous this time. Be careful and prepare well. Then Zaijin grabbed the paper cutter and stared at him. 2 weeks? The midterm exam is 2 weeks later? Don't apprentices usually get notified a week in advance to prepare? Who told you that? Killian. Soren sold out his ally without hesitation. It may be 3 weeks. It hasn't been finalized yet. Oh, I can't say too much. Anyway, you better not take part in it. This exam is very dangerous, and can kill people. There are always deaths in midterm exams. I don't have a tutor to help me, so I have to take this opportunity to earn some rewards. Xiong didn't care. He inserted a straw into the bottle of treatment medicine, and put it in Soren's hand for him to suck it himself. Then he smiled and said, Really? In 2 or 3 weeks, then it's a sure thing this time. Soren sucked the treatment medicine and pretended that he hadn't said anything just now. Xiong sorted out the first aid kit. But you are quite amazing. You have such a wide network of contacts that you have even hooked up with the Prime Minister without making any noise. What is the reward for the top 3 this time? Forbidden spells? Materials? No, if the time is still not decided. Is it the qualification to go with the army and plunder Franny? Sauron stared at her. How do you know? Xiong nodded in understanding. I thought so too. I have nothing to do when I go home. I flipped through the recent newspapers and saw that news from all sides mentioned that the magic crystal and arms trade in the market has begun to fluctuate recently. The Senate said that it was only because we conquered the Sand Country that a large amount of gold flowed in. It was a temporary shock, and there was no need to worry. But I know that the Empire's gold cannot be used up, and it has depreciated greatly. The gold brought back by the ship this time is all commercial goods, so it is not us, but someone is secretly hoarding a large amount of military supplies to prepare for war. In addition, someone in daily alchemy is secretly purchasing special wind energy magic iron ore, a special magic ore that requires alchemists to refine and inject wind magic energy. It is usually used to make air combat gargoyles for high-altitude combat. The golems that usually guard the house and yard generally do not need to be able to fly as high as 4 or 500 meters. If it is to conquer the Ice Sea tribe and the Wasteland orcs, there is no need to prepare special magic soldiers for high-altitude combat. If it is a decisive battle on the front battlefield, this amount of purchase seems too small, so it must be the High Mountain Franny Kingdom, right? I think it should be to deal with the Elf Dragon Cavalry Regiment stationed nearby. Well, I just happen to be a little short of money after the attack on the Sand Kingdom. Maybe I can prepare a batch of goods in advance and make a profit. Sauron Khan, Killian, this is not him deliberately pitting his teammates. He just deduced it with a glance. Well, why don't we discuss how to prepare for the exam? Xiong sat back on the high stool and picked up the book again. It's 2 weeks earlier, so it won't be delayed. I just need high-level materials to upgrade new puppets. I can take this opportunity to borrow some pocket money from the nobles in the imperial capital. It's better than letting them use it as fireworks. Oh, you should have seen this outfit at the venue. Tisk, it's so generous. You can hold such a big scene. How many legions can be armed with the magic crystal spent? It's such a waste. The little girl was so happy to see the fireworks. Okay? You're just staying at home reading books, but you're still thinking about how many legions you can arm? Sauron was stunned. The nobles pay for the military supplies? I know I spend my own money to send troops, but isn't it the Prime Minister who pays for the use of the main legions of the Empire? Is it the nobles who pay for the regular army of the Empire? Xiong squinted at him. Oh, you have such a good relationship with the Prime Minister. You can even find out such secrets as the deployment of the main legions? That's not just looting, it's annexation. I never thought that if it was left alone, it would turn into a war of annihilation. You don't have to worry about it. The Empire doesn't collect taxes. So where does the Prime Minister get the money? The expenses of the regular army are funded by the flag-bearer elected by the Parliament every time, and the families of his allies. The insufficient part will be mortgaged to the Chamber of Commerce, casinos, and other places to borrow money. Although the family leading the army needs to spend a huge amount of money to purchase consumables such as magic crystals, scrolls, weapons, and puppets in the early stage to prepare for the war. But because the regular army's legions, puppets, skeleton soldiers, and armor are all prepared by the Empire, they are the daily production tasks assigned by the Grand Council to the Mage Workshop and the Furnace Factory. The Liches are also obliged to supply the army and maintain full strength. In addition, each main legion also has a Death Knight Corps accompanying the army. Therefore, if you can win the position of the flag-bearer of the main legion, it is equivalent to bringing a free imperial army to help your family expand its territory and plunder spoils. Therefore, families who are interested in competing for military power will prepare in advance. Even if they cannot win the position of the flag-bearer, they can sell the resources they prepared in advance at a high price afterwards. It is equivalent to getting partial compensation from the winner. And this time we are going to plunder resource-rich places like Franny, not to fight the Sand Country, which requires taking the dangerous sea route. I think the nobles will not miss this good opportunity. There will definitely be many factions involved. Military supplies will be hyped up to the sky, and a lot of families will spend a lot of money. I don't have to make large transactions such as soul crystals and magic weapons. I can directly buy a batch of wind energy magic iron or to make golems. After all, fighting Franny will definitely involve fighting the elf dragon riders. The stone statues of high-altitude battles are not usually on the list of parliamentary tasks. Who would do it? By then, there will be no demand for them, and you can make a lot of money. She said so. It seems that she is quite confident. Sauron did not comment. After all, Reselling war materials for speculation is indeed an excellent way to quickly accumulate capital in the early stage. Since Killian did not let him cause trouble, and Sauron could not go directly to the front of the Lich Flower and question it about its plot and intentions, then he might as well make some money, since he has nothing to do. It's just playing with futures. It won't ruin Killian's secret plan and grand blueprint, right? How much money do you need? It won't cost much. Let me calculate. I have to prepare for the exam. It will take at most a week to make a special golem for high-altitude combat. Have you seen those stone gargoyles that are about the same size as humans? The specific weight of stone sculptures is at least 3 times that of humans, but this time the opponent is still a dragoon, and it is at least a large combat golem that is 4 to 5 times the size of an ordinary person. This means that it is close to 1 ton. I can make 1 golem a day at most. If I rush to work, I can probably make 10 golems. This is 10 tons of magic iron ore. Oh, I still have to consider the loss. It doesn't matter if I prepare twice as much. Well, high-quality ground iron ore is about 10 grams per ton. Well, it should have risen to 15 grams of gold sand recently. So even if it is 300 grams of gold sand, 1 soul crystal is enough, and maybe you can exchange more. Sauron was speechless. Damn, he was still thinking about futures. The transaction amount is only 1 soul crystal. Are you kidding? Then how much can you make? 5,000 crystals. 10 pieces of 5,000 crystals. Sauron jumped up. 1 piece of 5,000 crystals. Xion glanced at Soren. Why do you look like that? I said there's no demand for it. And my price is not exaggerated. An ordinary gargoyle also needs 100 crystals, and I use 5 times more materials. If you calculate, it's only 10 times more than this opportunity. This is really not much. Although in essence, it's just injecting wind magic energy into the ore and strengthening the circuit to keep the magic fluctuation stable. But this kind of processing requires very high magic control. Moreover, the wind magic in the ore will inevitably dissipate gradually in the air due to its own characteristics, and it is impossible to store it for a long time. Generally, a qualified combat gargoyle is required to last for at least 3 months. Considering that it is facing elves and the intensity of high-altitude combat, the actual production requirements are even higher. In particular, the gargoyle's wings are the biggest burden. The combat golem with armor and weapons must weigh at least 2 tons, right? To fly over the mountains and keep up with the speed of the dragoons, it must support at least 1 to 2 hours of high-intensity combat. With this calculation, the difficulty of production has more than doubled tenfold. However, this kind of flying wing that can be used for high-altitude combat is a component that only skilled alchemists can make, and alchemists of this level usually make other magic accessories and weapons with larger price differences and better profits. The Empire has never planned to send troops to Franny, and it certainly has not prepared any inventory. Now it is suddenly necessary to take action. Even if an alchemist like Ulride starts to make it, it will still take time, and it will definitely be given priority to the regular army. It is simply not available on the market. I made these 10 gargoyles, and 50,000 crystals are just the cost price. It's okay to go up further, but now everyone is speculating on military goods, and gold is depreciating sharply. I don't want it, but it's hard to find buyers for so many crystals in spot trading, but I need to trade the materials as soon as possible to prepare puppets for the exam, so I sell them at a low price. Is 1 crystal worth 50,000 now? Well, it turns out that knowledge is money, magic is money, and timing is money. Sauron's eyes rolled, then if only the wind magic ore is enchanted. That means letting others make the difference. Shi Qiong rolled his eyes at him. Can wind magic ore still be sold at the price of mithril? 1 crystal per ton is the best. And refining and injecting wind energy is the most time-consuming step. There is also a shelf life. If it is not made into a golem, the wind magic energy will be consumed faster. It is useless for the nobles to buy it. No one will absorb it except the alchemists, who take orders to make golems, and they can make them themselves. No matter how high the price is, it will still be a waste of money. The risk is too great. I don't think any alchemist would do such a thankless task. Soren nodded. I see. But you just said that the difficulty lies mainly in the wings. If we only make the wings and save the materials for other parts, can we increase production capacity? You mean, only make semi-finished products? Xiong's eyes turned and roughly understood what Soren meant. It's possible, but it's still more troublesome to only make components, mainly because of the installation specifications. According to the mission of the Council, the gargoyles prepared for the regular legions are of the same standard, which is convenient for replacing damaged components. But this kind of special air combat product can be considered a custom golem. If it is redesigned, the price will definitely be different. And the magic circuits and spell standards of different alchemists are also different. Even if I make hundreds of pairs of wings, I still need to assemble them on the body made by others before I can use them, right? I still have to communicate with the magician who made the body in advance to confirm the interface of the magic circuit. Alchemists who are not familiar with each other cannot share such information. There is not enough time. Then why not just replace the wings of the gargoyles prepared by the Legion? Sauron asked. They don't have to be big, just go for quantity. A gargoyle is still a gargoyle even if it is strengthened 10 or 5 times. The 10 high-level golems you made may not be able to deal with a dragoon, right? But if you can make 100 pairs of wings and upgrade 100 ordinary gargoyles, can't you scare a dragoon away if you can't beat them? We have seen elves in the Sand Country with our own eyes. A dragoon is not as good as a lich, where qualitative change can beat quantitative change, right? So the key is not whether the fighting power of the stone statue itself has increased 4 or 5 times like its size, but whether ordinary gargoyles can fly to the battlefield to participate in the battle. Xiong thought about it seriously. What you said makes sense. From the perspective of battlefield practicality, if we just splice the high-altitude flying wings onto ordinary gargoyles and change the circuit interface, it will be fine. I think if we consider long-term combat in Franny's terrain, sooner or later the Parliament will come up with this method to save military expenses. But I tell you the problem. Making only the wings might save time in making the body. Maybe I can increase production from making 10 advanced gargoyles to making 100 high-altitude wings. But how many crystals can 100 wings sell for? The main purpose of making the gargoyles for high-altitude combat bigger is to sell them at a higher price in the name of high-altitude combat enhanced version. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that you just replaced the wings of an ordinary gargoyle. Why can I charge a high price of 5,000 crystals per piece? And even if they really take this opportunity to raise the price, tell me, who can easily take out a huge sum of 500,000 crystals? Yes, the nobles of the empire are very rich, but they have more land, territory, mineral veins, gold, various ancestral magic books, magic materials, and magic props. Although these can be converted into soul crystals, the mages in the imperial capital are actually using the free magic power provided by the spiritual tower. Most of the strategic materials and hard currencies, such as soul crystals, are concentrated by the liches on the front line for storage. Am I going to exchange these flying wings that I made with great difficulty for 100 or 200 tons of gold? What use do I have for gold? Sauron reminded her, you can ship this gold to Arishi and buy things from the Elf Alliance. The champagne for tonight's banquet is what we brought back from the Kingdom of Sand. I asked around and found out that one glass costs 15 gold sands, just one mouthful of the stuff. 15 gold sands can buy the winery in the Kingdom of Sand. Then Shi Qiong was stunned. Indeed, the price of gold in the Empire is low and materials are scarce, but gold is still a hard currency in the areas of the Elf Alliance. Well, it should be said that this world is only in the Empire. Magic crystals, which are scarce and consumable like treasures, can directly replace gold as hard currency. Because the Empire has many magic props and insufficient resources, the price of gold has depreciated severely after being blocked by the Alliance. Not only in the Elves of the Northern Continent, but also in other areas in the South, gold is still a common currency, but magic crystals are too precious and rare. The Empire is actually a wealthy businessman locked in a room, with money in his hands, but unable to spend it. But now we have a new route. When our large-scale trade begins, the nobles will soon realize that gold is gold after all, and it still has purchasing power. So what we have to do is to squeeze the gold and silver in the hands of the nobles before they react now. When the trade begins, they will have no gold sand in their hands to trade other materials and goods, only crystals and real estate to exchange with us. Soren explained a few words, and seeing that Zaijin was staring at him, thinking that she didn't understand, he explained again, specifically, this war preparation for the expedition to Franny is an opportunity. As long as the Icelian Chamber of Commerce is willing to assist, our company can work together to make the gold price collapse. Not only your flying wings, but also the magic weapons, materials, and various commodities brought from the Sand Country can be exchanged for a large amount of gold. Anyway, we can use it for the smuggling trade of the Iali system, and we will not suffer any loss. You think the surplus gold of the Empire is not valuable. But in fact, in the whole world, gold is still a precious metal that can be used as a currency equivalent. The Empire itself is not a gold-producing area, but the money in hand cannot buy anything, which is the illusion that gold is worthless. Step by step, first empty the cash in the hands of the nobles, then lend them money, and slowly take their land, real estate, minerals, jewelry, and accessories. The cost of training a magician from scratch is so high that as long as the nobles are bankrupt, even if they have blood, titles, and names, it will be insignificant. At that time, we controlled all the capital in the world, and no force could stop us from conquering the gods. Well, it is better to say the other way around. When that time comes, even the gods can't stop us. Yes, just killing 1 or 2 batches of heirs cannot fundamentally solve the problem. After all, as long as the nobles control the resources, they can always adopt a new heir in some way, pile up resources to train him into a magician, and pass down the family. Then, as representatives of the family's interests, sooner or later they will want to control the empire and turn this collective in a direction that is beneficial to them. If we want to solve the problem fundamentally, we have to make all the ancient families bankrupt, so bankrupt that they can't even train an heir, and even have trouble making a living. Naturally, they have no qualifications, no ability, and no time to interfere with the strategic decision-making of the empire. Shi Qiong stared at Soren for a long time. Why? Why do you always come up with some particularly terrible ideas? What happens when the nobles of the empire go bankrupt? What happens when the elven gods are destroyed? What will happen to this company you created that controls everything? I don't know either. Sauron shook his head. I actually wanted to play a simple role as a brave man and finish the story, but who can blame every character on the stage for being so smart and ambitious, and taking the initiative to add drama to themselves? This world has been played into such a mess. What else can I do? Sometimes, you can only become a beast more terrifying than the beast to defeat it. Anyway, as far as I know from the wisdom of a mortal, the 2 most terrifying beasts in the world have been released, and the rest can only be raised. Let's take it one step at a time. Chapter 121. Xiong frowned and thought for a long time without saying anything. Do you object? Yes, the midterm exam in a while will be very dangerous. You should give priority to preparing the backup puppet of Shadow of Time. Seeing her doubts, Soren did not force her. Don't worry. Even if we don't use the gargoyles, I will discuss with the Chamber of Commerce to use other methods to earn the nobles' gold. With the channel in our hands, there will always be opportunities. By the way, I need you to help me identify this bottle of medicine. It is said to be a rare potion of level 12. Shi Qiong raised his head and looked at the medicine bottle handed over by Soren, level 12. How did you get the secret medicine of level 12? What kind? Poison? Healing medicine? Enhancer? Aphrodisiac? Huh? Shi Qiong stared at him. Are you stupid? You were fooled. How could anyone make a level 12 aphrodisiac? How many people can make a level 12 aphrodisiac? And why do you want to make aphrodisiac so advanced? Is this to seduce the dragon? Sauron shrugged. It's hard to say. Someone is planning to use this medicine to deal with the protagonist of tonight's banquet, Her Highness Countess Sarasis of the Empire. I suspect that the medicine was made by the white lich flower. Didn't you say that alchemists have their own characteristics? What about pharmacists? Can you find evidence that Hua prepared this drug? Xiong was stunned. Mr. Hua made it. You said it made a love potion to seduce Sarasis? Impossible. No, it can definitely do it, but it's hard to believe that it would use this method to deal with an apprentice. She is a witch who already has the title of nobility in the empire, and is considered a genius. And you said it yourself? There are very few people who can make this kind of high-level aphrodisiac. It is so rare, but it can be easily obtained and used by others. This must be arranged by Hua behind the scenes, right? Sauron roughly explained his reasoning. But Shi Qiong shook his head repeatedly. No, just this cannot link Her Excellency Hua with the conspiracy. And it is hard to say whether this bottle is really a 12th level aphrodisiac. I understand. I will investigate it seriously. Maybe this is a fake medicine, or maybe it was made by someone else, or maybe it was simply obtained from the family elders by the yellow-haired person you mentioned, and Your Excellency Hua is not aware of it. Sejun's reaction was like this, and Soren was really a little curious. Why are you so protective of it? Is that flower your idol? Potion master or something like that? Sejun looked at Soren. You know that in the era of Yachukas, the academy sheltered a large number of magical girls, so much so that it was called a girls' school, right? Soren hesitated for a moment, and didn't speak. But Zaijin saw what he meant. You mean it didn't protect me? No, it's true that the academy is near its workshop, but in fact it's just that the nobles took the initiative to gather around His Excellency Hua, seeking their own protection and hoping to get its guidance nearby. Strictly speaking, its disciples, the ones who organize the student union, are the actual managers of the academy, and it's not surprising that they give priority to protecting people of noble origin. On the contrary, His Excellency Hua is one of the few liches who formally replied to my apprentice application. And it promised that if I could get a 6 or level pharmacist, it would accept me as a formal disciple. This is also the basic standard for becoming its direct disciple. At least one must have the talent to learn the potion system it created, regardless of magical qualifications and bloodline. And my introductory mentor Sally was also born as a commoner in the city, and that's how she became its disciple. It was also His Excellency Hua who introduced me to follow mentor Sally to learn first, and then even let me inherit the workshop. Otherwise, even if I was a little clever, without anyone to teach me, without a laboratory or opportunities for practice, and without even a single resource, how could I really embark on the path of learning magic if I only relied on books in the library? If it weren't for the favor and protection of Mr. Hua, I wouldn't even be qualified to be challenged fairly by Yachuka's men. For a white robe to help an ordinary girl who is not even a disciple, and has no relatives or inheritance relationship with me to this extent, isn't it enough? You think that Lord Hua, who has protected so many people, would use such a despicable method as drugging to deal with Sarasis? No, I absolutely do not believe it. No wonder Zijin is so happy when she mentions that she got 4 rupees. If she gets 6, she will finally have the chance to be accepted as a disciple by the white robe. Sauron is really hesitant now. Is it a disguise? No, there is no need to pretend to this extent, right? Even if it is hypocrisy, even Zijin, a witch with only a little talent in the past, can provide this level of help equally. To be honest, it is much better than most liches. No wonder both Orides and Killian, who are obviously such unreasonable people, are so hesitant and cautious about dealing with Hua. Is it really a misunderstanding? This white-robed Hua is indeed a rare white lotus in the spiritual empire, a kind and amiable person, not the old monster who says one thing and does another, and is full of bad water behind the scenes. Sometimes it is really hard to distinguish between a saint and a saint bitch. This, Shi Qiong, I didn't expect that you and the white-robed Hua have such a disciple-disciple relationship. If you don't want to be involved in this matter. No, give me some time, I will find out clearly. Shi Qiong shook his head. Although the 12th level magic potion is difficult to prepare, to become the disciple of Lord Hua, you must have this level. Perhaps some of its disciples are using the popularity and prestige of Mr. Hua over the years as a cover to realize their own conspiracy. I will find out what is going on. But give me some time. This is not something that can be figured out in a week or two. Let's think about making money first. Huh? Sauron could see that Zijin was a little absent-minded because of Hua's matter, so he forced to change the subject. But he couldn't help but be curious. Have you agreed to join the money-making operation? But don't you need magic materials to prepare for the exam? I have a new idea, but I'm not sure whether it can be realized and how to act. You are planning to bring the head of the Iceland Chamber of Commerce with you, right? Then let's go together. I listened to your plan before I tell you mine. Sauron didn't mind. Although he didn't know whether the flower was a white lotus or a poppy, and whether he could trust it, he trusted Zijin 100%. The sooner you prepare to cheat the nobles, the sooner you can act. So the two of them didn't waste any more time and prepared to leave. All the alchemical tools needed to make gargoyles were carried by Soren and put into the skeleton carriage. Zijin also prepared some other things and put them in a big leather bag and threw them into the truck. Before dawn, the two of them drove the carriage from the port to the city. Zijin didn't say a word along the way. He sat in the passenger seat next to Soren with a hood on. It was unknown whether he was thinking about ways to make money from the nobles, or thinking about flowers and potions. Soren did not interrupt her thinking and drove the carriage to the manor of Isenglian's family overnight. However, what he did not expect was that the manor was brightly lit in the middle of the night. There were guards inside and outside the manor on martial law. Knights flew in and out from time to time. Large groups of paper bats flew up and down. It was unknown what happened. Could it be that there was something wrong with the goods given to them? Or did they work overtime overnight to deliver the goods? But looking at so many guards, it didn't seem like it. Soren and Zijin's carriage was stopped by the shadow assassin from a distance. Fortunately, although his head was wrapped like a mummy, he was immediately released after he announced his name and went straight to the manor. It was quite respectful. Has the Chamber of Commerce always been so busy? When Zijin got off the carriage, she also noticed that the servants and guards around her were nervous as if they were facing a great enemy. I don't know, maybe something happened. Sauron remembered that Matthew also mentioned that Malaz was busy with something, but he didn't know what was so serious and whether it would affect their plan to squeeze out the imperial nobles later. Led by the servant to the living room, the two waited for a while before the door of the living room opened. The servant helped a fat man in a formal dress to leave. He smelled of incense, and his clothes were not the same as those of the imperial nobles. He was probably a noble from the Elf Alliance. His face was covered with tears and snot, as if he had just cried bitterly. The powder on his face had melted away, which was quite funny. Sorry for the long wait. Malaz leaned on a cane, his face full of fatigue. Sauron watched the maid pick up the tissues on the ground. What happened? Did that guy go bankrupt? It's a little worse than that. Malaz shook his head. The family was broken up. I don't know the details. I'm still sending people to verify. Sauron, no knight candidate of the inner hero Nell, and Miss Saijan, are you two here for something important at this time? Soren nodded. Two things. The first one is actually to discuss the company and the elf route. I originally planned to wait until you have sorted out the clues before coming, but now we have confirmed that the Empire is about to conquer Franny. You should also know that this is a rare business opportunity. Perhaps we can work together to make a fortune from the Imperial nobles. Shi Qiong opened his handbag, took out the scroll and design drawings, and began to make a PPT introduction like a startup company attracting angel investors. In order to fight in the mountains of Franny, a large number of gargoyles suitable for high-altitude combat are needed to deal with the Elf Dragon Cavalry Regiment. I will refine wind energy magic iron ore in large quantities, and provide a redesigned high-altitude flying wing design, adopt the replacement interface that matches the mass-produced gargoyles, and directly grind and cast in the furnace to produce large-scale high-altitude flying wing accessories, and replace them on ordinary gargoyles. In the name of high-altitude combat gargoyle modification, each piece is traded at a price of 1,000 soul crystals, or the equivalent of 1,500 crystals in gold, that is, a gold-sand ratio of 1 to 450. Malaz immediately became interested. Now that the furnace is in our hands, I can invest to monopolize the magic iron ore, or I can immediately use my own people to make molds and recycle the ordinary gargoyles that have been made at a low price. If the quantity is large and the crystal spot is traded, the cost can be reduced to 10 crystals per piece. As long as the production line of the flying wing is started, at least 500 gargoyles can be replaced every day. Xiong nodded. The production capacity is no problem, but is there such a big customer? Usually, I can't even sell 10. Malaz smiled. 10 will definitely not sell, too few, and it will be useless. But if we produce for 10 days, we can gather a 5,000 high-altitude combat gargoyle army and throw them into the market before the parliament votes. Then this will be an important force that can affect the war situation. Whoever can control this special forces group will have more say in the war. Now there are at least 7 or 8 white robes and 3 groups competing for the position of flag bearer this time. If one side can suddenly get the support of a whole high-altitude combat gargoyle army in a few days, then there is a great possibility of winning the parliamentary election and obtaining the power to bear the flag and go to war with Franny. It's just a small amount of money to buy the qualification of a flag bearer. In this way, we can at least double the unit price and buy a legion for 10 million crystals. If it is replaced with gold sand, with such a large volume, and in the war era, the current price of crystal is at least 700 to 1. But such a deal can only be made once, and the faction that loses the election will definitely ask you to hand over the improved mold drawings. Shi Qiong said, no, this is a reward. As long as they agree, they will hand over the mold drawings to me and convert them into the mission contribution of the parliament, and let me enter the treasury of the Empire to select the rare magic materials I need. Malaz nodded. If you are willing to trade, it's fine. Even if they lose the election this time, they will definitely send troops at their own expense. The sooner you start raising funds, the better. Maybe you can pick more materials. Sauron was also happy. 3 groups are competing? Then just let them bid. Malaz sweated. The nature of this will change. Now we are not able to interfere with the parliament. It will cause public outrage. I think we should contact and trade secretly. Whether it is crystal or gold, even the top family alliance should not be able to come up with too much cash. If you have specific magic materials and treasures that can be replaced. Soren explicitly rejected this. No, the key is to squeeze the cash flow of the nobles. If they don't have money, they can just borrow it. We can just let the company and the bank come forward and lend the money to buy goods, and then lend it to other families that send troops, promising them to repay with the proceeds of the war. The principal can be delayed, but the interest must be collected first. This way, all the cash in their hands will be drained. Once the war reaches a stalemate, we can confiscate their assets. Malaz, seriously, why do you want to be a knight? The general strategy was quickly determined and arranged overnight. After all, it was a money-making business, and businessmen were very efficient at it. Soren remembered again. Oh, there is a second thing. I need to borrow some people, guards and assassins, to help me protect the important person. It would be best if you are willing to let her stay in the manor temporarily. Of course, if it is not convenient here recently, It should be okay to arrange the guards to the Imperial Hotel? It's a small matter, but I still want to confirm the identity of the important person, Maylaz asked. Franny's eldest princess. Maylaz nodded. As expected, I will arrange for someone to bring her to the manor. Sauron, thank you for your kindness. Actually, if you have your own affairs to deal with first, you can wait until tomorrow. At this time, a deacon suddenly opened the door and rushed in, handing Maylaz a letter. The president of the Chamber of Commerce looked drastically after reading the letter, frowning. His face flickered for a long time, and he didn't say a word. Soren and Zygon looked at each other. Maylaz remained calm when the agreement was reached to drain the nobility of the imperial capital. Now he was so nervous, it seemed that something serious had really happened. Maylaz looked very bad. Even the fake smile and courtesy of etiquette were omitted, and he looked up and said to the butler who rushed in, "Take people immediately, and go to the Imperial Hotel to invite Her Royal Highness the Princess." No, the Prime Minister should have received the news by now, and it is not our turn to do anything extra. Let's do this. If Her Royal Highness is willing to come, you can take her over. If not, you can stay at the hotel. In short, wherever the princess goes, you will follow her. The deacon bowed and closed the door and left. Soren frowned. What's going on? Did something happen to Franny? Maylaz nodded, then shook his head. Franny is gone. Soren didn't understand, and reached out to take the letter from Maylaz. Even Zygon couldn't help his curiosity, and came over to take a peek. Actually, I heard the news 2 days ago, but it was too unbelievable, so I kept confirming it. Maylaz covered his forehead. Since King Franny and the regent were assassinated one after another, and the whereabouts of Princess Laminios were unknown, the nobles and royal palaces unanimously nominated Princess Regina as the Queen of Franny, and received the tacit approval of the Elf Temple. However, at the ceremony of Princess Regina's coronation, the princes and nobles of Franny asked the Queen's chief of the guard to follow etiquette and kneel before the throne, but were rejected. The princes were very dissatisfied and made repeated requests. Perhaps their words were tough, which angered the other party. Soren raised his eyebrows and looked at the information written on the letter. Zygon covered his mouth, and Maylaz recited it with a breath. The entire Iris Palace was slaughtered on the spot. From top to bottom, the noble families of the entire royal city were killed overnight. Regardless of gender, age, the noble heirs who were taller than the wheels were beheaded. Regina, no, the illegitimate daughter Rhaena, announced the next day that she would give up the title of Carolingian king and return all the land and wealth of Franny to the people. Now she is nowhere to be found. The warriors who supported the princess before nominated her chief of the guard as the leader, established the Vanguard People's Army, and announced that all the land and wealth of the noble families of Franny would be taken over by the People's Army. All nobles responsible for the Franny famine were sentenced to death. All noble tombs, including the royal blood of Franny and the tombs of the St. Carolingian royal family, were dug up, the coffins were opened, the bodies were mutilated, and the heads of their descendants were stuck all over the city. All family property, including the burial objects, was distributed to the poor by the People's Army. Troops in various places received orders to arrest and behead local lords and nobles within a time limit, otherwise they would be regarded as accomplices of the nobles and enemies of the People's Army and executed, and the leader of the People's Army himself had already begun to lead the army to clear out and massacre noble lords in various places. Most towns and villages had riots, and the whole of Franny was massacring, with the heads of noble lords skewered on the tips of guns, cheering "Long live the People's Army." Soren curled his lips. Maylaz looked like his worldview had been refreshed, but he was not surprised at all that this situation had occurred. What do you mean by officials forcing the people to rebel? Do you really think that class oppression has no consequences? The peasants have been forced to cannibalize their own children, and you are still keeping etiquette? It's only a matter of time before you are hung on the street lamp. To be honest, compared to the means of confiscating property and beheading this colleague of the People's Army, Soren's reform method of loan bankruptcy is really gentle and peaceful. Zygon frowned. Wait, where are the elves? What about the temple? Did the gods have no reaction at all? Maylaz shook his head helplessly. They ran away. What? Ran away? The Chamber of Commerce boss smiled bitterly. Ran away? In fact, they ran away a long time ago, and it was the elves who noticed something was wrong and took action first. I heard that when the rumors about the illegitimate daughter Rhaena first appeared, the elves sent the temple knights to arrest the rumor mongers. As a result, my intelligence personnel received information that the temple knights were killed by the illegitimate daughter's guards, and the guards also rushed into the temple to kill the high priest and the apostles. which frightened the elves and gave the illegitimate daughter a qualification certification of the legitimate bloodline of the king on the spot. Oh, I thought it was a joke at the time, and thought that they had reached some kind of agreement, so the Elf Alliance chose to support this illegitimate daughter. Now it seems that the high-end combat forces that the Alliance arranged in Franny at the time were all killed by that Wu-Wei. The rest of them ran away. So later when the king and the regent were assassinated, no, they were forcibly attacked and killed, the elves didn't say a word. Alas, when Franny's champion knight leader personally brought the eldest princess to escape, I should have checked what was going on, but, who could have thought of such a thing? That's right, who could have thought of that? Soren stared at the bottom line of the letter. Reyna's military guard, the leader elected by the Vanguard People's Army, Leekart, a human warrior. Confirmed to have killed 3 Lich emissaries guarding the regent, confirmed to have killed 3 Holy Lance knights under the king, the apostle of the Elf Alliance stationed in the Temple of Franny, the high priest, and the Dragon Rider general, who never showed up, suspected to have been killed by him. It is speculated that this person may be a hero, who appears once in 1,000 years. Haha, such a powerful hero, who appears once in 1,000 years? Then who appeared in the last 1,000 years? Oh right, Killian. Well that's okay. Chapter 122. Perhaps the elves took the initiative to retreat because of this, Melaz guessed. Now the Empire and the Alliance are holding each other back. In order to maintain the current balance, the number of strong men on top is not much different, and no one can spare a hand to deal with this sudden brave man. If this leads to the Franny People's Army really becoming bigger, it will actually be more disadvantageous to the Elf Alliance. Because the temple is the direct initiator of the Great Famine, and it has a large number of human vassal states under its jurisdiction, the people's situation is basically the same as Franny, and the oppression in some places is even more severe. If this leads to unrest throughout the territory, and the Empire seizes the opportunity to attack, it may lead to the collapse of rule. So they simply gave up Franny, let the Empire's forces move forward, and handed the thorny issue of the People's Army to the Empire to deal with. It is indeed possible. In fact, for the Empire, trying to join forces with the People's Army at this time is a better strategic choice. But the aristocratic faction that currently controls the Parliament will never tolerate the existence of the People's Army, a force that is staring at their entire family's heads. Soren finally made a decision. Our plan remains unchanged, and we even have to speed it up. We must seize the resources in the hands of the imperial nobles in order to gain real power in the Empire. No one can predict what the subsequent impact of the turmoil in the Kingdom of Franny will be. The 3 people in the living room of the Isenglian family speculated for a long time, and tentatively came to the conclusion that the rebellious People's Army and the local nobles are definitely in a civil war. It is a good time for the Empire to raise the banner of Princess Luminios and invade Franny to restore the Carolingian monarchy. The Elf Temple inexplicably stayed out of the matter, and the only legitimate king of Franny left was the eldest princess in the hands of the Empire. In the short term, the gods would not send a large army to intervene. As long as the banner of restoring the royal family was raised, the resistance from the local nobles that might have been encountered before might directly turn into help. The pressure of the imperial army's invasion would inevitably be greatly reduced, and the chances of winning would be greatly increased. As for the nobles of the empire themselves, whether out of sympathy for each other or the desire to plunder other countries, they would inevitably support the attack on Franny, and compete more fiercely for the power to lead the troops. The only problem and variable is the real strength of this people's army, or this once-in-a-millennium hero, Leekart. Of course, he must be the top fighter in this world. He has confirmed the killing of 3 liches and 3 great leaders. Before, Soren also saw with his own eyes that the eldest princess's guard bearer and the white robes were evenly matched, but they were no match for the hero. Then this human warrior might be at the level of the white robe gods, and even his combat power ranking is very high, stronger than the average white robe or gods. But the question is, how much effect can such a super force have? Killian was unable to challenge everyone by himself, so he created the Empire today. How far can Leekart resist the attack from both the Empire and the Alliance? There are too many players in the game, and no one can fully grasp when a new force will appear and when an old force will end. They can only seize the opportunity to complete their own plans. Melaz and Sijin set off that night to the furnace to arrange the production of the high-altitude combat gargoyle army. After all, no one can predict when and where the elven gods will react. Maybe they will just sit back and let the Empire deal with the heroes, or maybe they will directly send all the dragon cavalry regiments on the front battlefield to attack Franny with thunder. But in any case, it is always better to be prepared. The Empire's dispatch of troops to Franny is a foregone conclusion, so the more cards you can prepare in advance, the better. Soren stayed at the manor. If the butler could bring Lux to Izernian Manor, he would help her settle down and communicate with her about Franny's situation. If it was confirmed that the Parliament would take over the security, he would probably have to go to the furnace and contact the Vanguard army to find out what Franny's Vanguard People's Army was. They were even more radical and arrogant than him. Hey, you are. Soren, you're back. Soren, who was sitting in the restaurant waiting for news, looked up and saw Marlin Izernian, who was wearing a knight's tights, looking at him with surprise. Oh, President, long time no see. Hey, you just arrived last night. Didn't you say you would come in a while? I thought you would go to Sally first. Why are you here so early in the morning? Do you want to give me a surprise? Maryland walked directly to Soren, sat down cross-legged, put his face in front of Soren, stared at the bandage on his head. Wow. Are your injuries so serious? Are they all left by the Sand Country? Is it so dangerous? Oh, it's okay. It's just a minor injury. Don't worry. Sauron smiled. President, how are you doing recently? Has anyone come to cause trouble for the guild? You mean the Death Knight Guild? TSK. They used to provoke in order to flatter the Wong family, but now the Wong family has fallen, and the Lion King Guild and the Iron Front Guild have been dealt with so harshly. How dare they cause trouble again? I'm bored to death. Ah, let's talk about the Kingdom of Sand. Marilyn held Soren's thigh and came over. You guys fought a big battle. What is the battlefield like when the army fights? You must have killed a lot of people, right? Oh, how should I put it? I only made a serious charge once. Sauron tilted his head and thought, the scene was quite spectacular, but when I charged, my mask was covered with blood and flesh, and I could only stare at the people around me and kill them. After killing for a while, I couldn't see anything. President? Maryland's cheeks flushed, and her palm stroked the inside of Soren's thigh and climbed up. What about women? What do the elves of the Sand Kingdom taste like? Ah, Queen of Sand, have you tasted it? As the victor, watching the Queen lying at your feet and asking for surrender, did you feel so happy that you flew to the sky? Soren Khan, no. I don't have the time to spare. Our military discipline is strict, and we are very busy. Besides, I didn't catch him alive. I heard that he was killed by his subordinates. He is also a great elf king, and his end is really miserable. Maryland raised his eyebrows. Wait, what do you mean? Forget the Queen. You didn't even touch the priests of the temple, the maids in the harem, and the female nobles of the Sand Kingdom? That's an elf. Don't you like it? She suddenly stretched out her hand, touching Soren and making him shiver. Oh, no way, 2 months. You really solved it with our thoughts? Why are you holding it in? Soren was sweating. Oh, Maryland, let go of your hand first. Maryland looked serious. Soren, didn't I tell you a long time ago that when you kill people on the battlefield, you have to vent your anger appropriately? Holding it in will cause problems. Soren was helpless. It's okay. I'm really okay. I'm very strong inside, don't worry. So just let go of that. Maryland squinted at him, but didn't let go. You're so injured, and you came to my house early in the morning. Don't you regret not continuing last time, thinking of me and couldn't help it? Sauron was speechless. No, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I came to talk to your brother about serious matters. Oh, then where's my brother? Marlin tilted her head. He left for a serious matter. At this time, a maid came over with breakfast, and Soren had to pretend that nothing happened. Oh, really? Okay, you are here to see my brother, I understand. Marlin nodded, but did not let go, instead glanced at the maid. The maid bowed, and closed the living room door when she left. Soren was sweating. Oh, really? So you went to see Sally? She has been thinking about you. You are so embarrassed. Didn't I say that I prefer cute girls? Marilyn shook her head helplessly. Okay, there's really nothing I can do. Since you're here, and you're in this state, it would be too pitiful if I don't help you vent. This is also my duty as your superior. So you misunderstood? Marilyn stood up, supported Soren's legs and knelt in front of the sofa, lowered her head. Don't tell Sally, otherwise she will be angry with me, jealous of me, and eat alone. The maid knocked on the door. Miss, a distinguished guest has arrived. The maid waited for a while, confirmed the movement inside, and pushed the door open for the visitor. Not only the King of Franny, Princess Lakis of Luminios, but also the newly promoted Countess of the Empire, Ulride's disciple, Saraz Sorg, came with her. I'm sorry to bother you, Viscount Isolian. Lakis nodded. Marlin was holding a glass of milk, smiling with her lips pursed, bowed slightly, and gestured for the two of them to sit down. It's our first meeting, sorry to bother you. Saraz sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs and looked at Soren, who was lying on the sofa opposite him, looking up at the ceiling. Hey, who is this? He is so injured. Could it be Soren Knight candidate, who caused a scene at the dinner party? Your Excellency is really amazing. I heard that for a werewolf maid, you killed 4 noble heirs and scared one of them to pee his pants? You forced 4 white robes to fight for you. You are really amazing. You don't even care about your life. What? How are you injured? You look so depressed. Where are you hurt? Soren waved his hand weakly. I'm fine. Lakis smiled. Ceres was worried about you all night. I really want to comfort her, but I don't know the specific situation, so it's not easy to speculate. I can only listen to other people's opinions first. I heard that you sent someone to pick me up, and she came with you. After confirming the safety of her fiancé, she must have finally breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, who is worried about him? Ceres couldn't help but sneer. You are so keen on maids. What's the good of tales? Merlin smiled without saying anything, and slowly swallowed the milk in his mouth. So Lord Soren, what's the situation now? You should have communicated with the white robes, right? Lakis was curious. Is everything okay? Sauron patted his face, shook his head and cheered up. Well, let's put it this way. A lot of things have happened, and you are not outsiders. Well, I mean we are all allies in the same circle. I will introduce the actual situation. Franny is gone. They tried to drug me at the dinner. The Lich was plotting against me behind my back. Silas, the idiot, was the most shocked. He stared with his eyes wide open, and didn't know how to react. Marlin sat quietly drinking milk, but his eyes kept rolling around. It was obvious that he didn't expect so many things to happen in one night. And Soren really came to talk about serious things. But Lux was smiling politely all the time, as if she was wearing a mask. So that's how it is. You want to save Ceres. I can understand that. After all, she is your fiancée. You are willing to offend the Lich and the nobles for her. I really envy you. Lakis helped Soren by making a face like the first time he heard about it. Sorry. For my attitude towards you just now. Ceres blushed. Merlin also smiled and stomped Soren's foot under the table. Oh, don't worry about it. I will ask Zygen to investigate the bottle of medicine first, but you still have to be careful. Soren covered his face. By the way, that Blue is still alive. I will kill him later. No, I will do it. I will do it myself. Cerasis gradually came to his senses, gritting his teeth. Damn guy, it's the kelp head who pulled his pants. Right, I remember, he licked my hand under the pretext of kissing my hand. It's so disgusting. Let me kill him myself. Oh, then I leave it to you. Soren naturally couldn't stop the victim from taking revenge himself, but Lux said, Well, your highness, are you okay? The tragedy that the nobles of Franny have suffered. Lakis picked up the black tea on the table and shrugged. Yes, it's really pitiful. You are? Using the teacup to cover your smile, right? Wow, so sinister. It started again. Civil war and endless killing. Cerasis was depressed, so this time, the winner has become the vanguard of the civilian faction. If the king had listened to his father's advice and dealt with the famine problem in time to help the people, perhaps he would not have fallen to this point today. Just like the Queen of Sheba, they can only say that they have brought it upon themselves. The hatred of my family. It won't be so inexplicably left unresolved. The silly roe deer has grown up a little, but Soren is not sure whether Lux really doesn't care or is just pretending. Your Highness, why do you think the nobles of Franny want to provoke the hero Leicart after Rhaena's side won? Is it some kind of etiquette? Lux nodded. Yes, it is indeed a kind of etiquette. The illegitimate daughter Rhaena has actually won the king's election. I don't think the nobles meant to humiliate her at that time. General, Grand Knight Commander, and even marrying the new queen and becoming regent are all negotiable. As long as the chief of the armed guards, the brave Leicart, kneels before the king, kneels on one knee before the empty throne, it is considered to be recognition of Franny's noble heritage and royal system. At least it is also recognition of Franny's family heritage of canonized nobles. So you can see what the consequences will be if the other party does not recognize etiquette. I think 7 out of 10 ancient families will be extinct in this catastrophe. Lux took a sip of red tea. Noble Franny is different from noble Stairs. They don't have such good opportunities to learn and inherit magic as here in the Empire. Most of them can only hide in the dark to learn the black magic forbidden by the temple. Once they lose the protection of etiquette and have no power of their own, they can only rely on their private soldiers to save their lives. In the past, they were the lords who ruled the place. If it was just a civil war between the royal regimes, they might be able to fight back. But now the opponent is the most extreme civilian vanguard, and there is such a powerful hero leading them. No one will stand with them. Without the support of the people in the territory, they have lost their value of existence. I think even the Empire will not protect them. After all, the Empire can cross the border with just my flag. Keeping them will be a hindrance when the nobles of the Empire fight for the spoils in the future. Marilyn finally spoke. Of course, our Chamber of Commerce will probably still help some old friends escape to the Empire. Although they may charge some family property, it is better to lose your belongings than to be exterminated, right? Lux was not very interested in the fate of the Franny nobles, and even felt a little gloating. This is the game of power, the fate of the nobles. When the family is prosperous, they can do whatever they want, but once they are defeated, they will be killed and their descendants will be extinct. The greater the power, the greater the retribution. It is fair, isn't it? There is nothing to pity. Soren nodded. Then, do you know anything about the extremely powerful human warrior Leecart? Do you know this person's origin, his personality, his desires, and his purpose? Such a strong warrior, wouldn't he suddenly jump out of the field? The princess shook her head. I really don't know this person. I know every knight of the royal family very well. After all, he is the messenger of the Holy Spear. Studying their preferences, and winning them over to one side, is a compulsory course for the royal family. But I think those people I know may have died at the hands of this Leecart. After Beer and the great knights besieged him that day, they almost kidnapped me and forcibly abducted me to escape to the Empire. His strength is definitely above all the Holy Lance guards of the Franny royal family, but I don't know his background at all, except that he is a warrior who has been with the illegitimate daughter Reyna for a long time. If he can defeat so many liches, vanguards, and even elf messengers. Marilyn thought for a while. Then the Death Knight will definitely not be able to do anything to him. Sauron squinted at her. Can we stop talking nonsense? Who can the Death Knight beat? He only has one super special move, and has been restrained for hundreds of years. This profession is so weak. I really don't know why Sauron asked him to choose this. He has been with Reyna for a long time? Sarasis thought for a moment. Then maybe I have seen them. They came to visit my father. Your father? The head of the Tosaka family? Lakis blinked. Sarasis sighed. No, it was my stepfather. The Sword family has a heritage of black magic. The magic material, the virtual seal worm, which they secretly purchased, was once robbed by bandits. My stepfather mobilized the army to fight against it, but was defeated. So he put an S-level bounty mission in the Adventure Guild, hoping to recruit gold-level adventurers to assist. It was Reyna and the others who completed the adventure commission of the Sword family, and retrieved the virtual seal worm for my stepfather. At that time, there were rumors that the illegitimate daughter Reyna was the king of Franny. My stepfather didn't dare to get involved with them, so he paid them a reward and hosted a banquet at home. It was over after a meal. Have you seen Leecart in person? What kind of person is he? Soren asked curiously. Sarasis thought for a moment. An ordinary person. He exterminated the nobles of an entire country, killed the Lich and the leader of the Vanguard army, and he is an ordinary person. Marilyn laughed. Sarasis pursed his lips. Maybe they just have the same name. They look like an ordinary adventure team that can be seen everywhere. Oh, if they can complete an S-level mission, they must be at least gold-level adventurers. But now that I think about it, maybe it was Princess Reyna who was pestering Leecart. Maybe she knew he was strong enough and that following him would give her protection? As for that warrior, well, he gave me a feeling that he was not like the vanguards of the royal nobles that I had seen. He did not have any obvious purpose. And he was not like an ordinary civilian. He did not react to the nobles. He did not hate them or respect them. He was very indifferent. He was simply completing the task and confirming the location and the appearance of the target. That was the only communication. It was like, I don't know how to say it. It's as if you are not living people, but just NPCs telling him stories and conveying the content of the mission. Storytellers? Sauron interrupted. Sarasis suddenly realized, you are right. Yes, he treats the people around him as if they were puppets, indifferent. Even Reyna, who obviously likes him, has this attitude. It seems wrong to say that he didn't appreciate her kindness, and it seems wrong to say that he was concerned about her background and involvement, but he didn't reject her and let her team up with him. So the combination gave people a very strange feeling. I see, thank you. Sauron propped up his chin. If there is anything more difficult to deal with than a Killian, it is probably a Killian who doesn't even care about Lily-Ewan. Chapter 123. Men are swords, women are sheaths. No other meaning. It simply means that no matter how powerful a man is, there is always a woman, or a man, or something else that can restrain him. Now this hero Leecart, whether he has found the sheath or not, but seeing how he has treated Franny, and even dug up the royal family's ancestral grave, it is likely that the one who can restrain him is not Princess Regina. On the other hand, Soren's sword has too many sheaths, and each one can hold him, cough cough cough. In short, the affairs of the hero and Franny's people's army are not for him, a small knight candidate, to worry about for the time being. His main goal now is to take advantage of the opportunity to hollow out the nobles of the empire. And there is a good opportunity. Whether it is by accident or by chance, Saras and Lux were just accepted into the small circle of the imperial nobles last night. The factions of the imperial nobles who are fighting for the flag bearer, there were 4 factions before, but one of them was confused by you, and now there are only 3 factions left. Lux is really good at these small circle struggles of nobles. He has learned everything in one dinner. In addition, with Marlin, a typical local imperial noble, providing gossip references in the circle, Soren also roughly understood the small faction within the noble faction. Of course, the silly road deer is still there, blind. You have to tilt your head and blink your eyes, so don't worry about such brain-intensive things. To calculate the nobles, you must first calculate the white robes. There are a total of 51 white robes, excluding the dead Yachukas, the remaining 17 people in the current waxing moon and Prime Minister Killian. These 18 people have experienced the era of the Third War, and survived the Battle of the Gods, the benchmark of combat effectiveness. The other 32 liches, after the lich flower, have been qualified to wear white robes based on their respective contributions to magic. In other words, these 32 white robe liches, compared to the other black robe liches, can only be said to be better at magic research, but may not be specialized in battlefield magic. In a real fight, they may not be the opponents of those battlefield liches guarding the border. Not to mention participating in the top-level battles with the gods in the true sense. So these 18 white robe liches with the biggest fists are the true leaders of the empire. Although they are all psychic empires, it is obvious that each of them has their own mountain faction and small groups. The white robes that Sauron has met so far are Killian, Ulridus, Rivendell, Indicus, and Anubis. Ulridus and Rivendell can actually be considered as the Prime Minister's faction, or neutral. To put it bluntly, Killian's strength is there, and everyone recognizes him as the leader, but no one likes this annoying guy. It can only be said that these people probably have a good relationship with each other. They have some origins before, and their goals are relatively consistent. Moreover, because of Sauron's trial, they have some kind of magical connection, so they can be considered to be biased towards the Prime Minister at present. There is also Anubis, who was secretly arranged to take over. From the initial rumors, it should be close to Echuca's, but now, because of the comradeship in the Sand Country, it has a good relationship with Soren's small team, except for Saijan. Considering the IQ, Soren also recognizes it to take over the position of Prime Minister. As the designated successor, it should also be inclined to Killian at present. Then, there are 3 neutral parties. Indix has been staying in the library for 1,000 years, and it should not be a problem to let it stay there for another 10,000 years. Basically, there is no need to count its absolute neutral party. Then, there are Zhu and Priscilla, 2 pseudo-neutral factions. Unlike Indix, these 2 white robes are closer to allies. And each of them has its own independent biological community, which is different from the alliance of humans. They only have a common goal of fighting against the elves, but more of a sense of partial autonomy within the empire. Lu Yu is the ancestor of the Blood Clan, and a representative of the Dead Spirit faction. He has 4 blood princes under him, and is closely connected with the imperial nobles. Before, he and Yachukas were magic allies like the Blood Alliance. Now it should be considered that he has changed from the Human King faction to the Noble faction. The Blood Clan seems to have a lot of calculations. As a force that cannot be ignored by the Empire, they will definitely consider their own political demands, and will never remain neutral. However, Zhu himself does not care about the power of the Parliament and rarely appears. With the qualification of a prince, his voice is not loud enough in the meeting led by the White Robes, so the Blood Clan has always been smart to hide behind the scenes and hold back. Not many people know Priscilla, the White Robe present. Even Maryland only knows roughly that it was previously considered a monster lord, a monster queen, and a very powerful natural disaster on Earth. It was once a demon god who ruled the local non-human community in ancient times and was at the top of the food chain. Until later, humans fled to its territory and were killed by the vanguard army and fell into sleep. The refugees also established the kingdom of Starless. The elf temple once sent heavy troops to seal and guard its habitat to prevent Priscilla from resurrecting. Later, when Killian and his group established the empire, they signed a kind of alliance with it. Priscilla didn't want to be killed again, so she chose to join it if she couldn't beat it, and she got the white robe. It is said that she occasionally comes to the imperial capital as a guest, but most of the time she lives in the reservation in the east of the empire, and has nothing to do with the empire. Why did Killian tolerate its existence? Because Priscilla's habitat is on the front battlefield where the empire and the alliance are confronting each other, forming a salient deep into the heart of the Elven Alliance. In this direction, the temple needs to mobilize at least 3 or 4 times the empire's military force to completely block it and prevent the empire's surprise attack. In addition, the terrain of this area is rugged. In this terrain, Priscilla even has her own magic protection bonus, and one can beat 5 gods. So simple logic, the enemy of the enemy is a comrade. Apart from the 3 prime ministers and the 3 neutrals, the remaining 11 can all be considered the aristocratic faction of mankind. This is actually inevitable. After all, Killian, Anubis, and Indicus, the 3 old virgins who were surprised by the thought of missing, have left almost no bloodline in the past 1,000 years. They are all arrogant and have few disciples. There are only 3 girls left in Rivendell's family, and Ulrich's disciples, who were killed for 18 generations, are left with only a stupid roe deer and a new disciple. Which other white robes don't have a lot of families, a lot of disciples, and a lot of inheritance? The 11 white robes of the noble faction are also divided into 4 family alliances. The first is the fighting faction among the noble faction. Grimjow, Yami, and Schwartold, these 3 white robes are very powerful. All of them are born as battlefield liches, and are considered the war faction among the nobles. They frequently serve as flag bearers, and have never missed any battles, from the founding of the country to today. They are traditional fighting factions. They are comrades who have cooperated with each other for a long time, and have always been close to each other, and often arranged to fight together. In fact, this faction has always supported Killian. After all, for these battlefield liches, the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. And as long as there is a war to fight, it is enough. The flag-bearer and commander-in-chief currently stationed in the main battlefield of the North Line is the White Robe Schwartold. Originally, the flag-bearer who was designated to lead the troops to the expedition was also the 2 White Robes, but now 4 heirs of this faction have been killed, and one of the 2 heirs of the White Robe family is dead, and the other is living a life worse than death and must be replaced. The fighting faction always goes to the battlefield, and the heirs die more often. Now 4 of them have died at once, so naturally they don't have the time to care about Franny for the time being. Because Soren was so targeted, the other 3 factions were all suspicious of each other, wondering if the newlywed couple in the parliament had been lured by one party, and was taking the opportunity to eliminate their competitors. After learning that the stance of the fighting faction actually leaned towards the prime minister, Soren became more suspicious that the drugging might be a conspiracy by the noble faction to alienate the relationship between the so-called prime minister faction and the noble fighting faction. After all, even if it failed now, at least that Yami still had a rift with the 3 white robes on the prime minister's side, right? Next is the moderate faction among the nobles. Yakumo, Saida, Loria, Dalen, Maydeen. The families under this small group mainly belong to the new nobles, and are relatively close to the common people among the nobles. These 5 liches are classified as one faction because they are not the nobles of the ancient empire in the general sense, or the lower nobles of stars, or foreign families that moved from the allied areas. In short, their own direct inheritance was not strong, and it was cut off in the Third War or various disasters, so they gradually declined, and could only rely on the families of their direct disciples to expand their power. However, among the old disciples they protected, almost none of them successfully changed their profession to lich and survived until now. And their magic is relatively unpopular and requires some special talents. Therefore, it is difficult to continue to select talents from the original disciples' families. So when the disciples died for various reasons, the disciples' families gradually turned to other factions. Therefore, they can only continue to select disciples from newcomers, so that many of their current subordinates are new nobles born from civilians after the Fifth War, and their overall strength is relatively weak. The inheritance is relatively shallow, most of them are barely 3 generations, and it is even difficult to be called a magic family. Rather than being a certain team faction, this faction is more like a political alliance between the fallen nobles, who have lost their disciples and bloodlines, and the lower-level new nobles, who missed the opportunity to plunder resources in the previous war, and are eager to use the war to expand their family wealth and influence. There are many magicians who hope to obtain the apprenticeship and protection of the moderate faction. They do not have a deep foundation, and may not be good enough to be favored by the big families, so they are eager for merit and opportunities. But it is precisely because they are not good enough that the 5 white robes find it difficult to pick out talents, who are good enough to accept their inheritance. Therefore, although there are 5 white robes in the moderate faction, it is better to say that they are simply classified as a faction because they have no strength. The noble moderate faction is closer to Hua. No, it should be said that they mainly don't like Killian. The reason is simple. Killian doesn't think highly of them. Yes, the fool Killian thinks that the combat power of these 5 liches is relatively weak, or the shortcomings are obvious. In short, they are considered to be the lower among the waxing moons. They are okay to help with firefighting and make up the numbers during the war, but they are not very confident to be independent. After all, their faction will weaken. Isn't it because these white robes lost in the competition with the elven god in the past? So Killian often gives the opportunity to fight to the 3 fighters who are still strong enough. Killian is relieved to use them, and the fighters are happy to fight, but the moderates are very dissatisfied with being treated differently. But there is no way, they are moderates, and there is no air they particularly like, so they are too lazy to compete with the fighters. Then, there are the conservatives and the nobles. Haribel and Neliel, these 2 white-robed liches are representatives of the conservative faction of the old empire. Under their command are the richest and most powerful noble families. Most of them have titles of the Kingdom of Stairs in the ancient empire, and seats in the real imperial parliament. Strictly speaking, this faction is the real noble party opposite to the royal party. After the assassination of Yachukas, this party has expanded the most. The nobles, death knights and blood clans under the royal party have all joined their ranks. As for the elites in the imperial capital, the top students of the golden oak leaf and silver oak leaf of all generations, a considerable number of them will choose to join this faction by marrying into the family or adopting a child. After all, as long as these ancient big families are passed down, they can provide the elites with a large amount of resources and magical support, and they are not like Yachukas who will take away half of the circuit to restrict it, so it is a win-win cooperation. Although there are only 2 white robes, there are many black robe liches. After all, the great nobles have their own secrets and resources, and the probability of the heirs transforming into liches is quite high. But the conservatives will still give priority to the bloodline of their own family, or adopt from a noble family. They value bloodline very much. Even if they are talents with golden oak leaves or silver oak leaves, they must be from a magic family with more than 3 generations. Commoners will not consider it at all. And what's interesting is that from a political standpoint, the aristocratic conservatives actually support Killian. Because after all, Killian is the prime minister of the empire. There are a lot of titles there, right? Restoring the rule of the old empire is the duty of the old nobles. In this sense, they are the hardcore base that supports Jillian in defeating the Elven Alliance and reviving the empire. Of course, there is another reason that surprised Soren, that is, the conservatives look down on the Lich Flower. Although the heir will take the initiative to join the Academy of the Flower, although the noble wizards are also learning the magic developed by the flower, although the conservatives are now beginning to dislike the endless war, many people have begun to support the flower's proposal. But the heads of the great nobles are unwilling to accept the leadership of the flower. Because Hua was originally a slave of a noble family in the empire, a gardener without a name. Yes, the last faction, the reformist faction among the noble faction, or the reformist faction among the liches, led by Lich Hua, a lich who was born a slave. Of course, it is not a team with the people who gathered together to revive the empire. Of course, it hates the vanguard army, the knights and guards of the old empire, because it was originally a slave in the old empire. Why revive that empire? So Hua really has little interest in the empire's war cause. Apart from making great contributions in the Third War, he has never actively participated in foreign wars, and has always been in the rear as a supporting role. It is really peaceful. In this way, among the nobles, the ratio of Killian and Hua's hidden supporters seems to be 5 to 6, but in fact, if we don't consider Killian, the idiot who offended a lot of people, and only count the pro-war and pro-peace factions, then excluding the basically absent neutral faction, considering the conservative stubbornness in maintaining the aristocratic ruling identity, the moderates will not oppose the absolute strongman Killian in person, and will not even refuse to lead the army if they have the opportunity. I'm afraid that when it comes to a vote on whether to go to war or peace, as long as Hua is not stupid, everyone will obey the Prime Minister's war order in the end. But don't get me wrong, Hua's supporters are still the largest in number. Although it seems that there is only one white robe advocating peace, Hua's liches and wizards are actually more than the conservatives. After all, as long as you can get 6 rupees in the potion test, you can become Hua's disciple. In addition, the students of the Academy it protects, because they don't go to the battlefield, the probability of their disciples dying is also very low compared to the fighting faction and the defeated moderate faction. The families willing to accept its leadership have been passed down from generation to generation, and the strength of the parliament is no less than that of the conservatives. Even Hua's forces monopolized the supply of strengthening potions, and as the logistics of the Fourth and Fifth Wars, they still made a lot of money from the war, and the wealth they quickly accumulated and the capital they held were catching up with the conservative old nobles. Moreover, there may be more than one white robe supporting the reformists. Yes, it is the white robe of the 32 academic schools that were ignored before. Because Hua is the only one among the 18 people at the top who has obtained the white robe qualification based on academic achievements, and it was the so-called Hua troops, the actual leader of the Technology Development Bureau. It naturally won the support of most of the scholars, who later won the white robe honor. Among the elite magicians of all generations, some may seek power and join the nobles, and some may seek excitement and join the war. But most of them are researchers who seek knowledge, and they regard it as the highest honor to have their projects recognized by equally excellent brains. For them, the lich flower is a pioneer and benchmark. So behind the nobles tired of war, a more serious problem is that magic researchers are tired of war. After all, the resources of the empire are limited, but there are more and more white-robed and black-robed liches. Everyone has their own research projects. Why should we waste so many resources on wars with little benefits when the research funds are not enough? No matter how much we say that there is no real peace without defeating the Elven Alliance, it can be said that after so many years since the Third War, both sides are deadlocked. What reason can we use to convince them that the Gods' Alliance is still determined to destroy us? If most of the academic white robes think this way, then simply dealing with the lich flower is indeed not a fundamental solution to the problem. The flower may just be in the position of being pushed forward as a banner to resist the warmongering Prime Minister. Other academic white robes may not be able to beat the martial god white robe like Killian, but their research team and achievements are actually the core of the Empire's ability to be on par with the Elven Alliance. Even Killian should be able to see it. Even if he couldn't see it before, at least after the Third War, when the white robe Luotian's team was forcibly exterminated by the gods, he should have seen it. If there is no magic technology comparable to the temple, it is absolutely impossible to defeat the gods in the true sense. So this is why Killian and Ulrides are extremely cautious about flowers. This is not about considering how to deal with one person, but how to deal with a group of people. So if we only look at the 18 white-robed hilltops, it seems that Killian is still in power. But if we expand it to the parliament, the situation is very serious. The parliament of the empire has nothing to do with civilians, and there is no division of prime minister, neutrality, and fighting. It is simply an internal fight among the nobles. The royal party that checks and balances and suppresses everyone in the middle is almost finished. What remains is the internal fight between conservatives and reformists. In the past, the royal party had the loudest voice. If it said it wanted to fight, the empire and the alliance would fight to the end. But now, as the reformists gradually grow stronger, they think they can postpone the war and use some resources for research. Although the conservatives still generally maintain the previous policy, they believe that the first priority should be to fight the Elf Alliance. But some conservatives have gradually turned to the reformists, either out of dissatisfaction with Killian, for the inheritance of their own family, or simply because they cannot get the benefits of the war. Maybe no one will directly jump out to oppose Killian now, because no one can tell what the situation in the parliament is. On the surface, all the officials want to beat Franny. But this vote for the standard bearer provides the imperial nobles with a great opportunity to stand up and express their positions. If the reformists can get the support of an absolute majority and win, does it mean that the reformists can also get the support of the majority and win in the vote for the prime minister election, or even in the vote on whether to fight or make peace? This is the thorny problem that Killian faces. It is impossible for him to dissolve the parliament, which is a tool used in the war of the Elven Alliance. But now this tool will soon be out of his control. Attacking the reformists of the empire is completely self-destructive. Attacking the conservatives of the empire is to disrupt the formation. Attacking the militant faction of the empire is to destroy the martial arts. And attacking the moderate faction of the empire is a pure waste of time. And even if the opponents are dealt with by violent means, it cannot solve the current practical problems. It is the bottleneck of resources that limits war armaments, research needs, and the living consumption of the nobles. The current empire is destined to not have all three, so it can only abandon the unnecessary parts. If what Soren said worked, he would certainly say to weaken the nobles. Unfortunately, his words don't count. Which one should be abandoned could have been decided by the 18 people with the biggest fists, but these 18 white robes are divided into so many mountains that it is impossible to reach a unity. Killian may be a very powerful warrior, but he is really not a qualified ruler. And his white robe comrades are all a group of lazy salted fish, who are not willing to take care of things. They are either thinking about research, inheritance, or exterminating the gods, but they are confused about how to rule, and how to balance the interests of all parties. This is the current situation of the Empire. Chapter 124. Then the militant faction will temporarily withdraw, and the three parties competing for the flag bearer this time are the moderate nobles, the reformists, and the conservatives? Sauron took a general look at the teacups and plates on the dining table. Lakis blinked. No, from what I heard yesterday, the five moderates reached an agreement with Hua. The reformists are still not interested in the war, but the parliament will support the moderate white robe leader and provide financial and technical support. So these two parties are from the same faction. On the conservative side, the candidate put forward by the old nobles is the white-robed Harabel. The third competitor is the white-robed Anubis recommended by the royal family. It is said that he will return from the Sand Country in the near future, and will immediately compete for the flag-bearer of the crusade against Franny. He is really loyal to his duty for the Empire. I almost forgot about that guy. He is also going to mess up the game. So the players in Franny's game are the current three parties. Who do you think will win? Sauron asked the three people around him. I don't know. Okay, silly roe deer, stop talking and eat your breakfast. It's really hard to say. According to past traditions, if there are people free in the fighting faction, they will definitely choose from these three. Merlin thought for a while. After all, war is risky. At least you have to win to get benefits. The nobles will still carefully consider the family's investment interests. Unless there is a political exchange in advance, they will not necessarily be influenced by party views when voting. Lux also nodded. From the information we got at the dinner, the original plan was for the fighting faction to lead the main army, and then the remaining three factions of the nobles would unite to compete with the disciples of the royal family Anubis, and the disciples of the Prime Minister's faction for the top spot in the midterm wizard exam. The winner would gain the power to send troops freely. But last night, there was such a change, and the small alliance within the noble faction immediately collapsed. I think they will definitely prioritize competing for the command of the Imperial Army. In fact, the three parties are almost the same in terms of supporters. Oh, it's still like this, yeah, this cake is delicious. Saras's mouth was full of cream. Sauron looked at her, and Malin kicked him under the table. Sauron had to turn his head to look at Malin. Lakis looked at the interaction between the two opposite with interest. I heard that the moderate white robes had been defeated before, and their disciples were not as good. Although they were pushed by the reformists, they still did not have an absolute advantage. Anubis, promoted by the royal party, has a brilliant resume. He just defeated the Sand Kingdom, and returned with a great victory. He has a strong army under his command, but it is said that he is a die-hard loyalist of the royal party. He has been in the south for hundreds of years, and has no deep involvement with the imperial nobles. Although supporting it has a higher chance of winning, the nobles may not give much benefit. The two conservative white robes are the most popular at the moment, but I heard that they themselves don't seem to be ready to go on the expedition. They originally planned to let the two disciples gain experience and join the midterm wizard exam. Now they are pushed out by the nobles under their command, and they are in a dilemma. Sarasis, oh I see. What are you saying? Weren't you together all night? Sarasis, Thorin, eat this, it's delicious. Thank you. Soren took the snacks handed over by the silly roe deer with a wry smile. His toes were almost crushed. Marlin smiled and pursed her lips. I think if there is no major change that will make the final decision, the conservatives will probably win. After all, Lord Harabel is stronger than the moderate candidate. It is more reassuring to put the army in the hands of experienced people. The moderates can completely fight for the right to send troops in the midterm exam. Anyway, the reformists will support them with money. As for Lord Anubis, no one knows him, and there is no contract or alliance relationship. I am afraid no one will vote for him. That makes sense. Sauron nodded, as if he had suddenly realized something, patted Marlin's thigh, and moved his toes out from under her boots. Marlin rolled her eyes at him. What's the point of you knowing these things? Do you still want to go on the expedition? Don't think about it. Death Knights cannot be transferred at will. Since you have completed the trial, and become a knight candidate of the Empire, you should graduate early, and take the knight trial. If the incident of Franny this time really turns into a full-scale war with the Elven Alliance, no matter whether it is the squires or the knights who have not graduated, they will all have to charge on the front battlefield. I know that this kind of good job won't be my turn, but maybe I should try to influence the election of the flag bearer this time. First of all, we can't let the reformists succeed, otherwise it may affect the election of the Prime Minister in the future, and even change the Empire's strategy towards the elves. Secondly, we can't let the Conservatives win. If the Conservatives win, why do they need to participate in the midterm wizard exam in the future? Then, Killian's plan to weaken their successors will fail again. Therefore, the best development for Soren is to assist Anubis in becoming the flag bearer of the main army. In this way, he will have the capital to run for prime minister later, and he can also lead the royal party to balance the power of the nobles again, and it will also be beneficial to the direct interests of Soren's team in the Kingdom of Sand. And Soren does have a way to interfere, because he has such a decisive thing in his hand, a high-altitude combat gargoyle army. If this army is handed over to Anubis, it will not be a certainty, but at least it will greatly increase its chances of winning. There is just one problem. Zygen won't make any money this way. It would be fine if she supported someone else, but supporting the squint-eyed man, who had fooled her several times, well. After all, Anubis is a country warlord compared to the imperial nobles. The resources it plundered from the Sand Country have to be used to develop its own power in the empire, and prepare for the military expenses of invading Franny. If a legion is given to it for free, the cunning squint-eyed man might just say to Soren, "I don't have money, I owe it first, thank you." If the resource was indeed owned by Soren, he could certainly decide to hand it over to Anubis to achieve his goal. But the manufacturing and investment of the Gargoyle Corps was entirely prepared by Zygen and Malos. This was a large-scale transaction with a conservative profit of more than 10 million crystals, and it was also related to squeezing the resources in the hands of the nobles. Whether to focus on the short term or the long term, how to choose, was deadlocked again. Soren currently had no good solution, so he could only discuss it first. If I have a valuable trump card and want to give it to Anubis to make it win, and become the flag bearer this time, but it was originally traded to the nobles for a large price, what should I do? Who should I give the chassis to? I don't know. Ah, I didn't ask you. Then it must be traded with the nobles. Merlin spread his hands. I don't know why you insist on letting Anubis lead the army, but even if it can get the chassis you mentioned, there is no guarantee that it will win, right? It has almost no foundation in the empire, and the vote difference is too big. If it loses, we will lose everything. The risk is too great. That's true. Supporting Anubis is too risky, and it's really too risky to not even know what the other party's plan is. Maybe Anubis himself will give up the main army and only let his disciples win the qualification to send troops in this midterm exam. At least his disciples are a bunch of demigods, so it's easy to get a top 3 ranking. If we think in this way, we should give priority to handing over the legion to the noble conservatives, at least to ensure that the candidates supported by the reformists do not get the majority votes, so that the officials will misjudge the situation in the parliament. So you want Anubis to lead the army? But your trump card was originally intended to be traded with the nobles? Lakis took a sip of red tea. Well, I don't quite know what your trump card is, but anyway, isn't it enough to let Anubis get it in the end? Doesn't it have soldiers? Then trade with the nobles as usual, and after receiving the money, leak the information to Anubis, and let him send someone to rob the trump card again. Marlin raised his eyebrows, moved his eyes away from Soren's face, and looked directly at the princess, who looked gentle and elegant, had a generous manner, spoke softly, and finally said something like "let's do something to them," as soon as he opened his mouth. You still can't guarantee that Anubis will win the election if he gets the goods. On the contrary, doing so may cause the nobles whose goods were robbed to become angry and retaliate against Anubis. Lux smiled gently. Then we can do it ourselves, trade with the conservatives, and then pretend to be the reformists to rob the goods, and finally let Anubis take it. No, take it back. The trump card is to be used. Let it use this card to negotiate with the conservatives, in exchange for the support of the conservative nobles, and this card does not need to be returned. Just regard it as the support given by the nobles to it to go to war. For politicians, what is important is not how much benefits are exchanged between each other, but whether such a relationship of interest exchange exists. Once there is a first time, there will be a second time. With such a direct exchange of interests, Anubis is no longer an outsider who has nothing to do with the conservatives, but a member of their own family who has direct collusion with the nobles. Not representing the royal party, but representing the conservatives, then there is a good chance of winning, right? Lakis, you are so cunning. Goo. Marlin was like a great enemy, and his aura was suppressed by the smiling princess for a while, but it is still impossible. To conduct such a level of transaction with the imperial magic nobles, there must be a magic contract. Oh, you probably don't know much about the rules of the empire, but even for ordinary commodity transactions here, both parties have to sign a magic contract. It is impossible for one party to breach the contract without any consequences while trading on the surface. If it is discovered, Anubis will win, but we will offend everyone. Oh, The rules of the Empire. Although I don't know much about the Empire, I know a lot about the rules. Lux narrowed her eyes. No matter how big the magic contract is, it is not bigger than etiquette. We have a knight sitting here who can't even be bound by etiquette. The sight was focused on Soren again, and he suddenly realized, Marilyn, what is the contract between you and the nobles? Are there any consequences for breach of contract? Marilyn rolled his eyes in anger. What are the consequences? There are no consequences. It's just a business that requires a curse, but ordinary contracts must be signed with real names to take effect. If you are a member of the Black Nobles, even if you reveal information to others, the first thing they do is to confirm with real names whether the trading partner has violated the contract. As long as there is a party involved in the contract that causes the business to fail, it can always be found. How to find it? Just like the last time we went to rescue Sally, use bats to find it. As long as it is within the imperial capital, do you think you can escape? Oh, follow the bats to find it, right? Yeah. But the bats can't find me. Excuse me for interrupting, there is a distinguished guest visiting. The maid is knocking on the door again, but this time she waited for a long time and didn't push the door open. To be honest, what do you think is going on inside? What distinguished guest is it again? Marlin looked disdainfully at the smiling princess, and Sarasis, who had finished a table of breakfast, walked to the window and looked out, sticking out his tongue. Wow, so many people. There were really a lot of people, and Soren also went over to take a look. The Icilian manor was packed with people. The heavy cavalry with various flags marched in, followed by carriages one after another. A huge bone dragon was hovering in the sky, and the Blood Clan guards and the elite legion of the undead guarded the manor tightly. The people who got off the carriage were the stewards of the noble families, exchanging door stickers and titles with the steward of the Icilian family. Judging from the emblems on the carriage, a bunch of heirs of noble families came to pay a visit. It seems that the nobles have a wide range of information channels. As soon as the news of Franny came, they immediately came to hug the thigh of the only king. Oh my, these are all people who want to enrich my royal court and get Franny's noble title. Lakis also came over to see, covering her mouth and giggling. It's really rare. It's only after 2 months that there is a ceremony corresponding to the status of the king. It seems that there are still people in the kingdom of Starless who know the importance of etiquette. I thought they were all uneducated people. Lux, no, Lord Franny, His Highness Laminios said, Viscount Icilian, if I stay in your house temporarily, I won't disturb you, right? Sauron heard the rich woman beside him gasp with gritted teeth, then ran forward with a smile, knelt down like a knight, and kissed the back of her hand. Your Majesty, it is a great honor for you to visit my humble home. How dare you say it's a bother? You are so polite. Oh he. Sauron, Lux smiled and glanced at Soren. Then, I will talk to the nobles upstairs later, just like I said just now, to see if there is any company that is willing to cooperate. As for the rest of the chores, I will leave it to you, Lord Soren. How about it? Soren nodded. Then I trouble you, Your Highness, and leave the chores to me. I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to show up in front of these people, so I take my leave first. Saris also came over with a plate, and was still scraping the sauce on the plate with bread. Their chef is good, much better than the hotel. The food in the restaurant is really not for human consumption. Where are you going, Soren? I go with you. You are really happy living like this. Soren, you haven't eaten yet. Stay with the princess first. Malin, please feed her. Malin looked at the fat on Sarasis thoughtfully. This is simple. No, maybe it's more troublesome. What? I didn't eat yesterday because I was worried about you, idiot. Humph. Lakis smiled and winked at Soren, then took Marlin and Saras with her left hand and right hand, and went out to deal with the etiquette of the imperial nobles. Soren jumped out of the windowsill on the other side and ran away. When he opened the curtains, he saw a waning crescent lich standing quietly at the window. He turned his head to look at Soren, then turned his head away and continued to stand guard. Soren was sweating wildly. When did this guy come? How much did he hear? Is it okay? Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, their conspiracy is just. Although Lux's proposal is good, it sounds like there is room for black and white operation to say that Soren can break the contract without any scruples. But after all, the object of the transaction, this trump card is a whole legion of gargoyles. How to operate specifically, you have to discuss with professionals who are good at this business. I don't understand. So you want to steal your own goods? In the Furnace Town weapon shop, the owner Tylon stared at Soren inexplicably. I thought you were here to help train the new vanguards, but you came to rob us? And why do you think I'm a professional who's good at robbing? I'm just a blacksmith, okay? Sauron laughed. Hey, we're all family. I know, you're just a blacksmith. The flesh and blood of the Titans just fell from the sky. Everyone knows. Tyron rolled his eyes in annoyance. We haven't done this kind of thing for a long time, okay? Forget it, you came by chance. There are professionals here recently. You can exchange ideas with them. Hee, I understand. You are just middlemen, and don't do it yourself. You are only responsible for providing intelligence, preparing retreat routes, and taking commissions for money laundering. Sauron nodded repeatedly on the side. What is professional? What are your achievements? Robbery of Imperial armaments? Tyron didn't know how to explain to this kid, so he let him think about it. I said he is not from our side. He came from the north. Oh, the north. Sauron's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he asked alertly, Franny? The Vanguard People's Army? Tylan nodded. Yes, last month, they were about to start a fight in Franny, so they sent messengers to trade armor and muskets. They also wanted to exchange the newly cast dragon spears there for a batch of newly cast rings from us. We didn't have enough to share among our own people, so we didn't agree. But they know that rings can be cast here, and someone will probably come here soon, bringing a batch of Titan flesh and blood, which is said to be looted from the homes of nobles, temples, and royal tombs, to cast rings. After all, they are still our own people, so we agreed. Why didn't I write a secret letter to tell you? It should have been sent to the knight's house where you live. Didn't you see it? Sauron falls sweat. Could it be that there are two messengers, one with a flat head and beard, and the other with a small mustache? Both of them are dragon spear users. Tyron stared at Soren for a while. There are these two. I won't ask you how you know what they look like. Dead? Yeah. Tylan sighed. It's normal for the Vanguard to die, especially in a dangerous place like the Empire. But the captain over there is quite fierce. Just pretend you don't know about it, and don't make trouble for yourself. You want me to be a coward? Sauron frowned. That captain, what hero Leakart? Are there really heroes who appear once in 1,000 years? Who is better, him or Killian? Tylan thought about it seriously. I don't know if there are really heroes. If you want to ask who is better, then Killian is definitely better. But I heard that there is one of the most frightening rumors about the captain. He is immune to magic, and it is not limited to himself. Any magic will not work near him. Chapter 125. Large-scale magic immunity in the magic world is okay. With a group of Dragonlance vanguards, it's invincible. Well, the monsters in Franny's map are really dangerous. The Lich Gods were easy to deal with in the past. I guess whoever is elected as the flag bearer this time will be punished. Soren should level up in the safe zone of the Imperial capital. This is a deadly world. Places like the Imperial capital are safe zones. For messengers from the People's Army have come. One of them is stationed in the furnace for communication. From his appearance, he seems to want to join us. Do you want to meet him and judge for yourself? Let's talk about your business. Tyron asked. Let's go. We have to ask what the People's Army wants to do. What do they really want to do? I heard that the People's Army has offended the Alliance, the Empire, and the nobles of their own country at the same time. Does the People's Army really expect to rely on their heroes to challenge the whole world? Even if the hero is very powerful, the civilian forces he has randomly pulled together cannot withstand the beating of two major powers. To be frank, if the top combat power is excluded, even the resources that Soren can mobilize now can deal with Franny's rebels. What's more, there are so many armies in the Empire. Can the hero save all of them alone? Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the hero himself does not care much about the so-called power. He does not care about the life and death of his subordinates at all. In that case, he is really invincible, and he can do whatever he wants in this carefree world, and no one can restrain him. It is the same nature as those demons hidden in the void, and Leviathan wandering in the deep sea, and is completely a human-shaped natural disaster walking on the ground. Anyone who dares to stare at him will die. But on the other hand, this may also be a way to break the deadlock for the residents of Franny. Just like Priscilla of the Empire can also protect the monster colonies in the habitat, the pirates and the navy will sail around the territory of Leviathan. It's the same reason. Maybe after realizing the threat of the hero, the Empire and the Elf Alliance are too lazy to waste too many resources and energy on such a monster that is just very strong and dangerous, and just bypass the Franny area for a decisive battle. However, if the hero still craves for more, such as power, territory, equality, and freedom, or even wants to invade the territories of the two major countries, the top leaders on both sides will definitely not allow him, a rising and dangerous third force, to continue to exist. So the key is to confirm what the hero's intention is. Is it just to fight and complete tasks casually, Or is it really to liberate all civilians in this world and eradicate the nobles and gods? That's a surer road. What do they want? They want rings, armor, muskets, and ammunition. If the demand wasn't so great, and they could only trade with us for a long time, I think they would have wanted to rob us directly. Tylan snorted coldly and took Soren out, and they are also robbing us of people, tempting those brainless, hot-blooded young people to go to the north to join their cause. Fortunately, the most brainless ones were brought to the Sand Country in advance. And now, in addition to the People's Army, there is also the choice of a new vanguard army, otherwise the young people of the Empire may have to die in a foreign land. Soren looked at the boss in surprise. I thought the old people were close to the north. Why don't you think highly of the future of the People's Army? Hey, I just have bad skin. How can I be that old? Tylan glared at him, not wanting to argue with this kid. It's not just me. The old people here at the Crucible, those who have inherited the legacy, don't think highly of the People's Army. To be honest, no matter how strong the warrior is now, how many years can he live? I'm afraid it won't even last 100 years. In 30 or 40 years, he will fall from the peak and won't be able to protect Franny. By then, these People's Army will probably die. In the past, the Vanguard Army rebelled under the rule of the Elven Gods, and this was the worst possible outcome. Once the hero fell, the struggle was declared over too many times. But we had no choice before. But now that you have opened up a new world in the south, it is indeed more likely that the new Vanguard Army will be passed on. Here we are, the Northerners live here. It's the small restaurant by the canal, opened by the exiled elf Tim and his half-elf daughter, and the base of the smuggling guild. So that's how it is. The envoy of the Vanguard People's Army also came in through the Chamber of Commerce. The Icelian Chamber of Commerce is quite wild, even doing business with the People's Army. There are quite a lot of people in the restaurant at this moment. Tim and his daughter are busy. Tylan greeted them and took Soren to the back room and came to a man with a gray goatee in the corner. Ram, the trade representative of the People's Army, this is Soren, the new leader of the Vanguard Army. You guys chat first. I go get some food. Tylan turned and left, and the customers at the 3 tables next to Ram also stood up and left, leaving a circle of space. They were probably all bodyguards. New Vanguard, Soren, I've heard about you. Ram looked Soren up and down. You. Do you have to wrap your head like that just to meet? Hasn't this town been completely controlled by the Vanguard? Soren. Don't mind, it's not against you. I just got burned in a fight recently. Ram looked at him suspiciously. Well, I heard that your new Vanguard is recruiting people to open up Wasteland in the south? Soren sat down in front of him and nodded. Yes, I heard that you also want to recruit people to fight in the north. It seems that we have a conflict. Ram shook his head. This is not a conflict. We are not recruiting soldiers, not even recruiting soldiers. We are just asking for help. But I heard that if you go to the south to open up Wasteland, you will also provide you with resettlement allowance? Can Northerners go? Ordinary women, children, the elderly and the weak? Can I go too? Soren was stunned. Of course there is no problem. Ram nodded. Okay, we will arrange for Franny's people to escape in batches. Please find a way for them to survive. Sauron hesitated. Is this what you mean? Or is it what your leader means? Of course it's not his idea. He doesn't care about such trivial matters. Ram grinned. Since the situation has developed towards the most extreme situation, we have to find a way out for the weak. Don't worry, the People's Army doesn't care about the whereabouts of a traitor, like me who deserted the battlefield. Sauron understood a little. Among the vanguards of Franny, some people also have no confidence in the future of the People's Army. Then why did you follow him in the beginning? What exactly does he want to do? Ram smiled. If you are asking about the leader and warrior of the People's Army, he wants to kill all the nobles and gods who are responsible for the famine in Franny. If you are asking about him, just referring to the adventurer Leekart, he probably just wants to complete this epic task and get a reward that matches the difficulty of the task. Mission reward? Sauron was curious. Do you mind talking about the leader of your People's Army? Tylan brought beer. Ram took a sip, thanks. Okay, let's talk. Leekart, the leader of our People's Army. He may have a problem with his brain. Tylan laughed. This is a common evaluation of the Vanguard Army. Ram shook his head seriously. No, I mean it. He seems to have a problem with his understanding of this world. Leekart gives people the feeling that he is not the kind of ordinary people who are born in this world and struggle in it, and struggle to survive for some purpose, desire, ambition, or responsibility of their own. I always feel that he just can't fit in. Or in other words, he has no interest in this world and no expectations. All Leekart does is simply to complete the task, and the so-called personal desire is limited to the reward after completing the task. He is really keen on completing tasks and getting rewards, and his dead face usually smiles. I don't know if this is the special feature of the so-called brave man, but he completed the entire Franny Kingdom, all the tasks of the Adventure Guild in every city, and he can be said to be a top adventurer famous in the entire Elf Alliance. Tylon also said, but this reputation is not a good reputation. I heard that when he was an adventurer, he would kill anyone who prevented him from completing the task without asking why. For basic tasks such as collecting designated materials, he would kill all the monsters in the forest. When he was asked to investigate the situation in the dungeon, he was able to kill the sleeping demon directly. If he can solve the problem, he will never waste time negotiating. Because the task reward is too low, it is common for him to kill the task publisher to vent his anger. Soren raised his eyebrows. He must be unpopular if he does this. Rem also rubbed his eyebrows. He doesn't have any popularity, let alone friends. He doesn't even have enemies in the general sense. Because daring to take the initiative to be an enemy of Leicart is simply a suicidal act. Before, a large mercenary group accepted the task of assassinating him, but before they could do anything, he somehow found out about it, and went to each stronghold to kill them all, from the lower level cadres to the top, leaving no one alive, and the organization that had existed for hundreds of years was completely disbanded. As for those who commissioned assassination missions, those who issued assassination missions, and those direct enemies, such as the Chamber of Commerce, and the Assassins Guild in the other world, it goes without saying that they are all dead. The forces they belong to also swallow their anger, and dare not continue to retaliate, but as long as their members are encountered on the road by him, they will still be killed without asking the reason. Generally, such jokes are just said when venting anger, and even the Vanguard army knows when to stop. Who really holds a grudge like him, and kills all irrelevant people in the entire hostile organization? And sometimes they were just passers-by. He suddenly pulled out a gun and killed people. He said the other party was a hostile organization after killing them. Is he crazy, or taking the opportunity to rob? The most outrageous thing is that he killed a mercenary group and ran to the competitor to ask for tasks and rewards. They didn't even have time to clear themselves. At the end of the story, the Adventure Guild didn't dare to assign him tasks. So he simply stole other people's tasks, and even went around every area to flatten all the bandit camps, monster nests, Warcraft dungeons, and other strongholds that he could find nearby. As a result, he often complains about the slow resurrection of monsters. Isn't this a joke? How can they be resurrected if they are already dead? Sauron was speechless. Well, this Greybeard is indeed. It can be seen that he has a lot of complaints under the hero, and he wants to change jobs. Ram took another sip of wine, but it is such a person, this Leicart, an adventurer more terrifying than the devil. No one dares to make a loud noise when he walks into the Adventurers Guild. To some extent, he is a hero who has improved the national security. Just because he was a commoner, the princes and nobles ignored him. Just because he had no magical talent, the Elf Temple looked down on him. So we finally found him. Well, strictly speaking, we didn't go to find him at first. We went to find the illegitimate daughter Rhaena, hoping to borrow the qualification of the heir of the king's blood and join Franny's king election. He just happened to go on an adventure with Princess Rhaena, whom we protected. No, it was Rhaena who went on an adventure with him. Because Rhaena asked Leicart to be her bodyguard, and he didn't seem to have any other tasks to do, so he was involved. Wait, you Franny are fighting so fiercely, so many forces don't recruit him? But isn't he a hero? At least he is already a famous super adventurer, right? Sauron was curious. Ram took a sip of wine. He is indeed very powerful, and it seems that he has the inheritance of the Vanguard army, and a gun he got from somewhere. But in Franny, any warrior may have the inheritance of the Vanguard army. Besides, Leicart has a bad reputation, too many enemies, and a bad personality. It is also said that he was a subordinate of a knight commander before, but later betrayed him. Who would dare to recruit such a person? Pulling him over would offend a lot of people, and then he might be killed the next day because the reward for assigning him a task was too small. We also knew his bad reputation, but everyone saw that Rhaena was interested in that guy, and we were naive at the time and thought that Leicart was indeed capable. Moreover, perhaps because the two of them have been together for so long and have some friendship, he would acquiesce to him joining in because Rhaena helped us. Who knew? Who knew that this guy would be so ruthless and actually kill all the nobles in the country? What's wrong with kneeling? It's really crazy. Well, I guess those nobles who forced this bad-tempered brave man to kneel also thought so. Rum drank his wine. His expression became more and more depressed. We, the first batch of vanguards who went to find Rhaena, were all knights under the command of Princess Reina's father, the previous prince. In the past, the previous prince was defeated and killed in the internal struggle with King Franny, and we were also exiled. Everyone protected the last blood of the prince and hid from place to place. To be honest, it was just that the loser didn't want to give up the last straw to save his life. Who knew that the opportunity really came, and Franny gave birth to the third heir, Princess Laminios. In this way, the king wanted to cut off the power of the regent, and the regent wanted to seize the throne, so the internal struggle began again. We saw the opportunity and originally wanted to join forces with the regent to restore the reputation of Princess Reina's royal blood, and marry the regent to regain the throne of Franny. If this succeeds, we can also restore the title of knight. Even if Leichardt is willing to marry Princess Reina and be the regent himself, we can actually accept it, but now, everything is ruined. Tylan and Soren looked at each other, while Rem kept drinking wine. Now Franny's people's army is a group of extremists in the vanguard army. Those who support Leichardt are a group of stupid young people who are blinded by passion. They hid in the shadow of the hero, trying to vent the injustice and oppression they had experienced in the past. But what could these people get in the end? They would only be hunted down and executed. Their savior, the hero, could not protect them at all. In fact, it was even worse. The hero who acted on his own was not even the idealistic hero in the legend. He would not fight for them, let alone die for them. In the end, the only ones who died were these fools who caused big trouble. Stupid, so stupid. Rem muttered to himself and fell drunk on the table. It was just a low-proof homemade wine. Maybe he was drunk easily because he had something on his mind. There was no way to talk about other things. Soren and Tylan had to leave first and asked the guards to take Ram back to the room to rest. They should have understood that heroes can't be relied on. The strong can get what they want with their fists. If they can live well with their own strength, how many psychopaths would stand up for those weak people who can't do this for no reason? Tylan said to Soren, "So don't take Killian and those white robes too seriously. They are always calculating this and that. Even if you make various arrangements and plans against them, in the end, they are no longer on our side. On the contrary, they are just like the heroes, just for their own rewards, and they are just carrying out their own tasks. Don't have high hopes for them, because the strong may cause a big mess at any time like the heroes because of their personal likes and dislikes. Although I also think that the hero is so tough and killed the nobles in a counterattack, which is very satisfying. How many people will be implicated and killed? Will they care about the fate of the ants implicated? After all, the moral role models in epic poems and the heroes who sacrifice everything are simply fantasy and beautification. There is no saint like the savior." Sauron looked at the boss. "You are not trying to take this opportunity to preach to me, are you? Of course I know that the liches also have their own interests, so I can calculate them based on this premise. This is not for my personal benefit, it is necessary." Tylan shook his head. "I just want to remind you not to get too involved with the nobles and forget your original intention. You have become stronger too quickly. Look at that brave man. He has been famous for so long and killed so many people, but he has never been accepted into the circle. He is still just a chess piece that can't see the overall situation and rushes around. But in such a short time, you have become a formal member of them, and you can even plan and participate in the real game of chess players, like now. After all these years, this is the first time I see a little real hope. Don't let me be disappointed again like the old man inside." Sauron shook his head. "Taran, that's why I said you are old and sentimental. Indeed, you grew up in this kind of environment, so you may care about noble status, titles, inheritance, etc., right? If I tell you bluntly that these things are shit, it may hurt your feelings." Taran stared at him. Soren shrugged, "And there is one thing you may have misunderstood. It's not that the hero cannot be accepted into that circle, he should also be disdainful to join it. I now have a rough idea of this guy's character. It's not difficult to deal with him. We can spend a lot of effort to support the Vanguard People's Army. No, we must spend a lot of effort to support him. Because the hero is on the same side as us. You said he doesn't care about the fate of the ants, hee. Maybe this madman will be like a real saint, fighting to protect Franny until his head is broken and bloody." Tylan frowned. "That murderous madman? Is he standing with us? Will he protect Franny?" "Of course, although I don't know what those evil liches are thinking. It's too simple to describe him as a brave man." Sauron sneered. Lost alone in a foreign land, at a loss, he could only pass the time through endless tasks. Only the sense of accomplishment when getting rewards can fill the emptiness in his heart, and give himself a sense of reality that he really exists in the world and is really influencing the world. But the meaning of life in this world is only this. He killed people recklessly because he was so strong that he didn't need teammates. He could uproot the assassination organization in the other world and disband it alone. How could he do it with only strength but no wisdom and determination to match it? But he kept a woman who was like a burden by his side. He knew that she was useless to him, but he still took her with him all the way to protect her, because at least he didn't hate her, at least he didn't want to kill her, at least she was watching him and could testify that he was a real person. So why not protect her a little, help her a little? It's effortless anyway, and there's no loss, so why refuse? But at the end of this mission to protect someone, at the last link of receiving a generous reward, at the last step of receiving the reward, he gave up everything that was within his reach. Why? At the end of this trial, at the end of the story, at the end of the hard work, at the moment when he can turn over a new page in this life, but he abandoned this teammate. He pushed away the woman who could be embraced by just reaching out his hand. Why? It's very simple, because this is not the story he wants. This is not the world the hero wants, because he has completed all the tasks of the entire Franny kingdom. He has walked all over the kingdom with his feet, and has seen every task, every city, and every person with his own eyes. He has helped everyone who needed help, killed everyone who should be killed, and eliminated all the criminals with bounties and hidden dangers to be detected, as well as the bandits, robbers, monsters, and monsters that were causing trouble in the area. But at the end of this story, everything has to come to an end. What is his reward? And what is the reward for the people he influenced, changed, and saved? Kneel down and be a royal dog. Continue to herd the sheep that can't even fill their stomachs for the gods and princes. Herd those who gave him tasks, asked him for help, and rewarded and thanked him. But in the end, no matter how many demons he killed, how many ghosts he eliminated, he still couldn't save the sheep, who starved to death in front of him. So is there any need to ask, why didn't he kneel down? When he chose to become the leader of the people's army, didn't he tell everyone clearly from the beginning to the end, what he was doing? Even young people like us, fools who don't think about anything when we are full of passion, can see it clearly. What are the old men still hesitating about? Tylon stared at the boy in front of him, watching him open his arms to the sky. In the violent emotional fluctuations, the magic power in his body surged, steaming out hot flames. In the morning light, the burning torch like a human roared, "Prince! Gods! All those who are responsible for the famine! They must die!" Chapter 126. Perhaps a long time ago, the vanguard army was indeed inherited from the Emperor's guards of the ancient empire, from the royal guards, and from the Holy Lance knights under the guardian nobles. But that cruel winter really changed a lot of things. When the pioneers braved the snow and cold, crossed the fleeing refugees, and rushed towards the gods and demons in the dark night, when people no longer called them great knights, great nobles, and great martial gods, but the vanguard army, when they began to fight for the fate of mankind instead of the fate of the kings, when generations of leaders were executed, and generations of stupid young people with only hot blood continued to pick up broken spears and join the vanguard's battle group. They no longer called themselves the descendants of the martial god, the descendants of the royal guards, the knight servants, the dogs of the nobles, but the vanguard army. Why the old empire could never truly revive? Because these young warriors holding spears no longer stood on the same side as the princes and nobles. I understand your decision. Tylon nodded. Since the leaders of both sides are exactly the same hot-blooded idiots, there is no need to choose. Just do as you wish. They all have to die. Sauron put down his hand and calmed down. I can't compare with that brave man. After all, I am a kind-hearted, merciful and kind person. Look, the nobles of the empire are alive and well, aren't they? I didn't stick them on stakes, hang them on street lamps, skin them, and cut them into pieces. Tylon looked at him. He didn't do that, okay? And what did you say just now? That you wanted to take back the good soul to the nobles? Sauron slapped his head. Oh right, let's get down to business. Find me a group of people, skilled hands, the kind of hands that wiped out the Crucible Death Knights overnight. What exactly are your goods? Crystal? Scroll? Potion? Weapon? How many cars? How much is the transaction? Who is it with? Where is it traded? Do you need to resell it after it is taken back? Is there a warehouse? Escape route? Do you need support? Who said he was just a blacksmith? I go to the factory to see the details. It's probably a modified gargoyle army. The transaction amount is 10 million crystals. Tyron suddenly coughed violently. What's wrong? Are you choking on your saliva? How did you come up with such a big scene? 10 million crystals. A gargoyle army. Oh my god, you are kidding me. The owner of the weapon shop seemed to be about to faint. This is really not my idea. It was the proposal of the scabbards, ahem. Sauron spread his hands. Anyway, the rest depends on you. Depend on me? Damn! A legion! How are you going to trade? How are we going to get it back? What are we going to get it back for? Tylon was going crazy. Soren gave him a thumbs up and a bright smile. Use your imagination. I believe in your business level. You can do it, old man. You. Okay, I go to the furnace to check the production status first. You can recruit people first. I listen to the plan later. Soren rode on Guan Haifa and ran away, leaving the owner of the weapons shop alone in the wind. Arriving at the furnace factory again, the iron blade dragon that once hovered in the clouds was no longer visible, and the surrounding flags and emblems were changed from the rusted bone dragon of the Iron Blade Dragoon Regiment to the Nightmare Blood flag of the Nightmare Blood Cavalry Corps. Since the vanguards had cleared out the Ironfront Dragoon Death Knights stationed there before, the factory was now guarded by the Nightmare Blood Knights, who were supported by the Isenglian family. Furnace Town was the fief of Viscount Marlin Isenglian, and the factory was guarded by the Blood Knights. The entire furnace fell into the hands of the Blood Knights faction. Of course, since the Blood Knights had lost a great leader and were at their weakest, there was no way they could send back extra troops. In fact, during the 2 months that Soren was away, the task of defending the factory was nominally handed over to the Plasma Rose, a group of female knights who had not yet graduated. In fact, the force guarding the furnace is a mercenary corps recruited in the name of the Furnace Town Guard according to the agreement reached between Soren and Malaz. That is, the unions, guilds, or mercenary organizations with various vanguard backgrounds secretly control everything. And this change in the furnace can only be regarded as the aftermath of the struggle for the royal inheritance by various forces after the death of Yachukas, the master of the royal family. The real fierce competition is about titles and territories. Just like the news that Lux had found out before, most of the imperial nobles actually only have a subordinate magic contract with Yachukas personally. In fact, these families have broken away from their subordinate relationship with the royal family of stars, the Saint Estelle family. However, similar to Franny, the remaining direct descendants of the royal family of stars are still fighting among themselves, and even worse. They don't even have the military force that matches their bloodline, the strong support of the Holy Lance Guards and Knights, and no one has shown outstanding talents and strength to quickly determine the winner. This, in turn, can only weaken themselves further, and use the family's resources to exchange for strength. The Wang family was divided and eaten away bit by bit, so the longer it dragged on, the more it declined. For some people, it was a feast. A considerable number of the nobles of the original Wang party did not intend to continue to be tied to the currently shaky Wang family, so they took advantage of the ancient marriage relationship with other noble factions, and did not hesitate to lower their titles and cede their territories to join other factions. However, not everyone could join the noble faction, not because the remaining people were so loyal to the Wang family and tried so hard to resist, but because the noble faction took the initiative to refuse to accept the other party's truce and surrender. Because the winner is too greedy. After all, most nobles are related by marriage, and the noble party also has the right to inherit the property and territory of the surrendered. So they can do it drastically, kill all the descendants of those families that have lost their protectors and are extremely weak, and then use their titles to completely wipe out the other party's family heritage. Why not? Anyway, Yachukas is dead, who will stop them? So 2 months have passed, and Soren has even destroyed the Kingdom of Sand, but the whale fall of the Stars family has not been divided up by the sharks. As for what the biggest and most eye-catching legacy of the Wang family is, it is not the furnace, but the army. There are 4 armies that are directly loyal to the human king. Because of their military emblems, they are usually referred to as the 4 Death Knights, namely the Golden Lion, Iron Dragon, Dark Flame Bull, and Chimera. Add to that the Nightmare of the Blood Cavalry, the Ice Wolf of the Northern Expedition Army, and the people of the 100-man group. These are the 7 regular armies at the core of the Psychic Empire. Although these 4 knights seem to be the same kind of people who kneel and lick the feet of Yachukas, and are all the henchmen and minions of the human king, they were treated differently when they were liquidated as the property of the Wang family. Well, in fact, only the Iron Dragon was targeted. Because in fact, after the tragic Third War, the regular army of the Empire was all supplemented and reorganized by Death Knights, who were strengthened by level 10 magic potions, and could charge at any time, which led to the current situation of 7 Death Knights. But if you talk about the origin and inheritance of other troops, you could understand the gap between the same Death Knights. The Golden Lion, formerly known as the Stairs King Knights, is led by the Lion King Stormheart, who is the Grand Knight of this generation of stairs. Under the Empire's champion Knight Captain Killian, he is the Empire's first knight. The Golden Lions are a family of loyal knights, who have been loyal to Lord Stars and Patriarch Saint Astaire for generations. By the way, they are probably the first royal nobles to defect to the nobles after the death of the Human King. The Dark Flame Bull, originally known as the Human King's Guard, is the spider's fangs or bull's horns on the flag of the Imperial Guard Spider. In theory, they are the royal guards responsible for guarding the Human King closely. Although the ancient martial gods had long since died in battle, and their inheritance was cut off. The current Dark Flame Bull is really the Dark Flame Bull, and has no necessary connection with the Wu-Wei. But since Yachukas claims to be the king of man and rebuilds the empire, this organization is naturally indispensable. This group of people is lucky. After all, in terms of organization, they are direct subordinates of the Prime Minister, and no one in the Parliament comes to settle accounts with them. Chimera, formerly known as the Monster Suppression Team, is also an old organization that existed in the ancient empire, and was directly under the Emperor. It is specifically responsible for suppressing various monsters and demons in the Empire's territory. After the victory, they will add some of the characteristics of the defeated monsters as merits to the military emblem, which is why they are called Chimera. This legion is currently stationed in the territory of White Robe Priscilla, responsible for cooperating with the King of Monsters and its group to contain the army of the Elf Alliance. At the same time, they are also on guard against Priscilla's group of monsters rebelling against the Empire. With such an important strategic position, naturally no one will easily come to trouble them. Then, there are three other troops that are not the direct descendants of the Human King. The Frost Crusaders of the Ice Wolf emblem are the lone snow troops that invaded the Elven Alliance during the Third War. The remnants are still stationed on the northern ice sea front, forming a unique northern expedition army. The 100-man Corps is the first generation of undead legions brought by the Necromancers to join the Psychic Empire. Initially, it was 100 armored zombies. After continuous innovation and magic breakthroughs, by the time of the Third War, the Technology Development Bureau led by Lich Flower finally completed it, and launched the True Death Knight Corps, turning the tide of the war. The Blood Knights of Nightmare were the first cavalry regiment established by Killian himself after the establishment of the Empire. Yes, Killian did try to organize the Empire's vanguard army and reorganize it into the tactical prototype of the heavy cavalry invincible push flow. Although the core part of this tactic, the vanguard army, later failed because most of them defected to Franny. But in terms of the inheritance of the Legion, it has been 1,000 years. As for the Iron Dragon, its real name is the Iron Dragon Cavalry Regiment. It is a new legion formed after the half-alchemical and half-dead high-altitude combat weapon, the Steel Bone Flying Dragon, was developed by the engineers of the Furnace. And the Steel Dragons also need maintenance, so they are responsible for guarding the Furnace factory. Therefore, they can be said to be the least experienced among the 7 Death Knight legions. In summary, due to the decline of the Wang family, the Iron Knights have become one of the abandoned pawns, who have lost their master, and no one in the Parliament endorses them. Let's take a look at the opponents of this conflict and battle for the Furnace, the situation of the Icenlian family, which is money, soldiers and connections, and is a powerful family of its own, and can fully participate in the game. But Malaz only wanted a Viscount fiefdom of Furnace Town for his younger sister, and since the Chamber of Commerce was originally a trade organization that traded with everyone, no one was worried about letting them manage the factory. Whether it was the Wang family or other nobles, they all hoped that a potential competitor would withdraw from the competition for the inheritance of the Human King. So naturally, without any objection, the faction of the Blood Cavalry won the right to dominate the area near the Furnace. The Iron Front Knights were definitely dissatisfied with this result. After all, it was one of the 7 major knight orders supported by the Empire, with a bunch of Death Knights under its command, including a large knight enhanced by magic potions above level 10, a magic warrior, who was enough to rival the leader of the Vanguard Legion, and even a top leader, who could directly participate in the frontal battlefield and fight against the gods and liches. But no matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than the Imperial Order represented by the Parliament and the liches standing behind them, and they don't have time to care about the Furnace. Now the Iron Knights have lost more than just a Furnace, not to mention the industries and fiefs of each family. Even the regular army to be mobilized to conquer Franny is the original sequence of the Iron Dragoon Regiment. It's just that they will not participate in the war as victors, plunder and make merit. But they will just work hard, and make up for their mistakes. If they performed well and made military achievements, they might even be transferred to other nobles. If they performed poorly, they would naturally be deprived of their military power, and fall from a warlord to a wild warrior. So sometimes personal strength is useless. One person cannot defeat a group of people without cheating. After 2 months of conflicts of interest and intrigues, the Iron Knights could only watch the big piece of meat of the furnace factory being cut off from the beginning to the end, and they could not even send people back to recover the place where a large group was slaughtered by the vanguard army overnight. Without the permission of the parliament, the Death Knights could not leave the front line and return to the furnace to participate in the struggle for interests. Because they were a newly formed legion and were under the command of the defeated chess player, they had no right to participate in the chess game. Because before getting the protection of the new master, the leaders of the Iron Front Legion did not want to jump out and disobey the orders of the parliament when the struggle at the top was fierce, causing trouble and seeking their own death. Then, they could only accept it with a pinch of their nose. Is it funny? Is it sad? But this is politics. If they were the vanguard, they wouldn't care about anything. They would take revenge. How could they leave it overnight? But they didn't. They chose to kneel down, so they had to follow the rules and lie down like a group of dogs. Soren was really sad. He really felt that the Death Knights of the Iron Knights were quite pathetic. They were also one of the few humans in this world who were strong enough to control their own destiny in most cases, right? Even if they really ignored the orders of the parliament and rushed back to fight for the factory, a charge could kill most of the vanguard of the uprising, and would the parliament really cut off its own arms and punish the entire Death Knights? At most, they would give up the fiefdom, the family name, and all the wealth and glory. What's the big deal? But they didn't. They couldn't bear to give it up. So 2 months passed, there was no revenge, and they just acquiesced. They could stand up, but they chose to kneel down to the parliament. It seems that in this world, the brave who dare to stand up and say no to the gods is really rare once in 1,000 years. Wearing the attendant robe of the Plasma Rose Guild and the ring of the Vanguard Army, he entered the factory unimpeded without even a single person to interrogate Soren. As a result, he asked a few engineers of the Vanguard Army, only to find that he came at an unfortunate time, as Sijin and Malaz had already left. After all, the furnace is a state-owned enterprise that prepares weapons for the Imperial Army, but the people who do the work are still human beings. Malaz just said hello and had a cup of tea, and he persuaded the factory director and supervisor sent by the parliament to turn a blind eye. After all, if this deal is done, then this tea fee can be completely ignored, and the communication on Shiqiang's side is more smooth. The engineers and alchemists have begun to transform the production line and various magic circuits according to her instructions. It is obvious that it is not the first time for the two to do this. They don't waste time. After giving the order, they took the transport team away. It seems that they went directly to the mining area to prepare materials. It seems that everyone is very excited to make a lot of money. Actually, Soren is the same. How do you usually deliver the gargoyles to the Legion? Aren't you worried about being robbed? After failing to find Sijin, Soren found an engineer wearing a ring, and who had learned the new Vanguard's ideology very well. As soon as he met him, he pulled him into a corner and inquired about it furtively. Robbery? Who would rob a gargoyle when there are other options? Robber it, and take it back to guard the door. The engineer was puzzled, but still took the captain to the warehouse to see the scene. The gargoyles are too heavy, and the magic energy consumption is too high after activation. They are used in combat, and will be quickly depleted. They are usually directly loaded on ships, and first sent from the canal in the furnace town to the underground dock of the imperial capital for delivery. Then the buyer will send someone to escort them, and take the cargo ship through the underground river to their supply point on the front line. Don't you send it directly to the front line? Sauron was curious. The engineer explained, you can't go this way. Something happened before. A large number of elven assassins followed the magic traces of the supply line and invaded in reverse to destroy it, almost destroying the furnace. The furnace is the core of the Empire's armament production, and is extremely important. The white robe above used a lot of forbidden spells to protect this place, especially the factory, where only humans can enter and exit freely. But it can't be done too much, because the furnace itself was modified by the dwarves by cutting off the earth veins. If this area is completely blocked with magic, even production will not be able to continue. So in order to prevent assassins from sneaking in, and to limit the direct teleportation magic between the Empire and the Alliance, the Liches use powerful magic to force all people traveling between the two countries to pass through the docks of the imperial capital, either above ground or underground, for transit. This way, passing under the eyes of the white robes, at least we can prevent the elves from sending a large group of magic assassins to repeat the same trick. So now the supplies delivered to the frontline legions of the Empire have to go around the docks of the imperial capital. Anyway, the military supplies are the responsibility of the nobles. They also have their own secret warehouses on the front line, so we don't have to worry about the safety of the supply lines behind. So that's how it is. What kind of weird magic is this? Soren Khan, no wonder when Ulrids brought him and Sarasis to the Empire, they arrived at the dock first and then called a carriage. He was quite curious. Why didn't they just ask the taxi driver to take them to their doorstep? Oh, by the way, the taxi driver. Speaking of which, Sharon charges per person, right? The heads of living people. Chapter 127. We just modified the Legion gargoyles with flying wings. Each one weighs only about 200 to 300 kilograms. We can ship them in a container with a load of 30 tons. It is no problem to load 100 gargoyles in one container. The reorganized Legion of 5,000 gargoyles is 50 containers with a load of 1,500 tons. It is enough to use a large inland ship to transport one. Sauron returned to the weapon shop with the information he got from the engineer. Together with the boss Tylon, he went into the small cellar under the floor and lit the oil lamp to plot. Our people will mark the containers and transport ships. We have even got the canal route from the factory and the patrol schedule along the coast. There are several places to raid. Do it, it's not difficult. Tylon looked at the map that Soren brought and shook his head. You can't hijack ships in the Canal of the Furnace. Few buyers will agree to pay for goods as soon as they are shipped from the factory. Generally speaking, the factory will only trade after the goods are shipped to the Imperial capital dock. You know that the factory was raided by elven assassins once before, right? Well, since then, the area near the dock, that is, the warehouse area, is the place with the most stringent detection magic and guards. The nobles' own goods will also be placed at the dock, and the Parliament will take turns to send private soldiers to garrison, so large transactions are usually carried out in that safe area. You have to at least wait until the goods are shipped to the dock and the delivery is completed before we can take action. Otherwise, it would be just robbing your own goods. The transaction has not even been completed, and the buyer does not have to pay you. And, Soren, are you sure you can ignore the constraints of the transaction contract? Soren looked at his right hand. Don't worry about this. I think there are only 1 or 2 extremely high-level magic contracts in this world that can bind me. This kind of business contract is definitely not among them. This is really an enviable talent. It seems that you are determined to rob the thieves. Tylon glanced at Soren. Okay, I have also thought of a feasible strategy. First, transport the goods from the factory to the Imperial capital via the canal. We can only start after you, and the buyer complete the delivery and receive the payment. It will take a long time to settle 10 million soul crystals. You must at least get the money in hand. It is impossible for you to turn against me on the spot. Soren nodded in agreement. It is impossible for any force to take out so many soul crystals at once. At most, they can take out a part of it as a deposit. Most of it must be settled with gold, land deeds, treasures and other things. Whether the deal can be completed is still a question. How to hijack the ship depends on the buyer's plan. Will they send the goods to the front line along the underground river in a short time, or temporarily store them in the warehouse at the dock? So according to the buyer's actions, we also have 2 plans to hijack the goods. If it is the former, we will ambush in the underground river outside the city during transportation, hijack the ship, and then send the goods to the secret base of the Vanguard army in the mining area and the underground river, or simply change the ship and drive it back to the warehouse in the safe zone of the Imperial capital. If it is the latter, we have to attack the dock warehouse and steal or rob the cargo ship. In order to avoid alerting the whole city, we have to send the goods out of the city along the underground river as soon as possible and transfer them to our secret base to avoid the limelight. These 2 actions are carried out in different places, and you can't know the buyer's plan in advance, so we have to make preparations for both situations and arrange 2 teams to carry out the plan separately. Sauron nodded repeatedly. The analysis was fine. It's better to be prepared than to be caught unprepared. Of course, he agreed to make preparations for both situations. Only children do multiple choice questions. I won't choose, I want them all. This is the plan for adults. It will be more convenient to act in the underground river. We have many experts from the mining team who are familiar with the secret passages and forks in the nearby underground river. I can arrange for new faces to gather from other mining areas on mining ships and rob the cargo ship. The action team will go back directly and send another group to change the container to another ship and send it back to the warehouse in the Imperial capital for hiding. No one will know. It is the simplest and safest. There are 2 difficulties. The first is intelligence. We need to find out the time and route of the buyer's shipment. The second is the location of the action. It cannot be too far from the city, otherwise who knows whether the target will suddenly change the secret path. Once the intelligence is wrong and the river is missed, it will be impossible to catch up. But it cannot be too close to the city, otherwise it is easy to leak the news with ships coming and going on the river. If the defenders of the imperial capital find out, they will not be able to escape without a fierce battle. If the worst-case scenario is that someone in the action team is arrested or the hidden base is discovered, the vanguard organization of the entire mining area will be implicated. Well, is this the simplest solution? Another scenario is even more troublesome, that is, the nobles temporarily store the goods at the docks and do not transport them out of the city in the short term, and this possibility is very high. After all, the dock area has been set up with countless detection magics to prevent thieves and assassins from sneaking in. It is too difficult to steal goods quietly from under the noses of liches and wizards. I thought about it, and the more feasible solution is to use scattered soldiers to create chaos in the imperial capital first, disperse the defense forces in the city, and then organize an elite team to feint and launch a surprise attack on the valuables warehouse at the dock to attract the attention of the dock guards. In this way, the real team can fish in troubled waters and disguise themselves as staff to steal the target cargo ship. The liches must focus on the elite team that sneaked in. After all, the valuable warehouse was attacked. Who would care about the loss of a shipload of goods? There are two difficulties in this plan. The first is intelligence, the exact location of the warehouse and cargo ship. The second is manpower, especially the assault team that performs the most dangerous mission. We can't use our own people for this mission, not only because of the risk of death, but mainly because the style of the vanguard is too obvious. Seeing a powerful human warrior appear, everyone will first suspect the vanguard. So we have to find mercenaries from the imperial capital. It is easier to find helpers to create unrest in the city to distract attention. In the past 2 months, many teams have been helping the princes and nobles to fight a civil war. Just hire some soldiers to attack the nobles' homes and create conflicts and unrest. The difficulty is to form a raiding team. The number of people cannot be too large, otherwise the news will leak out. The strength cannot be weak, otherwise it will not be able to contain the defenders of the dock. The bid cannot be too low, otherwise an elite team with enough strength to attack the dock warehouse will not take such a big risk to offend the empire and attack the dock. But on the other hand, as long as we can gather such a team to launch an attack, no matter what the outcome is, it will be beneficial to our plan. If it succeeds, we can directly steal the ship. If it fails, we will not suffer any loss, and the buyer will definitely doubt the security of the warehouse area and will be forced to arrange to send the goods to the front line in advance, so that we can return to the simple plan of robbing goods in the underground river before. Sauron narrowed his eyes and looked at the boss. By the way, is this really what you just thought of? I always feel that Tylon has been planning similar actions for a long time. Or is it that the vanguard army, these seemingly brainless muscle men, have an IQ bonus when they start behind-the-scenes conspiracies and secret operations? Tylon stared at Soren. So what's your decision? Do you still want to take action? Of course. Sauron nodded. No matter how difficult it is, can it be compared with the North? We are still too weak now, and can't stop the Empire's army from going out. We can only weaken the nobles little by little and strengthen our own voice. But being weak is not a reason to stay out of it. On the contrary, it is also an advantage and a strength. When the liches and gods ignore us because of our weakness and turn their heads to stare at the brave, they will ignore our growth and expansion, be unprepared for us, and turn a blind eye to our upcoming raid. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Just do it. Tyron stared at Soren in silence for a while. It seems that you understand the survival rules of the vanguard better than the brave. That's right, remember to stay weak and hide yourself from the gods. You can shoot a shot that the demons didn't expect. I will arrange for people to prepare for the hijacking. But there is still one thing you need to do in person in the plan just now. Gather an elite team as bait to attack the dock. Tylon nodded. I am familiar with the circle of the lower class, those low-level mercenaries, gangsters and desperados, and it is not a problem to arrange some of my own people to deal with the riots in the city. But I don't usually have any contact with those elite adventurers. You have to recruit them yourself. You are a noble now. You can always find strong people who are willing to kneel to you. In the Empire, there are actually many such strong people. Maybe this is not a difficult task for you. I understand. Leave the recruitment of mercenaries to me. Then we will act separately. Sauron nodded solemnly. Without delay, he climbed out of the cellar and returned directly to the imperial capital. Plotting behind the scenes, using others' ignorance to sacrifice them, hiding behind the scenes without dirtying their own hands, but sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, using this despicable act to achieve their own goals and seek their own interests. This is how the nobles act. It is also the dirty tricks inherited from the old men by the hot-blooded and stupid vanguards. But someone has to do this kind of thing. Especially when the chess players you play against are all old swindlers who are well versed in this. They disdain to dirty their own hands, and in the end, their hands may be stained with the blood of their comrades. Of course, Soren was prepared to order his men to die. He had already had this awareness when he followed the red flag in the dark night of the sand country. But many times, awareness, plans, and resources are not enough. You also need connections. Although Soren agreed in front of the owner of the weapon shop just now, he actually had no idea where to find a group of elite strongmen who were willing to work hard for the sake of profit. In fact, think about it, it is impossible for such elite mercenaries to set up stalls on the roadside with a sign to recruit workers. It must be through secret channels, such as intermediaries or guild introductions, only serving the nobles and solving the troubles of the rich. The Icilian family probably has connections, but Malaz is so busy that he can't be found. The rich woman has a lot of people and is negotiating with the nobles, so it should not be convenient to ask for help. Now Soren needs someone to lead him, a noble who was born and raised in the imperial capital, and he can't be a second-generation ancestor who knows nothing, nor a home-based wizard who is too simple and straightforward and has no social experience. It would be best if he could often serve as a representative of the family, have contacts with people from all walks of life and circles, and know some connections in society, so that he could help him find mercenaries that meet the requirements of this secret operation. Oh, there really is such a person in his bond network. When Soren rushed back to the imperial capital, the butler Xing of the Wang family also received the bad letter he sent in advance, and was waiting for Soren in the square of the great library. Well, Xing changed her clothes, and the change can be described as two completely different people. If it weren't for the fact that the wind magic of her level was rare, Soren could hardly believe that the maid in front of him, who was 100% complete, was the same person as before. Yes, the butler's dress was changed into a traditional maid's outfit. She put on a black dress with a white apron with ruffles, and a lace headscarf to tie her long orange hair into a ponytail. The white ribbon around her waist was tied into a big bow. The hem of the long dress almost dragged to the ground, and only high-heeled boots could be vaguely seen on her feet. Her hands were also wearing white gloves embroidered with black magic emblems. The collar was buttoned tightly, only her face was exposed. She stood upright in the center of the square with her eyes half closed, like an exquisite doll, and no one knew how long she had been waiting. There was even a flock of white doves, circling around her skirt, jumping on her shoulders, and pecking at her bangs. Goo! Sauron pressed his chest, a little out of breath, as if he had been shot by an arrow. Xing opened his eyes when he heard the noise, picked up the hem of his skirt and saluted to Soren, and the phantom of the white doves around him instantly turned into a breeze and dissipated. Hello, I am the knight of the INT hero Nair, Xing, and I have been summoned to keep the appointment. Huh? Sauron took a deep breath to calm down. Why are you dressed like this? Xing glanced at him. As you ordered, I accepted the Wang family's employment to serve as a liaison officer between the company and the imperial nobles. I am now temporarily serving as a female deacon of the Saint Estelle family to protect the safety of the royal bloodline. When doing things in the Wang family, you must follow etiquette. Proper clothing and posture are the basis of etiquette. Since I have restored my female body, I naturally cannot dress as a man and mingle in the royal court. It is against the rules. Oh. Soren swallowed his saliva. This one suits you quite well. TSK. Xing remained calm, but his tone suddenly dropped 8 degrees. Didn't you ask me to come out to confirm the situation inside the Wang family? No. No, that's not what I meant. Ahem, I want you to introduce me to those middlemen who work for the nobles, the White Gloves. I want to recruit a group of death warriors to carry out the mission. Xing shook his hand to dispel the Fengxiang cannon that had just been condensed. We are the White Gloves, the butler, the housekeeper, and the maid. We are the agents of the princes and nobles. The knight candidate also wants to recruit people. Do you lack assassins under your command? You can't use our people. You have to use people who match my status and follow the rules of the imperial capital. Do you understand what I mean? Then as you wish, Xing nodded slightly and clapped his hands. A dead carriage slowly stepped out from the foggy alley next to it. The door was painted black without any badges. Please take a seat. I will take you to purchase a group of servants and assassins. Purchase? Sauron was stunned. Do you mean to hire? Excuse me, no, I mean purchasing. Xing raised her eyelids, her icy blue eyes staring directly into Soren's eyes. Because you did ask us to follow the rules of the imperial capital, right? Soren was silent. Xing knelt down and saluted. Please take a seat. I will take you to the slave club underground to select qualified people. Recently, many ancient families have been exterminated, and many servants with good qualifications have drifted to the market. I will help you to consider and select high-quality talents for contracts. Slave market. Sauron sighed and got on the carriage. Xing followed and sat down in front of him. The carriage of the dead began to move, and Xing was like a puppet in a trance, motionless and silent. Well, so what is the situation inside the Wang family? Sauron asked. Not very good. Xing and Soren held back for a while, probably feeling too embarrassed, and then spoke. Yuchukas has never designated an heir. In the beginning, there were only 2 or 3 direct descendants as backup candidates. Originally, the Prime Minister should directly nominate the next human king, but he looked down on all the direct descendants of the Wang family and did not support any of them. Instead, he said that the Wang family should elect an heir to directly inherit the title of the head of Saint Estelle, the Lord of Stairs, and the human king of the empire. And it doesn't matter whether it's a direct descendant or a collateral, male or female, old or young, just nominate a human being. As soon as this was said, the original collaterals, with the support of the nobles, jumped out to split up, accusing the current direct descendants of not having the qualifications to be the human king, and that's why the Prime Minister didn't choose them to succeed. As a result, even the direct lineage lost the capital to unify the overall situation, and the situation of the Wang family also deteriorated rapidly. So for 2 months, no one was willing to give in. Not only was the heir not chosen, but the Wang family was about to fall apart. Sauron Khan, Killian did this on purpose. It can be seen that he really wanted to suppress Wang Shui for a long time. Before, a bunch of titles bound him, and couldn't take action against the Saint Estelle family. Now he can openly watch the Wang family collapse. But why doesn't this old guy see the time? He lets his temper run wild. The joke of the royal family is seen, and the nobles are also big. If it really doesn't work, maybe we have to call back Maria, who is hiding in the Sand Country. Maybe Killian will let her succeed to the throne for her sake. Sir! Xing suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Miss Maria has voluntarily given up her inheritance rights in exchange for freedom. Just like Miss Saijan, they have no interest in this title and shackles. If they are forced to go against their own wishes for the sake of the overall situation, what is the difference between that and what Yuchukas did? Soren was stunned for a moment, then nodded. You're right. We can't just see a problem and solve it without thinking about the root cause of the problem. If we just save people but don't put out the fire, the same tragedy will happen again and again. What are you talking about? Put out the fire? Xing was puzzled. It's my fault. I won't involve them. Sauron nodded solemnly. Thank you for your advice. Killian did the right thing. The key is to cut off the royal blood, eradicate the nobles, and more importantly, completely eradicate etiquette from this world. Otherwise, after hundreds or thousands of years, even if the human king or the gods are exterminated, slaves and kneeling dogs will still exist in this world, and the tragedy will only repeat itself over and over again. Xing frowned slowly. Sorry, I can't keep up with your pace. You said to eradicate etiquette. Don't worry, it's just nonsense. Does it mean that after alchemy, the next target to be killed is etiquette? The carriage suddenly became quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. What do you mean? Sauron stared at the maid in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. Wait, is there really a ritual that I can kill? A titled elven god like alchemy? Xing was also puzzled. Of course, is this missing from the Vanguard army's inheritance? According to my family's records, the one who represented the elves and signed the contract with the royal guards to kill the titans, and then presided over the temple and demarcated the feasts for the human princes and nobles, was the main god of the elves, Ritual. Didn't you come from Franny? It is the patron saint of Franny. Chapter 128. Of course, Franny's elven patron saint, Soren, has seen it. Well, strictly speaking, Soren has seen it in Soren's memory. After all, there are celebrations and festivals all day long, and sacrifices must be made to it every time. It's also an elven goddess. Of course, it's an elf. Can there be an orc among a group of elven goddesses? Ahem, let's be serious. What's the specific name? At that time, the priests used the elven language in their poems, and wrote in elven language. Soren, the son of a villager, didn't understand. He only knew that she was the elf goddess. After all, elves were all the same. Now if he recalled the memories of his original body, he could remember the appearance of Li. Compared with alchemy, Franny's patron saint alchemy was a little older, just a subtle difference between a queen and a mature woman. But she was far from an old woman. Although I don't know if it was the beautification of the temple, just from the sacrifice and the statues in the temple, She was really beautiful. After all, elves are not really immortal. If they do not become gods, they may reach adulthood at the age of 100. After 400 years of peak age, they will begin to age rapidly, and their body functions will weaken. Generally, the lifespan of ordinary elves is about 500 years. Elite strongmen such as sword masters, great wizards, divine generals, and apostles may live for 700 to 800 years with ordinary training and some adventures. It is quite normal. And the gods, especially the main gods, often have legends that begin tens of thousands of years ago. No one knows whether they are true or false. If it were true, Soren really wanted to ask these gods, who had lived for tens of thousands of years in person, whether humans really evolved from fish, lizards, mice, and monkeys in that order. Judging from the appearance of the statue of etiquette, she was probably about 4,500 years old when she was deified. If she was a great wizard or sword master before she was deified, she would probably be even older. So that old woman is etiquette. Sauron's face was uncertain. Etiquette, that is, the division of human nobles, these rules, and the protective effect obtained by this class, is it also the magic it casts? Can you tell me what happened when the contract was signed to kill the Titans, and the fiefdoms were divided? The vanguard army said that the elves betrayed them? Shing hesitated. The parties involved have long been dead, and I am not sure what happened at that time. But according to the records of my family, or the Star's royal family, because the empire was in complete collapse at that time, the 7 legions were either annihilated or collapsed, and there was no news. And the war gods also died on the way to the vanguard, leaving only a few guards to find the royal bloodline protected by the elves. So the elves and humans signed an agreement, supposedly to join forces to kill the Titans and end the severe cold. Wait! Sauron's head was burning. Why can killing the Titans end the severe cold? That disaster, that severe cold was caused by the Titans. Shing was surprised. Aren't you also the Grand Master? I thought these things were common sense to you. Why didn't the Prime Minister pass on any of them to you? Hey, don't mention that taciturn guy. He's holding back a lot of secrets and refuses to tell me. If I hadn't asked, he wouldn't even bother to mention that he eloped with Lily Yuan. Shing was also shocked. What? It eloped with Lily Yuan? It is the Prime Minister of the Empire. It's bragging. Everyone brags about eloping with Lily Yuan, and Lily Yuan likes it? Are you serious? Oh my god, it's actually it. I can't believe it. Yes, an office affair is really shameful. Cough. Don't digress. First tell me the news I want, and then we can gossip about other news. Sauron quickly brought the topic back. Let's talk about the Titans first. What's the matter with killing the Titans? The maid seemed to be very curious about the relationship between Killian and Lily Yuan. She pursed her lips and struggled for a long time before she calmed down. It's a guess. Let me first state that it was all guessed by my ancestors. It's just that we, the descendants of the Wu-Wei, have a close relationship with the Wang family, the vanguard army, and the elves, and the inheritance is relatively complete and will not be lost or distorted. Legend has it that the strong elves and humans joined hands to fight against the Titans. Not long after, the severe cold ended, the blizzard stopped, and the climate began to warm up. That's why we guessed that they fought against the Titans to end the catastrophe. But the truth is only known by God now. Really, only God knows. What happened later? What about the betrayal and the enmity? What did your family say? Then the spine was divided. What do you say about the division of the spine? Shing asked back. Titan's spine, 26 pieces, 7 of which were cast into the vanguard dragon spear and given to the last 7 surviving captains, while the rest of the flesh and blood was betrayed by the gods. The elves occupied the human territory, and the vanguard army was betrayed and hunted by the gods. The maid nodded. This is what the vanguard said. The Wang family's records show that the elves and humans signed a covenant with Titan's bones and blood. 26 artifacts were cast from 26 vertebrae, 19 of which were given to the elves and 7 to humans. These 26 artifacts were used to thank the 26 heroes who killed Titan and survived. The humans who got the artifacts were the 7 commanders of the vanguard who later rebelled. And the elves who got the artifacts are the 19 main gods of the Elf Alliance today. 19 main gods. Sauron narrowed his eyes. 19? If you remove alchemy, there are still 18 left. Shing looked at Soren. Except Achukas, there are still 18 left on our side. Sauron suddenly raised his head and glared at the maid. What did you say? The waxing moon plus Achukas and the Prime Minister. These 19 white robes correspond to the 19 main gods of the elves. Shing said, otherwise, how do you think we can fight to a balance? Of course, in reality, There are other gods on the Alliance side, and we also have other white robes and liches. If we don't really fight, we don't know who will win or lose. But at least on the scene, the top combat power of both sides is equal. So when Alchemist disappeared, Lord Anubis could do whatever he wanted in the Sand Country alone, and the Alliance side couldn't just randomly transfer the main god to deal with him. They are all related. Ha, so you killed both Yachukas and Alchemist, right? The Knight candidate has once again brought the situation to an equilibrium with his own strength. Your Excellency is really amazing. Sauron's eyes rolled around. I see, so that's it. The purpose of the waxing moon is to contain the elven gods one-on-one when fighting head-on, and if the other white robes and liches can also exchange the rest of the elven gods and strong men, then we will have 7 more guns to stab people. Isn't this a chance of winning? Xing shrugged. That's probably what the Prime Minister calculated. It's a pity that the vanguard army still refuses to stand on the side of the nobles. After all, they rebelled against the Empire, didn't they? Soren was stunned. Rebelling against the Empire, isn't it the same as reviving the Empire? Yes. What happened after the spine was split? Why did they suddenly become enemies from allies? And doesn't the Empire want to win over any forces to deal with the elven gods? Why is the vanguard army not tolerated when it has 7 top fighters? Well, about what happened later, I think it was some kind of political infighting. The maid thought, and couldn't help but put her index finger on her lips. You see, in that era, the rule of the old empire had actually been overthrown. All the emperor's direct descendants died, the 7 legions were wiped out, and only 7 warriors and guards survived. The old territory in the north was covered by heavy snow and filled with monsters and other races. The remaining human victims crowded into the new land in the south. The only ones who could call on the people to rise up were some distant branches of the royal family, which had no power in the old empire, and even ordinary nobles would not buy their accounts. So the human leader at that time reached an agreement with the elves. Asked the elf's great wizard to use the oath magic of etiquette. Use the mysterious magic power mastered by the elves to maintain the aristocratic class of the old empire, and continue to command the remaining humans. This human leader was the leader of the nobles at that time, the ancestor of the Franny royal family, the palace minister of the old empire, and the head of the St. Caroline lineage. My family's records say that the 7 surviving human warriors refused to kneel to the palace minister and the puppet royal descendants controlled by the palace minister, and tried to assassinate the palace minister and snatch the blood of the human king, but were stopped by the elves who had signed the covenant, so they turned against each other on the spot and escaped. Naturally, they were wanted by the gods and princes afterwards, and gradually evolved into an illegal organization, the Vanguard Army, and have been enemies with the princes, nobles, and elves to this day. As for your intolerance of the Vanguard Army, it's not that they don't tolerate it, but the Vanguard Army themselves don't want to join, right? I heard that because the Grand Commander was often killed in battle, the inheritance was cut off, and the policies of each Vanguard Army regiment changed all the time. No, they just acted on their own, without any so-called plans or policies. Sometimes they cooperated with the nobles to fight the elves, sometimes they suddenly turned against each other and split, and sometimes they chased after the nobles of the empire. To a large extent, they were just a group of lunatics who acted recklessly according to their tempers, without a unified grand strategy. Just like the empire was founded by the vanguards, but they split up again. During the Third War, not to mention Franny coming to help, a large number of top warriors actually left the empire, causing an avalanche on the front battlefield and the siege of the imperial capital. Since then, the nobles of the empire have also begun to hunt down these traitors. And Franny was the same. At one time, many vanguards entered the government and swore an oath to become loyal knights of the royal family. Isn't that good? As a result, now it is Franny's vanguards again, slaughtering all the princes and nobles in the country. I think if the Prime Minister still had a little logic, he would not have relied too much on the 7 dragon spears of the Vanguard Army to play any role in the decisive battle with the elven gods. It would be good if they didn't turn around and stab the people on the Empire side for no reason. But then again, the Vanguard Army changed so much, and in the end, they still killed all the nobles of the Carolingian lineage because they refused to kneel. It's really karma. Sauron fell silent. The maid suddenly smiled. Reviving the Empire? You should know that our enemy, the Elven Alliance, is actually the abbreviation of the alliance of the Elven gods and the Empire, right? The human vassal kingdoms and principalities under the Elven Alliance have always believed that they belong to the orthodox old Empire, but now the Empire is not under the Emperor's autocracy, but has been replaced by the Temple. The local lords and nobles have actually long since stopped caring about the throne and the so-called human king bloodline. It's just because the magic of etiquette is still in effect, and it is also beneficial to their own rule, so they nominally follow this feudal order of the imperial nobles, right? Now our psychic empire is actually just calling itself an empire. In fact, it is in the name of the Kingdom of Starless, supporting the Prime Minister who snatched the title of Imperial Palace Prime Minister from Franny, and is waging a civil war with the temple. All are carried out within the scope of the etiquette rules of the old empire. The human empire has always existed. Why do we need you to revive it? Sauron nodded. You are right. So we only want to revive humans. Shing looked at him. Really? In that case, I sincerely wish you success. Soren shook his head. I wish that we can succeed. Hearing his answer, the maid was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Excuse me, I should wish us success. Well, but I think it's not enough to just kill Ely. Can't the elves pass the conferred god trial at any time and take over the throne of the second and third generations? Just like alchemy at that time, I'm afraid it's just a temporary failure. Sauron frowned and asked, it's not like he would develop into that dark direction of killing again. Could it be that, similar to the rule of cutting off the royal bloodline of the Kingdom of Sand, all the descendants of Carolingian who signed the contract must be killed before the magic of etiquette can be lifted? Do you want to completely lift the magic of etiquette and remove the magic that maintains the status of the nobles from the root? Shing looked at Soren. I am not surprised at all when you say such words. But what is the point of killing the descendants of Carolingian? His family is only the Prime Minister. Considering the order of etiquette, at least all the descendants of the royal blood must be killed to solve the root problem, right? And killing people can't really solve any problems. It's just avoiding the problem. Look at how many people Yachuka's killed. What was its end? Besides, so many years have passed. Even if all these nobles with family names are killed, who knows if there will be side branches that inherit the bloodline? Can you solve the problem by killing everyone? That's true. If killing people is useful, why would Killian, who is the best at killing, be patient and follow etiquette to play chess with the elves and gods? He would have overturned the table long ago. Shing shook his head. I want to know how to break the magic of etiquette. I'm afraid I can only confirm with the etiquette that casts this magic. But it won't tell us. Besides, are the elven gods, and the main gods at the top, so easy to kill? Alchemy, that was just pure chance and luck, right? That's not necessarily true. I don't think there is pure chance and luck in this world. Soren crossed his feet. For example, etiquette, the patron saint of Franny. I assume that Franny is also its territory. Why did the people's army kill the royal family and the nobles? But it didn't react at all. The maid frowned. Maybe it's not in the country? Don't the elven gods like to travel around? They have so many years, and sometimes they react slowly. Is it so slow that it doesn't even react to the rebellion of the fiefdom, or to the important areas that may open up a gap in the front line of the confrontation with the Empire? Sauron thought for a while. I suspect it's not that it's slow to react, but that it has already reacted. Has it reacted? Yes. It's impossible that etiquette doesn't use magic to protect its territory and the ruler of the kingdom like alchemy of sand. If it is the guardian god, then it must be related to the Franny famine, the great magic that caused the wheat harvest to fail and countless people to starve to death. I heard that it was not the royal family, but the people in the temple, who were the first to notice that the illegitimate daughter Rhaena was inciting the famine. The elf temple did take quick action to deal with the hidden danger, but it failed even more quickly and fled Franny without hesitation. So what? If it is really, it is a hero who survived the crusade against the Titans with those vanguards, a ritual who signed a contract with human nobles and cast magic, and the main god of the elves who has experienced the establishment of the Empire and the Third War, and has survived to this day. Then it should have enough wisdom and experience to clearly understand that, as the mastermind of the famine, it has absolutely no chance of survival in front of a brave warrior who only appears once in 1,000 years. Sauron looked out the window coldly. So, it must be afraid. The maid stared at Soren's profile for a long time. Sir, you are so arrogant. Do you really think the gods will be afraid of a mere human? This mere human has never knelt down, and the Titans can kill him. So why can't the gods kill him? Soren smiled. Besides, humans only live for 100 years at most. It's a huge profit to exchange for an elf god who lives for 10,000 years. It's not our turn to be afraid, right? Shing sighed. I really envy you for talking about life and death. Well, we should get there. Unfortunately, it seems that the forbidden feelings and secret love between the Prime Minister and Lady Lily can only be discussed next time. Hey! Don't make up your mind. What the hell is that long list? Shing pushed open the door and got out, regaining her solemn doll-like elegance and dignity, picking up the hem of her skirt to salute. Soren had no choice but to adjust his expression and get off the carriage. It was an underground tunnel, and not far away was the canal of the underground river. The carriageway was paved with neat bricks and stones, like the ground of the imperial capital. The buildings on the other side were also in the luxurious style of the imperial capital nobles, which should be the rich area where the nobles often come and go. There was no sense of crowding everywhere in the underground before. There were only 2 or 3 cars on the carriageway, and even those skeleton express trucks like worker ants could not be seen. The entrance of the building where they got off the bus was not a store. It was more like the front door of an ordinary villa. But they were definitely in the right place. Soren could see a lot of magic circles of unknown effect at the entrance. If it was just a public toilet, it would be unnecessary. The second and third underground floors are ordinary slave markets, usually where servants and civilians trade. The people who are traded are serfs and laborers, most of whom are ordinary people with no qualifications. Below the 4th floor are private clubs frequented by nobles, servants, mercenaries, magicians, humans, orcs, elves, thieves, treasurers, crystals, alliances, trades, commissions, or ordinary gatherings and indulgences. Anything can be done, any request can be met. The private club only provides a safe and private place, and only provides private services to nobles. Of course, this is just a portal. But before entering, please excuse me to confirm it in advance. Xing suddenly raised his eyes and glanced at Soren. You should have brought money, right? This is really a good question. Soren pulled Guan Haifa out of the shadow, opened his mouth and showed it to the maid. Enough. Why did you stuff so much garbage into the ghost? Why do you need so many sets of standard armor? Buy a set of enchanted treasures. Isn't this the clothes of the waning moon? It was from the last time you conquered Yachukas. Why didn't you return it to guilt? Musketeers, musketeers. Why do you bring so many musketeers? These can't be emergency treatment medicines made by Miss Saijan. They must have expired long ago. You are still drinking it. Oh, the ring of the Isilian Chamber of Commerce? Well, this is okay, but it's not cost effective. This ring can be used to buy things from their Chamber of Commerce on credit, but it can only be regarded as a prop in the club, as a favor owed by the Chamber of Commerce. Do you understand? The most valuable thing here is not the crystal or magic props, but the promise of the nobles. The more powerful and potential the family is, the more valuable the promise it makes. Because as long as they follow the rules of etiquette in their interactions, the promises between nobles are often protected and supervised by the magic of etiquette. Sauron suddenly realized, that's easy. I will write a few blank checks from our inter-hero Nair family. Alas, I should have brought a piece of cake. I will tear off half of the cake and buy anything I like, and then promise that your descendants will come to me with this half cake in 30 years, and I promise to return him 100. Xing couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes I really don't know if you are just joking or trying to be ironic, but it's true that the situation of the royal party nobles is similar to what you said. If the royal family really falls, the promises they got from other forces will no longer work. The former in-laws and allies simply turn their backs on you, and there are even more people who take advantage of your misfortune. I have also seen many ancient families perish in the past 2 days. They have a lot of cakes in their hands, but they can't get the promised aid before. Forget it, let's go in and take a look first. The name of the inter-hero Nair family has been quite famous recently. Maybe someone will really kneel down to ask for the cake you throw. Sauron laughed and patted Xing's shoulder. By the way, it's this kind of momentum. What a bullshit noble etiquette. Sooner or later, we will pull the head of that sour old woman of etiquette. Xing glanced at him, and pushed away Soren's hand on her shoulder calmly. Chapter 129. Sauron followed Xing, and pushed open the door, and walked into the house. Here he saw a spacious lobby similar to the front desk of a hotel, with red carpet on the floor, and white candles burning on the large brass chandelier. There was a long mahogany table at the front desk, and behind the table stood a polite butler, who was not a vampire but a human, and looked like Xing, a butler of a noble family. There were spiral escalators on both sides behind him, leading to spiraling corridors, like a genetic spiral, leading to layers of independent small gatehouses. Soren turned his head, and looked behind him. Just like the other floors, there were also a row of doors. The naked eye could not tell the difference, but with the magic eye of seeing cause and effect, he could still detect that the magic array on each door was slightly different. Logically, there must be a door in the middle, which was the place where they came in before. The two teleportation magic arrays matched each other. This should be the literal meaning of the teleportation gate, some kind of space transfer magic. And Soren could clearly feel that the concentration of magic power around him had decreased, so low that there was almost no excess magic power in the air. It's like the difference between the air in the capital and the air in the land of sand. He couldn't sense the powerful magic radiated by the psychic tower in the capital all of a sudden. But it's impossible to teleport two people to a place outside the capital, where the psychic tower can't sense it, just with the teleportation magic of the magic circle on the portal. So if he guessed correctly, this club was actually built in Hueco. Is this similar to Guild's magic? Xing stood not far in front of Soren, waiting for him to enter the new scene for the first time, looking around. In principle, teleportation magic must pass through Hueco, but the liches near the capital have made many spell restrictions. This teleportation magic circle only opens the minimum channel. A teleportation channel needs to cool down and recharge when a maximum of 5 people pass through it at a time. If there are too many people, accidents may occur, and they may be scattered to different places or exploded into pieces. The chief's ability to take a group of people to flash at any time is actually a very powerful forbidden spell. Ordinary liches can't do it. Hey, that red-haired guy is so arrogant. The maid walked slowly to the front desk, exchanged greetings with the butler, and negotiated. The knight candidate of Starless, the INT hero Sir Neil wants to listen to an opera. No, I don't want to. Sauron curled his lips. Forget it. Don't complain about the secret code. Welcome. What song do you want to listen to? The butler bowed and asked. The recapture of Lily Yuan, ballet, the last scene, Act 3. Xing took out a small black silk satin handbag with lily edges from under her apron, and took out 2 crystal pieces and placed them on the table. As you wish, the Lord's room has been arranged. The butler took out a small silver key from under the table. Do you need any room service? Meals, drinks? At this time, a door opened not far away, and a waitress wearing a hood came out with a silver dinner tray. Sauron stared at the other person vigilantly as she passed by, watching her swaying from side to side, until the maid walked through the long corridor and disappeared behind another door. Then he retracted his gaze. The 2 people at the front desk saw his reaction, and the butler smiled and added, "Drinking partner?" The maid also looked at Soren with a man look, and asked him coldly, "How about it, sir? Do you want to order a drinking partner?" "Ah, no. Then no thanks." Xing took the key and left. The butler bowed and said, "I wish you a good time." Sauron quickly caught up with Xing and explained, "I think the man just now is suspicious. I was just being cautious." Xing nodded. Really? You think she's suspicious and worried that she's an assassin? Yes, I'm worried that she's an assassin. A waiter who only wears a mask to cover her head is an assassin. Oh, so you're looking for where she hides her weapons, right? Did you find it? Sauron, hey, I just took a look. I didn't force her to walk around with only a mask on, so how come that's her work uniform here? Xing rolled her eyes at him. The purpose of the club is to satisfy the desires of the nobles, and she dresses like that just to satisfy the nobles' requirements. There are even more outrageous services. How about a human king package? Like the debauchery of Achukas, there are services of humiliation and killing. If you want to experience it, I can wait outside for you to vent. Although most men are perverted, Sauron explained feebly, but not all of them are perverted to that extent. Haha, I think most people just don't have this opportunity. And now, you already know the way, right? Anytime, anywhere, anytime, any kind of service can be provided. No one can control you. This is the life of the nobles. Xing stopped in front of a door and looked at Soren. Thank you for personally eliminating the biggest demon, but I hope you don't become another bigger demon yourself. That would be too disappointing. More and more people began to pin their hopes on him, and the pressure was quite high. Soren sighed and followed Xing into the private room. When passing through the door, he should have experienced another teleportation. Soren clearly felt as if he had returned from the dry land to the sea of magic again, and should have returned to the imperial capital of the present world covered by the spiritual tower. This room is really a private room in the opera house, a secret room somewhere. It seems that the club so-called guaranteeing safety and secrecy, and meeting all needs service is not actually protected and shielded by powerful magic. In essence, it is equivalent to an intermediary company. The consumer side is the nobles who put forward the demand, and the service is the guild union club of various service industries. By building a portal in the virtual world, not only can the instant movement of the liches be realized, moreover, they escape the surveillance of others. After passing through 2 doors, no one knew when, where, and what desires the nobles had satisfied. Soren leaned on the railing on one side of the private viewing platform and looked down. This was a large circular theater. Below was the stage and the ordinary audience seats, and above was the private rooms. There were also magical curtains between the compartments. From a distance, it looked like a layer of black gauze, and the scene inside could not be seen. There was no one on the stage and in the audience seats. There should be no performance in the entire theater. They had reserved the theater for themselves. Well, are we going to auction people here later? Just, everyone dressed like before, come on stage and turn around twice, and then we raise our placards to bid or something? Sauron asked curiously. Shing stroked his forehead and sighed. Don't always think in that direction, okay? Although there is indeed a service for that kind of scene, I just ordered an opera as a cover. Then Soren really saw a well-dressed crew coming out to sing. Damn, they really came to listen to the opera, so elegant. Shing shook his head, took out a paper bat from his handbag and started writing a letter. Slave trading, especially special talents bought to serve as guards, butlers, and attendants, all those who may pose a risk to the nobles, need to be trained by professional slave traders in advance. Usually the deacon directly writes a letter and asks the slave trader to bring the best talents to the noble's territory to select the suitable ones in person for the steward. Both parties in the transaction know which chamber of commerce sold a slave to which noble, and which deacon and merchant are responsible for it. In this way, if there is any problem with the slave, it can be found from top to bottom, and there is no secret. You want to recruit a group of death warriors as a knight candidate to perform tasks that are inconvenient for our own people to perform. Even if the reason is investigated, it can only be found from the position of a newly promoted noble in the empire. Is that what you mean? Then we will use the usual methods of the nobles to bribe spies, assassins, and assassins. First, we will open a room through the intermediary of the club, and then call for room service. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside. Shing stood up and opened the door. It was the wine waiter with a hood just now. He brought the champagne that the club gave to the knight. It seemed that the butler at the door had arranged it thoughtfully. Shing glanced at Soren, and Soren covered his face and looked away. So the maid handed the bat letter in her hand to the wine waiter and waved her away. Will it not leak secrets if I give the letter directly to the club? Sauron asked, hiding his embarrassment. Shing sat on the sofa, leaning against the armrest and watching the singing and dancing on the stage below. The letter was originally written to the club, saying that we need to purchase a group of assassins. Once the demand is put forward, they will find a way to meet it. After that, the club will contact the slave traders, mercenary groups, and assassins unions, collect a group of resumes that meet the requirements from them, and send them to you for selection later. You can ask the club to bring the people you like to inspect, of course. You can also hide in the dark and observe the whole process. These assassins will not even know who hired them until they complete the task. Even if they find out about the club, they work for so many nobles every day, and they will not betray their customers to damage their own reputation. Of course, if you want to buy assassins, in addition to the original organization, the club will definitely charge a commission for introduction. The 2 crystals are equivalent to telling them that there is a need to collect intelligence. They will send people to deliver champagne. If you just want to watch the opera, why spend so much money? That's true, it's really exquisite. Sauron was bored waiting, so he watched the opera below, singing and dancing, and it was still about the story of Killian and Lily Ewan. A pair of unfortunate lovers were hunted by various forces, and they expressed their love after hardships. Unfortunately, in the end, it was still a big tea table full of tragedies. The lovers were finally separated, Lily Ewan was kidnapped, and the young warrior was also hit in the chest by a sword from an elven sword master and fell off the cliff and died. So you said that this person was Killian? The maid stared at the singing and dancing below with her eyes wide open. I can't believe that except for the versions in which the hero in the unofficial history escapes, most of the versions with an unknown young warrior as the hero end here, with the hero being killed by the elf sword master and his lover being taken away, falling off a cliff. In this case, the hero probably won't die, right? Isn't this just an excuse for not being able to confirm the killing because the body of the deceased can't be found? Soren looked at Shing curiously. Why do you care so much about these 2 people? Do you still like opera? The maid looked at him. I guess so. Occasionally, Yachukas would go to see Lily Ewan's opera on a whim. On that day, it would definitely not kill people. Otherwise, why do you think the Empire adapted the deeds of this woman who lived 1,000 years ago in various ways? But I heard that the Prime Minister never went to listen to Lily Ewan's opera. I didn't expect it. Is it because of the scene? Or maybe he felt so ashamed after watching it. At this time, someone knocked on the door again. Sorry for the wait, the butler at the front desk pushed a food cart and brought snacks and juice. The collected information was left on the plate. Please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call me at any time. The speed of work is really fast. Soren and Shing each opened the resume of the dead man to check. What kind of mission are you going to go on? Assassination? Theft? Assault? Assault facilities. You can't be a human warrior with a vanguard background. It's best to have certain magic skills. You may have to fight against liches. You can't be a weak chicken. At least the fight should create a certain amount of noise and destruction, enough to attract people's attention. And it would be best if it could be a protracted battle. At least they should be experts, right? Then deacons and assassins are not very suitable. Assassins are mainly for sneaking in and assassinating, and usually they are dead if they show up and are surrounded. And the combat skills of deacons are also aimed at assassins' enhanced reaction speed, self-defense fighting, and instant magic, and the pure destructive power is insufficient. Forget about magicians. Such popular goods have long been divided up by the big families. That is to say, we can look for mercenaries, preferably magic warriors, but such talents have been fiercely fought over by the nobles in the Civil War recently, and there are not many who can be called masters left. The two of them got together to think for a long time, and finally picked out only 4 candidates who met the requirements. The first one was a slave sold by a noble family, a death knight. Yes, a death knight, a slave, and now he has become a slave for sale. Sauron just wanted to cover his face. Can this awesome profession still be played? The introduction of the club is that this knight has not graduated yet, is enhanced by level 8 magic potions, is proficient in magic martial arts, and is enhanced in the personal combat direction of the Great Knight. But the family of the vassal suffered a painful blow in the noble civil war, and was almost destroyed. I was also seriously injured in the battle, and because I failed to protect the loyal family owner, I was exiled by the Legion and lost the protection of the nobles. I was not executed directly because I spent too much money to cultivate the magic potion, so the nobles treated me like a dog and sold me directly regardless of my life or death to recover some of the cost. The price is 5,000 soul crystals. The Death Knight strengthened by the 8th level magic potion can basically graduate and join the Legion. If it is a great knight who specializes in combat, the strength of individual combat is definitely not bad. But this knight was expelled before graduation, so naturally he couldn't get a mount and learn to charge, and he was seriously injured, and we don't know how serious his injuries were, and how much his strength has decreased. Xing suggested, we can look at his injuries and bargain. If the injuries are too serious to recover, it will be useless to buy it. Sauron nodded, of course. He himself is now an 8th level potion enhanced Death Knight, but his enhancement route is useless. The 2 midterm potions at the end are one for connections, and one for brains, and no one knows what they are enhancing. What qualifications do you have to look down on others for being weak? Serious injuries are nothing, just give it to Zygen to fix it. And once this big order is done, it will be a profit of 10 million. Wow, 5,000 crystals are just a drop in the bucket. The second person is a slave sold by the casino, a beast man captured from the north, or more accurately, a lion man, right? A female lion man warrior. Originally, the casino captured her and planned to perform in the underground arena. As a result, the casino's big boss, Yachukas, was shot to death in the arena. Now the Wong family and the Death Knights behind the casino are both in trouble, and this sweet cake is being beaten and divided by various forces, and is basically on the verge of bankruptcy and liquidation. How can they have time to reorganize the underground arena competition? So the contestants were sold. According to the club's assessment, this female lion warrior is very strong, with outstanding speed, strength, and awareness. She is young and has great potential. Whether she is taken as a concubine or trained as a confidant warrior, she will have a high return in the later stage. And many noble lords, like beast-eared girls. But there is also a problem, that is, this lion was captured recently, and she is wild and difficult to tame, and she keeps running away. The casino is really in a mess now, and there is no time to train her. But compared with ordinary beast-eared girls, her combat power is much stronger. She was originally bought as a gladiator. Usually, the slave clubs that train service slaves can't control her. The nobles are busy fighting among themselves now, and no one has time to discipline her yet, so they put her in a cage for 2 days to temper her. The price is 1,600 soul crystals. Huh? Is this lion man so much worse than the Death Knight? Isn't he strong and can warm the bed? Soren was curious. Xing thought for a while. The price of the Death Knight is indeed a bit inflated. It should be because the magic potion spent before is really too expensive. The cost of strengthening ordinary humans is really too high. It can really be described as not worth the loss. Otherwise, the Empire's mercenaries would not use so many aliens. Look at this lion man. Although she may only have a few innate magics, her combat power and destructive power cannot be underestimated. Her growth potential far exceeds that of ordinary Death Knights. Only those heroes created by humans can fight against the Lion Man warriors who have grown up. So it is completely worth investing. Selling for 1,600 crystals is indeed too little. I guess it is because all parties are secretly working together to deliberately suppress the price of the casino to squeeze them. However, this lion man may not be so easy to train. She has been trying to escape. If she is forced to sign a slave contract, I am afraid that she will be too stubborn and seek death, and then the money will really go down the drain. Many buyers may have this hesitation. It doesn't matter. I didn't intend to buy an intelligent creature as a slave, Soren shrugged. It's just 1,600 crystals. As long as she agrees to help me complete a task and let me touch her ears and tail, I will help her go home. Xing glanced at him. What else can he say if his boss is a cat slave? Just buy it. The third person is a free mercenary. He used to be a magic assassin or assassin. He often accepts missions from nobles and performs secret missions such as infiltration and assassination. He is quite famous and well known. But later, an operation failed, and he was possessed by some kind of demon from another world. He often couldn't suppress his anger and went berserk. When he was in a killing mood, he would go crazy and transform. He couldn't accept stealth missions. Now he is a half-demon warrior. The evaluation of the club is that as a demon, his combat power is very strong, and the characteristics of the demon can resist most magic damage, but the characteristics of frequent madness and rampage make it impossible to cooperate with the team in combat, and after going berserk, he has no practical value. In addition, this guy not only charges a high price, but also requires a minimum of 500 crystals for each attack, with no upper limit. He probably wants to make money to ask the Lich to help expel the monsters on his body. And maybe because the experience of being possessed after failing the mission last time was too terrifying, this guy doesn't dare to take on a mission that is too difficult and dangerous now, and may even abandon the mission and run away. Sauron calculated, actually, this person is not bad, and it doesn't matter if he runs away afterwards, as long as he can attract attention at the beginning. Xing didn't object. I've heard of this person too. He's an experienced assassin. No one who can survive in the inner world of the Imperial capital is simple, but he does have a well-known unstable factor that can affect the team at any time. We can only rely on luck. Let's try to contact him first. And the fourth person was actually half sold and half given by the club. Well, to be more precise, she was picked up by the club. Suspected human girl, Xing read the intelligence record, can't understand the language, can only understand basic gestures, doesn't eat much, has obvious surgical marks on her body, and is suspected to have been subjected to experimental transformation or abuse. She has extremely strong physical fitness and combat power, and easily destroyed the security golem of the club, but does not attack humans. The club suspected that this was a test subject transformed by a lich, a puppet or a biochemical warrior, and it accidentally broke into the club because of an experimental error or a failure of teleportation magic. However, the lich did not report the loss of such experimental projects. Currently, it is still complaining to the Technology Development Bureau, and is still waiting in line for a lottery. It will take 44 working days to get a response. Because it may be a lich's experiment, the club dare not move it. The current asking price is 1,380 crystals, which is the compensation for the various puppets, gargoyles, building facilities, weapons and equipment that she broke this week. The club is willing to give a 50% discount, and is urgently looking for a sale. Wow, 50% off. Half price, you make a profit if you pick it up, buy it. Xing held his forehead helplessly, the seriously injured Death Knight exiled by the Legion, the wild and unruly lion slaves, the unreliable demon warriors who go berserk at any time, and the unknown cyborg girl. Do you really want to spend a lot of money to buy so many defective products to establish your first batch of noble forces? What about the mission you want to do? Can you really trust these people? Sauron spread his hands. I don't have any other choice, right? Don't worry, who can predict what will happen in the future? When the elves chopped Jillian to the bottom of the cliff, who would have expected that one day he would establish the psychic empire? Don't think these guys are useless. Maybe one day, they will become a popular group known as the Four Heavenly Kings of the Antihero Nell. The maid could only look at him speechlessly and sighed, ah, whatever you want. Chapter 130. Excuse me, are you satisfied with the performance? The butler at the front desk of the club visited in person, dragging a silver tray to bring snacks and fruit. It's okay, but the male lead is too handsome, which doesn't fit the real history. Change him to an uglier one next time, Sauron suggested. Butler, ? Xing was too lazy to roll his eyes at him, and handed the 4 resumes he had selected to the butler. Can these be arranged as soon as possible? Let's take a look at the goods first. Especially how is the knight's injury? Near death is not worth the price. As you wish. The deacon smiled and glanced at the candidate. Number 1 has been entrusted to our club by the former Legion for sale. We will of course provide basic treatment to stabilize the goods injuries. But to be honest, since the seller's storage fee is not high, we did not use any particularly advanced drugs, but just kept her alive. But this knight's desire to survive is very strong. I think she will not let you down, sir. She? Sauron was curious. Which Legion's Death Knight is she? Isn't she the Blood Knight? Maybe I know her. The deacon smiled. Normally, if you don't pay the deposit, you can't get more detailed information about the goods. But this time it's a special service for new customers. The female knight's name is Yayuyi. She used to be a Death Knight of the Knight Apprentice Guild, and the Lion King under the Lord Knights of Stars. She is a servant of Stormheart's family, and a personal guard knight of the only daughter of the Grand Knight of Stars Kingdom. 2 months ago, the King of Man was assassinated. The Stormheart family, a family of great knights, who had been guarding the Lord of Stars for generations, was also attacked by unknown forces. Their business in the Imperial capital was almost wiped out. The daughter of the Stormheart family was the only one who escaped. As the only remaining personal guard knight, Yayuyi was also expelled from the Legion due to dereliction of duty and incompetence, and her subordinate relationship with the Master family was abolished. The strength of this Yayuyi knight is still considerable. It is said that she was protecting the heir of the Stormheart family. After arriving at the Frontline Knight's headquarters, she was kicked away by the furious Grand Knight, and fell on the martial arts training ground. She survived for 3 days, before being spared and sent to the club. Soren was a little surprised. Wow, I really know her. Isn't she the black-haired female knight who kidnapped Selly? The deacon and maid present were very good at observing people's expressions. When they saw Soren hesitated, they knew that he probably had a connection with this Death Knight. The deacon smiled and said nothing more, and the maid also changed the subject to give him a way out. It sounds like her strength is not that good. She was seriously injured and dying after not being able to catch a kick. Why not consider another candidate? Soren shook his head. No, it's her. If she is willing to join, it doesn't matter if she is not willing. At least I can afford the money for her treatment. I promised her in front of her that I would give her a chance to live. I have to keep my promise no matter what. The butler seemed relieved and smiled. So should we move her to your place to sign the contract now? Or should we change her medicine first? The treatment will probably take 30 crystals. 30 crystals can cure her, but it has been delayed until now. How miserable. Heal her first. Don't move her around if she is dying. Sauron reached into Gwanhaifa's mouth and took out the rags. The maid sighed and paid for him out of her own pocket. As you wish, the butler took the money and did his job, and went out to make the arrangements. There are not many people in this world who can survive a kick from the Grand Knight, especially the Lion King, who is one of the few who has been enhanced with a level 13 potion, and is the person closest to the Prime Minister since the Third War. I suspect that their family is also the inheritor of the 8 martial gods, but there is no evidence. Shing looked at Soren. By the way, remember that you owe me 32 crystals. So the strength is close to that of the guy who was chopped down to the bottom of the cliff by a sword. Is he considered very strong? Frankly speaking, I was there when that company was almost wiped out. It was just SOSO. Sauron waved his hand. Okay, I make a few million a minute, so what can I do with your money? I pay you back 100 cakes when I close this deal. But a moment later, the deacon knocked on the door again. Number 1 has been arranged for treatment. Number 2 is now locked in a cage. You can go see him at any time. Number 3 will come to meet him later. As for number 4, you can bring him at any time, but regarding number 4's product, I have an unreasonable request. Please don't be offended. I wonder if you, the knight candidate, can tell me why you chose number 4. Because of a 50% discount? Sheen glared at Soren to stop him from talking nonsense, and continued for him, Are you testing my eyesight? You wrote in your resume that number 4, the cyborg girl, easily defeated the club's defense golem, right? With the club's strength, they must have used at least Legion-level golems, right? With a cost of more than 1,300 crystals, that means at least 10 golems or gargoyles were destroyed by her, right? This kind of strength is not something that can be achieved by a casually modified human. You want to act quickly because you want to get rid of this big trouble, right? The deacon nodded. Your Excellency is very perceptive. It seems that she is not an ordinary housekeeper. She has been on the battlefield, right? Yes, she did destroy 13 bodies by herself, and she was besieged, so she obviously had some strength to spare. This kind of tricky person cannot be controlled by a middleman like the club. What? Destroyed while being besieged? Are you sure she is still human? It's incredible. Xing was shocked. Sauron raised his hand hesitantly. Excuse me, the puppets and gargoyles you were talking about, are they the ones produced by the furnace? Standing on the rooftops everywhere? Is it so scary to destroy 13 of them? Is that stone thing very strong? The butler and the maid looked at each other, and Xing shook his head helplessly, motioning for the other party to explain. So the butler smiled and saluted. Yes, sir, to be frank, that stone thing is very strong. After all, it is a weapon developed to fight against the Elf Alliance. The Psychic Empire, the Magic Empire, is the region where the human beings of this world have achieved the highest achievements in magic in history. If we further subdivide it, what kind of magic the liches are most specialized and proficient in, then, there is no doubt that it is the creation of skeletons. Of course, using a more formal and academic classification method in magic terms to describe, it is the creation of humanoid puppets. After all, most of the liches were originally inherited from human necromancers, and after the transformation, most of them also prefer to use human-shaped body shells to carry their souls. In the special environment of the Psychic Empire, this is the systematic way for liches to strengthen themselves. The same is true for apprentices. They may not be good at potions or alchemy, but they must learn to make and repair puppets. Civilian skeleton servants, military skeleton soldiers, earthen puppets, iron golems, gargoyles, and so on, are only different in body-shaping materials, but in essence, they are all derivative products of the technology developed by liches for their own bodies. In fact, with the technology developed by liches over the years, if they are used as special products and customized products to make their own combat bodies, they can make magic puppets more sophisticated, efficient, and powerful regardless of cost. But considering the scale of war, it is obviously unrealistic to spend decades or hundreds of years to make ordinary soldiers with dragon bones, demon hearts, and evil god sebum. Moreover, magic is updated very quickly. Maybe the magic puppets you invested a lot of money to make will become outdated in all aspects as soon as they are produced. Isn't that a waste of precious materials? Therefore, the puppets and gargoyles used by the Legion produced by the furnace are the most mature, practical, and powerful land and air combat war weapons currently developed by the Empire. Legion puppets are usually iron golems. The iron puppets mass-produced by the furnace are enough to be used on the front battlefield. Even if the Elven Alliance is as strong as it is, even if the gods come in person, only a few forbidden spells can deal with Legion-level iron puppets in batches, not to mention the soldiers of flesh and blood. On the front line, in a single Legion-level confrontation, the Empire is in an advantage of heavy infantry crushing. But the disadvantage is also obvious. This invincible Iron Legion is limited to the front battlefield, because such a heavy puppet cannot move at all without the magic drive covered by the Psychic Tower. Moreover, the Psychic Tower alone is not enough. There is also an independent magic circuit inside to prevent damage by large-scale dispelling magic, which is specifically used to drive and control the combat actions of the puppets, but it also needs to place additional soul crystals as built-in batteries. In this way, every time the puppets are activated to participate in the battle, non-combat losses will occur, and the consumption is also extremely huge, so that the furnace has to produce at full capacity, but the losses on various fronts and the replacement of parts upgrades and updates still cannot completely meet the needs of the main battlefield. Therefore, most of the Imperial Army is actually still the skeleton soldiers of the previous generation, and still cannot push forward head-on. As for the gargoyles, which are the batch of goods that Zygen and his team are doing business with this time, they are also the essence of the Imperial magic technology to some extent. Don't think that these useless things are useless lying on the eaves. When Soren was making trouble in the hotel 2 days ago, he killed all the people before these things flew down to the ground. But speed, reaction, and their own combat power are not the focus of gargoyles. The focus of gargoyles is that they can fly. Then the reorganized gargoyle army can use the high-altitude clouds or various magic covers to openly cross the frontal elf long-range archers' defense line and various geographical obstacles, penetrate deep into the enemy's hinterland, and cut off the supply line. Of course, the elves also have a lot of ways to deal with flying soldiers, and there are also various range magic skills to clear the field. So considering the current load-bearing limit of the flying wings, the Empire can only use enchanted or blocks to make gargoyles at most to meet the most basic physical and magic resistance required by the troops to stand in high-intensity battles. To put it more simply, if the golems used by the Legion have too low dual resistance and too thin blood skin, they can't even withstand AoE and are useless. The standard golems and gargoyles of the Legion formed in this way, through large-scale standardized mass production, eventually reduced the factory cost of a single golem to around 100 magic crystals. After all, It is a powerful guard that can defeat the elves head-on. Even if it needs regular maintenance and replacement, the various noble homes in the imperial capital, as well as various facilities such as casinos, hotels, and docks, will still purchase a batch of gargoyles or golems to serve as gate guards. It can also be regarded as a strategy of the parliament to hide soldiers among the people, so as to avoid the tragic situation of the siege war like the Third War, where the imperial capital was beaten to a point where there was no soldiers left to fight. Of course, the Legion's puppets are designed for large battlefields. In theory, they are not suitable for fast-paced, changeable small teams or individual battles, but there are exceptions. The security and defense golems in our clubhouse have a specially customized puppet operation spirit base. They are all collected from the combat experience of top adventurers, with sophisticated combat skills and team cooperation capabilities. Needless to say, weapons and equipment, as well as various magic circuits and joint parts enhanced by alchemists, have been modified. From the perspective of the Legion puppets, it is definitely the most advanced version. But he was defeated. That girl defeated 13 of them in a row while being besieged alone. Ordinary elven warriors are not at this level. Those who can deal with 4 puppets in a siege are rare in the arena. And I don't know if the deacon is bragging. He advertises the product like this. He has become an elven sword master, right? Did your elven sword master fall from the sky? And what? Sauron was curious about how else he could brag, but after waiting for a long time, the other party didn't say the second half of the sentence, so he couldn't help asking. The deacon looked at Soren. She's saving me. Ah, what do you mean? The deacon was silent for a long time. It took me several days to figure out that she was saving me. At that time, I was with 2 security golems to check the faulty portal, and then the girl suddenly appeared. I only used the 4th level potion to strengthen myself, and I didn't bring any magic props to the guild. I was caught by her before I could react. I thought it was a killer sent by a hostile force to attack the club. I thought it was all over. I was dead. It was all over. But I was not injured. Her target was not me, but the guarding puppet beside me. At that time, I thought the other party wanted to capture me alive, so I tried to escape. When I awakened the hidden golem to come to guard, she rushed over again, grabbed me from the golem and threw me aside. Several times in a row, she shouted at me in an incomprehensible language, probably asking me to escape. Later, I thought about it. She was covering me the whole time, as if she had never seen the golems of the Empire at all, treating them as some kind of monsters, fighting desperately, creating a chance for me to escape. But I was really confused at the time. I didn't understand what this girl was doing, and I didn't stop the golems from moving. In the end, I watched her fight with all her strength to defeat 13 golems, and then fainted and was caught by me. With her strength, she could have easily escaped at the beginning, but she just wanted to save an ordinary person who was present. Soren and Shing looked at each other. The deacon frowned and continued, I tried to treat her injuries, but found that the golem's attack did not cause her fatal damage. The wounds recovered quickly, and she only fainted due to excessive blood loss and exhaustion. But her body has been modified, very rough surgery, hideous scars, and her internal organs were directly cut open and replaced with some non-human flesh. It is simply unimaginable how a young girl can endure such torture. But it was probably this transformation that gave her such powerful strength. I kept her affairs a secret from the club. Shing couldn't help but say, you actually kept it a secret. This violates the rules of the deacon. The deacon smiled bitterly. Yes, it violates the rules. But, not to mention the many expensive golems she destroyed, just her inhuman fighting power alone, the club will definitely cut her open for research, right? Even I can see that she was forcibly implanted with a piece of flesh in her body, which gave her inhuman strength. I'm afraid she came from somewhere outside the Empire. If I really hand her over to the club, such a treasure that fell from the sky will be torn into pieces of meat and materials for research and preservation in a blink of an eye. So I concealed her affairs, forged the records of the maintenance of the golems, took some private money to repair the losses in the battle, and secretly went to the Technology Development Bureau to inquire about the girl's origin. But I found nothing. There has been no mistakes in the Lich's experimental subjects recently, and I can't find out the reason for the chaos in the magic circle. I don't know the girl's life experience, where she came from, where she wants to go, and I can't understand what she says, but I can't keep it a secret for long. I can't just leave the club and drive her into the Imperial capital to let her go. She didn't even recognize the golem, and thought it was some monster that was covered in wounds. With this strength, driving her away like this would only cost her life. Your Excellency really wants to build your own power and wants to get a group of talents with fighting power, potential and training value to help you, right? then take number 4 with you. When you were willing to pay for the treatment of the almost disabled Death Knight, didn't you say that as long as you make a promise, you must fulfill it? Then please promise to give number 4 a way to survive, and take her away from here." As he said this, he actually leaned forward and bowed to Soren. Xing couldn't help but look at Soren, and Soren frowned and stared at the butler. "Butler, it's not that I don't believe you. Are you in love with this girl? Or do you have a daughter who is about her age? Or a sister or something, and you are willing to take such a big risk for her? And why me? You told me all her details. What if I refused? The plot was triggered so suddenly, I really have doubts. It's no wonder you're suspicious. What's my reason?" The deacon raised his head in a daze. "Maybe. I just can't accept it." "Can't accept it? What can't you accept?" "The kindness of that girl." The deacon looked at his hands. "I've been in the club for so long. I've seen and done so many dirty things. These hands can't be washed clean. It's not an exaggeration to say that I've sold my soul to the devil. When she rushed towards me with a sword that day, I was relieved. I felt that finally, this miserable life ended here. But she was trying to save me. She was covered in blood and wounds from fighting the golem, but she still stood in front of me, protecting me, and yelling at me, probably to let me escape. I am a nobody who could disappear in the shadow of the imperial capital at any time, quietly, and with a completely hopeless and dirty soul, but she was actually trying to save me. I have lived for so many years, and this is the first time someone has reached out to save me. This is not worth it at all." The deacon sighed. "Please take her away. I don't want to bear such a favor and responsibility. I'm not that kind of good person. I'm just a nobody. I don't have the strength. I don't have the courage. I just abandoned my past life and ran away with her. But if I hand her over like this, knowing what kind of fate she will encounter, I still hand over a benefactor who simply tried to save me to the club. Oh, I can't do it. I really can't do it. I don't even have that kind of ambition and cold-bloodedness. I'm just such an incompetent person. But no matter what, I'm still a person." Soren nodded. "Okay, let's just say you have a change of heart. This is even harder to prove, so I still have to ask, why did you come to me?" Xing looked at the deacon, then at Soren. "Do you still need to ask why? The name of the Knight of the Inter-Hero Nair has spread all over our circle these past 2 days. Spread all over? What bad things did they say about me?" The deacon nodded. "They said that you killed a group of heirs of the Lich family in public for a waitress who served wine. This is the first time that an imperial noble has been killed for a mere waiter, and it is also the first time that an imperial noble has killed someone for a mere waiter. Soren Khan, this group is too exaggerated. Everyone makes a choice for their own reasons." The maid who was born in the military guards beside him also looked at Soren with unpredictable eyes. Similarly, everyone makes a choice, and there are corresponding consequences. No matter what the original intention is, when you stand out from the silent crowd and punch some people, you will inevitably bear the gratitude and expectations of more people who are protected behind you. This is the so-called cause and effect. This is the cause and effect. Soren sighed. "If the girl is a knight candidate, she can survive if you promise her?" The deacon looked at Soren seriously. "I promise you with the dignity of a man that there is no conspiracy, just to repay the grace of saving my life. Please accept her." Soren looked into the eyes of the man in front of him and sighed. "What's your name?" The deacon looked at him seriously. "Naji." "Okay, Naji, I, Soren, believe in your promise as a man." Soren stretched out his right hand and held the deacon's right hand. "I promised you that I would give the girl who saved you a way to live." Chapter 131. In order to avoid her being discovered, I hid number 4 in my private secret room for treatment. It was a room in Hueco Mundo with no other entrances and exits to ensure safety, but I later found that I was actually trapped in my own trap. Deacon Nagi led Soren and Xing through the long stairs and countless magic doors. Number 4 has no noble qualifications, does not understand my language, and seems to have never seen magic. Thanks to this, I can temporarily lock her up. But as long as she enters the club, she will be detected and the alarm will be triggered, and she will be attacked by the security golem. I can't easily send her out of Hueco Mundo, and it's impossible to keep her locked up in the room. But if you can sign a contract with her and make her your servant, number 4 can enter and leave the club safely. With your help, she shouldn't encounter too much trouble in the imperial capital. Sauron patted his chest. "Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you cause trouble. I'm a professional in solving troubles." Xing also nodded. "That's right, this guy is a professional in causing trouble, and he is very skilled in dealing with it. If a fight really breaks out, everyone will stare at him, and no one will care about the cyborg girl." The butler was shaken. "Oh, I hope my choice is right." The butler took them to the door, removed the magic circle that sealed the door, knocked on the door, and then pushed the door open. "Hello, I'm back. Is the food to your liking?" To be on the safe side, Soren didn't follow him in immediately and looked at the room from the door. The butler's private room was quite spacious, just like a private apartment in a hotel suite. There were fresh meals and drinks on the dining table. Standing by the bed was a slender girl with blonde hair and silver eyes. Her short hair barely covered her earlobes, and her skin was fair. From her appearance alone, she looked like an ordinary female high school student. She didn't have any magic circuits in her body, and her physical signs were indeed ordinary humans. She was wearing a white tight similar to a knight's training suit, which covered her torso and made it flat. She didn't see any wounds, as the deacon said. She had a broadsword tied to her back. She nodded to the deacon, and then looked at Soren and Xing outside the door calmly. "Oh, did you eat some bread and drink some water? Do you like light food? You should also add some salt, otherwise your body won't be able to bear it." The deacon took out a suitcase from the closet, packed some clothes, crystals and gold, and helped number 4 prepare his luggage like an old father. Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, Soren thought for a moment and tried to wave at the other party. "Hi, I'm Soren, this is Xing, and this one, he's Naki." Number 4 focused his eyes from Xing to Soren's face and said, "I'm Claire." "What is he, Naki, talking about? It seems that spiritual communication is still useful. Tell you to take more salt." Sauron shrugged. "Where are you from? Are you from the Elf Alliance?" Claire looked puzzled. "What is an elf?" "Good question. Frankly, I don't know either." Sauron thought for a moment and gestured. "Have you ever seen someone with pointy ears?" "Pointy ears? Body transformation? Awakening? Demon?" Claire's face became serious. "How many demons are there? How many people have they killed? Take me there." "Although I think we may not be talking about the same thing," I asked. Sauron looked at her curiously. "Don't you mind your situation? You've been trapped here for a week, right? And if you see a murderous demon, what will you do?" Claire answered without hesitation. "We are warriors. The meaning of our existence is to kill demons and protect humans. It's the same everywhere." "Okay," Soren nodded and stretched out his hand. "Then our goals are the same. I am a vanguard." Claire looked at Soren in confusion. "Vanguard? You also fight demons? But you don't seem to be strengthened?" She took Soren's right hand and squeezed it. "Look, it's swollen now. Huh? The bones are still hard." "Soren, hey, it hurts." Deacon Naki watched the two boys of similar head size talking quietly, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the bet was right. "Then, just sign the contract and take him as a servant." "What level do you want to sign? Slave, servant, attendant? You shouldn't need force control methods such as command spells and magic patterns, right? The most powerful way to control a person is thought rather than command spells. Of course, magic patterns may be quite powerful, but I haven't seen it." Soren flipped through the pile of documents handed over by the deacon and selected one from them. "Warrior Claire, you should have realized that our world is probably far away from the area where you used to be active. I think you are probably still confused now, right? I won't ask you about how you got here or the information about your hometown. I'm just going to take you away from here later. Please act as my guard and promise not to attack others without consulting me. If you can keep your promise, please sign this 1-year apprentice knight squire contract. Of course, since you obviously have your own reasons for fighting, I also promise to help you when you need to fulfill your duties and protect humanity." Claire took the squire contract and looked at it. Unrecognizable words, strange spells, unprecedented monsters. If this is just some kind of prank, it's too much. "Okay, I can sign and play the role of a guard. There is no problem. It is common for warriors to disguise themselves as normal people. There is only one problem, my body. You know, when I am healing, I may not live for a full year." Soren shrugged. "Same here. Frankly speaking, I don't think I can survive more than a year in this world. But this is the shortest term of the contract. It's okay. You can cancel it after you get out. Oh, but if you want to go back home, you have to at least pay them the money you saved your life first. You understand money, right?" Claire nodded and watched the butler and the maid deal over there. "Are you referring to the cost of treatment and the things that were damaged before? I also understand that there seems to be a misunderstanding before. How much is that? Warriors will also receive bounties for defeating demons. Although I don't have that kind of crystal, will gold coins be okay? No need to change it." She seemed to have hidden 2 gold coins in her underwear, and it looked flatter when she took them out. "Do you also use gold? That's good. Well, if I convert it according to the market price, the loss you caused is about 400 kilograms of gold. Naji subsidized half of it with his private money to save you, and we paid the other half. I don't mind, but you'd better pay him back. 400 kilograms? Claire was stunned. Are we talking about the same gold? Soren grabbed a handful of gold sand from Guan Haifa's mouth and stuffed it into her hands. The things you chop down are gatekeepers that can be found everywhere in this world. The cost of this thing is still cheap by the consumption standards of the imperial capital. Gatekeeper. The fighting power of that kind of upper-level demon? Claire stared blankly for a while, and stuffed the gold coin back into her collar. Well, playing the role of guard. Is there a reward? But I have to explain in advance that the warriors will never attack humans. Yes, I will pay you what you deserve even if you don't have to work overtime. Not against humans? Maybe. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, just run away. I won't force you to risk your life. Sauron looked at Naji. Do you have anything to convey to this little girl? By the way, she said her name is Claire. The deacon handed the suitcase in his hand to Claire. Don't worry, I can see that this is not the first time she has saved someone. I am just an inconspicuous person among the people she helped. Besides, I'm not helping her, I'm just cleaning up my own mess. If we're lucky, maybe we meet again? Let's go and meet the others now. What do you think of Claire's fighting power? Xing walked to Soren and asked. It's okay. Her hand strength is very strong, like a vice. I have to use the domineering body to surpass her strange strength. Soren glanced at the maid. What did you see? Her breathing, her steps, and her sword. Xing glanced at Soren. They all have the shadow of the inheritance of the god of war. And the uniforms and weapons are obviously standard items that can only be equipped by large-scale organizations. Perhaps they are the inheritance of a lost legion, or at least they are people with a certain origin in the ancient empire. Are you saying that the place where she came from, and the humans she protected, are also a group of human victims who were lost in the catastrophe? Sauron looked at Claire, who was looking at the countless portals around him in surprise. Her language, syntax and roots are very different from the language of the Empire. It should not be the civilization of the old Empire, but a tributary of humans who were dispersed in earlier generations. Naki, who was leading the way, also looked back. So it's not just the so-called northern continent that is the homeland of the old human empire. Sauron understood what he meant. Are there humans in other places and other continents? Of course, because the old empire originally came from other places, and it seems that even humans were not born in this world at first. Otherwise, humans wouldn't be the only ones who are different from the creatures in this world, and most of them can't use magic, right? The deacon answered casually and opened the door. This is it. Item number 2. The female line warrior is now locked in a cage for safety reasons due to mental instability, and has been in a beastly state recently. It's a demon. Claire drew the long sword on her back, shouted a long series of warlike slogans, and flashed in front of everyone to protect them. By the way, she shouted to protect me before. What did she say? The others were not nervous, and the deacon asked curiously. She said that the warriors will stay behind, and the women and children will flee first. Don't be afraid, we will stop the demon. Sauron scratched his head, walked to Claire, and carefully pressed her broadsword. Don't be nervous, I think it is the most scared one at the scene. In front of everyone was a small circular auditorium. On the floor of the auditorium was a magic circle with a white lion about 3 to 4 meters long. Its physical features were almost the same as those of a large African lion. At this time, 2 dark chains emitting red light came out of the magic circle, and were tied in a cross shape, locking the neck and pulling it to the ground. It roared in fear, but the more it tensed its muscles, the tighter the black chain sank into its flesh. No matter how hard it struggled and roared, even if its claws were almost broken and bleeding, it still couldn't break free, and its head and neck were firmly locked in the magic circle on the ground. And in the dome of the small auditorium, in the murals with inscriptions, there was a phantom of a knight in black armor in the middle of the dome, depicted vividly, as if it was protruding from the mural of the battlefield of the gods, and the knight's spear, the tip of the spear pointed directly at the center of the inner circle of the large magic circle on the ground, that is, the lion's head, where it was tightly bound by the black chains. The extremely sharp spear tip was facing its skull, as if it would be stabbed at any time. Claire also looked puzzled, and took back the sword, looking at the monster that was being pressed in front of it by some invisible force, and was completely in complete panic and frenzy. Is this your local demon? The breath is a bit strange, and what's wrong with it, it seems? Scared by something. Nonsense, if there is a shadow of the Vanguard army leader, holding the Vanguard dragon spear pointing at your head all the time, you will be scared like this. It seems that this little lion keeps running away, and it has also angered the casino. Soren circled the magic circle and carefully studied the magic circuits on the ground and the dome. I remember you said it was locked in a cage? What kind of magic is this? If you mean the magic on the ground, the original name is called Death Prison. Xingye looked at the circuit carved on the ground and spoke softly. I have seen similar ancient magic circles in the Wang family. This was originally a forbidden spell developed to imprison and punish the elf gods. But the difficult part is the punishment part, and the one that is now widely used in the Empire is a simplified version of this forbidden spell, which is the imprisonment part. Magic binding, magic shackles, and magic cages are all variations of this spell. That is, only half of the ritual of the death prison is completed, and the target is bound by the magic shackles. Corresponding to the magic level, each additional level has one more shackle. The 14th level of magic is 14 shackles, which can basically bind all the magical creatures under the gods, even dragons. Moreover, this magic can be divided into different levels and made into scrolls or magic props. In this way, a magic circle can be drawn to set traps in advance. As long as there are enough magic crystals, it is also feasible to use it as an insurmountable magic prison, just like here. However, the magic power consumption of the death prison is very large. The stronger the object is, the greater the consumption is. It is almost impossible to maintain it for a long time at the level of a living person. It is basically a rich man's magic that burns crystals. The club is really rich and actually uses this kind of magic as a cage. Yes, we were hit by this trick last time. Sauron nodded. He knew that the last time Xing mentioned was when Anubis controlled the whole place in seconds. Then, the magic circle on the dome was the complete death prison, but he clearly only saw 2 shackles. I can feel the magic power, so I must have arrived in the real world. Where is this? Under the casino. The deacon nodded. Your Excellency guessed correctly. The casino was originally the base camp during the revival of the Empire. Whether it was an arena or a casino, it used to be a martial arts training ground and an armory. There are also many secret rooms and dungeons. They used to hold war criminals. Later, after the Third World War, the army was deployed to the front line, and these places were used to hold gladiators and monsters. This small auditorium is also an ancient secret room that was closed for some reason. It was probably a place for soldiers of that period to hold some kind of ceremony or meditation. I don't know the specific function. I only know that the magic circle and murals here seem to have some powerful magic still in effect. Be it demons or monsters, it seems that except for humans, as long as non-humans are thrown in, they will be in such a miserable state, their strength will be suppressed to the bottom limit, and they will have no power to resist. As long as we use very low-level magic shackles, we can restrain those high-level demons, so we call it a cage. Haha, in the past, those who wanted to be locked in this special cage had to queue up according to the price on the black market. Now even this kitten can be locked in. It seems that the casino is really not doing well. How about it, sir? Do you want to buy it? In a word, it's yours. Go get the contract. The butler, who got the promise, opened the door and walked out. Where's the kitten? Sauron pulled the white lion's ears. The lion's pupils had shrunk to the size of a pinhole. It looked completely frantic and beast-like. Under extreme pressure, it completely lost the brilliance of rationality. But, isn't it said to be a female lion warrior? This mane is so thick, it should be a male lion, right? Is it number 2? Wait a minute, let me check its testicles. The white lion turned his eyes, and glared at Sauron, then turned his eyes away, and pretended to be crazy. Unfortunately, this moment was enough for Sauron's eagle eyes to detect it. Oh, you are pretending. You are worthy of being a lion heart. Even in the face of direct pressure from above, you still have such courage. Kitty, do you want to escape? Sauron raised his head and looked at Claire, who was still holding a sword and on guard, and the maid, who was still standing by the door behind the female warrior, and said, well, this is the last chance. If you are like this, you will have no choice when the contract is brought, right? Okay, then let's make a bet. I unlock your magic shackles. If you can get past that sword-wielding human maiden warrior and escape, I help you escape back to your homeland in the north. But if you can't, you have to sign a contract with me, be my subordinate for a year, and let me touch your ears and tail. And the pads on your paws. Deal? The white lion showed him its razor-like fangs. Sauron smiled, looked up and said, if it doesn't kill you, don't kill it either. Claire, and the star behind her all had a flash of eyes. Then Sauron snapped his fingers, annihilation. The black magic chain shattered instantly, and a sharp wind suddenly rolled up in the narrow secret room. The iron-like muscles of the large cats were driven violently by the huge heart engine. The direct drive exuded an unparalleled fierce momentum. The pressure of the top predator was fully opened at this moment, and Claire's silver eyes also turned into brilliant golden eyes in an instant. At the moment when the giant beast exploded and ejected, in the short gap before all 4 claws were completely off the ground, she had already raised the broadsword in her hand again in front of her, with the tip of the sword pointing flatly at the forehead of the oncoming beast. Not only did she not retreat at all, on the contrary, she also rushed forward, a mere human, whose body and tonnage were completely disproportionate to the beast flying in front of them. The thin girl was also charging. She raised her long sword, which was almost higher than her shoulder, and thrust it straight, the simplest and clearest swordplay, with fast against fast, but it was avoided. No, it hit. No, it was still avoided. At this sudden explosion, Sauron's magic eye could hardly capture the whole picture, but he still saw it. At the moment when the lion suddenly pounced on the sword-wielding girl, it suddenly jumped up and avoided the original sword path. But the lion in the air was still hit. The blade of the long broadsword suddenly flashed like ripples, and a second parallel sword shadow appeared like a clone, accurately chiseling the lion's forehead and picking up a layer of white lion's skin on the tip of the sword. Yes, it was still avoided. The tall and long-legged, naked silver-haired girl suddenly broke through the belly of the white lion and got out from under the lion. She discarded the lion's skin on her body as bait to deceive the stab, and pounced forward from the waist of the warrior girl, using her hands and feet, and rolled forward to jump over the female warrior. Claire did not pursue him. She could have done it. She could have withdrawn her move and fought back. She even had the energy to stare at the fur on the tip of her sword and the lion girl, who had just turned into a human and rolled by her. Claire was not just talking. She would not attack humans. The lion girl was only 1 step away from rushing out of the door. She even had one hand on the door. But she still lost. Mei Xing suddenly leaned forward and threw a fierce left hook, almost touching the ground, hitting the lion girl's lower abdomen, making her curl up like a shrimp and roll back. Kneeling on the ground with her head against the floor, she vomited a bunch of acid in pain. It seems that she hasn't eaten for a few days. Soren's eyes twitched, so fierce. Xing stared at him coldly. Don't be silly, sir, I've paid for you. Soren smiled bitterly, but she also won, right? The maid frowned slightly, and turned her head to take a look. Indeed, when the lion girl was holding the door just now, a nail broke outside the door. Soren smiled awkwardly at the maid's anger. Okay, let's call it a draw. Work for me for a year, and I send you back to the north. After hearing his promise, the lion girl seemed to be relieved and fainted on the ground. Claire looked at the lion girl who fainted on the ground, looked at the lion's skin on the sword, and then looked at Soren. What are you doing in that posture? He was standing on one leg, as if holding something with both hands. No, my leg suddenly cramped. Soren carefully let go of the dragon spear in his hand, and really rushed out of the dome mural, and stabbed straight at the lion's head. Wiping the cold sweat, he watched the phantom of the night, who rushed out of the wall with half of his body, gradually returning to the mural of the dome with a change of light and shadow. If he hadn't jumped up and grabbed the spear in the first time, the kitten would have been nailed to the floor the moment he jumped up. Damn, in a place like the Imperial capital where ghosts live, even liches have to be carefully sealed up. Which idiot thought of digging it up again for him? Chapter 132. It seems that everyone has exchanged ideas. After returning, the butler Naji blinked at the situation in the cage, then turned sideways to reveal a vampire waiting outside the door. Sir Knight, the manager of the casino heard that you were visiting, so he specially prepared a gift to pay a visit. To pay a visit to me? Sauron looked at the vampire manager who was standing outside the small auditorium with a smile on his face, and dared not approach him. This man, you look so friendly. The manager immediately knelt on one knee, put his right fist on his chest, and put his left hand behind his waist to perform a standard knight salute. I am meeting the knight candidate of the INT hero Nair. I am the blood knight Lestat of the knights under the blood cavalry. I am now the new casino lobby manager. I actually met you not long ago. Sauron looked at the pearl brooch pinned on the chest of the other party's dress. If I remember correctly, it is called the Eye of Pistis, a magical artifact that can detect lies when worn. Oh, you are the attendant, and you have been promoted. Congratulations. Soren remembered that he had made a bet with him with a spear when he first came to the casino. If he remembered correctly, his former manager was indeed killed by the aftermath of the battle when he was assassinating Ichukas. Lestat laughed. You are joking? I haven't seen you for 2 months, and you have led the army to destroy the Kingdom of Sand. You have been promoted to a knight candidate recognized by the Grand Council. It is unknown whether you will succeed the knight commander in the future. I should congratulate you. It's just a small gesture, not a respect. He held a contract with both hands. Soren looked at Nagi, and the deacon nodded. The casino is willing to give this lion to you. Wow, 1,600 crystals are not a small amount. How can we accept this? Sauron snatched the contract and put it in his arms with a smile. Lestat, it was the casino's fault before. We have offended you. Please be magnanimous and let us go. The pearl on the manager's chest turned black. Lestat quickly took off the brooch and put it in his pocket. Sauron coughed twice, pretending not to see his little action, and turned to look at the deacon. How did I embarrass them? Naji explained with a smile. The casino was originally a place where the 7 legions sold the spoils of war and purchased military equipment to raise military funds. Before, they stood on the side of the 4 legions of the Wang family and secretly offended the other 3 legions. For example, the Blood Knights, to which you belong, have to use smuggling caravans to ship goods, and even the source of soldiers has become a problem. They can only recruit some female knights, right? But now the situation has changed. The spoils of the Sand Country have fallen into the hands of the Chamber of Commerce, which has become bigger. The casino has lost its backing and is suppressed by the nobles. Naturally, it has some difficulties in the turnover of funds. Wow, so, isn't it too little to come out and negotiate peace with 1,600 crystals? Don't make me mad, Sauron shouted. Lestat wiped his sweat. No, we really don't dare to make things difficult for the Blood Cavalry anymore. We will naturally compensate you 100 times for the losses we caused in the past. But we are really being squeezed by all parties at the moment, and we are powerless. I heard that all the spoils of your expedition to the Sand Country were sold by the Chamber of Commerce. I guess you have a close relationship with the Chamber of Commerce president, right? I only ask you, Knight Sir, to say a few kind words and allow the Chamber of Commerce president to lend us some money to solve our urgent needs. Why do you have a problem with your capital outflow? Soren was curious. Lestat opened his mouth and hesitated, but he obviously didn't dare to offend Soren. He smiled bitterly, and put on the brooch again to show his honesty. Because of the expedition to Franny, each family is competing for military funds and the position of flag officer. The competition has reached a fever pitch. We are responsible for preparing the regular army's weapons for the expedition, and we don't have much cash. Who knew that there was a rumor these 2 days that a whole enhanced high-altitude combat gargoyle corps would be shipped before the election of the flag-bearer? The families that were previously subordinate to the royal party have been suppressed recently. In order to get this batch of goods and pay tribute to the new master as a stepping stone, they have torn their faces and withdrawn their capital from us. The casino now has no royal family as a backer, and can't afford to offend the nobles. It has really reached the point of being at the end of its rope. The deacon also nodded. I heard about this too. The price of that corps is very high, but it is indeed a heavy force that can decide the election of the flag-bearer. Recently, many nobles in the club have also started to raise funds in conjunction. With the financial resources of the conservative families, it is not difficult to do so. So it seems that Lord Hellebel will lead the army this time. Oh. Sauron touched his chin. It seems that Maelaz has already spread the news according to the plan. What? Lestat was shocked. Had the conservatives also received the news? But I heard that the royal family was pushed to the limit by the conservatives and wanted to join the pro-friendly faction. Are the conservatives so cruel? After all, they are all relatives, right? It's all over now. In terms of financial resources, the pro-friendly faction and the remnants of the royal party are no match for the conservatives. Xing stepped forward. What about the new legion? Yes, I also heard that the royal party nobles want to join the pro-friendly lich, but they are not without a chance of winning, because the reformists are also paying to support the pro-friendly faction. I guess the ownership of this legion is the focus of the struggle between the two sides, right? It seems that both sides are going to bleed heavily. I don't know who has such a sharp vision and quietly chooses this time to throw out such a heavy bomb. It seems that they will make a lot of money. Yes, who is it? It's really amazing. Sauron nodded happily. The Blood Clan manager Lestat's face became worse. The royal party will force us to death. Your Excellency the Knight, please say a few good words to the Chamber of Commerce president. If the matter can be accomplished, the casino will definitely reward you generously. Oh, after all, it's 1,600 crystals. It's not impossible to say a few good words for you. Sauron pretended to pick his nails, but it's just a few good words. I can't guarantee that the Chamber of Commerce will not lend you money. I heard that the legion you mentioned is quite expensive, right? The deacon nodded. Yes, I heard from the conservative family leader that they want 25 million crystals. Yes, too. 25 million crystals. Sauron was shocked. Fuck. The vampire manager was also shocked. The conservatives have raised 25 million. Damn, we have to borrow at least another 500. No, Another 10 million to ensure that we can beat them, Your Excellency. The maid also nodded. Which faction is hiding behind the scenes? Such a deal of millions, and tens of millions doesn't sound real. It's really unfathomable. Soren immediately looked at the Blood Knight expressionlessly. You have to pay more. Give me 0.2% commission in cash, and I will convince the Chamber of Commerce to lend you money. Half of it is a deposit, and the other half will be paid after the deal is done. Lester was overjoyed. Deal. Please wait. I go get the money now. The maid held her forehead. 20,000 crystals in cash. Just a few nice words. The deacon looked at Soren. But your commission of only 0.2% is really not high, especially at a time like this. Are you really not going to consider it again? If you are interested in contacting the Conservatives, they are willing to pay a commission of 0.5% at this time. The only ones with cash now, besides the two bidders, are the Chamber of Commerce, which has just made a fortune from the spoils of the Sand Country. Any party that can borrow the cash from the Chamber of Commerce will have a sure win in the Legion's bidding, and win the election for the flag bearer. Winning a hair, does Soren care about a commission of 0.5%? Now, it's easy to get 20 million. Of course, we have to lend money to the royal party. Taking advantage of the fire is always the most profitable. The Conservatives have a lot of money, and can't be killed with one blow. But the casino has already borrowed so much money. When Soren robs the goods, the royal party will be completely dead. As long as he seizes this opportunity to cut off the capital chain and embezzles the casino's assets with a small bet, the logistics lifeline of the 7 regular legions of the Empire will be in his hands. Since I said it, I must keep my promise. Soren smiled. If you say you will lend him money, you must lend him money. The deacon nodded. You really have the ancient style of a knight, and you treat money as nothing. I admire you very much. Xing stared at Soren, also with a look of admiration. But you really don't care about these things. The ghost's stomach is full of junk. Nonsense. The soul crystal will be eaten by this guy if you put it in. So the recruitment of teammates was delayed a little bit. Soren and a large number of vampire managers and accountants who came after hearing the news signed a bunch of contracts and wrote letters of introduction for them. As the middleman guarantee, Soren, knight candidate of Interhero Nair, will entrust the Chamber of Commerce to sell the spoils of the Sand Country in the imperial capital in the name of the company as collateral, and the Chamber of Commerce will lend the casino the equivalent of 10 million crystals. The casino also uses its own assets as collateral and must repay the cash within the time limit. Otherwise it will use all assets, such as real estate, to repay the debt and compensate the company. The commission paid to the middleman Soren is 0.2% of the loan amount, 20,000 crystals, half of which is a deposit, and the other half will be paid after the loan is completed. Xing, please keep the crystals for me. How much do I owe you? Calculate it yourself. Sauron was a hands-off boss, and he watched the maid grab handfuls of soul crystals and stuff them into his handbag without any hesitation. Claire carried the lion girl on her shoulder with one hand and followed her all the way, looking at the vampires curiously. Are they still alive? They don't seem to be human, right? Well, they are considered the living dead. What are your enemies, the demons, like? Are they also humanoid? Soren casually took 2 crystals and handed them to Claire, which was her guard salary. Demons can disguise themselves as humans, but they have obvious body odor. Their original form and body shape are very different from humans, and they feed on humans. Claire sniffed her nose. I haven't smelled the smell of demons, but I haven't smelled the smell of pure humans either. There is always something else mixed with the human breath on your body, so I can't judge. Are you referring to magic? If pure people can't use magic, then humans who can use magic are actually equivalent to some kind of mutation. After completing the agreement at the casino, the vampires took Soren's letter of introduction to the Chamber of Commerce for coordination. Soren returned to the club. The remaining 2 were already waiting in the private room they had booked at the theater. Yuyui, the female knight exiled by the Lion King, was wearing a basic plate armor suit of the Legion standard, with a mask covering the lower half of her face. This outfit should be considered a bonus for the club's treatment. She naturally had no magic accessories or equipment, and her weapons were also the most ordinary. Her black hair was messy and scattered around her ears, and her eyes were lifeless as if she was dead. No, that's wrong. It should be said that she has no other emotions in her eyes except to continue to live. As for the other assassin possessed by the monster, she is also a woman. You can really see at a glance her motivation to make money, and the reason why she is no longer a stealth assassin. If you only look at the right half of her face, you can still see that she was once a mature beauty with a certain charm. Her figure and appearance are both top-notch beauties. The enchanted leather armor and spider-web socks that tightly bind her body curves also have conspicuous magic energy jumping. The claws equipped on both hands are also some kind of high-end alchemical enchantment. To be able to put together such a high-quality equipment, she is obviously an elite adventurer. But the left side of her face was horrible, with some kind of moss-like green-black stuff adsorbed on her face, completely growing into the flesh, along the neck down to the chest. Even half of her chest was contaminated by this stuff. Looking at the beating blood vessels, it seemed to have coexisted with the heart. If I saw her enchanting back in the middle of the night, and went up to chat with her, I would be scared to death when I turned my head. At this time, there was no more charm between her eyebrows, only suppressed brutality and anxiety. Miss Yuyui, the former Death Knight, has recovered from the internal injuries she suffered from the Grand Knight Commander, but her cheek was cut by a poisoned dagger and was not treated in time, so there is some infection and nerve necrosis on her cheek. We can only temporarily remove the rotten part. Before the butler finished explaining, Yuyui took off her mask, and she was completely a slit-mouthed woman, with her chin fixed with iron nails and willow branches. The equally beautiful demon girl next to her looked at her, but her eyes softened a little, and she felt a sense of sympathy. The butler introduced another one. This is Ms. Gadapita, who knows the terrain and secret passages in various areas of the imperial capital like the back of her hand. She is also a senior spy who has a long-term cooperative relationship with our association, and is worthy of our recommendation. No matter where you want to take any action, you can consult Ms. Gadapeta. Humph, you sound old. The demon girl took out half of the mask to cover her face, and used her cloak to cover the parasite crawling on her left chest. Your Excellency can see that I am notorious for my appearance, and can no longer do any secret activities. Of course, below the waist, I am still a normal human body. If you don't feel sick looking at this face, I don't mind accompanying a little noble like you. Soren looked at the two beauties in front of him, and then looked at Claire, who was still carrying the sleeping lion beside him. He couldn't help but ask the butler in a low voice, "Well, I don't mean anything else, but why are all the ones you accept women?" It was the demon girl who answered him. "That's because all the male warriors have been picked up, young master. We are all the leftovers." "What, do you regret it?" The butler Naji explained. "I assure you that the goods that can be recommended to the nobles by the club have corresponding value. Of course, among the adventurers, assassins and spies in the imperial capital, the proportion of men is indeed relatively small. In fact, in the entire empire, there are more female magic affinity people. In addition to the fact that men are selected to the army first, another reason is that the male heirs of the nobility are more repulsive and aggressive to the same sex. You can understand it as male monsters, in order to ensure the inheritance of their offspring, have the nature of monopolizing the entire population of females. Sauron Khan, this is said as if he is the male monster with a strong desire for dominance. If you want to monopolize females, you can't choose this kind of people, slit-mouthed women, parasitic beasts, washboards. Well, the little lion is barely okay." Ahem. Seeing that Soren was thinking about something else, Shing coughed twice to call back his attention. "Well, I need to gather my subordinates to do a mission. Ms. Gadapita, if you are willing to provide your experience and information, I will not be stingy with the reward," Soren said. The demon girl opened her mouth and spit out a long tongue that was half green and half red, pointing at the red magic runes on her tongue. "I can live with such a secret until now, and I know the taboos in the circle. For 500 crystals, I will sign a unilateral trustworthy contract with you and provide you with unreserved advice for your mission. You can choose whether to join or not depending on the degree of danger. The price will be calculated separately at that time, but if I leak the secret, this curse will blow my head off. Of course, you can also change the way of death in the contract, such as abscess, ulceration, suffocation, puncture, etc. Okay." Seeing Soren nod, the deacon was very perceptive and left first. "Please talk slowly. I promise no one will come to disturb you." Then Soren looked at the stars, to be on the safe side. "Don't involve you in this matter. I'm on duty outside." The maid nodded slightly, put a large bag full of crystals on the table, and left the secret room and closed the door. The female knight of the rift and the parasitic demon girl stared at the pile of crystals on the table. These hundreds or thousands of crystals piled together like a small hill, really dazzling, like a treasure mine that makes people unable to take their eyes away. Claire stared at the demon girl with interest, and seemed to want to go up and smell the smell of her rotten half-face. Soren used his magic eye to scan the situation in the room, and did not see any suspicious strange magic circuits, so he said, "I want to rob the noble warehouse in the dock area of the imperial capital. No, let me put it this way. I will arrange an elite team to attack the valuables warehouse, to attract attention for other operations. There will be personnel action similar to yours in other places. I don't ask you to fight hard and even sacrifice your lives at great risk, but this attack must attract the attention of as many guards as possible. So elites like you are needed. You can plan an action together, or you can do your own things. It doesn't matter if you run away in the middle of the attack. I can even provide funds to help you plan your escape route. If you are caught, I will even require you to answer that you are subordinates of the Knight of the Interhero Nair, and you were ordered to rob the warehouse. But I have only one request, to make a big fuss, the bigger the better. Can you do it? Soren was mainly looking at the demon girl with half armor. Gadapita thought for a while, it must be the dock, valuables warehouse? Yes, no, as long as it can attract the attention of the garrison and guards in the dock area. She thought for a while and nodded, this mission is okay, but what about the reward? If you want the soul crystal, take it yourself. If you gain anything during the operation, it will naturally be your private property. I won't interfere. Or if you have any other requests, just ask yourself. I can promise anything that can be satisfied. Sauron looked around at the four people. Do you want to cancel the vassal contract with me? Do you want to regain your freedom? Do you want to go home? Do you want to treat the hidden dangers and injuries of your body? I can help you. Gadapita stared at Soren. You are indeed the knight candidate of the Interhero Nair, the Death Knight who destroyed the Sand Country in 2 months, and there are many high-ranking white robes supporting you behind the scenes? Sauron shrugged. It's genuine, one of a kind. While the demon girl was still hesitating, the female knight with a slit suddenly stepped forward, knelt on one knee and performed the knight's salute, her eyes almost popping out of her sockets. After completing this trial, please accept me as a loyal knight of the Interhero Nair family. And please recommend me to join the Blood Knights and become a Death Knight. There are people who are eager to choose such a weak profession. Soren looked at the other party. Okay, I promise. Claire looked at Soren. For 100 kilograms of gold, return it to Nagi for me. No problem. The Leo girl stopped pretending to sleep. Can you really let me go? Of course, I can let you go at any time. I won't chase you if you try to escape during the mission. Sauron looked at her. But if you trust me, little cat, I will guarantee your safety and promise to send you back to the north in person within a year. The Leo girl pursed her lips. Penny, my name is Penny, not Kitty. Okay, 1 year is 1 year. The last demon girl was still hesitating, and Soren did not urge her. Finally, she made up her mind and spoke, expressing her wish. I want to remove this thing parasitic on my face, and kill the person who made me like this. Can you do it? I really can't say for sure. Sauron also said frankly, you are an experienced adventurer, and it seems that you are not really short of savings, but if you can't find a way to restore your appearance, I am afraid I don't have a particularly good way to deal with the demon that possesses you. If you agree right away, I can just refuse. Gadapeta rubbed her hair on the right side in frustration, then let's sign a long-term employment contract. I will be your flanker and advisor, and you must promise as a knight candidate to help me solve this obvious problem within your ability. No problem. The first batch of the Interhero Nair family was completed. From today on, the 4 of them are the 4 kings of the Interhero Nair family. In order to get promoted, go home, get plastic surgery, pay back the debt, and debut as a girl group, they start by robbing the valuables warehouse at the Imperial Capital Pier and embark on a journey to become famous all over the world. Chapter 133. So, as a senior and local boss, Gadapita began to make basic plans for this mission. Frankly speaking, the other 3 girls were bound by contracts, so there was nothing to worry about, but don't expect them to play a big role. However, this demon girl, at first glance, is a socialite with rich combat experience. She can be given command as the leader in the early stage. At first, Soren still had some doubts. After all, this Gadapita was disfigured after a mission failed. According to Nagi, she was extremely cautious in choosing missions afterwards. Why did she agree to Soren's mission so readily? But after Soren listened to her attack plan for a while, this doubt was quickly dispelled. It was simple. In the past, Gadapita often went to the valuables warehouse to trade goods as an agent or bodyguard for nobles. She even had a compartment in the valuables warehouse to store the valuable materials obtained from the mission. For her, attacking the warehouse was not a particularly dangerous mission. But my warehouse is empty. In order to treat my injuries, I sold all the things I had accumulated in the past. But the lease of the warehouse has not expired yet. I can take you in directly to familiarize yourself with the place. As Gadapeta spoke, he used the plates on the table to indicate the area of the valuables warehouse was built by dwarf slaves in the past according to the standards of a treasury. Later, the dwarves who expanded the underground city for the imperial capital were killed, and the liches placed a lot of unreported portals, and the nobles also built illegally. Now no one can tell the actual terrain inside. I even heard rumors that the secret vault of the Empire's magic weapons is also hidden in a treasury in the warehouse area, but this is just a rumor, and no one can tell for sure. But if your goal is just to cause a riot, I think it's easy. After all, in order to protect their own treasure houses, each family has placed puppets and puppet soldiers, as well as regularly trained blood knights and enslaved monsters and bone dragons. We can easily alarm most of the imperial capital by throwing an explosive scroll. But your mission is to attract the attention of most of the guards. If you just make them more vigilant, it will not be enough for my other actions. Soren thought for a moment, but the explosive scroll is a good idea. Do you know gunpowder? I can get some. Yayo said, the task of patrolling the warehouse area is taken up by the apprentice guild of the Death Knights in turn. This month, the Dark Flame Bull is in charge. There should be about 20 people. We will launch an attack and kill all of them. Naturally, no one dares to underestimate this raid. Oh, you are using the Death Knights to establish your authority again. Let's not persecute the Death Knights anymore, okay? Claire shook her head after confirming the information with Soren. Well, I don't kill people. No, he is a Death Knight after all. Can you not say something like, I don't eat rabbits, rabbits are so cute? It doesn't matter, there must be things like golems, guards, and contracted beasts. Leave the humans to me. The Dark Flame Bulls this year are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. None of them can fight. I can kill them all by myself. Just in time to update my equipment. Yuyui's eyes flashed with hatred. Maybe there was a personal grudge in the past, but she still treated them as someone who was giving her equipment. No, take it easy. There are 20 Death Knights. After all, they are the elite troops of the Empire. What if there is a peerless strongman among them who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger? Were the elves in the 3 wars really defeated by the weak chickens? Unfortunately, Soren's advice was completely useless, and the Lion Penny laughed heartlessly. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, ha ha ha. Soren squinted his eyes at her. Young master, you don't have to worry about this. Gadapita licked her lips. The current Death Knights are different from those who killed gods and dragons at every turn. Most of the young masters nowadays will choose various life-saving enhancements in the first 6 levels of potions, and start to move towards the direction of Legion Aura and military enhancement from the 7th level. Strictly speaking, they are trained as battlefield commanders. After all, the Death Charge has been studied to death by the Elf Alliance, and they are of such a precious origin. How can they charge on the front line without thinking? They are all hiding in the shogunate at the end of the battle line to command, and they come back to be the head of the family and the seat of the parliament after getting a gold medal, and they have no experience in fighting. Yayo nodded. Yes, the strengthening of the direction of the Great Knight is not something that can be accumulated by drinking a few bottles of medicine, but also requires persistent training and fighting on the edge of life and death. Almost no noble children can bear this kind of hardship, and the children of the common people who are strengthened in the direction of the Great Knight have to go to the border to participate in battles and accumulate experience early. In addition to encountering Chimera's monster subjugation team and the ISC Corps of the Ice White Wolf, these 2 Death Knight Corps with special bases and missions, and the knights of their apprentice guilds, need to be careful when encountering them. But what about the level of the other families? Sir, you have actually fought them yourself and have seen it. That's true. The people of the Lion King Society were simply slaughtered by Soren himself, and the Iron Dragons had their heads chopped off overnight. To be honest, the level of the female Knights of the Plasma Rose is just on par with these idiots, and it is difficult to tell who is better. In other words, they are just a bunch of noobs. It's a pity that the Empire is obviously corrupt. Except for the 2 in the border war zone and a few old generation commanders, the other 7 legions have become places for the children of warlords, nobles, and knights to gild themselves and increase their value. This is inevitable. After all, the general's son will definitely become a general, so he doesn't have to risk his life like his father did. If there is no rule that you can graduate with a head of the same level, I'm afraid the corruption will be even more thorough and serious. And it's really hard to say how much effect this rule can have. To put it bluntly, the eldest lady of the Lion King Club has a domestic servant named Yuyui as a guard. I'm afraid if she didn't have the talent and determination to climb all the way to the 8th level of enhancement, this head was originally prepared for the heirs of the nobles. I understand. I asked Xing, the maid who was with me just now, to take you to update your weapons and equipment and find a magic translation tool for Claire. Then you can go to the warehouse to check out the situation and study the attack plan. Sauron stood up. This safe house will be your temporary base. If other planners need funds, just contact Naked and put it in my account. Young master, when are you going to act? Gatapeta asked. In the next 2 days, I have to confirm the time. I will send you a bad letter at that time. You will act immediately after receiving the contact, so hurry up and prepare before then. Soren looked at the 4 people in the room. Take this mission as an exam for you. As long as you can complete it successfully, and come back voluntarily, you can call yourself a member of the Inter-Hero Nair family. I take my leave now. Soren pushed the door open and went out. Shingemo stood guard at the door. The maid raised her eyes and looked at him. I trouble you to help with the logistic support. The military funds will be paid with the commission just now. This operation is carried out in the name of our company. You have a 1/7 share, so I won't pay you separately, okay? The maid nodded slightly, picked up her skirt armor and saluted. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Sauron nodded at her, turned around and left alone. Passing through a long corridor, rows of flashing portals. Judging by the details of the magic circle on the door, he found the door they had entered the club before and pushed it open. His eyes lit up, and he returned to the underground canal, the door of the secluded villa where Shing had brought him into the club before. At this time, a skeleton cargo ship happened to pass along the canal at the door. From the standard identification of the container, Soren recognized that it was a weapon forged by the furnace. It seems that this branch of the canal can lead to the furnace factory. Soren thought about it, and was not in a hurry to rush to the factory. Zygen was probably not ready yet. Now he needed to confirm the buyer's situation first. The lights of Isengland Manor were bright, and there were crowds of people and carriages parked outside the manor. Now everyone knew that the Chamber of Commerce was rising. The Isengland family had money, power, and soldiers, and there was a shadow of the Prime Minister behind them. Now they were entrusted with the important task of protecting the last blood of the Franny Kingdom, His Royal Highness King Luminios. As long as the nobles of the Empire were not fools, they would come to visit with their whole families, line up to hand in visiting cards, and compete to see the King of Franny and the head of Iceland, wanting to take out the family tree to talk about the old relationship hundreds or thousands of years ago, to build relationships, and if they could please His Majesty, and get the title of the Kingdom of Franny, it would be even better. In the past, Soren would jump all the way to the yard of the manor to get off the ground, but this time, he was pulled down by the Lich of the Waning Moon after 3 miles. Aye, it's me, don't you recognize me? Unfortunately, the joke was useless. After walking a few steps, the masked Waning Moon Lich grabbed Soren's collar and pulled him back, pointing to the long line of butlers and maids on the other side. If you want to visit Isengland Manor, go over and line up in turn. Soren was speechless. This scene was as exaggerated as buying mobile phones. The Waning Moon had no brains and couldn't communicate with him. He could only look at the butler at the end of the line. Excuse me, I am the knight candidate of the Empire. Have you heard of the Inter-Hero Nair? I have something urgent to do. Let me say a few words for you later. The deacon smiled at him, comparing titles. I am a baron of the Empire, and my master is also a count. Haha, just kidding, of course I know who you are, but unfortunately I can't help you now. The Waning Moon is still maintaining law and order. If it stands by, it will have to queue up. If you cut in line, you will be beaten. Sauron, Forget it, I can't get through, so let Sean come over. Sauron took a paper bat from Guan Haifa's mouth, wrote "Come to the door to pick me up," and said to Marlin. The paper bat flapped its wings and flew up, but just as it flew past Xiaxuanyu, it was grabbed by Soren in front of it, unwrapped and looked at it, and then sniffed it close to its face, and then let go of the crumpled bat and let it fly past. Soren stared at it. Xiaxuanyu stared back. It's so scary that there's no white in your eyes. Well, you dead men are awesome, okay? Fortunately, Soren didn't have to wait long, and soon a pink-haired maid came out of the Isengland Manor and walked up to Soren with a smile. It still fits, my knight. Soren raised his eyebrows and stared at His Royal Highness Luminios, the Lord of Franny, who was dressed in a maid outfit. He then looked at the deacons who were still queuing up next to him, and the nobles, who were waiting to be summoned in the carriage in the distance. That was true. No one had ever seen what the Lord of Franny looked like. He's pretty good looking, but why are you here? Lakis smiled and curved his eyebrows. Marlin and Saras are dealing with the nobles, and can't get away. I'm here to pick you up. Do you want to go in together? Soren opened his mouth and saw another descending moon floating behind Lakis, staying close to Lakis. He knew that the security arranged by the Prime Minister was still in effect. After thinking for a while, he took Lux's hand and walked to the side, avoiding the eyes and ears of the people around him, trying to use his psychic ability, and spoke in Franny's dialect. I leave in a moment to confirm how the business is going. Lux was really smart. She nodded and began to answer in the strange tone of the royal family that few people could understand. Marilyn has communicated with her brother. According to your wishes, we have selected representatives of the conservative nobles to negotiate with the families that support His Excellency White Robe Hannibal as the flag bearer. Including the army you prepared and the military supplies for this expedition to Franny, we negotiated a large order worth 25 million crystals. In the middle, there was also some exchange of interests in Franny's title and fiefdom development. I think with such deep cooperation, even if you stole the army, it would be difficult for the conservatives to suspect us. She really arranged it perfectly, but unfortunately things have changed a little now. The club knows about the 25 million, the casino knows, the royal party knows, and the reformists also know. Now I will act as a middleman and guarantee that the casino will borrow 10 million from the Isenglian family. They originally planned to borrow 5 million. I estimate that this time, they will at least take out 30 million crystals to snatch the Gargoyle army. Sauron quickly explained the matter again. Lux kept smiling and nodded while listening, only from time to time her blue eyes flashed with a burst of brilliance. I originally thought that this was a good opportunity to take over the casino and control the logistics system of the Imperial Army. But if you have already negotiated, let Malos quickly reject the loan application from the casino. Anyway, the goods are in our hands, so we should ignore the offer from the other side and proceed according to the original plan. Sauron said as he looked around and was on guard. Fortunately, no one noticed that a knight attendant was whispering with a maid in the corner. No, it's too late. We have already lost. The casino is not bad either. Anyway, we should stop the loss in time. Although Lux was still smiling, there was no smile in her eyes, as if her face was a mask. It's not long since I negotiated with him, but they found out the bottom price and started to raise funds. Are the nobles of the Empire so bad? They are completely infiltrated like a sieve. Haha, it's really amazing. Sauron didn't understand. What do you mean? What do you mean by lost? How can I lose when I haven't started to act? Lakis raised her left hand and counted her fingers one by one, starting from the thumb: conservatives, reformists, moderates, royalists, Anubis. Now these 5 parties are participating in the election of the banner officer. The conservatives support the white-robed Haribel, and I heard that the moderates and reformists have joined forces this time to put forward the white-robed Lich Daelin as the banner officer candidate. Then we assume that Anubis can get the support and nomination of the royal party. In the case of a 3-way balance of power, we can operate in the middle, and let the conservatives support Anubis to ensure that he wins the election of the flag bearer. Isn't it good? But now it has become like this. Lakis curled up her thumb and pinky, and showed the 3 middle fingers to Soren. According to the information you got from the casino, the remaining royal party forces do not support Anubis at all, and directly intend to spend money to save their lives, and support the moderate Lich to flatter. In other words, the royal party, the moderates, and the reformists have merged into the Daelin faction. Although the conservative faction is strong and can offer 25 million crystals at once, and can also put forward a first-class candidate for the flag bearer, it is likely that it will be defeated by the joint suppression of the 3 factions due to insufficient intelligence. The remnants of the royalist party suddenly chose to join the moderate faction, and insisted on withdrawing the casino discount funds, which means that the moderate faction has given them a considerable degree of promises and guarantees. No, the moderate faction has no chance of winning over the royalist party by itself, so it must be the reformists who facilitated the alliance behind the scenes. Originally, judging from the situation of the royalist forces being hunted down and suppressed by many parties in the past 2 months, the royalist nobles were doomed. But they suddenly worked so hard to get loans to show their loyalty, so they must have been promised a way out, right? If I guess correctly, the planners behind the Daelin faction have made strategic changes. They would rather not kill the remaining forces of the royalist party, but gather forces to deal with new crisis, even if it is just a sign. Lakis put his index finger on his lower lip and trembled slightly. The action was too fast, the decision was too decisive, and the timing was too accurate, leaving no chance at all. We have just started the negotiation, and we haven't even seen the shadow of the most important goods, but they have already seen the problem and reacted most violently. They actually directly pulled the political enemy they were originally dealing with to become their ally, and it's not just that they kept it a secret from the conservatives and got the royal party to their side first, they even took advantage of the extra cash in the Chamber of Commerce and borrowed money through the casino. Is it really the 10 million loan that is missing? No. Even if we gave the Chamber of Commerce 10 million to the conservatives, the reformists couldn't have anticipated this possibility, and there was no countermeasure. Could it be that the reformists have no money? Soren came to his senses. Indeed, The reformists were all from the Technology Development Bureau. They started out by selling potion grinding tools and doing logistics. I'm afraid that even if they lent 10 million to the conservatives, it would not be as good as the combination of the three factions. But they knew that it was the Chamber of Commerce that coordinated the sales of the Legion and quoted the price to the conservatives for the transaction. But they still borrowed money from us. What does that mean? Aren't they worried that we would remind the conservatives? Lux looked at Soren. It doesn't matter whether they remind us or not. The key is who can get this winning card in the end. Who the Chamber of Commerce will sell the goods to in the end is just a statement of standing. The casino may have just met you and borrowed money from the Chamber of Commerce by chance, or just a greeting, but this warning will always be passed on in various forms. The people behind the Dalen faction have obviously seen the Chamber of Commerce's presence in this game, so it took the Chamber of Commerce's cash under the pretext of a loan. The extra variables in the competition are also a warning to the Isilian family not to get involved in their game. It is understandable that merchants want to make a fortune by taking advantage of the war, even if the Isilian family and the conservatives plotted and planned. But merchants have to pursue their own interests. If they do not abide by the rules and force the goods to be sold to the conservatives even though the Dalen faction offers greater benefits, it is a confession, which means that the Isilian family is not pursuing economic interests, but also political interests. In this way, the means they will take against the Chamber of Commerce will be completely different. To put it bluntly, when the political struggle reaches its end, the soft tactics will be followed by the hard tactics. The key is who can finally get the winning card. Sauron also realized what Lux meant by already lost. The Isilian family has been captured by the Dalen faction. No, the Dalen faction is just a disguise of the moderate Dalen. It is basically the Flower faction. In this game, the Flower faction resisted the desire to share the remains of the royal party and adopted a winning strategy, joining forces with its former mortal enemy. The result of the merger of the three factions now is that the Flower faction is actually the absolute majority party in the Grand Council. If the conservatives, with the strongest financial resources, cannot resist the Flower faction's political alliance this time and lose the bidding for the Legion, then how can they compete with the other side in the subsequent election of the flag bearer, the election of the Prime Minister, and even the vote on the peace talks that may happen after that? To put it more seriously, this is a civil war in the Empire. A civil war using financial resources as ammunition. The Legion that originally offered 15 million crystals was already cheating people, but I didn't expect the nobles to actually add 5 million or 10 million. They are really wealthy. What's more amazing is that in the end, the losses in this civil war of burning crystals were still the conservatives and royalist nobles, who were actually potential war starters and potential supporters of the Prime Minister. No matter who wins or loses this game, only the Prime Minister's faction in a broad sense will be weakened. Whether it is the reformists or the peacemakers, the Flower faction will hardly suffer any substantial losses. Because they themselves can't lead troops to fight, maybe they can make a lot of money by selling potions and weapons. The Liches really don't care about the money. Now they just take out 30 million crystals and say to the Isilian family, "You want money? I give you money, now get off the chessboard." After being told this, it will be dangerous if you don't leave. There are very powerful strategists over there. Lux sighed, shook her head and smiled bitterly. Sorry, it seems that I am still too naive. If I hadn't been showing off on purpose, I might not have dragged you into such a dangerous situation. Sauron nodded. Don't worry, you've helped a lot. Leave the next thing to me. What's the next thing? The smile on Lux's face froze. What do you want to do? Sauron smiled at her. Like you said, the key is who can get the winning card in the end. The Dalen faction is so rich, right? Okay, then sell it to them. The smile on Lux's face finally disappeared. Also, yes, just snatch it back and sell it again. Anyway, there are two sets of plans for snatching goods. Hey, I won't leave. I'm going to overturn the chessboard for you. Chapter 134. My brother wrote to tell me that the molds for the flying wings have been made, and the production line has been modified. We can start mass production. The modified Gargoyle army can be ready in 10 days, and delivered before the election of the flag bearer in 2 weeks, or to be exact, 12 days later. Also, sign here. In the secret room of Isilian's house, Marlin unfolded the magic scroll in his hand. Cooperative projects worth 25 million crystals, gold, materials, manor real estate, arms orders and mining contracts, trading Gargoyle army, Franny's title, fiefdom, and various products and commodities of the company. The company will continue to form in-depth cooperation with the conservative nobles, and replace the local reformist industries in the imperial capital, giving priority to a large number of civilian and military contracts for the production plants of Arishi. This is actually a win-win fair transaction, not only the gargoyle core, but also additional raw materials and commodity transactions, and this is only the first phase of the content. Now that the conservatives have grown bigger and actively responded to our contact, many conditions and cooperation are still proposed by them. It can be seen that they also actively seek other partners from an economic perspective to get rid of the control of the reformists. Marlin waited for Soren to read the content of the deal one by one, and paused, just as His Royal Highness King Laminio said, the reformist forces will never tolerate the company and the conservatives signing such a deep cooperation contract. This attempt to ruin the core deal is just an opportunity to hit us, but if the company continues to stand with the conservatives and cut off their financial resources, subsequent blows will follow. Since your original plan was only to weaken the nobles, let's just sign a new contract and sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Although we can eat less at one time, at least we can safely avoid the limelight and slowly grow stronger. But Soren directly signed his name, Imperial Knight Candidate, Lord Knight of Franny, CEO of the company, Soren Interhero Nair, into the contract. Merlin looked at him deeply. You better know what you are doing. I know, playing with fire is not the first time. Soren handed the signed magic contract to Merlin. I promised to let them get the goods before the election of the flag bearer. After they get the goods, they must also guarantee to pay 1/3 of the deposit equivalent to 8 million crystals on the spot according to the contract, and execute the subsequent contract. So Merlin nodded, took the scroll, bowed, and left through the side door of the secret room. Not long after, Salasis walked in from the secret door on the other side under the guidance of the maid. Oh Soren, you are here. Christine asked me to pass this scroll to you. Who is Christine? Soren unfolded the scroll and took a look, and fell silent immediately. It's the apprentice of Mr. Hua, a new friend I met at the dinner party, small, cute and talkative. What's wrong, you don't look well? Of course, his face was not good. This magic contract was almost the same as the one from the Conservative Party that Soren had just seen. The contract documents at the beginning were exactly the same. It was unknown whether this type of commercial contract was written in the same format or whether the other party was deliberately slapping him in the face. Tell him in front of Soren that the tricks played by the company and the conservatives were clear to the reformists. In the contract, the things that the company took out for the transaction, the armament centered on the Gargoyle Core and Franny's noble title and territory, were not much changed. The only difference was that the reformists offered 30 million crystals. In addition to the cash, the conservatives' conditions were replaced with moderates' real estate, mining development rights, and priority business orders from the reformists' industries. At first glance, it seems that there is no difference from the conservative nobles, and even the offer price is 5 million more, which is more valuable. But in fact, those mining areas, forests, manor real estates are not in the hands of the moderates, who are the main parties to the transaction. It is either the royal party's things, or Franny's things, and some are even conservative families' things. In other words, it is only possible for the moderate nobles to win the election this time and swallow the Franny kingdom to fulfill the terms of the contract and cooperate with the company for development. Even if they cannot fulfill the contract, the ones who will bear the liability for breach of contract are only the moderates who signed, and it has nothing to do with the reformists. The commercial orders given by the reformists are all raw materials, not finished products. To put it bluntly, the reformists themselves do not have any stable channels for raw materials, and it is meaningless to give priority or not. In other words, they want to obtain raw materials from the Sand Country to supply their magic workshops, and the majority of the profits will still be monopolized by the reformists, and the company will become the upstream of the reformist supply chain, continuing to provide them with raw materials in the form of an overseas colonial agent, just giving them a sip of soup. This treatment is a world of difference, but to be honest, this is a fair contract. Yes, it is indeed fair, because Sauron knows the details of the company, and the reformists probably know it too. Whether the Iali production and construction core can survive for a long time is a mystery. God knows whether the secret smuggling route from the imperial capital to Sed can be opened, and how long it can be opened. All the arrangements are unknown. Now the scale of their small group has no possibility of competing with the reformist Lich interest group, even if the conservatives are involved. But the reformists still gave them a contract that at least seemed fair. As long as they signed this contract, their company's interests in the Iali system and the Kingdom of Sand would be recognized by the reformists. And they could become a part of the reformist interest group as the upstream of the supply chain. Not competitors, but partners, a truly profitable contract, and with the support of the reformists, all kinds of risks would be greatly reduced. But in this way, Sauron, the chief official, would no longer be a spokesperson for the interests of the company's small group, but another dog waving the flag and shouting under the reformists. Soren, are you angry? What happened? What did Christine say? Sarathers asked sensitively. No, it's okay, I just sign it. Sarathers smiled and signed the name of Imperial Knight candidate, Lord Knight of Franny, CEO of the company. Soren and her hero kneel in the contract as usual, then handed the scroll to Sarathers. Please return the scroll to Miss Christine, who became your friend at the dinner party? Tisk, it's really watertight. No, it's none of her business. I guess she's just a messenger. Well, please tell her this. I promise to let you get the goods before the election of the flag bearer. After getting the goods, please also promise to pay 1/3 of the full amount on the spot according to the contract, and the equivalent of crystal or gold coins as a deposit, and execute the subsequent contract. Sarathers hesitated, but still nodded. Okay, I remember it. When she was about to go out, she paused again and turned her head. Sauron, I don't know what you have been busy with recently. I can't even see your shadow, but you don't have to rush forward alone all the time. You know you can also rely on me hours. Soren smiled, of course. If I can't even rely on my fiancé, who else can I rely on? I trouble Miss Countess to convey my words. Oh, please don't say the wrong thing. We are not married yet. Please don't add your name. Idiot, how is it possible? Seeing Sarathers blushing and slamming the door in anger, Lux, who had changed back into a princess dress, opened the curtain and walked out from the secret door behind Soren. How can you satisfy both sides of the contract at the same time? One side will always break off relations. Even if you can ignore the restrictions of the contract and tear up the agreement, at most you can only embezzle the deposit paid on the spot, and the company can't escape. Or, can you arrange to produce 2 legions within 10 days? But even so, it doesn't solve the fundamental problem. Both sides are forcing you to take sides. It is meaningless to bet on both sides. In fact, it means that neither side supports each other. No faction can become an ally. On the contrary, it will become everyone's target because it has gained too much benefits, but does not have enough strength this time. Don't worry, I'm not taking sides, I've already taken sides. Sauron explained his idea to her. Just like the consensus we reached, the key is who can get the winning card in the end. As long as we can win the election for Anubis, we will naturally attract a white robe with a large number of troops to support us. Even in the worst case, we can only steal 1/3 of the deposit, which is 18 million crystals. No one can make us spit out what we have already eaten. For Anubis, our company, a newly rising force with its base in its territory, is also its best ally in returning to the imperial capital. We need to join forces with each other. As long as it can win the election of the flag bearer this time, it will have the capital to participate in the election of the prime minister. It will never treat us unfairly. Lake has thought for a while, it is still too risky to do this, and there are too many uncertainties. You agree to bet on both sides at the same time. If you cannot meet the other party's contract or something goes wrong with the goods, both sides will definitely doubt you. And the most important thing is, have you really got the promise of the white-robed Anubis to form a political alliance with you? It hasn't returned to the Empire yet, has it? If it turns its back on us and betrays our expectations, won't your plan be in vain? Princess, no, the concerns and hidden dangers mentioned by the king are indeed very reasonable. This is also the reason why the reformists dared to take action against Sauron's company generals, and kick them out. After all, the speculation that the company and Anubis can win the election together is simply unfounded. What kind of huge cooperative relationship do Sauron and his team have with Anubis that they are willing to support it so hard and risky? Therefore, after the militant faction was excluded, the so-called three-way election for the flag bearer was just an internal struggle between the conservatives and the moderates. In the final analysis, the reformists also deliberately used this opportunity to slightly suppress the conservatives, who had recently swallowed up the royal party and expanded their power rapidly. They only stopped their transactions with the company, leaving some room for them to not really tear each other apart. So everything was still under the table, smiling, and could be solved with the etiquette, rules, and business contracts of the nobility. It didn't develop to the point of using knives. So they thought they had a sure win, but in fact they had lost a game. The reformists showed their true colors too early. They didn't expect that Sauron would have the idea of overturning the table and grabbing goods as soon as he came. Sauron dared to invest the little fortune he built in the Kingdom of Sand to take a gamble. There was a reason why the bicycle turned into a motorcycle. If he hadn't known in advance that Anubis, the guy with narrow eyes, and always talking about the bottom line of men, decided to keep his promise and take over as prime minister after losing the bet with Killian, he could have rebelled independently in the Kingdom of Sand, and was free, and didn't have to worry about the confidential information of the Empire's mess. Then Sauron really didn't dare to make such a big bet. But this man's calculations were as many as those of a ghost, and he played the Queen of Sheba to such a miserable state that she couldn't finish her trick. Since such a good man Anubis promised to keep his promise, and consider coming back to succeed the Prime Minister, Sauron didn't believe that he didn't have his own trump cards and preparations. At least, this guy shouldn't stand by and watch the first force that clearly surrendered to him die, right? Besides, in a magical world like the Psychic Empire, isn't it the people with the bigger fists who have the final say? Now that Killian, the most powerful person in the entire empire, has spoken, I think Anubis is a pretty good guy, and it is not bad for him to take over. Then, wouldn't it be boring to join another faction? The reformists look at such a large force. If they have a little way to deal with Killian, they will not stay still, and deal with the Prime Minister's order by passive resistance and non-cooperation. So the alliance with the strongest person in the game is actually the confidence of Sauron. But this point involves too much magic, so he can't explain it to Lux frankly. Anyway, we have a secret understanding, so you don't have to worry about this. Even if I mess up and the truth is revealed, it doesn't matter. In the 12 days before the election of the flag bearer, I have at least 3 top white robes to protect me. I can do whatever I want, and no one can touch me. After the election, our company will still have the 2 masters of Sarasis and Skad standing behind us. As long as we can win the support of Anubis in the white robe, we will be no different from other factions. There is nothing to be afraid of. Seeing him so confident, Lux nodded. If that's the case, then I have an idea. But I still have to remind you a few words. These are my feelings after interacting with the nobles of the Empire in the past 2 days. The level of the conservatives is reasonable, similar to the level of Franny's nobles. The people chosen by the family to do things are naturally not idiots, but they emphasize bloodline too much. If they have to divide their energy to learn magic, the energy and ability left to deal with other affairs will be limited to mortals. But the reformists are different. I heard that they are not selected based on bloodline, but through fierce internal competition. First of all, everyone is an elite, and the most elite group will be the winner and inherit all the magic heritage of the master. The losers of the internal competition will be frequently sent out to deal with worldly affairs. This group of people has no other resources and retreats, so if they don't want to disappear in the corner, and if they don't want to be transformed into a vampire and serve dishes in a hotel in the future, they must stand out and show their value to continue to exist on the stage. I have also been in a similar situation, where if I don't dance well, I won't even have food to eat, so I guess there may be one or even several strategists among them who are difficult to deal with. You'd better be careful when you do things, don't reveal any flaws, and be seen through by the opponent's chess player. Elites like us really can't afford to lose. When we are forced to take ruthless actions, we won't care about the opponents backstage. Thank you for your reminder. Sauron nodded seriously, and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I will definitely win this game, Queen. Then go and prove your worth, my knight. Lakis curled her right index finger to her lips, and kissed it gently, then reached out, and touched her knight's forehead, offering the king's blessing. Then she turned around, returned to the curtain, walked through the secret door into the living room, and went to deal with the head of another noble family with a polite smile. Sauron stood silently for a while, suddenly turned his head, and looked at the security personnel of the waning moon who had been standing in the secret room and watching everything silently, and said, "We are strategizing and playing here, and we seem to be chess players, but in fact, whether it is Anubis, Harabel, or Dalen, if any of these white robes jump out and say that they want this batch of gargoyles, who can say no? But is there anyone jumping in front of me now? No. So what if they are elites? They are also chess pieces trying to show their value in front of the white robes. And the few people in our company are also the most outstanding elites, and the most useful chess pieces. So only necessary competition can test out the real gold, who is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the white robes. So you should not interfere directly, right?" The waning moon was silent, as if the shadows of the dead in this dimension did not exist. Soren waved in front of it. "If you don't stop, I will start a massacre." However, the Lich ignored him, and went through the secret door to continue to protect Franny's last king. Soren shrugged. "Then I will take it as your consent." He changed into servant's clothes, and slipped out of Icelian Manor. The agreement between the two sides was finalized. The plan was simple, which was to sell the goods, snatch them back, sell them again, snatch them back again, and finally hand them over to Anubis. How can it be easy? F***ck. The captain changed the plan with just a few words, and Tylon was going crazy. "Are you really going to die?" Talon's reaction was so intense that Sauron was a little surprised. "What's wrong? What's so difficult about this? Haven't you already planned 2 plans?" Let's plan the specific details and start in 2 different places at different times. The owner of the weapons shop stared at Sauron seriously. Yes, we have 2 plans, but they are based on taking back the goods sold to the nobles. Now we have to sell the stolen goods to another group of people within 2 days, and then steal them again? And then transport them back? Are you kidding? Such a big deal worth tens of millions will alarm the whole city once it is done. Do you know how many people will track us down at that time? They will never let us go after stealing the money of those dead people. You are so good, once is not enough, you want to do it twice? This is crazy. No. I can't let the vanguard die with you. Sauron saw that the expert, who owned the weapon shop, thought it was impossible, but he was relieved. Are you really so determined to oppose it? I think the vanguard should not be afraid of death, right? This has nothing to do with fear of death or not, this is purely suicide. It's stupid. Thailand obviously didn't intend to give in. Besides, the success rate of the previous 2 plans was already very low. I didn't expect the team you gathered at the port to succeed at all. It was just an attempt. I planned to take the old man of my team and fight a battle directly outside the city, but if we act twice, the loopholes are too big, there is no way it won't be noticed. Whether it is leaving the city or entering the city, all transport ships on the canal will definitely be searched, and there is no time for us to disperse and hide. If you do this, not only will there be no possibility of success, but it will also expose our people. I want to call a halt and send the action team back. So it has only been a while since I told you that the action team has gathered. It seems that they are jealous of this big business. Of course, it is inevitable that Thailand will have such doubts and anger. After all, information asymmetry. Soren thought for a while and said, I had some plans. If there is a chance of success, will you change your mind? Thailand narrowed his eyes and stared at Soren for a while. What other tricks do you have? Tell me all at once, and don't keep me in suspense. So Soren told him a few of his ideas. The owner of the weapon shop was stunned for a while. Will this work? Soren touched his chin and thought for a while. It should work. I confirm it later, but just tell me, is there a chance? Thailand sat on the cargo box, frowning for a long time. So even we are used to attract attention? Sauron nodded. Yes, our vanguard army has such a bad reputation. If we don't get involved in this mess, we will be suspected instead. But as you said, as long as one order is completed, the whole imperial capital will be in chaos, and everyone will rush out to find this batch of goods. But it doesn't matter, the more chaotic the better. For the nobles, the most important thing is who can get the goods in the end. But in any case, for us bandits, as long as we can achieve 2 spot deliveries. That's 18 million. Thailand sat in the shadows for a long time, and finally nodded with gritted teeth. Done. Chapter 135. Shicheong yawned and walked out of the furnace workshop. Good morning, Miss Shicheong. You have worked so hard these days. The engineers who came to take off their hats and greeted her. Shicheong also nodded in response. Good morning. The refining of the wind energy magic iron ore has been completed. The subsequent part will be made with molds, and 5 days for shipment, right? I will trouble you later. Thanks to your assistance, such a large-scale transformation can be completed. Leave the rest to us. You must be tired from working overtime these days. We have prepared a room for you at the Canal Hotel. Please feel free to have a good rest. It is actually very difficult to win the sincere respect of the engineers on site. At least you need to be really good at engineering. But it is also very simple for Shicheong, because she is really good at alchemy. Then I will not be polite. Shicheong nodded tiredly, stepped onto the cargo ship traveling on the canal, and left the territory of the furnace factory with the workers who were changing shifts. The witch lay on the side of the cargo ship, watching the bustling town gradually expand along both sides of the river. The busy lanes began to be crowded with freight carriages and workers changing shifts. From the streets came the voices of vendors shouting to sell morning tea and breakfast. Travelers leading horses gathered together, climbing up and down the cargo ship by the river, quietly calculating the various traded goods. It was another ordinary morning in a human town, different from the morning in the imperial capital. There was no dazzling purple light from the spiritual tower, nor were there skeletons crawling around the tower walkway like termites. There was only the warm morning breeze, the warm sunshine, and the lively human population. Maybe it would be nice to stay here for a while occasionally. Miss Shicheong, we're here. This is the hotel. Breakfast is ready for you. The boatman specially docked the cargo ship. Thank you. Shicheong nodded, jumped over the side of the ship, and walked into the small hotel by the canal. The young waiter wearing a big turban at the door saw her and came up to her. Miss Shicheong, you've worked hard. Please come this way. Breakfast is ready. Shi Qiong looked at him curiously, opened her mouth, but finally didn't ask any more questions. She followed the young waiter to the private room on the second floor. As she expected, Soren was sitting in the private room, whispering with a middle-aged man with a goatee at the dining table. Then everything is out of your hands, Mr. Ram? Seeing Zijin coming in, Soren also smiled and ended the conversation with the representative of the People's Army. Don't worry, leave it to us. Ram stood up and bowed, then left the private room. Soren nodded and looked at Zijin. Oh, thank you for your hard work, Miss Zijin. The breakfast is not bad. Please enjoy it. The room next door has been cleaned up. You can take a hot bath and rest for a few days. How can I sleep? You are planning something incredible again, right? Zijin untied his cloak, folded it, and hung it on the hanger by the door, poured a cup of black tea, and took a sip to refresh himself. Okay, let's start. What happened again? Sauron was embarrassed. Oh, don't worry. It's just a small matter that I can handle myself. Small matter? Zijin narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Small matter to smuggle so many explosives and exorcist bombs from the factory? And those outside who are disguised as travelers and businessmen, if you want to disguise, you must remember that Furnace Town is not a purchaser but a shipper. Merchant ships from other towns usually come in with empty cabins. Those ships have such a deep draft that they are either transporting weapons or soldiers. You don't want to fight in the capital again, do you? Okay, I can't hide it from you. Without her saying two words, Soren raised his hands and surrendered. Miss Shi Qiong is so meticulous. 5 days have passed. You should have heard that I promised to sell your reformed army to the nobles of both factions, right? Shi Qiong nodded. Of course, they have sent people to count and confirm the capacity of the furnace. They will definitely doubt how you want to fulfill the contract. In this case, they can't help but consider the extreme situation that you turn against them and rob them. In fact, I didn't believe that you would be so careless at first. You actually signed contracts with both sides at the same time, and even leaked the fact that you were doing business with both sides to both sides. But now seeing your smug look, and so many people gathered in the furnace. Did you leak the news intentionally? Yes, now that both nobles have contracts, they are eligible to get this batch of goods. Soren also drank a sip of red tea, and did not hide it from Shi Qiong. I will notify both sides in advance to prepare, let them send people out to grab the goods, and fight. Shi Qiong raised an eyebrow, and stared at him for a while. What will happen after the fight? What other plans do you have? Just fight. What's the point of having so many plans? There are too many variables to calculate. It's better to play on the spot. Just grab it, and the one with the bigger fist will win. Soren spread his hands. As long as I complete one delivery, I can eat enough. 2 times is a big profit, and 3 times is a complete victory. The worst case scenario is that I won't make a penny, but as long as the conservatives and the reformists fight and tear each other apart, I won't lose. Shi Qiong curled his lips. So the basis of your confidence is that you have the biggest fist now, just relying on the vanguard army to come out in full force. Do you think you could arm wrestle with the nobles on both sides? Yes, the white robes will definitely not go down. So with the dragon spear you can really kill everyone who directly participates in this chaos. But you can only make a move once. Once you make a move, it will become a consensus known to everyone in the parliament that the Knight of the Inner Hero Nell is a vanguard, and then you will be excluded by all the nobles. Are you going to use up your noble identity now? And depending on the timing of your public identity to rob the goods, the meaning of the whole thing may change. As long as there is an accident, it will become that the knight candidate violates the contract and kills the nobles, and then the entire parliament will become the enemy. You may be fine, but the vanguards you sent may be liquidated and killed afterwards. I guess you are aware of these risks. Sauron nodded. Do you know what the most perfect infiltration is? If we kill everyone, no one will be able to provide eyewitness testimony. We gathered and prepared in advance, and we have the upper hand. This time, if the nobles come to rob me of the goods, no one will leave alive. If we can lose this battle, then the vanguard of the empire can really go to bed. If they don't fall for it, and don't send people, then I will just rob my own goods, and sell them twice, and take all the 18 million. Shi Qiong sighed. But if the conservatives or the reformists also organize people to rob the goods, and they really have a deep foundation, and can show great strength in a short time, you will never be able to beat them head-on in the infinite magic environment of the imperial capital. Especially in the elite battles of small teams, the power of magicians is too overwhelming for ordinary warriors. And a noble family may have too many superior combat forces. The white-robed lich will not be defeated, but what about the black-robed one? What about the assassin? What about the blood knight? Do you really rely on the vanguard? How many dragon spears do you have available? Yes, but it doesn't matter. As long as one family goes all out, my goal will be achieved. Other forces will never sit idly by and watch their trump cards being taken away. Sauron smiled, because the elites of the reformists can't afford to lose. And I won't lose. Seeing that he was determined to make a move, Shi Qiong could only sigh, I really can't do anything to you. She took out a bottle of refreshing medicine from her waist and drank it. She shivered with bitterness, took a pancake from the table and stood up. Huh? What are you doing? Sauron asked. Go back to the factory to rush to make a batch of wind energy magic iron or, Shi Qiong said vaguely while chewing on a pancake, if I can really rush to make 2 legions within 10 days, you don't have to violate the contract between the 2 parties to grab the goods, right? What? This is impossible. Sauron stood up in a rage. What are you doing? Trust me on the arrangements for the rest of the matter, go and have a rest. You've been working for a week. Don't you still have to prepare for the exam? Had you forgotten? Sejun chewed the pancake, put on his cloak again, and looked at Sauron quietly. First, the possibility of me making an extra core is much higher than the success rate of your inexplicable plan to grab goods that relies entirely on improvisation. Second, I've gotten used to this kind of schedule, and my initial expectation was just to earn 50,000 crystals to update the magic materials. Now you've turned the profit into 18 million. Even if there are more people to share, I believe the profit I can get is totally worth my effort. Third, I don't want to see you make mistakes, either you or those people in the furnace who call me Miss Saijan. I don't want to see everyone implicated and be arrested and hanged by the nobles just because I did nothing when I could have done something. Okay, I understand your decision. Sauron reluctantly made way for the door. How can I help you? Just prepare your plan well, and really don't worry about me. Saijan was about to walk out the door, but stopped at the door. By the way, I almost forgot. Can you not enter the library? Sauron was stunned. How do you know? Saijan rolled his eyes at him and took out a magic book from his cloak. Indicus's death contract. You borrowed it, right? It's been 2 months since I owed the fee. Take it back and pay the fine. The notice of collection has been sent to me. This is a forbidden spell book. I can't mail it back. You should go there in person. Oh, Sauron finally reacted. Yes, the library said 1 gold sand a day, but he has been killing white robes and fighting for the past 2 months. He has forgotten about it. Sauron stretched out his hand to take the magic book, but Shi Qiong didn't let go. With an unwilling expression on his face, he pulled the death contract of the white robe that he had finally got in his hand. Why don't you keep it for 2 more days? TSK, take it back, I can get one myself. Qiong gritted his teeth and stuffed the magic book into Soren's hand, but let me make a promise first. If I can complete the production of 2 legions, you don't have to take risks. But it's meaningless to bet on both sides. Soren wanted to say this, but seeing the serious expression on the girl's face, he nodded. Then it's a deal. Qiong no longer hesitated, put on his hood, and ran downstairs. Soren walked to the windowsill and watched her wave to stop a transport ship. With the help of the boatman, she jumped onto the deck and went back to the furnace factory again. Elf Tim came in with a freshly made hot soup. Why, did Miss Saijan forget something to go back and get it? No, she still has to work in the furnace these days. Tim, can you prepare 3 meals these days and bring them to Saijan? I will pay for it. Really? Is that so? Don't be polite, just leave it to me. Tim nodded. I promise to hand it to her in person, so that she can replenish nutrients on time. Sauron silently watched Saijan sail away on the boat, then pressed the dragon spear at his waist. A bright light flashed. The tip of the spear lifted his cloak and pressed against the vest of the elf Tim, who was cleaning the dishes. How can you guarantee that you can hand it to her in person? Tim was stunned. For this kind of thing, do you still need me to swear an oath? There is no need to use knives and guns. Soren turned his head and looked coldly at the elf disguised as a young servant. Really? Then let me put it another way. Hasn't the furnace been attacked by elves? The liches have already used a lot of magic to guard the area. Only humans can enter and leave the factory freely. Why can you go in? Besides, you are an elf. You were expelled, and you can live in seclusion anywhere. Why do you have to live in the Empire and near the furnace military factory? What is your purpose for lurking here? What are you planning? The next attack? Are you really a fallen one? Or are this seal, this punishment, and even the half-elf daughter downstairs all disguised as a self-torture trick? After all, it was only after I went to the Kingdom of Sand that I noticed that the way you walk, breathe, and exert force is almost the same as that of a friend of mine named White Eagle, the magic assassin of the Elf Alliance, Tim. Tim's whole body was stiff, and he felt the tip of the dragon spear behind him piercing into his vest little by little. If I say it's just a misunderstanding, I'm sure you won't believe it. Tim said with a bitter smile. Then please be quick and don't alarm my daughter. No, don't hurt her. Soren was silent for a moment. If you have an excuse, now is your last chance to say it. Haha, will you really believe it if I tell you? Tim laughed bitterly. Soren said, you can at least try. For Alfred's sake, and for the sake of the Icilian Chamber of Commerce, I give you a chance to defend yourself. Tim sighed. Well, although I'm not sure how you can tell by breathing and steps, it's absolutely correct. I was indeed an assassin of the Alliance in the past, and I was the assassin who attacked the furnace. This point is certainly correct. If Tim lied, Soren would have shot him. Of course, Soren was talking nonsense about breathing and steps, but his magic eyes could clearly see the magic shackles and magic circuits on Tim's body, and Soren always felt that he had seen this special elven magic circuit somewhere, until the flaw in Tim's words just now. It opened the lock like a key, and suddenly connected all the information in Soren's mind together. That circuit is exactly the same as the one taken by the White Eagle Iakir and his assassins from the Kingdom of Sand. But you ask me what conspiracy there is? There is really no conspiracy. Our attack failed in the end, and I was the only survivor. I was seriously injured and dying, and then I was rescued by an ordinary human woman near the factory. She cured me, and later we went through some things, and finally fell in love, and gave birth to a daughter. I gave up my past identity, and settled in the furnace, that's all. During this period, I left the furnace for a while to hide my identity as an elf. During this period, I was caught, punished by the temple and imprisoned as a fallen person, and then rescued by the Chamber of Commerce. In short, I went through a lot of things, and finally returned to the furnace and reunited with my daughter. That's all, do you believe it? Sauron narrowed his eyes. How did you break the magic of the Lich and enter, and exit the factory freely? Tim turned his face slightly. It can't be said to be a crack. It's just a loophole, don't you understand? Only humans can enter and leave the factory freely. Although I am not a human, I am not free either. I can't prove it to you, but in fact, because of the punishment from the temple, I am carrying eternal magic shackles. In fact, there is no essential difference between me and the flying dragon of the nights before. If it is not in the furnace, it will be easily found by the temple in other places. A fallen person like me who escaped will be executed or captured and imprisoned, right? I don't really care, but my daughter doesn't have much time left. I can't take her to hide in this state. I can only take the risk of hiding in Furnace Town. Sauron frowned. No, didn't you say before that because you won't age, you will leave Furnace Town regularly to be a guide for the Chamber of Commerce? If the temple is still trying to catch you, taking you everywhere will cause trouble, how can you be a guide? Tim smiled bitterly, and shook his head, silent for a long time. Don't you understand this? Once I arrived at the Alliance's territory, the temple's people came to catch me. How can I have time to take care of the smuggling caravan? So is there a better guide than me? Sauron was stunned. They use you as bait like this? Then you still... Tim smiled calmly. Yes, even so, I still have to risk my life to return to my daughter. I was imprisoned before, and I was not with her in her, causing her to suffer a lot. Now that I have promised to be with her, I can't break my promise, right? Sauron took back the dragon spear. Okay, I believe you, sorry. What? Do you believe I'm telling the truth? Tim turned around in surprise, and saw the pearl brooch on Soren's chest. He immediately understood. Oh, the Eye of Pistis. Yes, this lie detector brooch was snatched from the manager by Soren when he was guaranteeing the casino. It is indeed a divine weapon, but it is just a terminal with simple functions. The main body is still kept in the casino, so the casino tolerated it in order not to offend him. But Soren didn't expect that he could take the opportunity to ask about the details of the Chamber of Commerce's smuggling. But the Chamber of Commerce is actually using you as a hostage with your daughter, right? Tim was not angry. It is inevitable that humans don't like elves. Think about it from another angle. They will also provide necessary protection for my daughter, right? And this is just a means in the past. After a stable trade route is established, there is generally no need for me to appear frequently to divert the patrol team's attention. Besides, if the Fallen appear too many times near the trade route, it may attract the apostles of the temple, which will backfire. In the era of Mela's brothers and sisters, especially after we rescued the president last time, his attitude towards elves has obviously changed. But I think I may have to go out with the ship recently. I heard that you have opened a new trade route, right? Sauron looked at him for a while. If you believe me, Harishi is a good place. Ask the new vanguard to arrange it, and take your daughter to live there by ship. There may be something recently, so you should be careful, and don't get implicated. Sauron put away his gun, and walked out of the private room. When he opened the door, Tim suddenly said, "The ventilation duct, The ventilation duct of the furnace factory was not interfered by the spell. Soren turned his head to look at him. This was also a joke told by an old engineer during a midnight snack a long time ago. When the Lich rebuilt the factory, the entire factory was made airtight to prevent elf assassins from sneaking in. As a result, they forgot that it was impossible for living people to work inside. So the ventilation duct was renovated after all the spell protections were completed. Tim shrugged, jokes aside. I often deliver meals, and have noticed that because the air flows, and there is no regular maintenance, like chimneys and sewers, the protective magic of the ventilation duct is the weakest. I think the engineers working in the furnace probably deliberately didn't repair this place. After all, there is too much magic in the air, which is not good for ordinary people's health. So if you are particularly worried about the safety of the factory, let the Lich fix the flaw. I, an elf assassin who has retired long ago, can't give you more advice. Of course, I will ensure that Miss Zygen's 3 meals are delivered to her. Soren nodded, thank you very much. Chapter 136. The most tragic thing is that good people don't get good rewards, and bad people don't get bad rewards. However, in this magical world, karma seems to be real. It's just that most people in this world are intimidated by the obvious disparity in strength, and keep silent when they are bullied. But when Soren really avenges them or repays their kindness, even if it was originally just Soren's personal behavior out of his own values and dissatisfaction, most people will still remember it in their hearts and repay his help in their own way. Tim is like this, and so is Zygen. Of course, what use can the flaw in the factory's air duct have, and when can it be used, only God knows. At least now, there is no need for Sauron to attack and occupy the factory. Moreover, even if there is a flaw in the air duct, are the other defenses arranged by the Lich's fake? Other places are easy to say. Even if Sauron really burns the dock, it is estimated that others will not care. But if he dares to touch the factory, it is guaranteed that Killian will be the first to hit him in the face with a set of combos to help him pass away. Probably as Tim said, the assassin master who once fought all the way into the heart of the Empire and almost blew up the furnace is now really planning to accompany his daughter in the town of Furnace for retirement, and can't give more advice. But Tim's matter was put aside, and Soren had to go to the library to return the book first. Although there were still 5 days before the shipment, and the Vanguard army brought a lot of people to arrange ambushes and concealment, and a lot of things were a mess, but Zygen was so hard that Soren felt bad. Anyway, Guan Haifa could return the book with a little effort. Soren did not delay any more, and went there first. He came to the library with ease, walked along the archway into the hall, and this time he took Indicus's death contract in his hand, and he was not pushed out again for no reason. Soren pushed open the door, and saw the long-lost librarian sitting on the high platform of the lending desk. Hey, librarian, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a long time. I'm here to return the books. I also have some ancient elf books from the Land of Sand that you might be interested in. Don't mind, you don't have to return the ones I gave you. Oh, how come I haven't seen you for 2 months? I feel like you aged a lot, stayed up late? Sitting on the high platform, the librarian slowly raised his head and glanced at Soren. No loud noises are allowed in the library. Soren felt his throat was suddenly pinched, but he really didn't dare to say more. The angle of view was wrong before. Only when he walked in did he see clearly that this librarian was wearing a white robe. Indicus, the guard of the great library. But how did this guy get up there? He was not in the forbidden book area. Oh. Soren turned his head, and saw that the lobby was no longer the spectacular scene of mountains of books, and seas of books dancing like birds. The great hall was empty. In the middle of the circles of magic circles on the ground, there was only an empty bookshelf. When he was passing through the corridor, he was still transferred to the plane, and went directly to the forbidden book area. Ancient books from the Kingdom of Sand? Isn't this a diet recipe, a beauty secret, a romance novel, the psychology of controlling subordinates, a guide to riding horned eagles, a sailing travel log? Where did you get these books from? Indix supported his chin with one hand, and flipped through a pile of books that Soren had held in his arms when he entered the door. He didn't know when he had taken them in front of him. He waved his index finger casually, and the book Indix's death contract flapped its wings and flew to the bookshelf surrounded by layers of magic circles in the hall next to it. I took it from the Queen's bedroom. Sauron answered honestly in a low voice. Well, Lord Indix, let's make a deal. Let me borrow your notes for a while. Your wisdom has benefited me a lot. I promise I will never forget to pay on time this time. Huh, have you really read a page of my book? You want to borrow it for Miss Esther, right? Indix looked at the weight loss recipe with relish and answered casually, give it up. It's useless to lend it to her for another 100 years. Soren froze for a moment, then spoke coldly. Is that so? Because she is not qualified enough to learn your powerful magic, right? I didn't say that. Index replied calmly. It's hard to judge whether she is powerful or not, but in the past 2 months, she has indeed learned a lot of magic from my notes. I'm actually quite curious whether she can master all my magic with the limits of a human being. Sauron frowned, puzzled. What do you mean by useless? Index shrugged. It's very simple. There is no magic such as immortality and body strengthening in my notes. Even if she mastered all my secrets, it would not change the fact that she has a limited lifespan. Then what's the point of memorizing my book by heart? At most, she will finish writing this book in another 100 years. Sauron hesitated and said, Sir, do you have? No. Index interrupted him directly. Breaking the limits of human beings is not something that others can help you with. Of course, if you just want to use other magic, surgery, or transformation to make her immortal, or make a doll that looks exactly like her, even able to cry and laugh, or just keep a shadow of her by your side, then it is easy to do. But then, when Sejoan Estelle is being transformed, her boundaries and future are limited, and she is no longer a person. To break through her own limits, she can only rely on her own strength. She should have understood it a long time ago. Do you understand it? Soren sighed and nodded. So he didn't really save Sejan at all. He just snatched her from Yachukas for a while. But the girl's soul was still in death, not in her own hands. Index temporarily turned his eyes away from the book and looked at Soren, who was a little depressed. Don't worry about it. In all these years in this empire, less than 100 people have been able to successfully transform into liches. So many generations have been born and died. Miss Estelle is not the first, and she won't be the last. In your long life ahead, there will always be encounters and separations. Sooner or later, you will have to learn to let go and stop interfering in other people's lives. Sauron frowned. Why do you say that, as if I have already surpassed the limit and will have a long life in the future? Index snorted coldly. Why aren't you? I promise that if you don't take the initiative to die, you can live a long life. Seen through again, but that's not me. Sauron Waterfall sweat this. Well, thank you for your advice, then I won't bother you. Wait a minute. Index fiddled with the ancient books that Soren brought. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. It's rare that you brought new books to relieve boredom. If you have any questions, just ask. Well, don't ask endlessly. 6 books and 6 questions. Ask quickly. Sauron sweated. Suddenly, there were not so many questions to ask. Magic teleportation? How about you tell me about teleportation magic? I've been to the club. What are the principles of those teleportation gates? How is it possible to achieve space teleportation with just one door? Space is my strong point. Of course, the notes you asked about should have it. Index glared at Soren. Well, it is true that the real world is restricted by various rules. It is almost impossible to transcend the laws of matter in an instant and perform long-distance instant teleportation. Therefore, all teleportation magic is achieved by relying on Hueco Mundo. But there is a misunderstanding, which is to regard Hueco Mundo as a shortcut corresponding to the physical world. Well, with your IQ, I am not sure if you can understand it like Miss Estelle. Soren, Index thought for a moment. Forget it. I just need to answer you. Whether you understand or not is none of my business. Soren. Index coughed twice. If you want to ask about the principle, let's start from the beginning. The general consensus is that magic cannot be used in Hueco Mundo. It's not that the magic rules or magic energy itself do not exist, but that the 4 elements do not exist. But this is a paradox. Since the door can be opened to allow people to go from the real world to the Hueco Mundo, how is it possible that the magic elements from the outside world cannot enter? It's like in 2 connected rooms, the 4 elements are all piled up on one side of the room, instead of passing through the door and evenly spreading throughout the space. It doesn't make sense at all. So my theory is that it's not that there are no such things as the 4 elements in Hueco Mundo, but that there are some other things piled up in the room on the other side of the door, which makes it impossible for the 4 elements in the general sense to penetrate in. It's just that with the magic theory we built based on the 4 elements, we can't detect the existence of such things. Soren was stunned. The 5th element? Dark matter? Index was quite surprised. Oh, you can keep up. Your mind is quite active. But these 2 terms have been used by others. I named it negative energy particles. Why is it called that? Because in the process of studying Klein's pot, I found that it is also possible to establish a closed magic circuit in Hueco Mundo. But if you want to distort space, the energy consumed is more than the calculation according to the real world. So I suspect that it may be this tiny matter that cannot be detected in Hueco Mundo, but does exist that neutralizes the extra energy. I've gone off topic. In short, based on this theory, I assume that the model of Hueco Mundo is a sea of particles filled with negative energy. Although these particles are unobservable, they are by no means illusory. If enough energy is used, they can be formed. Wherever there is matter, there is a sea of negative energy particles. Imagine that the observed plane of the present world is like a thin layer of ice floating on its surface. As for the magic transmission through Hueco Mundo, well, you have a ghost. So let's use this ready-made example. You know the short-distance teleportation of the ghost, right? In fact, there is no shortcut in Hueco Mundo that can cross 100 meters in an instant. Generally, liches would explain that teleportation magic is like the shortest route connecting 2 points on a white paper, which becomes a shortcut where the white paper is folded and the 2 points overlap, right? But I don't think so. I use Klein's pot to distort space myself, so I know how difficult it is to neutralize the sea of negative energy particles. With the level of the teleportation magic circle, the energy of the folded space is far from enough. According to my hypothesis, this misunderstanding occurs because from our current perspective, the two sides of the door are connected from the material world, but from the side of the virtual world, they are connected to all the planes of each layer at the same time, and the time flow rate on both sides of the door is different. It was the action of the demon opening and closing the door across the Hueco Mundo that caused ripples on the sea of negative energy particles. This deviation caused you to arrive at another dimension of the future, although it was only for a moment, and it seemed like you just jumped from the physical space. If you use the point on a white paper as an analogy, you have crossed from a point on one piece of paper to another piece of paper. It's just that a point on the paper itself cannot distinguish the difference between the two pieces of paper. Sauron's eyes were about to pop out, and he finally understood. Diraxi. Wormhole jump. Fuck. Magic is so lame. Indix looked at Soren curiously. You act as if you really understand it. Huh? It's really strange. Sometimes you look stupid, but sometimes you get it right away. Nonsense. FTL super light travel, the route to the Sea of Stars. This is exactly what the humans in Soren's previous plane are vigorously developing and researching in order to get rid of the constraints of gravity. Of course, before he crossed over, the world's most cutting-edge experimental project, an artificial lunar satellite loaded with a multidimensional rift-generating device, namely the LWG Lunar Wormhole Generator, had not yet been officially launched. The liches in this world can already buy between the parallel planes of the multiverse, which is really awesome. Wait! According to your hypothesis, crossing the Hueco Mundo actually means crossing to a parallel plane in the future, so isn't this time travel? Sauron's mouth was dry, so, if you want to go back to the past. It's just my hypothesis and theory. You have to know that there may be huge differences between a white-robed lich, an elf god, and an ordinary person, but from the perspective of the entire space, we are all just a dot on the page. Head time travel, do you want to turn back the page you have already turned over? It's too early for you to ask these questions now. At least for this question, I don't have a hypothesis to answer you now. Indix turned to the Queen's weight loss recipe again, with a bit of boredom. There is one question left, ask it quickly. Ah, how come there is only one question left? Indix smiled. Why, do you really want me to answer this? Damn, this old sly guy, he has included the previous question of why it is called this name into the question. Sauron had to suppress it by force. Oh, by the way, he really has a strange place. Sir, you don't really care about Zygen borrowing your own notes, so why did you send her a letter urging her to return the books? Indix touched his chin. Oh, I didn't send it to her. Sauron was stunned. What? I didn't send it to her. Indix repeated. I just guard the forbidden magic books in the library. The librarians are responsible for borrowing and returning books. This was also a part-time job for apprentices in the past. Of course, no one comes now, so I sent a few shadows to help. Generally speaking, magic books like my notes that contain forbidden spells have tracking records, such as what book, who borrowed it, and who has it now. Maybe an administrator discovered that a forbidden book has not been returned, so he sent a letter to urge it to be returned. Maybe someone accidentally discovered that a forbidden book has been overdue and sent a notice. Sauron's expression suddenly turned cold. There is no coincidence in this world. I understand. Thank you for answering my doubts. If there is a chance, I will bring 2 more books to entertain you. Indicus read the recipe and waved his hand casually, as if to say goodbye to him. Soren walked out of the library with a gloomy face, walked out of the corridor, and looked at the square in front of the library. As expected, there was a noble carriage parked in front of the library, and the blood cavalry guards of 100 people blocked the streets around the square. Moreover, the brilliance of magic could not deceive Soren's eyes. There were obviously assassins and spellcasters hidden in the guards. If Zaijin came to return the book today, he would definitely not be able to escape. Of course, the people behind the scenes probably think that even if Soren comes in person, he can't escape, right? My master wants to invite the knight to be a guest. I am here to greet him. Please get in the carriage. The Blood Clan steward, who is at least at the level of an earl, bowed respectfully. Okay, I also want to see which pond your master is from. Oh, Prince. Sauron also nodded with a smile, and got on the carriage. Sitting in the luxurious seat of the carriage, he closed his eyes and rested. Lux was right. Among the opponents in this game, there was a guy who was particularly insidious and decisive. It was only the 5th day. Zaijin had just finished making the raw materials for the flying wing, and the mold had just entered the mass production stage. It was unknown whether there would be any problems in the subsequent production. This guy dared to take action. If the opponent really held Zaijin as a hostage, then Sauron would really be cautious. Of course, it is also possible that the opponent's original target was Sauron, and Zaijin was only implicated because of the record of borrowing books. No, if Soren could even give Zaijin a forbidden spell book like the White Robe's notes, then with his wisdom, it would be easy to judge that Zaijin meant a lot to Soren. So no matter who he could find in the library today, he would have made a profit. It's really annoying. Soren kept a fake smile, with murderous intent in his eyes. You said that these elites, who obviously have so many new theories, new magic, and new knowledge developed by the White Robes, don't learn them, but always put their energy and wisdom on this boring game of fighting for power and intrigue. If they had this time, they would have conquered the stars and the sea long ago, but would they be forced into a corner by a mere elf? Is it cheap? Is it fucking cheap? The carriage stopped at this time. Sauron touched the dragon spear on his waist, and was about to get up. A maid opened the door, then stepped aside to let a witch in black robes come in. Sauron opened his eyes, and watched the other person get on the carriage, lift up her long legs and twist her waist, sitting diagonally opposite him. This is a tall and long-legged beauty with a neutral appearance. She has short blue hair like a man, with only a few braids on both sides. Judging from her appearance and temperament, she is at least 30 or 40, as old as a wolf and tiger, with a protruding front and a curvy back. She was wearing only a thin black robe with her chest exposed. There was a huge V-shaped opening from the neckline to the lower abdomen. The opening of the black robe was also changed to the thigh root. When she sat with her legs crossed, the white skin of her thighs and calves was exposed. It can be seen that her face and body were carefully cared for with magic potions, and there was no trace of wounds and wrinkles. However, the other party was so generous in giving benefits, and at this time, Soren did not have the usual appreciation. Because from the mithril flower brooch worn on the other party's chest, and the mithril empire spider badge on the collar of the black robe, Soren also knew the background of the other party. Mayuri Yaja, a wizard from the Technology Development Bureau, the black-robed witch raised her chin as a greeting to Soren. My nephew Blue is ignorant. Thank you for taking care of him, knight candidate. Soren slightly raised his front feet and tensed his body, like a slingshot, ready to rush forward at any time and smash the opponent who came to the door into pieces. With a polite smile on his face, what can I do for you, Master Wizard? Mayuri didn't waste any words. I think my ancestors, Lord Grimjow in white robes, and the knight candidate have also mentioned that they would like you to marry into my family. Soren nodded and smiled. I think I have clearly refused in person. I heard about it. I was also preparing to transform into a lich. Mayuri nodded, unbuckling her belt as she spoke, but the master ordered to change the air, so we had to do it. Among the women of my family, who are of childbearing age, I am the only one who is suitable for childbearing. Since you are invited today, let's hurry up and get things done. Sauron's head was full of black lines. Excuse me for refusing. You tried so hard to block me just for. To borrow my seed, yes, Mayuri glanced at Soren. You should be full of energy at your age. Why are you not interested in me? It doesn't matter. I have many maids at home, or you can collect some and send it to me after you get up one morning. Oh, then I send it to you. What the hell? Soren was helpless. It's just a waste of my time. I want to get off. Sir, are you really unwilling to join us for dinner? You're welcome. Enjoy it yourself. Damn, is this dinner edible? You be eating grass and spitting out blood. The black-robed female wizard didn't stop him and nodded. Well, since your favorite first choice doesn't want to, I asked the other two candidates. Maybe at this point, they will be interested in my Yaja family business and the support of the fighting nobles. Sauron, who was about to open the door and get off the car, froze again and sat back in his seat. May I ask who else you invited? Mayuri looked at him, Reinhardt of the Harabel family, and Naram, a disciple of Maydeen. Sauron narrowed his eyes. These two must be the elites of the two factions? Without a doubt, they are both elites that can catch the eyes of the white robe. Then I have to trouble you to introduce them to me. Sauron thought for a moment, just to say hello to the elites of the Empire. It is an honor for my family to host a banquet for the three of you. The female wizard slightly curved her lips, not knowing whether she was really honored or was considering the matter of borrowing seeds. Chapter 137. The Yaja family is considered the most powerful family in the Empire. They have a top crescent white robe as their backing, and have long held military power. They have participated in almost every large-scale battle since the founding of the Empire, and have plundered endless wealth and resources. The Great Council, the Battlefield Lich, the Technology Development Bureau, the Death Knights, the Blood Clan, the Towering Tree of the Empire, their disciples and former officials are everywhere. Such a top family is the core of a power group. Even the conservatives and the reformists of the nobles were unwilling to easily become enemies. If the heir of this generation had not been so shameful and shameless that he peed in public, which made the entire militant faction lose face, no one would have been able to compete with them for the military power of the flag officer. And it's all thanks to your nephew's peeing. Thoran looked through the window of the carriage and memorized the defense of the outer manor. At first glance, the number of security guards was not as strict as that of Icynlian Manor, and there were almost no skeleton troops and mercenaries. That is, the Blood Clan guards and a dozen mages. But the combat power level of the security guards is very different. The magic power of a single Blood Clan guard is at least the elite level of the Earl. Those dozen mages all wore black robes, with mithril armor and magic tools underneath, and were full of magic power. They looked like battlefield liches of the family guards. To put it bluntly, this battlefield lich can fight Soren himself on equal terms. Mayuli tilted her head with interest, looking at Soren's nervous look. You know, I heard that the family originally planned to promote the marriage between Blue and Countess Sorg. Soren turned his head and glared at her. Mayuri had no reaction to his murderous aura. After all, your fiancée can be a flag bearer at this age. She is indeed a rare talent. Don't blame everyone for thinking about her. However, you messed up this matter, and the object of the marriage changed from your fiancée to you. Soren narrowed his eyes and glared at her. What do you want to say? The black-robed witch picked her nails. I'm reminding you not to be emotional. The Yaja family has also given you a way out. That's enough. You are just a woman. You don't have much or what you want. What good can you get by forcing yourself to bear it? Of course, the master did ignore you. I didn't expect that behind the countess, who destroyed the country, it was actually you hiding under her skirt. Haha, you are a little knight with great energy. You have caused a lot of trouble. Now because of your troubles, the nobles on both sides are very unhappy. So what we mean here is to let you three guys in charge sit together, have a chat, and talk it out. Anyway, the heirs of our generation are not good enough, so we won't fight. Take out the share in your hands, and you can share it with your own consideration. It's not worth it to fight for a piece of meat that you haven't eaten yet. Sauron frowned and sat back in his seat. Okay, he understood that the fighting faction should be a peacemaker. No one is a fool in this game of chess. Everyone understands who the opponent is, what he did, and what he wants. The position of the flag bearer of the crusade against Franny has also been mentioned before, and it has an impact on the subsequent grand strategy. Even in the short term, it is equivalent to military power and actual interests for a considerable period of time. Whether it is the conservatives or the moderates, it is impossible to let go easily. This is a conspiracy that both sides have to bite their teeth and eat. There is no way to reach an agreement on such a huge interest of 20 to 30 million crystals. The two sides will definitely fight. That will achieve his goal of weakening the power of the nobles. But it seems that the militant military nobles, who were excluded first, are not stupid. They also saw the current situation of the two factions of the nobles splitting and confronting each other. It's a pity that the heirs of this faction in this generation are all useless. And in this game where the children show themselves, the adults can't directly intervene. So the militant faction now has such a plan to participate. Anyway, this time they have to withdraw from the competition and cede their interests. They might as well use this detached neutral attitude to mediate the current conflict between the conservatives and the reformists, and at the same time, win over the outstanding Soren couple to their side, and become the leaders of the new generation of militant faction. Even if Soren refuses, it doesn't matter. As long as one of the elites of the other two parties agrees to the mediation of the fighting faction, and agrees to marry or breed with the woman in front of him, the last woman, who can give birth to children in the Yagia family. In this way, one faction uses the elites as a price to exchange for the actual benefits of the flag bearer, and also gets the favor of a new heir of the fighting faction from its own faction. Although one faction compromised and gave up the flag bearer, it will definitely get compensation benefits from both the fighting faction and the winner, which is at least better than a complete failure in the end. The militant faction can solve the current dilemma of the lack of successors and gain an elite who will never pee in public. All three parties can resolve conflicts and deepen the cooperation and friendship between the nobles. All the calculations are very successful. And Soren's plan is ruined. Unless he grits his teeth and pushes the woman in front of him. No, that's useless. The other parties suggested this from the beginning, so the militant faction must have prepared chips to ease the relationship between the conservatives and moderates. Then Sauron was just being taken advantage of once. Fuck your mother. Sauron was at a loss. How could the consequences of leaking a pee be so serious? He immediately lost his position as the family heir and was sacrificed. The fighting faction was too decisive in changing people. Why don't you solve the prostate problem of the heir, who has frequent urination and urgency, and can't urinate completely? What person to change? This is not a trap for him to make him fall into the dilemma of being on the verge of failure. Mayuli was amused as she watched the boy's face turn pale and blue. I won't say any more nonsense. After all, this is the opportunity for you new generation to show yourselves. Try to win every game. It will be good. The carriage stopped, and Soren followed the female wizard into the large villa of the Yaja family that looked like a castle fortress. The young chess players on both sides had already arrived. I don't know how long they have been here, but at this moment, they all seem to have played a game on the chessboard. The black chess player is a blonde and blue-eyed nobleman. If Soren hadn't developed the habit of looking at people's throats first, he would have mistaken him for a magical girl. No need to introduce. This person is most likely the conservative Reinhardt. From the family rings on his hand, it can be seen that he is a noble with a lot of titles and claims. He has a blank expression and is not approachable. He probably always says miscellaneous cultivator. Miscellaneous cultivator, your eyes are annoying, don't look at me like that. Here you go. Okay, eunuch. Sauron curled his lips and turned to look at another person, probably the elite who helped the United Dalen faction plan, the disciple of the white-robed Maideen, Naram. This guy is completely inconsistent with the elite temperament. He looks like an ordinary shopkeeper, with a round face and a slightly high hairline. The deacons of the imperial capital's nobles are more handsome than him. Seeing Soren looking over, he nodded and greeted, and said in a friendly way, "Little Duke, since the knight is here, let's take our seats. I admit defeat in this game." Soren looked at the chessboard between the two of them. The black and white chess pieces were a game called military chess in this world. Soren had never played it before, so of course he couldn't understand it. But he looked over the chess table between the two of them, and looked down from the balcony where they were playing chess. He could clearly see the battlefield. Yes, the battlefield. Inside this fortress-like castle, there was a battlefield that was spacious enough for two armies to fight against each other. The battlefield was full of black and white armored mercenaries, corpses everywhere, and blood flowing like a river. The screams of dying people asking for help were endless. The white army captured 5 fortresses, but from the scene, the black army actually lost more people. Reinhardt remained calm, but through the chess piece, he was holding tightly onto the chessboard. You common people are more disgusting. Well, even if I win this game. Soren stared at the battlefield below the balcony, where soldiers were used as chess pieces and died and injured everywhere. Most of them were human, male. Well, he finally understood why there were only female adventurers on the market. Military chess is really fun. You play one today, I play one tomorrow, and we play one before and after dinner. The men will be dead. After all, humans are so weak that they can't be used on the battlefield. They can only be used to play chess in a simulated battlefield. You are so rude even after winning. You have no manners, father-in-law. Sauron put his hands on his belt. What did you say, miscellaneous cultivator? The nobleman stood up and calmly moved his eyes to Sauron's face. The magic props on his body flickered faintly. Narim immediately stepped between the two and smiled at Soren. The knight candidate is indeed quick-witted. If you fight here today, the fighting faction will be useless. It's a pity that you came a step late. We have already discussed it. I lost. I am just a commoner. This time, I have the opportunity to get the favor of the adults and marry into the Yaja family. It is a marriage given by God. I am honored. Narim saluted the noble young man exaggeratedly. Lord Reinhardt is wise and brave. Both wise and brave. He is highly regarded by Lord Hellebel, and this time he has won 5 fiefs for the family. He is the best candidate to inherit the family business. I, Narim Yaja, am defeated by His Highness this time. I am convinced, and will definitely fulfill my promise, and present the gift money. Reinhardt glanced at Narim, snorted and turned his head away. So Nareem turned his head and looked at Soren. Soren also smiled at Nareem, then turned his head to look at the nobleman. I said that your son, who has no family education, has no family education. Whether it was the two elites in front of him or the black-robed female wizard beside him, they probably had never heard so many vulgar words in their lives. But Soren was not worried. Anyway, there was a psychic to help him translate it. Reinhardt was stunned for a long time. You, what are you? Your father. I have committed a sin and gave birth to you to pollute the air. I regret that I flushed you into the gutter at the beginning, blah blah blah. Reinhardt's face was red, and he kicked over the chessboard. You miscellaneous cultivator. Then he ran out the door without even looking back. Nareem and Mayuri stared at Soren. What? He called me a miscellaneous cultivator first. Soren spread his hands and sat down in Reinhardt's seat. When will the meal be served? The female mage hesitated and looked at Nareem. I go see when the food is served. After she left with an excuse to chase Reinhardt, Nareem was quiet for a moment, then smiled and sat down in front of Soren. Want to play a game? I don't know how to do this. Sauron waved his hand, but I think it's interesting, and I want to learn. Okay, I teach you. Nareem laughed. Sauron shook his head. You're from a commoner background, right? That miscellaneous cultivator is fine, but I don't expect him to have a change of heart and revolutionize himself after being taught like this since childhood. But you, I'm particularly angry when I see you, a bastard who betrayed the working class, and I want to curse C&M when I see you giving them advice to deal with their own people. Don't you know what to do, and what not to do with your background and brain? No, you know it very well. This path is carefully chosen by you. Forget it. Just sell all the chess pieces to me, and I will learn by myself. Nareem was scolded and didn't get angry. He just put the overturned chessboard back in place. I envy you, really? If you are not satisfied with the rules, you can just overturn the table. But I live in this chessboard. There is no room for gossip. I can only climb up according to the rules of the game, from pawn to knight, to warlord, grand commander, and finally flag bearer. Even when I became flag bearer, I still couldn't escape from this chessboard. There are more games outside this chessboard. Can you overturn one game? Can you overturn every game? Sauron sighed and shook his head. Nareem smiled. Yes, there is always a limit to your strength, and there is always a table you can't overturn. At that time, it was wise to follow the rules and use the rules to climb up. There will always be a point when you will give up like me and then follow the rules. Sauron looked at Nareem. You want to follow the rules, right? Well, I will also tell you my rules. I will give you a chance to stand up and stop lying there like a dog. The smile on Nareem's face finally disappeared. So there is nothing to talk about? Sauron sighed. It seems there is nothing to talk about. Mayuri came back from the door alone, and it seemed that she failed to catch up with Reinhardt. Well, how about dinner? No need. I'm full of anger. I'm leaving first, idiot. Sauron roared, patted his butt and walked out of the gate of Yajia's house. Nareem was sprayed with spit, but he was not angry, and watched him leave with a smile. Mayuri watched from the side, rubbing her temples. Everyone has such a bad temper, but my nephew is a pustule that can urinate in public. Sauron stood with his hands on his waist like a crab, holding the dragon spear hidden under his robe in his palm, and walked out of the heavily guarded fortress of the fighting faction, with a layer of cold sweat on his back. It was not until he walked out of the gate, and saw a carriage parked on the street, with the door open waiting for him, that he was sure that the most dangerous time had passed. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and got on the carriage. Reinhard Liber sat in the carriage and looked at Soren coldly. You are very eloquent, Lord Nell, the hero of the Ent, without repeating a single dirty word. Soren was curious. Really? You are polite, although I seem to have repeated it many times. I am not praising you. Miscellaneous, ahem, your excellency. The veins on the nobleman's temples were bulging, and he forced himself to suppress his emotions. Today is the first time we have a face-to-face confrontation, and it may also be the last time. Can I ask your excellency what you think of our two sides? Soren thought for a while. Medion's disciple Nareem is a great man. Your excellency, well, still lacks some social beatings. Reinhard nodded. I feel the same way. Well, your excellency helped me today, so why not reveal some information about Nareem in exchange? Soren narrowed his eyes. If I don't scold you and let you escape, you have to admit defeat. 25 million, you lost it all in one game of chess. It's not enough to scold you. And this is how you repay me? Give me some information about the enemy. What, you still want me to help you deal with him? Reinhard glanced at Soren. Do you want it? Soren also rolled his eyes at him. Hurry up and say it. Reinhard was also unambiguous. Nareen was not Madine's own disciple. He was borrowed from the Technology Development Bureau to help coordinate after the moderates and the reformists united. Guess who his original mentor was? Yes, it was his engagement partner, Mayuli Yaja. His. Sauron took a breath. This adulterous couple. Reinhardt glared at him. You are so foul-mouthed. Forget it. Mayuli is a collateral branch and not a legitimate daughter, and the Technology Development Bureau has been deeply influenced by the reformists. I heard that she is about to prepare for the Lich transformation ceremony, and I am afraid that the family assets she has accumulated are not enough. So I suspect that they have already planned to collude and plan to take a big chance. This time, they are using you and your wife to set up a trap and seize the property of the Yagia as a family of the fighting faction. Soren squinted at him. You had doubts long ago, but you let him successfully unite the support of the militant faction, the royalist faction, the moderate faction, and the reformist faction, and win the game? Ahem. Reinhardt coughed twice to show his embarrassment. So your excellency understands. Now it's not a question of who you can make more money by selling your legion to, or who will win the election of the flag bearer to go to Franny. Narim is a black-robed disciple of the Technology Development Bureau. He was born a commoner and has no trump cards. He can actually win until now and kill everyone. His scheming and tactics are outrageous. Now he has the family business of the militant faction, the support of the reformists, the loyalty of the royalists, and the goodwill of the moderates, and his future is limitless. If you don't want to watch this guy dominate the parliament and worry about being plotted against in the future, we must join forces. Get rid of him. Soren still squinted at him. Lord Reinhardt, I really don't want to hurt you, but if you had laid the matter out to me earlier to discuss the alliance, we might have been able to cooperate and trick him. But you have been holding back until now. I guess you are completely blinded by arrogance and pride, and want to try to see if you can defeat this opponent alone. As a result, you played all the cards in your hand and lost your underwear. Then you realized that your position as the leader of the conservative faction could not withstand such a defeat by you. So you are now trying to win me over with a flattering face, trying to save the game, right? I wonder if I scolded you just now. Reinhardt's face was expressionless, and his ears were red. Yes, I lost. You scolded well. I have been smooth sailing since I was a child, and I am also indecisive. If I play by the rules, I really can't beat this kid who plays by the rules and climbs up by taking advantage of loopholes. But you are different. Nareen said that you like to flip the table, but if I say, you are not flipping the table, but you have a wider field of vision. The rules you play by cannot be accommodated in our small chessboard, so you can't see them. So tell me, what should we do now? At least you still have some vision and knowledge cultivated as a family heir, and you are not hopeless. Soren ignored Reinhardt's blushing face, stroking his chin and thinking, just now I acted helpless and furious, scolding that kid. I wonder if I can successfully appease him, let him think that we are helpless, by some time. Will he get angry easily? Reinhardt shook his head. I'm afraid it's impossible. To climb up from an apprentice in the Technology Development Bureau, you can't do it without a little forbearance. What did you scold him for? Why are you so excited? Sauron looked at this suspected masochist heir suspiciously. I called him a traitor who betrayed his colleagues, a dog who took the initiative to kneel at the knees of a noble, and so on. You're scolding me too lightly. Reinhardt was excited for a while, then thought for a while, no, maybe it's effective. Traitors hate being called traitors the most. The humbler the people are, the more they hate their origins. Otherwise, they wouldn't do anything to climb up and get rid of the marks they carry from their birth. Therefore, they don't care about other moral values, but only remember that this humble origin is a sign of shame. Then he probably won't give us time, and he must kill both of us who know his background before he stops. The two looked at each other in silence. It's time to fight. Well, let's fight. Chapter 138. Gladiators, slave soldiers, war dogs, and other similar names, in short, they fight to the death, with brilliant blood and flying meat, for the nobles to watch and enjoy. In the case of the Empire, it is the vast majority of humans who cannot use magic. The subjects of the enemy countries enslaved from the conquered territories in the 4th and 5th invasion wars. The border legions regularly crossed the border to destroy the supply lines during the long confrontation with the Elf Alliance. The slaves captured, the poor who went bankrupt and sold themselves because their fields or industries were annexed by the nobles, and the hard laborers who were sold by the owners of the mines and farms in exchange for funds. Mainly men, after all. Women still have the opportunity to reproduce humans with magical qualities. Male slaves not only consume precious food, but also cause turmoil in the rule. At the same time, their weak magic constitution makes it too cost-effective to equip them as cannon fodder and consume the elf army on the front line. Although they can be used for mining and farming, there are only so many jobs for hard labor. If the front line is blocked by the elves and cannot open up new territories, it will not consume so much manpower. But killing them like this is too useless. After all, the longer they are tortured, the more valuable soul crystals they can produce with their souls full of memories of suffering. So the nobles used it to teach their children the art of war, and to consume the excessive number of slaves. At the same time, it could also train slave reserve troops and experiment with new weapons. Military chess was developed in this way. The energy and life of male slaves were consumed on the chessboard, killing countless elites of the same kind, and stepping on the same heads. They were upgraded from the noble sheep to the nobles' hunting dogs, using the lives of their own kind to exchange for the opportunity to escape from the sea of suffering. Born in pain, struggling in pain, and then dying in pain, this is the life of most mortals in this world. The order of the empire was thus firmly established. Like a pile of skulls, officials in the capital. And now someone wants to destroy this order. Secret killing sword silver scale splitting slash. The girl in white clothes and silver armor swung the powerful sword in her right hand horizontally, leaping forward. With a vibration and random stabbing of the forearm muscles, she stabbed the blade dozens or hundreds of times in an instant, and each sword was a full-strength attack that could burst out with sword light, just like spreading a piece of silver scales in the air, like a dragon's long tail. The sword swept away the dust and passed by diagonally, and the 4 guard golems, blocking the road and guarding the gate, were hit by a series of random moves, directly smashing them into pieces. In the yard, the gladiators who were practicing fighting in pairs could not help but stop fighting, and looked at the gate-guarding golem and the entire gate of the gladiator chamber of commerce in shock. The silver-eyed girl walked slowly into the courtyard, like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Claire looked at the long sword in her hand, swung her wrist, and swung the door-like sword like a willow branch. This is magic, so strong, so scary. Who is more terrifying? Penny grabbed her messy hair in annoyance. I say, warrior, you are making too much noise. Our mission is to infiltrate and assassinate the merchants of the Slave Trader Guild. You have been exposed for making such a big fuss. The gladiators in the yard stared at the lioness, who smashed her own door and shouted out the mission, raised their swords and round shields, and spontaneously formed a square formation. Claire stood still for a while, pulled the crystal jewelry stuck by her ear, and apologized with another finger against the necklace at her throat. Sorry, the translation is a little delayed. Oh, why do you want us to be in one group? Really? Penny stretched her arms and clenched her fists, which began to transform into lion claws from her elbows. Okay, sneaking in doesn't suit my style anyway, so let's make a scene. Hey! The lion dances wildly. The half-orc lion girl had just jumped out halfway when Claire grabbed her tail and dragged her to the ground, throwing her mouth full of mud. Penny jumped up and roared, "What are you doing? My chest hurts so much from the fall." Claire said word by word, Sauron, say, no, killing people randomly. H.A. Penny was so mad, that's why I told you to sneak in first. Okay, you're the one who did it. Okay, flat girl. Claire glared at her and grabbed Penny's ear. No, killing people indiscriminately. Penny was so hurt that she gave in. Woo, okay, let go, I know, woo. The gladiators looked at the 2 girls, who had smashed their gates in confusion. The captain of the slave traders' guards arrived, frowning. What are you waiting for now that they've come to your door? Form a formation, release the dogs. The gladiators immediately split into 2 teams. One team formed a shield wall to protect the masters of the Chamber of Commerce, and the other team formed a formation to advance. At the same time, the servants unfolded the magic scrolls and summoned magic circles in the courtyard. The dog-shaped chimera monsters transformed by magic to hunt down escaped slaves and guard the manor came out of the magic circle one after another, flew over the gladiators' battle formation, opened their mouths full of fangs, dragged long saliva stars, and pounced on the 2 snacks in front of them. Secret killing sword wind explosion killing slash. Claire leaned forward suddenly, her figure like a gliding swift, moving faster than the attacking monster. She held the hilt with both hands. The sword, which could be swung easily with one hand, was swung and chopped wildly at this time. The sword shadow swung so much that even the door-like blade was twisted and bent under this extreme force. Needless to say, the chimeras were torn into thousands of pieces by the girls' almost show-off slashing. The high-speed movement of the sword body cut through the air and caused a gust of wind, which even caused a deafening sonic boom, directly blasting the chopped monster meat pieces away and shattering them, exploding into a large piece of bloody flesh rain, splashing on the faces of the surrounding gladiators and slave traders. The whole place was silent. To be honest, if they were not programmed, seeing Superman appear, they would not rush forward to defeat him. Claire tilted her sword, the tip of the sword touching the ground, and swung it so fast that the blade of the sword could not stop vibrating and shrieking, and the tip of the sword turned red like a branding iron. Claire was very excited. I can actually use the wind blast to kill. Wow, the magic is so powerful. Penny rubbed her ears and cried, wow. This washboard is so scary. Well, the captain of the Slave Traders Guild had a face full of blood foam and said, you two, let's talk it out. Why bother with knives and guns? Just tell us what you want to do. You don't even say anything and just come up and chop people up. Isn't that embarrassing for us? Claire frowned and poked the translation necklace on her neck. I won't kill. Hey, hey, hey. Penny jumped up and stopped him. We won't kill you minions. We came here specifically to assassinate your slave guild president. Call him out to die. The captain swallowed hard. Oh, they are here to assassinate. Ahem, they are here to visit our president. Please come in, distinguished guest. What are you all looking at me for? Why don't you go back to training? All disperse. You, go and carry the president out. Penny and Claire watched in a daze, as several slave soldiers rushed into the house, dragged out the boss of the slave trade union, who was still in pajamas, and threw him in front of them. What's going on? Claire frowned at these people who easily betrayed their teammates. The captain explained, kill him quickly, it's really him. This guy said he was the boss, but he was just an accountant who took care of daily chores. In fact, like us, the contract was signed with the guild, and it was all in the hands of the noble family head. What, did he offend you, or was his blind team exposed? Don't tell me, there is a perpetrator for every wrong, don't involve us little people. Anyway, the mission can be completed, Penny shrugged, and without waiting for the boss to react, she tore his head off with one claw and held it in her hand by the spine. The captain shouted exaggeratedly, oh my god, the boss was assassinated. How could this happen? I didn't notice anyone sneaking in at all. Claire had to leave with the Leo girl, hesitant to say anything. That little boy is too exaggerated. Could he be a great knight? Which family would be so bored that they would send a great knight to attack a small guild like ours? Who did this flatter or offend? After they walked away, the captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and climbed up. The slave soldiers all turned their heads to look at him. What are you looking at? Let's go to training. The captain kicked the headless body of the boss on the ground, dragged him to the dogs. Penny and Claire ran around the corner, and the two masked women, Gatapeta and Yayoi, were waiting for them with a bunch of heads. Is it going well? Gatapeta asked. It's very simple. Penny threw the head in her hand to Yayoi, and took out a scroll from her waist, but she was not in a hurry to give it back to Gatapeta, and asked curiously, what kind of magic scroll is this? Don't those nobles and slave leaders have a lot of protective magic? And I remember that when I was escaping, I was cursed with a lot of things, such as slowness, weakness, slow aging, and I couldn't even stand steadily. But just carrying this scroll with me, I was not affected at all, but even strengthened a lot. The half of Gatapeta's face that was exposed smiled. It seems that you have accumulated a lot of experience in fighting against slave traders. Kitten. But this is not a magic scroll. It is a letter of introduction written by a noble. It just gives you the identity of a noble family envoy, and the qualification to do business with slave traders. Since you are doing business, you will not trigger the suppression of the defensive magic circle. As for the enhancement you feel, it is the aura bonus you get as a direct subordinate of the young master after signing a contract with him. When the magic set by the other party does not work, and your master has a superior class suppression on the other party, these slave owners, who are usually so powerful, will of course show their true colors in front of you. They are just ordinary mortals waiting to be killed. Oh, the bonus provided by the imperial nobles turned out to be so strong, no wonder they are fighting over it. Penny's eyes rolled. Claire sighed, the increase is too significant. I feel that my physical strength and power have doubled. What's more surprising is that it can also increase the upper limit of my mental power, allowing me to use more power and release moves and magic that I couldn't master before. It's so terrifying. Yayo looked at them. No, the aura increase of ordinary upper nobles and dukes is not so exaggerated. Our lord is different from ordinary people. Catapeta smiled. Anyway, we seem to have chosen a big tree to cool off. Okay, let's make sure there's no one following us, then gather around. She raised the torch and lit the blue flame. The other three gathered behind her and waited for a moment. In the light and shadow created by the flickering torch in front of them, a narrow dark crack gradually opened from the void. On the other side of the crack, standing in the Hueco Mundo, Also holding a torch and opening the door for them, was a waning moon wearing a mask. "Follow me." The moon turned around without a word and led the way with the torch. Cold sweat oozed from Gadapita's forehead. Hey, the young master arranged for the support to be the moon. The power is too great. Yayo stepped into the Hueco Mundo without hesitation, and Gadapita also reacted and followed closely. They walked for a while in the dark night with howling black wind, and no light and shadow, and then the moon snapped his fingers and opened the door. Everyone filed out and arrived at the Eastern Star parked at the dock. On the deck, Soren was waiting for them on the deck. "How is it? Did the plan succeed?" "I have fulfilled my mission." Gadapita saluted and placed a bunch of heads on the deck. "Thank you for your help. Please rest up on the ship. The food is ready. There are bedrooms, kitchens, and bathrooms on the ship." Before Soren finished speaking, he saw the 4 female kings in his group rushing into the cabin to grab the bathroom. The waning moon also jumped out of the virtual world and took off the mask. It was the chief of this session, Guild Caesarion. "No problem, the letter of introduction given by Reinhardt is real." Guild put away the torch and went into the bridge command room with Soren. Pollux was studying the map of the Vanguard's attack on the sand table. Seeing them coming in, he made room for them. The 3 of them gathered in front of the sand table again. With the Duke's letter of introduction as a shield, the magic circle of the slave trader will not work on them. When they rob the valuables dock area, the defense magic circle will naturally not work. Add to that the magic bonus brought by your title of Imperial Chief Officer, they won't be in too much danger when they attack the dock. Are you relieved now? Thank you for your help. Soren nodded in thanks. Of course, at this time, he would definitely pull Guilt and Pollux, 2 coolies, fighting forces, to help. After all, this is a big business worth 55 million in total, and these 2 have been in the Imperial capital for so long, notorious and ostracized by the whole circle, and nicknamed freaks. They must have enough experience in fighting wits and courage with the noble elites. What's more, as the 7 directors of the company, how can they just wait for the money? So 5 days ago, Soren tricked them into helping him with the work under the pretext of "I heard that you will have a midterm wizard exam in 2 weeks, and I got the exam questions. I don't know if you can read them, but I never thought Reinhardt would really do what you said, and sincerely form an alliance with me, a person who I met for the first time and scolded him. In order to deal with Narum, he even took out the asylum contract he signed. Is he really not afraid of being betrayed and plotted against?" Guild had a blank expression. "As long as you really scold him as hard as I said, there will be no problem." Soren frowned. "Is this guy sick?" Pelusius shrugged. He himself knows how to be a leader. A true leader is someone who can listen to unpleasant advice, and has the tolerance to tolerate others. I heard that the Harabel family used to persuade Yachukas in this way, and that's why they were regarded as conservative leaders. Guild didn't comment. They are both human beings, but they are superior to humans. The nobles of the Empire all have some mental illnesses. Reinha, I think he grew up surrounded by servants more than his tutors, with a high status, and he can easily get everything. He sees flattery and obedience everywhere, so he is very lonely in his heart, and has always longed for a friend who ignores etiquette and laughs and scolds with him. Don't worry, the more you scold, the more he will stick to you, and you can't get rid of him. Believe me, I have experience. Pelusius nodded to Soren. Okay. Soren wiped off the cold sweat. What about Narum? Does he have a psychological problem that makes him feel comfortable after just a few words? Except for the traitor, I attacked the traitor, and he still smiled. Pelusius spread his hands. I don't know about this, but Christine said that he had betrayed many people in the Technology Development Bureau before. I want to stimulate him in this regard. Maybe he will do something stupid, but he can't help it. Sauron narrowed his eyes, and looked at the one-eyed dragon. Christine, why do I feel like I have heard this name somewhere? Is she a small but talkative person? Did you meet her at the dinner party as well? Pollux wiped his sweat. If you are a chatterbox, then we are probably talking about a person. She is the apprentice of Mr. Hua, and her family runs an animal pen. Many relatives are engaged in Warcraft-related research in the Technology Development Bureau, and they can't stop talking about this kind of internal gossip. Sauron suddenly realized, oh, your family runs a pet shop and specializes in Warcraft research. Then I understand, you two are quite a match. Pelusius nodded. What do you mean, bastard? Do you know how long I have been nagged for trying to find out the details of these people? By the way, there is another piece of information. It is said that Narum had the opportunity to become the chief before, but in the past, the position of the chief was monopolized by the heirs of the nobility. I heard that he gave it up on his own initiative. Later, in exchange, he joined the Technology Development Bureau, and was responsible for logistics procurement for a long time. It is not easy for a commoner to hold such an important position. Of course, it is precisely because he is a commoner without a family background, and he does have strength that he is trusted by all parties to use him. Guild raised his hand and plucked the crystal sand table like a string, and a pile of chess pieces appeared. If this is true, it will be the biggest loss in his life. The position of chief is very important to the liches. If you give up voluntarily, many opportunities will slip away from you. In fact, you can understand it by looking at his style of military chess games. He is good at attacking, not good at retreating. Because few people can withstand his fierce attack. Because he dare not give in again, because he has no way to retreat. Now he has won too many games on the chessboard, and has revealed his flaws. The royalists, the moderates, the reformists, and the militant factions. If their contradictions could be reconciled, there would have been smart people who would have won them all over in the past 1,000 years, but the nobles are still divided. Why? Because everyone wants to be the winner, and everyone wants to share the fruits. But this time, the internal struggle for the flag bearer will happen. In essence, the benefits are not enough to be distributed to everyone. Even if Naram gains an advantage for a while, and wins over everyone to kick the conservatives out, the key problem has not been solved. That's the trump card that decides the outcome. Who will get it in the end? Sauron was puzzled. We've kicked out the conservative Harabel. What else is left to be solved? Shouldn't it be given to the white-robed Darren? Guild looked at him. Why not give it to the white-robed Grimjow? Sauron frowned. After a circle, we're back to the fighting faction? The fighting faction doesn't have an heir, so... Oh no, they have another chance to get back into the game. The heir has been replaced, right? Guild moved his fingers, commanding the phantom chess pieces to fight in a group. Nareem's biggest flaw is that he chooses the strategy with the highest winning rate. Because he has no way out, he dare not retreat again, and he can't afford to lose. This game of chess went wrong because he won too cleanly. So the results he received were too great, and he even got the position of the successor of the fighting faction. Well, in fact, he himself should not have expected this situation, because I remember that the fighting faction of this generation originally had a powerful military advisor who was on par with him and checked and balanced each other, right? Paul Lucius nodded. Kalomo, 1 year ahead of us, only a dozen points behind Saijan, a very smart battlefield lich. Alas, my father wanted me to stagger my class with him, so that I could get a better resume as a chief. Who knew that this class would be even better? But don't worry about him. You killed him that night. Soren Khan, is he referring to the monkey with silver oak leaves? Blame me? Guild moved the sand table and thought, Narim should have planned to compete with the militant faction and the conservative faction when he was trying to win over the three factions. But the current situation is too favorable. He even got the inheritance right of the militant faction. I'm afraid he didn't make such a plan at first. But since the situation has changed, he will face a choice. According to the original plan, let the Dalen faction win, and then he will cut off his retreat and marry into the fighting faction as a bargaining chip. Or use a better plan to return the victory to the fighting faction again, prove his value to Grimjow, and truly gain the support of the fighting faction. Which one do you think he will choose? Sauron looked down at the sand table. Of course it's Grimjow. Isn't this the path he chose himself, and he has always chosen this way? Guild nodded, yes. What can the Dalen faction give him? Even if he wins, he won't get any of the 20 or 30 million orders. Only one disciple of Maydeen can be considered a reward from the moderate faction. On the contrary, as the heir of the fighting faction, this may be the best opportunity Nareem can earn in his life, second only to the opportunity to give up the chief position. He will betray the alliance he built with his own hands, and squeeze all the surplus value of the past allies as a sacrifice to prove his value to the new master, just like he has been doing to climb up. So? Pelusius and Soren looked at him. Guild of Golden Oak Leaf, the chief of the midterm mage apprentices, said expressionlessly, while there are still a few days left, go talk to Nareem again and sign a tens of millions of orders with him to sell the Gargoyle Core to the fighting faction again. No matter how many schemes he has, we will still use the old method and take the deposit and then snatch it back. Chapter 139. The residents of the imperial capital could sense that the aristocratic civil war, which had been gradually calmed down after 2 months of fierce fighting, had begun again. However, this time, there was no bloody battle between the two groups. It was a high-speed, efficient, and one-sided cleansing. From early morning until late at night, cloaked warriors attacked in the street, using muskets and crossbows to shoot the guards and cavalry into sieves, throwing explosives to blow up carriages, dragging the nobles in brocade clothes in the carriages down and executing them in the street, cutting off their heads and sticking them on gun barrels, standing them in the middle of the crossroads. The townhouse in the high-end residential area was also broken into. The Chamber of Commerce president, who was still asleep, was hacked to pieces and thrown out of the window, falling on his own lawn and breaking into pieces of blood gourds that could not be distinguished. Even if they hid in the secret rooms of public places such as big hotels in advance, it was useless. The cloaked attackers walked in front of the guard golems, smashed the glass skylight, threw homemade bombs into the boxes, and blew up the whole place, and fired methodically from a high position with rapid-fire rifles. The bloody guards rushed out of the room desperately, and were pierced by the spears and quilts. Then the masked warriors rushed in, and cut off the heads of the people in the room one by one, leaving no one alive. If the bodyguards were living creatures of various races, they might have resisted a little before being killed. But the golems that were purchased and modified at a high price this time were indifferent throughout the whole process, just silently watching the attackers skin their masters alive into pieces. After all, these golems are set up like this. They will only protect the users from the violent resistance of the low-level ruled, but when the killing order comes from the owner of the higher-ranking empire, the spirit base of the golem will not rebel against the order of the empire for a little benefit. And those who were slaughtered, the managers and bosses of the slave trade unions, alchemy workshops, and trade houses, really never dreamed that one day the butcher knife of the nobles' internal fighting would chop off their heads. The workshops, guilds, and trade houses in the entire imperial capital were shaken, because in just one day, the reformists, moderates, and the senior executives, white gloves, agents, and middle-level management cadres and managers under the royal party were all arrested and killed. And the liches above actually sat back and watched. Of course, they would sit back and do nothing. After all, the person who was killed was only a department manager, and it did not affect the work and production at the workshop. If he died, they could just replace him. Why would they have to conflict with the nobles for a few dogs? They still have to do business in the future. Of course, the dead would not rest in peace. Why? They were not real nobles, but dogs who helped the nobles make plans and do dirty work. Even if they were killed, as long as the nobles needed them, there would still be someone to take over the job. They were just dogs, who worked hard for their masters, and watched over the worker ants to prevent them from slacking off. Who was so cruel to watch over them and kill them? And how did the assassin know their names, addresses, workplaces, carriages, and hiding places? Whose master gave the order? Otherwise, why didn't the protective golems move? What did they do wrong? Who betrayed them? Why? Narim signed the name of Narim Yaja at the dining table. The maid held the contract and smiled. 30 million crystals, and 242 names are my personal friendship gifts. Without this group of professional brokers to coordinate the production of arms, even if the Technology Development Bureau recruits new people, it will take a lot of time to sort out the previous business. This time, we will definitely not be able to monopolize the supply contract for the subsequent army when we attack Freni. I believe your company will be able to make a profit. Happy cooperation. Sauron sneered, you really can do it. Although these people may not have a deep personal relationship with you, they are still the connections you have accumulated over the years, right? It's too extreme to cut off your own retreat like this. Aren't you worried about offending the reformist lich? Narim laughed. Am I really the one who offended the reformist? You should have used the recommendation letter from the Harabel family as an umbrella to avoid triggering the magic protection of the reformists to kill people. So people outside would only say that the young duke lost his temper and took out his anger on the people below. Of course, this is also an opportunity for the conservatives and the young duke to save his defeat and face such a ruthless and quick revenge in demonstration. Even if he loses this contract, others dare not underestimate his power. It will also greatly increase his personal prestige. As for me, haha, do I really have a choice? If I don't do this to the point of cutting off my own retreat and handing over this letter of surrender, will the militant faction feel at ease to use me and use me for their own purposes? If I don't do this, the militant faction will always regard me as a hostage who forced them out of the game and used me as a seed, right? The most important thing in this world is always your own strength. Without strength, no matter how much wealth you gather, it is only temporarily stored in your hands and managed for others for a while. With 242 crystals, you can buy the opportunity to secure the position of heir and obtain the peak magic power. This deal is very cost-effective. So I have to thank the company for its assistance, which helped me to quickly cut the Gordian knot and eliminate the hidden dangers in the past. It's a win-win situation for all three parties. Soren looked at him and grinned. Narim, you are really cruel, but as long as you are willing to give up the dark and help me fight the reformists, then there is room for us to cooperate. So he signed the third contract as usual, with the same terms. Nareen nodded with a smile. Sir, can you answer a question for me? Why do you want to pick a fight with the reformists? Has the Technology Development Bureau offended you? Soren asked, do you agree with the theory proposed by the reformists, the kind promoted in the newspapers, to establish a central government with parliamentary centralization? Of course, the clearer the rules, the more loopholes and opportunities we can exploit. Nareen was surprised. Centralization is also an effective way to improve the utilization rate of the empire's resources. I estimate that after the reformists really come to power, the national strength can at least increase by 2 to 3 times. Isn't this good? No. Sauron looked at him. You understand, smart man. Now that the parliament is dominated by feudal nobles and slave owners, and magic has so unreasonably divided the gap between the elites and mortals, once institutionalized high-pressure centralization is established, and some kind of rules of great magic protection are made, and the upward channels are officially closed, then the people below will have no way to survive except to hope for a good rebirth in the next life. This is not even called a feudal magic empire. The feudal lord still has the right to change the fate of a few people around him through enthronement. This is called the magic caste system. Can you understand? Everyone, his fate and future are determined at birth, written into fate. There are only 2 classes, magic rulers and mortal slaves, and there is no room for resistance in between. Do you understand? This is even more desperate than being ruled by the elves and gods. Don't deny it. Look at the etiquette that was created 1,000 years ago, and the use of magic guards and golems in the empire now. The magic that uses great magic to determine the fate of mankind will sooner or later be created by the Technology Development Bureau. It's just a matter of time. Naram stared at him for a long time. You lunatic, do you want to overthrow the ruling system of the psychic empire? But this system of magicians ruling over mortals was also forced out by the military pressure of the Elf Alliance. And do you have any solution? Sauron sighed. Yes, a solution. If you don't come up with a feasible solution, even you, the elites born from the common people, will not risk resisting this future. The characteristics of the elites are compromise, and then keep themselves out of trouble. But my plan also needs time to develop, so I can only sabotage it here at all costs. Naram, think clearly whether you should stand on the side of God or on the side of men. Naram frowned in thought, and said nothing more. And Soren accepted the contract of the fighting faction, and left the manor of the Yaja family. In the carriage that greeted him, Shing, Gilt, and Pollux were waiting for his arrival. I got the contract. Soren put the scroll in his hand on the tray held by Shing, together with the 2 scrolls of the moderates and conservatives, and we also told him our grand strategy. Paul Lucius asked, what did Naram say? Do you think he has a chance to join our camp? Gilt shook his head. It doesn't matter. This kind of elite is actually the easiest to deal with. They will definitely stand by the winner, so as long as they see that we have a chance of winning, they will begin to waver. On the other hand, if we just talk big, we naturally don't expect him to suddenly find his conscience and start fighting for the future of all mankind for the rest of his life. Telling Naram this in advance is just to distract him. If we tell him the purpose of the company directly, he will be suspicious. After all, if we want to calculate everything, we have to focus our attention and energy on the limited battlefield. As long as he starts to think about the overall situation in the future in order to speculate and confirm whether the purpose of the company is true or false, it will be difficult for him to react and see our other deployments. Sauron looked at the scroll in front of him. So everything that can be done has been done? Gilt nodded. The dice have been thrown. Get ready for battle. This is the night of the 8th day since the start of the course production. Soren and his team have made all the arrangements they can. The shipment in 2 days will be the start of the war, and the election in 4 days will be the decisive battle day. This small team, which was bound together by the assassination of King Yachukas, and returned from the trial of sand alchemy together. Whether they will take advantage of this gain to soar to the sky and officially occupy a seat in the new generation of the Great Council, or fall and become a supporting role in the drama where the imperial elites show their wisdom, means, and determination, and be buried in the long river of time, depends on this desperate gamble. You guys act according to the plan. I tell Saijan about the arrangements later. Sauron pushed the door and left the carriage, riding on Guan Haifa to the crucible. Of the 7 people who were bound, the 4 in the carriage were the ones who had to risk their lives, but unlike the time when Yachukas, this time they chose the path themselves. After all, when you don't have any elder's legacy or family inheritance, you have to risk your life every time, and there's nothing to complain about. As for the other 3, Scott is still in her trial, protected by her ancestors, so she may be the safest. Sarasis has the Banshee sword, Ulrids, the eldest princess, and a bunch of titles to protect him, so he doesn't have to worry. But only Zygen took on the most important task of making the trump card. To put it bluntly, everyone is competing for the surplus value of her wisdom output this time. But once the manufacturing is completed and the war begins, she will become the most dangerous among the 7 people in the company. She must be taken away from the furnace in advance and hidden in the Isentlian manor for safety. Well, let's just go to the Shura field. At this time, I can't care about so much. It was already late at night when they arrived at the furnace factory. Shi Qiong and the engineers on the night shift were still wearing protective clothing, adjusting the magic circle in the boiler workshop where molten iron was splashing. To double the output of the Legion, the output power of the alchemy windows and magic circles in each link of the production line must be increased, and high-load operation can be achieved. Therefore, engineers are required to be on-site alert and coordination day and night. Once any link has a problem, they will immediately intervene with human magic power and repair and replace the damaged parts. They had to stay alert by the high-temperature boilers the whole time, only coming out occasionally to take a breath and drink water. Soren stood on the steps of the furnace for the entire second half of the night, watching the people working hurriedly below. He originally wanted to take Zygen away directly, but looking at this scene, I'm afraid she won't leave until the last batch of flying wings is forged and cast. The work in the underground workshop was not finished until the early morning. Soren walked into the lounge. Zygen was still wearing a heavy protective suit made of dragon skin, and only took off her helmet. She was sweating profusely, and panting, as if she had just fought a boxing match. Oh, no problem. 12,000 wings. I've taken into account defective products and losses during assembly. She sat motionless as she saw Soren approaching. The stuff has been shipped to the warehouse. The gargoyle's joints have been replaced and strengthened. Just waiting for the morning shift to come and change the equipment, then it can be shipped directly. The Engineers Guild has come to help. There's still a whole day, don't worry. Soren nodded and sat down beside her. Xiong, actually. Boom! A sudden explosion interrupted Soren's words. Shi Qiong jumped up with a start. What's going on? Is it the boiler in the factory? No, the sound came from outside. The two rushed out of the lounge and came to the warehouse. The door of the warehouse was blown open, and the Golem army entered in succession and occupied the warehouse and docked in the shipping area. Outside the factory, hundreds of fully armed blood knights, riding undead horses, lined up silently on both sides of the canal, and a large group of gargoyles were flying in the sky. Mayuli Yaja put her hands on her waist and glanced at the flying wings and standard gargoyles that were completed and waiting to be assembled in the Kushua area. Standing beside him were 4 high-ranking vampires of at least Earl rank, wearing scarlet capes and armors, and overflowing with magic. They were not nobles who transformed for the sake of survival, but powerful blood guards raised by aristocratic families. Oh, I'm really impressed. You can really put together 2 legions. That's amazing. Mayuli clapped her hands and waved her hand, moved them all away. Sauron stopped Zygen, who was about to rush out, and pulled her behind him. How did you get in? Dare to attack the furnace factory? Don't you follow the rules? Yes, it is not difficult to raid the factory. Compared with the Ironfront Dragoon Regiment, the furnace's defense has indeed declined a lot. Soren has been coming and going several times, and he has rarely seen the female Knights of the Plasma Rose on duty. Of course, facing this kind of regular army raid, those Knight ladies are really useless. And the Vanguard Guards are indeed not in place. After all, the limited elites have been withdrawn by Soren, and the rest are helping Zygen to rush the work in the factory. During this period of time, the furnace is indeed unguarded. But the problem is not guarding the furnace. It is not their turn as human soldiers to defend this place. The problem is how dare the Yajia family risk angering the Prime Minister and tearing their faces off to use force in this core facility of the Empire. Mayuli smiled and pulled out the contract scroll from her chest. Don't talk nonsense. I picked up the goods completely according to the contract. It's just that my family is cautious and generous, so you don't have to deliver it to the dock for delivery. I can pick up the goods at my factory and escort them myself. Don't worry, we have plenty of alchemists and engineers, just change your clothes. Sauron narrowed his eyes. We just signed the contract, and you have already raised 1/3 of the deposit? Mayuri curved her eyebrows, stretched out her fingers, and took out a piece of paper from her chest and threw it over. 10 million crystals. Take it, I promise it's your cash. Sauron bent down to pick up the contract, and after just a glance, he almost couldn't help but burst into anger. It was really 10 million, a loan from the casino to the Chamber of Commerce, with the signatures of both parties and Soren's own name as the guarantor written on the paper. This bitch uses money to buy his things. I did receive it, so the contract with the fighting faction has been fulfilled. Please take the goods yourself. 5,000 modified gargoyles for 1 legion. Sauron agreed with a smile. Mayuri looked at Zaijin, who was glaring at her, and smiled at her. Then you are welcome. Take 5,000 legion gargoyles, and 5,000 sets of modified flying wings, and smash the rest. The 4 vampire earls drew their swords together, and stood between Soren, who reached out to grab the dragon spear at his waist, and Mayuri in black robes. Behind them, the golem soldiers were divided into 2 teams. One team carried the goods to the ship, and the other team raised their axes and hammers to smash the extra 7,000 flying wings one by one. Mayuri Yaja looked at Soren without changing her expression. You also understand that 2 legions are meaningless, and 1 trump card is enough. Of course, I will compensate you for your losses. You bought a lot of ore, right? These are enough. She threw a bag of crystals, which scattered on the ground. It seemed that there were dozens of them. Fuck you. Sauron laughed happily and took a step forward. The 4 earls, who were blocking him, opened their half-closed eyes at the same time, and blood filled with magic energy seeped out from their pores, covering their skin all over their bodies, turning them into blood-colored human figures, with bat-like blood wings spread out from behind their spines. Enough. Xiong walked out from behind Soren, bent down to pick up the crystal that fell on the ground, and glanced at Soren. If you want to fight, go outside. I'm going to rest. Soren was silent for a while, then turned around and followed her back to the engineer's lounge. But before Soren could speak, Mayuri Yaja came in, with 4 vampires following him. It's endless, isn't it? You need to be as calm as Miss Estelle. Sir Neil, the hero of Enter, whoever starts the fight first is at fault in this place. Mayuri, in a black robe, sat down on the bench with her legs crossed, and 4 vampires stood behind her. I excuse you too, but you have to stay in this room with me until the election of the flag bearer begins. I'm really worried about you, a troublemaker, running around everywhere. Do you have to do it yourself, Mayuri Yaja? The smile on Soren's face finally disappeared. For your young disciple's fiancé to become the successor of the fighting faction, you personally interfere with the young people's performance of their own games? How can you have such a deep relationship after going to this extent? Don't talk nonsense, Soren. Shi Qiong took off the Asian dragon skin cloak and took out a towel from the closet to wipe the sweat. She was in the game from the beginning, and she made the bottle of love potion. What? The confident smile of a winner on Mayuri's face also disappeared. That flower is nightshade, right? Xiong pointed to the silver badge on the wizard's chest. I took a lot of effort to find out. Your skills are really good. You must have inherited the true teachings of Lord Hua. If there is a problem with the love potion, it is because of this extra ingredient, so it will have an extra effect on people who use nightshade as the base potion. But this extra step does not conform to the rigor of Lord Hua's medicine making. On the contrary, the children of the Noble Academy will wear the herbs of the cornerstone strengthening potion used by their family as badges. In this way, if someone is poisoned and injured, others will know what base material is used to make the healing liquid strengthening liquid, or what kind of herbs cannot be used for first aid, to avoid the conflict of the bottom potion, which leads to potion poisoning, nerve disorders, internal bleeding, and other side effects. So it is good to say that Nightshade is the cornerstone potion of your Yaja. Then I connect the dots. The love potion is not aimed at Sarasis at all, but at the heir of your family. Blue Yaja, who peed himself. I also felt strange when I heard this nickname. The heir of the nobility pays the most attention to etiquette. No matter how panicked and timid he is trained as the heir of the fighting faction, who often goes to the battlefield. It is a bit too strange that he would lose control of his bladder on the spot. Now that I think about it, you have also drugged him from other channels before, right? Let me guess your plan. You have been targeting your own heir from the beginning. Sarasis was just used. With her magic power, and the grand occasion of the nobles mobilizing a large number of troops to entertain her at that time, it is strange that someone really wants to achieve any conspiracy with a bottle of love potion. But for the heir Blue, the two-pronged effect of the magic potion, he might not be able to control his body's desire impulse in this public occasion, and might do something rude to the popular countess that would make the entire fighting faction lose face. Grimjaw's face-saving nature, this is your original plan to replace the heir. Although the plan was indeed disrupted by various reasons in the middle, it finally achieved your goal. I just don't know what the direct descendants of the Yajia family will think after knowing these things. You are so scheming and resourceful, but you were robbed of your position as heir by a loser who was easily drugged. Surely not all the direct descendants are fools? There should be more strong people, but there is just no one of the right age to end up like that. Mayuri's face turned pale, and the family guard she brought with her, the 4 vampires, couldn't help but change color and turn their heads away, pretending that they didn't hear anything. Shi Qiong turned his head and stared at them coldly. "You're smashing my things, right? Do you think you can survive if you smash the things I worked so hard to make?" asked the new master over there. "You haven't even sat down to warm up yet, but you've heard the secret of the throne. Do you dare to be generous enough to spare your lives? If she can spare you, will the master let you go?" The 4 vampires stood still for a moment, then turned around and ran away. Then, Mayuli activated the ban in midair, and they exploded into a pile of blood mist, dyeing the entire lounge red. Mayuli, who was covered in blood, nodded and smiled. At least Yachukas did one good thing, that is, none of the women who survived his hands were fools. "Since you are so smart, you should understand that we have no way out, but as long as we win, everything will be fine. So before we win the election and secure the position of heir, don't even think about leaving here to mess with me." Sauron wiped the blood off his face. "Well, can I go to the toilet first, and come back to listen to your battle of wits and courage?" The 2 women with blood all over their faces, looking terrified, stared at him together. Mayuri licked the blood on her lips. "Okay, go ahead, but remember not to play any tricks. I brought a lot of people with me. You escaped the time in the library, but Miss Estelle, who you love so much, is sitting in front of me now. If I want to die, I must bring someone with me." Chapter 140. Sauron pushed open the door, and returned to the lounge. Fortunately, the 2 women did not tear each other's hair and fight. "You?" Xiong stared at him with wide eyes, almost jumping up. "You really went to the bathroom. Why did you come back? Can she really kill me? This woman not only doesn't want to lose, she also wants to win. It's not so easy to risk her life." Mayuli smiled. "He cares about you, men. The novelty hasn't worn off yet. Don't be too touched and fooled by this guy. He is very sentimental." Soren didn't bother to pay attention to this gossipy woman, and said directly to Shi Qiong, "The goods have been loaded onto the ship and sent out from the canal. There are a large group of people transporting them. At least half of them are guarding the furnace outside, and destroying the extra wings you made. It seems that they don't plan to let us start work until the election is settled." Shi Qiong sat back in his seat and nodded. The move is really ruthless. They saw the opportunity, and came out in full force. They caught us off guard a day in advance. It is their loss that the Yajia family missed you as the heir. Mayuli laughed. "Thank you for your compliment, but this is not my idea. If you want to blame someone, blame your little man for doing something unnecessary, which aroused Nareem's vigilance. How could you really think that he could turn back after reaching this point? Do you know how much he paid to get to where he is today? He actually hopes to save mankind with that. It's really funny to convince him with such a boring dream. So you also saw that Nareem figured it out almost instantly, and then took action, because he would never miss the opportunity to win. Because he is different from you, he has long given up on this cruel world. Now your people are scattered, so as long as we stop you too, this winning trump card will fall into our hands." Shi Qiong was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "You should realize that before the election, although the 2 of us are trapped, you can't participate in the subsequent competition either? Aren't you worried that other factions will turn against you and attack?" Mayuli picked at her nails nonchalantly. "I also have the minimum confidence in my man. If Nareem had such an advantage, he would still lose to Reinhardt, who relied on his family background. I would not have chosen him as my disciple. But you guys are the most troublesome guys in this game so far. As long as he controls you, the situation will be under his control." Xiong snorted and glanced at Mayuli's fingers. "Then I also want to thank you for your compliment. It seems that you came in a hurry. You urgently prepared the combat potion, right? I have a potion for washing hands. Do you want it?" Sauron frowned and looked at Shi Qiong. "What does that mean? Are you going to poison me in front of me?" Mayuli suddenly realized. "So that's how you figured it out. I was wondering why you could link the bottle of medicine to me so quickly. You're welcome then." "What's that? What's going on?" Sauron narrowed his eyes, and looked at the 2 women in front of him who were about to fight, but suddenly became as good as best friends, and even borrowed hand cream. What's even more ridiculous is that the medicine Shi Qiong gave, this black robe, who looked so smart, actually poured it on his hand, and started using it. Did I miss any plot when I went to the bathroom just now? To be able to mix the 12th level love potion, he must be a disciple who has been deeply taught by Mr. Hua. Xiong explained helplessly to the silly Soren beside him. The dosage and mixing requirements of high-level magic potions are very precise, and you must touch it with your own hands to feel the changes in magic power. When cutting the medicine, it is inevitable that some medicine residue and dust will stick to your hands. If you don't clean it in time, it will affect the accuracy of other magic releases. You can tell whether he is a good pharmacist by looking at his fingers. He happened to be wearing the Nightshade badge, appeared at this critical moment, and was a senior potion master, and even a direct beneficiary. If you say this is just pure coincidence, haha, there is no coincidence in the magic world. But I really don't have any evidence, so I tried to bluff, and sure enough my guess was right. Oh. Wait, you just bluffed? Sauron looked at the blood on the ground speechlessly, and bluffed 4 earls to death. Haha, this kind of thing doesn't need real evidence at all, just suspicion is enough to cause trouble. Mayuli smiled and rubbed her hands with Zygen's potion. Not bad, you are very careful, and have a solid foundation. When you are older, and can handle more advanced potions, you will become a capable assistant to His Excellency Hua. However, even among the people in the potion department, not many people can tell that I added Nightshade. How old are you? You are really young and formidable. Zygen looked at Soren. Look, she admitted it herself. So this really clears His Excellency Hua's suspicion. Soren hesitated to speak, and finally couldn't help asking Mayuli, are you really after the position of the successor of the fighting faction? Isn't the Lich Flower supporting you behind your back? Isn't it its conspiracy to deal with Sarasis? Mayuli couldn't help but roll her eyes at Soren. Your Excellency Hua only imparts knowledge. It doesn't participate in political struggles. If it is willing to step down, it would have been elected Prime Minister long ago. Besides, does that silly girl need me to design a special plan to deal with her? Her master Allrides also saw that she was so dazed, and it was not safe in a place like the Imperial capital, so he specially asked Your Excellency Hua to look after her. So the Academy arranged the banquet at the hotel to let the children of each family recognize this idiot and help her at a critical moment. This gave me a chance. Originally, aphrodisiacs don't need to be so advanced, but I heard that His Excellency Hua specially arranged Christine, the genius of the Academy's potion department, to be the Countess's guide to the Empire. That girl is a bit talkative, but she is also quite talented, and she is more partial to veterinary medicine. But the physique of the Countess is similar to that of a magic beast. With her by my side, if I don't use some real skills, it will not be easy for the plan to succeed. After hearing what she said, Shi Qiong looked at Soren as if relieved. Soren was still a little surprised. How come that flower in white robe is really a saint, in a place like the Empire? Who just said not to have expectations in this cruel world? The black-robed witch was about to answer, but suddenly she stopped smiling alertly and looked back and forth at Zygen and Soren. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your attitude? I'm the one who got the cards now, right? You're the ones who were forced into trouble. Why are you suddenly discussing these trivial matters with me so leisurely? She stood up, pushed open the door and yelled, where did this guy go? When he went out just now, no one followed him. Immediately, a blood knight on guard at the factory stepped forward, trembling with fear and secretly glancing at the blood on his master's body, and saluted. He went to the toilet, then watched us load the ship outside, stood outside for a while, and then went back to the room. Someone was watching the whole time, and he didn't do anything extra. Mayuli frowned, sat back in the room and stared at Zygen. There's something wrong with your medicine. Zygen shrugged. Can't you, a great pharmacist, tell if there's a problem? Mayuli narrowed her eyes, and turned to look at Soren. You also arranged other people. Soren also spread his hands. Of course, I arranged other people. Didn't you calculate before you made your move? That's why you mobilized all the soldiers that the fighting faction can use? But I didn't see those battlefield liches. Yes, it seems that if you don't win the election for Grimjow and prove your worth, you will not be able to get the real power of the air. Getting this investment is the limit, but other ways out have been cut off by yourself. What do you think? Why bother with 2 weak and ordinary people like us? You are the strongest fighter left on Naram's side. You are his trump card, right? Is it really okay to be pinned down in the furnace by us like this? The female wizard stared at them for a long time, smiling unwillingly. Is it a psychological warfare? Not bad, you are good, you can really endure it. I drugged you and robbed the goods, but you can endure such humiliation in front of you and pretend to be nothing happened. It's really good. But if we're talking about patience, I've waited so long for today's opportunity, I won't lose to you, so let's compete, and see who can endure to the end. Sauron nodded, walked to Shi Qiong and sat down, proudly put his feet on the table. Anyway, I reminded you. Shi Qiong turned his head and glanced at him. You wanted to say something to me before, right? Tell me clearly after this is over. Under Mayuri's suspicious eyes, Soren put his feet down, and sat up straight with sweat dripping down his body. Well, the black-robed wizard didn't see it, but Zygen probably saw it. Well, he should have seen it when Soren came back. Soren, who was hiding in the ventilation duct of the factory toilet at this moment, also wiped his cold sweat. Yes, he used Indicus's magic shadow of time. This is his magic clone. No, it should be said that the one next to Zygen and the two hiding in the toilet are all Soren's real body. Only when the identity is clearly revealed will a clone be split out as a disguised shadow. Before that, it was all completely genuine, protected by the same magic contract, Soren. Shadow of time, this magic certainly could not be hidden from Zygen, and she would not be so stupid as to expose Soren's trump card of Shadow of Time in front of Mayuli. But no matter how smart the witch was, she would still wonder about one thing. When did Soren learn Shadow of Time? To put it bluntly, it was when he killed Alchemy in the Labyrinth of Deadless. And not only Shadow of Time, but all the magic that was cast in front of Soren, he could actually cast it. But Soren is not one of the elite geniuses in the Imperial City. He is just an ordinary person who traveled through time and space, and has some strange ideas and innate knowledge from another world. Therefore, he never reacted to the treasure chest artifact until recently, when he gradually came to his senses and noticed it. Recently, when he returned to the Imperial City from the Kingdom of Sand by boat, Soren noticed something he had always ignored. From the beginning of traveling to Franny, because Soren was new to the place, he was quickly taken to the Imperial City and had only a vague understanding of the settings of magic. He saw too many things, but didn't understand anything. So he was always in the position of an observer, without real understanding. But when he personally went to the Land of Sand, where magic power was scarce, and then took a boat back to the Ocean of Magic, the spiritual capital, Soren clearly understood the nature of this world through a stark contrast. The nature of magic. He was able to see magic power and magic directly, through the magic eye that could see cause and effect. To explain in simple terms that people without the concept of magic can understand, the electromagnetic waves that the human eye can perceive have a frequency of 380-750 Hz and a wavelength between 780 and 400 nanometers, which is the range of visible light in layman's terms. But in fact, the range of the electromagnetic spectrum is far beyond the range that the human eye can perceive. In other words, humans actually only live in a small area that they can see with their own eyes. What is there in this world, and in the dark Hueco Mundo on the other side of the door, cannot be observed by the naked eyes of mere mortals. According to Soren's understanding, the magic eye of seeing cause and effect breaks this boundary through some magical means, and receives information beyond the limits of human beings. And it is limited to observation, weaving the essential energy of this magic world, the frequency of magic. So there is no need for any additional death contract, any extra ritual magic. How a magic is woven, how it is released, how it is terminated, the simplest and most straightforward magic operation, as long as you read it carefully once, you can use it. In the local language of Soren's world, this is the magic Sharingan, and he has enough blue, and this is what Soren wanted to confess to Shi Qiong just now. In fact, when he reacted a few days ago, he was a little worried that such a fierce cheating would hit Shi Qiong, who has been working hard with the qualifications of a mortal. It was only after he talked with Indix himself that he made up his mind. Zygen's talent defects must be overcome by her own efforts. Her life is just her own life. She doesn't need Soren to protect her at all. No matter how much he cares about her feelings, no matter how much he helps her, Soren can't manipulate and change her fate. Because if he does that, what he gets is no longer Zygen, but just a copy of Zygen that Soren himself expects. So Sauron figured it out. There was nothing to hide. It was just that the timing was not right, and there were always things that delayed it. It was really a coincidence that I didn't tell Zygen in advance. Of course, this companion magic I was probably not a coincidence. So I'm also very curious. Since it's the second round, there are so many things arranged, but in the magic world, with magic qualifications, why don't you become a magician? Through the body next to Zygen, Sauron confirmed that Mayuri Yaja was temporarily stabilized. In the ventilation duct, he snapped his fingers, because there is no need flash. This teleportation magic was learned from Guan Haifa. Vibrating magic with a specific frequency can open the Hueco Mundo. He has ridden this thing over and over again, and jumped so many times, that he has already learned it. It was only with the theoretical foundation provided by Indix, that Soren realized that this was a means to fight those liches. It was not a standing long jump, but to open the Hueco Mundo first, and then use the wave to get out. This metaphor is quite disgusting, but Soren felt like he was twisted into a toilet, and was directly pulled from the present world to the Hueco Mundo, and thrown into the pitch-black darkness. Soren was not in a hurry to move in Hueco Mundo. He raised his finger, and formed a blue flame at his fingertips, summoning the same magical flame as the gilt torch, which could illuminate the Hueco Mundo. Then he looked around. Sure enough, All around him were the rags he had thrown into Guanwavar's mouth. A pile of expired potions, muskets, armor, and so on. Just as Indica's theory, the connection between the inside of Hueco Mundo and the outside world is indeed not based on the physical distance in the real world. If you open the door at the frequency that Guanwavar opens the door, you will naturally reach its nest in Hueco Mundo, just like using a specific frequency to receive a specific radio station. By the way, Guan Haifa is not here. He is now on the body of Soren next to Saijan, acting as a shadow guard. The same goes for the Dragon Lance. All the equipment is on the main body over there. After all, to deal with the Black Robe, you still have to be very careful. In fact, Soren, who was hiding in the ventilation duct, came in naked. He was also forced into a corner by Mayuri's sudden attack, and tried to use the Shadow of Time to escape for the first time. Tim didn't lie to him. There was no magic interference in the ventilation duct. Both the Shadow of Time and Guan Haifa's Void Flash were successful. But I didn't expect that the Shadow of Time literally means that the shadow climbs up and transforms into a magical clone, and clothes cannot be transformed. So when Xiqiang clones, she is also naked? Well, she is also a washboard. There is nothing to imagine. While thinking about it, Soren rummaged through the garbage and found the suitcase brought by Lux. From the box, he took out the War God's battle robe and the King's flag of Merovingian. When he saw these two things for the first time, Soren recognized that they were magical fabrics of the same material as the white robe. In other words, they were artifacts that could be immune to all magical damage. He put on the standard armor set, put on the battle robe, wrapped the royal flag around his hand and left arm, and found the suit of the waning moon that he had not returned to Guilt before, put on the black robe and the mask. With these props, he could hide his identity in front of the Lich. The Shadow of Sauron was armed to the teeth. I am already invincible. Recalling the icons and frequencies of the teleportation magic circle he had seen in the club, Sauron opened the door in the void with his right index finger. He jumped out of the virtual circle, and through the mask, he saw the canal flowing in the dock area in front of him, and behind him was the teleportation door leading to the club. Sure enough, if Guan Haifa's jumping can actually be considered as teleportation, and it could have carried Soren to the furnace without any restrictions before, then the area of the furnace is not really sealed with teleportation magic. It should be that long-distance magic teleportation that exceeds a certain threshold will be noticed and pulled to the dock for transfer, but the specific location of the dock can be accurately reached with the coordinates. Soren took out a bunch of paper bats from under his robe and threw them out, notifying others to start in advance. I recalled the rhythm of Guan Haifa's rapid jumps before, and tried to dodge with the canal as a reference. No, there should be no real crossing, just like skipping stones on the water, stirring up a layer of ripples, so it was. Jumping. In the blink of an eye, Soren dodges a distance of 100 meters and falls into the river. Fortunately, no one around noticed it, but it doesn't matter if they noticed it. Anyway, Xia Xianwei is usually stupid, so it's not surprising that he fell into the water. After trying 2 or 3 times, Soren mastered the technique of jumping. Jumping to the place was not the most difficult. Soren had watched Guan Haifa jump too many times. The difficulty was mainly to grasp the accurate position. But soon Soren also mastered a trick. As long as there was a magic fluctuation that could be confirmed by the magic eye, as a coordinate like a teleportation magic circle, he could accurately move a short distance instantly. So Soren practiced all the way. When he moved quickly along the canal, and ran into the private soldiers of the fighting faction, who were escorting the transport ship from the furnace factory to the dock, he could already master this magic that could barely be regarded as his own development, Guan Haifa's jump. Leaping into the air, slowly descending in the magical wind filled with the magic power of the psychic tower, Soren looked down at the large group marching along the canal not far away. There was a Blood Knight team of 100 people on each bank, half of whom were elite knights with Viscount-level magic power. There were more than 100 gargoyles in the sky, and the skeleton infantry and mercenaries, these miscellaneous soldiers and cannon fodder, together, at least a legion. And on the skeleton transport ship on the canal, there were also many elite golems and mercenaries. Although there were no black-robed combat liches, there were a few red-robed and gray-robed mages, who seemed to be the two men's own trusted subordinates or apprentices. They also specially prepared several ships, real and fake to confuse the vision, but these containers were marked by the workers in advance, and Soren also watched them load and confirmed, so he naturally knew where the trump cards were loaded and would not find the wrong ones. But why rush up and do it? Not to mention that there are no dragon spears. Even if there are dragon spears, it would be troublesome to stab them one by one. Is there any convenient magic that can deal with this army? There are indeed, and there are quite a few. Soren sensed the strength of the four elemental magic around him, thought about it, picked the most suitable one, opened his arms, and sang loudly, "Shine, sky-high ice cones, roar, raging sea glaciers." Then the quietly flowing river water awakened, and the magic of water responded to the call, turning into a violent ice crystal white river, stirring up a raging sea of ice, condensing into an ice wall across the two banks, filled with ice air, protruding ice cone spikes and running ice blocks, crushing the legions on both sides of the river in the blink of an eye, and the cargo ship itself was also blown away by the protruding glaciers, flying into the air and falling heavily on the glaciers, rolling and smashing into pieces. If it weren't for the specially reinforced containers used this time, I'm afraid this blow would have scattered all the goods all over the ground. Not to mention the people on the boat, they didn't know where they were thrown away. Soren's figure flashed, jumped over and landed on the dome of the glacier condensed by magic power, looking down coldly at the army that was almost destroyed by the sudden explosion of ice flow. Confirmed the effect of this magic. Soren's control of water magic is indeed worse than that of Saras's. After all, he is a fire attribute, and using water magic is really a bit of a waste of effort. But there is no way, the environment near the canal is indeed more abundant in water magic, and he only has a dozen spell slots, so he can save as much as possible. There was no need to look at those miscellaneous skeletons and gargoyles. Most of them were smashed by the flying ice and stones, and the remaining ones could hardly form any combat power on such an ice surface. The crushing of low-level troops by great magic was so exaggerated. But it was indeed not enough to kill the superior troops. The Blood Knights on both sides of the river were indeed the elites of the Empire, who had fought for a long time. Except for some unlucky people who were buried by ice and snow or pierced by ice cones, at least half of the Blood Knights survived, relying on enchanted armor to resist the damage of great magic, and they began to gather and reorganize in a well-trained manner. There were 2 or 3 elite captains, and even spread their blood clothes and blood wings, wearing heavy armor and stepping on the glacier, and began to climb up and sprint. Haha, I'm still thinking about counterattacking. It's easy to judge, after all, the magician is in front of me. Can you escape? The only way is to fight, right? It's a pity for the elite soldiers of the fighting faction to die here. But who told you to smash Zygen's things? Sauron looked coldly at the blood guards under the glacier, who were charging at him with their fangs and claws bared, and raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers, Medusa's breath.